Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Konoha, Hinata was captured by me. One Chain. Chapter 1. Hyūga Hinata, full of fantasy about the future. Ninja World. At the border of the country of Tea, the four of them were walking cautiously along the forest path. Hey, let me tell you, be honest, don't make any crooked ideas. The boy's face was painted with a red upside-down triangle pattern, and he tightened the rope in his hand. This red triangular face pattern is the unique logo of the Konoha village Inuzuka family. Wong, the little white dog lying on the boy's head, barked following the boy's voice. The boy with canine teeth is Inuzuka Ya of Konoha village. Cut, I didn't expect to be caught by your Konoha village ninjas. Slight anger flashed across the face of the bound man, and he gave Inuzuka Ya a dissatisfied look. HMPH, it's just a mere thief. In fact, you don't need Teacher Hong to follow. The three of us can subdue you. Right, Hinata, Shino. Hyūga Hinata nodded slightly with a shy face. This was the first mission of their 8th team. Although they only caught a thief, Hinata was very satisfied with the joy of success. However, unlike Hinata, Aburame Shino, who was shy with sunglasses in his pockets, didn't give Inuzuka toothface. Yeah, no matter what, the other party is also a bounty criminal with a bounty of 3 million taels. If Teacher Hong didn't follow and guide us, we might not be able to find his hiding place. 3-on-1, we can indeed defeat him very easily, but please don't be proud. If you have to say the reason, it's just because he is not a real ninja. Shino's chatter immediately made Inuzuka a little discouraged. This teammate's tone of voice is always a bit unacceptable. HMPH, anyway, this mission is a perfect one. Inuzuka Ya's words made Yuhihong, who followed behind them, laugh coquettishly. The results of this mission really made Yuhihong very satisfied. The task of catching the thief's 5-inch nail is a C-level task. It's really not that difficult. Generally speaking, C-level missions are generally not participated by ninjas from regular ninja villages. Even 5-inch nails can do some small ninjutsu, but unfortunately the overall strength can't be compared with regular ninjas like them. Not to mention, the 8th class of Yuhihong Tao are all descendants of well-known families in Konoha village. Tooth, you can't just talk big. Our purpose is to bring the thief's 5-inch nail to the country of Tea and hand it over to the daimyo of the country of Tea. Although we have already entered the territory of the country of Tea, but we haven't handed over the person to the daimyo, the mission is not over yet. Yuhihong pretends to preach. This was the first mission for their 8th class to go out. It would not be a good thing for them in the future if they were left with such arrogance and complacency. Preaching belongs to preaching, but Yuhihong is not worried about any problems at all. The 5-inch nails were captured from the country of Stone, and there was no problem all the way to the country of Tea. Could there be an accident during delivery? What's more, 5-inch nails was rewarded for stealing the teapot of the famous tea country. Will there be companions to rescue the mere thief? Of course, in Xi Hihong's heart, she didn't care about Wu-inch nail's companion at all. Even if he had a companion, how powerful would a thief's companion be? Okay. Let's hurry up and hand over this little thief to the tea country daimyo, and then find a place to soak in a hot spring. Akamaru, are you also looking forward to soaking in the hot spring? Wow, Inuzuka Ya interacted friendly with the little white dog on his head. Hinata silently walked beside him and had fun. Finally, I finally don't have to do those D-level tasks from the village anymore. Hinata sighed in his heart. Those days of looking for cats and dogs, and plowing the fields were finally over. This time I was able to complete the task perfectly out of the village, and I think I should be able to say that I have become a real ninja. In this way, I will definitely become a better ninja in the future. By that time, it must be recognized by everyone. Just when Hinata was looking forward to a bright future, Shino's words reached her ears. Wait a minute, there seems to be a situation ahead. Hearing the sound, Hinata raised his head and looked into the distance, and indeed found a figure slowly appearing in their line of sight. With a long knife hanging from his waist, the man was walking towards them swaggeringly. As the Jōnin of Konoha village, Kuroyuki became subconsciously vigilant. Could it be that someone will really come to rescue 5-inch nails? This kind of boring thought just flashed through my mind. Yuhihong dismissed it, and smiled self-deprecatingly. Impossible, the ninja world is so big, it still happens often to meet a few wandering swordsmen on the road. Hey, is it because you are too nervous to take them out on a mission for the first time? Chapter 2. Wandering Swordsman, White Yasha. Yuhihong gave her a look, and the 3 members of the 8th class immediately understood. The completion of the task is just around the corner, so you can't lose the chain at such a critical moment. Everyone held their breath, and their expressions became solemn and vigilant. But just when they were about to pass by the wandering swordsman who appeared in front of them, there was a sudden change, but the man stopped when he was about 10 meters away from everyone. See, in an instant, Xi Hihong came in front of several people and stopped the 3 of them. Teacher Hong. Hinata was slightly taken aback. She didn't seem to understand Yuhihong's behavior. Obviously the other party just stopped not far from them. Why did Yuhihong stop the team's progress? Could it be that the target of the other party is them? That guy seems to want to use a knife. Yuhihong spoke a sentence to several people in a simple and clear manner. Just now, she has been focusing all her attention on the visitor. Indeed, when he saw the opponent stop, his fingers were already on the hilt of the sword. Once a few people passed by that person's side, they are likely to be attacked by the other party. Teacher Hong, are you overly vigilant? Even if the opponent is targeting us and wants to hijack 5-inch nails, he is just a wandering swordsman. He must not belong to our opponent. Inuzuka teeth full of confidence. Of course, his confidence is not blind. First of all, they are all regular ninjas from Konoha village. Yuhihong is also an excellent Jōnin from Konoha village, and she is very good at illusion. Furthermore, no matter how you look at it, the other party is just a wandering swordsman. And still very young. Look at that appearance, they are only 3 or 4 years older than them. Can such a young swordsman still defeat Kurenai Yuhi? Kurenai Yuhi didn't answer Inuzuka Kiba's words. At this moment, she felt an indescribable sense of tension in her heart. This emotion is very inexplicable and incomprehensible. Yuhihong always felt that something was wrong. She seemed to have seen the black-haired boy with a knife in front of her somewhere. But, I just can't remember where I've seen it. Just when Yuhihong was puzzled, there was a sound of swallowing saliva behind her. There was a pop. Yuhihong turned her head violently, only to find that the 5-inch nails who had been a little arrogant before had collapsed to the ground. You, aren't you ninjas going to die to complete the mission? Wuken Nail's eyes were full of fear, and his ugly face was even more frightened and distorted. Help me, save me, save me. In the panic, Wukanale's snot and tears flowed down on Inuzuka Ya's leg. This scene made the 4 of them feel even more weird. Hey, it's so dirty, what are you doing? Don't touch the snot on my pants. Do you want to pretend to be acting to escape? Wait a minute, what is going on here? Isn't the other party your companion? Inuzuka kicked the 5-inch nail aside, and looked suspiciously at the 5-inch nail lying on the ground. No, he came to kill me. I'm not worried that you will hand me over to the daimyo of the country of tea. 5-inch nails worked hard to organize the language. It seemed to him that his time was running out. Even if you hand me over to the daimyo of the country of tea, I will stay in prison at most. But if I fall into that man's hands, I will die. Konoha village is the most powerful ninja village in the 5 major countries. You must safely hand me over to the daimyo of the country of tea. Hearing this, the young man chuckled lightly. Hi, are you so afraid of death? 5-inch nails. Everyone looked up, only to see that the young man had drawn out the long knife at his waist. When Wukanale saw this, he was frightened by Poyon, and his face was covered with bead-sized beads of sweat. Hidao, it's him, help me, save me, save me. Black knife, black hair, dressed in white, definitely very familiar. Yuhihong was sure, she had definitely seen the person in front of her from somewhere. But why such important information, she has forgotten. Who is he? Shi Raihong yelled at 5-inch nails. Unexpectedly, the thief was still arrogant when faced with the arrest of the 4 of them. After seeing the boy with the black knife in front of him, his legs went limp from fright, and he looked like he was about to pee his pants. Subai. 5-inch nail mustered up the last courage and answered Yuhihong's question. Subai. Yuhihong was taken aback when she heard the words. After a few breaths, she saw that she also looked a little flustered. His pupils trembled slightly, and he gritted his white teeth lightly. Could it be White Yasha? Chapter 3. Subai with a bounty of 300 million. Subai, White Yasha, what's going on? Inuzuka Tooth is completely confused about the current situation. Is the person here called Subai or Bai Yasha? With doubts, he looked at Shino and Hinata. Hey, who is he? Tooth, don't ask these boring questions for now. Concentrate quickly and ask why. Shino's voice was interrupted. He didn't want to talk about what happened next. From the moment Kurenai Yuhi yelled the word Shirayasha in horror just now, Shino knew that the guy in front of him seemed not that easy to deal with. No, Yuhihong interrupted Jinao's thoughts, and continued to add, you guys take the 5-inch nails and leave this place quickly. I'll hold him back. You guys should meet the daimyo of the country of tea early and complete the task, just like what 5-inch nails said. The task that we at Konoha village will definitely complete with all our might. This is ninja. Yuhihong is well aware of the importance of this mission. Even though it was just a C-level task, it involved the daimyo of the country of tea. This has a great impact on the reputation of Konoha village. However, no one could have imagined that an accident occurred halfway. And you have to face people of this level. Hey, Teacher Hong, what's going on? Inuzuka Tooth really became more and more confused the more he listened. The opponent is just a wandering swordsman, is it so scary? Yuhihong shook her head. Whether Subai is scary or not, she really doesn't know very well. I don't know the opponent's strength. Only. Kuroyuki paused, then sighed. His name is Subai, and he is also a wanted criminal in the ninja world. Only. Teacher Hong, what is it? Hyūga Hinata has never seen such a nervous Kurenai Yuhi, and when she said this, Hinata turned pale with fright. It's just that his bounty is too high, reaching 300 million. 300 million. When the 3 of them heard this, they were all shocked. Why is his bounty so high? Isn't he just a wandering swordsman? Inuzuka Tooth clearly felt Akamaru's trembling. This is a very bad signal. It was also the first time Inuzuka had seen something that could make Akamaru tremble like this. Xi Hihong looked at Subai on the opposite side vigilantly, for fear that the other party would make some moves. After hearing Inuzuka Ya's question, she adjusted her breath and said slowly, Subai once destroyed a small country by himself. After being wanted by the ninja world, he has been unable to trace his footprints. Afterwards, every time he appeared, he was chasing and killing wanted criminals with bounties like 5-inch nails. Because his name is rather strange, people in the black market like to call him White Yasha. Yuhihong finally remembered where she met Subai. It was at the beginning that I was curious about Asuma's reward, and I found it from the reward book. She had teased Asuma back then, and the bounty offered was not as good as a young wandering swordsman. He even said wildly that when he saw Subai, he must be subdued and exchanged for the 300 million bounty. Result, really evil. Yes, that's how it is. He must have come to kill me. He must have offered a reward. 5-inch nail has a crying voice, and doesn't care about his image in the eyes of others. However, when he remembered that Subai was offering a bounty, between life and death, his mind raced. It was clear, at this moment, he only felt that his IQ had soared. There was a thud, but Wukanale was kneeling on both knees, his head firmly on the ground. Master Subai, I have money. The money I have hidden far exceeds my bounty. As long as you let me go, I will give you all my money. Seeing that Subai didn't say anything, Wu-inch Nail panicked. But it doesn't matter, the other party is asking for money, so it's much easier to say. If you are not interested in this small amount of money, a golden bell will be delivered from the Stone Country Temple in a short time. Pure gold, that is valuable, it must be valuable. As long as you let me go, I can help you take away the golden clock at that time, and all the money in exchange will belong to you. This 5-inch Nail's performance of being so useless also shocked several people. However, this is more than enough to show how terrifying Subai is in front of him. Hyūga Hinata's small hands kept shaking, she didn't care whether Wu-inch Nail's performance was promising or not. The small face turned from white to pale, and Hinata wanted to leave Subai's gaze but was unable to move. Could it be that he was going to fight such a terrifying person for the first time when he went out on a mission? The other party wiped out the existence of a small country with his own power. It's over. Dreams, expectations, longings. At this moment, everything becomes nothingness. Chapter 4. Poor, weak and helpless, but very edible. Holding a black knife in his hand, Subai listened to the conversation of several people with great interest. As well as 5-inch Nail's strange behavior. As a time traveler, Subai came to this world several years ago. But he was not born in Ninja Village like others. The place where he appeared was in a dilapidated country. Before he could react, he heard a loud shout from the sky. It's an explosion. Immediately, the Daming Mansion castle in the distance was bombed to pieces along with the roar. When the big clay bird flew high into the sky and left, Subai clearly saw two guys in red robes with black background and bamboo hats standing on the back of the bird and walking away. Subai, who was grateful for his escape, has not yet left the country that was destroyed by Deidara and Scorpion. What ushered in was a group of ninjas with Cloud Shinobi Village Forehead Protector. It's him. It's terrible. He destroyed this country by himself. Catch it back. Be careful with the black long knife in his hand. The other party, indiscriminately, identified Subai as the chief culprit in destroying that country. However, the bewildered Subai didn't even know when the black knife in his hand appeared. At a critical moment, the home system is turned on. A purple-black portal suddenly appeared, sucking him into a different space. That's what saved him. After a year of hard work, Subai finally built a house where he can live comfortably in a different space. By the way, I got a lot of rewards. At this time, the system that provided him with ingredients interrupted the service. Then, just like Yuhihong said, after that, Subai relied on killing bounty criminals to exchange money in the black market for gold. Because the act of destroying a country is too bad, but it is still too late to catch me. Subai's bounty increased day by day until it reached 300 million taels. In a few years, Subai also traveled to many places in the ninja world and met many people. However, most of them are related to the black market. Of course, such an attractive reward amount also makes Subai a delicacy in the eyes of many people. But it doesn't matter. After all, with the existence of the home system, Subai can enter the different space anytime and anywhere. Like Uchiha Obito's Kamui space. As long as he wants to run, there's really no one who can stop him. But this time, Subai's goal was indeed not 5-inch Nails. The 3 million taels of bounty was not enough to move his heart. What he needs more is a servant. Look how impolite it is. What he needs more is a housekeeper. Name: Subai, S*X, male. Alias: White Yasha. Reward: 300 million. Props: Black Sword Autumn Water. Skill: Alter Ura 8 Vessel Jumps. Characteristics: Illusion Immunity, Poison Immunity. Task: Find a servant. Reward: Skill Transformation Technique changed. This transformation technique lasts longer and has stronger endurance. The seemingly simple task made Subai feel a little bit difficult. Among the characters he is familiar with, how can there be so many good men and women? After thinking for a long time, Subai suddenly remembered the Cloud Shinobi village who wanted to catch him indiscriminately before. That ninja village that always sneaks in when other villages have problems. In the Second Ninja World War, taking advantage of the emptiness in Konoha village, Uzumaki Kushina was captured. Taking advantage of Third Kazekage being killed by the Scorpion, Sunagaku attacked Sunagaku again when he did his best to search for Third Kazekage and caused the village to become empty without knowing the truth of the matter. By the way, Konoha village and Iwagaki are at war, leading to the Third Ninja War. Don't forget, the second ninja war was fierce between Konoha village, Iwagakure and Sunagakure. This group of 5-year-old and 3-year-old guys have been recharging their energy and waiting for the opportunity for a long time. Then, taking advantage of Iwagakure tore up the peace treaty with Konoha village, the two villages fought daily, the Nine Tails Rebellion, and the fourth generation died in battle. 3 years after Konoha village was hit hard, Cloud Shinobi village sneaks into Konoha to arrest Hinata on the grounds of signing an alliance contract with Konoha village. These bastards really won't let go of even a 3-year-old child. After the first failure, Cloud Shinobi village was not discouraged, and sent 2 more Jōnin to infiltrate Konoha village while the Chunin exam started in Konoha village. Coincidentally, Konoha Honkai's plan happened, and Hinata, who was weak, was robbed in the chaos. Finally Hinata wakes up and fights back, only to be intimidated by them. It doesn't matter if you want someone or not, as long as you belong to the clan, you can cut off your head and go back with your eyes closed. That really scared Hinata so much that he almost passed out again. Fortunately, Neji, who reconciled with Hyūga Hiashi, arrived in the end and rescued Hinata again. Hyūga Hinata had a very ill-fated life. Subai was terrified of it, but such a shy girl had to face 2 horrific kidnappings. Oh, plus the one on the moon, it's 3 times. It's hard to imagine what it's like. Hinata. Thinking of Hinata, Subai slapped his thigh. Isn't this the right candidate? The character is cowardly, kind and easy to fool, weak and helpless. The key is that she can eat, especially. No, what is commendable is that she can cook delicious meals at this age. Chapter 5. Hyūga Hinata I took away, there will be a period later. He glanced at the 5-inch nails who kept kowtowing. Subai has only one impression, this guy is uglier than the one in the original book. But fortunately, the 8th class on the opposite side and their role Jōnin are the same as in the original book, and even better. Bai Yasha, what is your purpose of blocking our way? Xi Hihong naturally thinks that Subai's purpose is to offer a reward for committing a 5-inch nail. But wasting tongue-in-cheek inquiries can buy time for the 3 little ones in the 8th class to escape. Kurenai Yuhi kept gesticulating with her white fingers hidden behind her back, signaling Hinata and the others to leave quickly. Is it my purpose? Subai smiled, but what he said made Wu-inch nail even more frightened. No, please spare your life. My life is not worth as much as the money I hide. Subai. 5-inch nail's brain supplement is true, making Subai a little helpless. It's just a small roll, so you must have the consciousness of a small roll. Please don't do nothing to grab the show here, okay? Ahem. Subai coughed lightly. I will take Hyūga Hinata with me. I'm taking Hyūga Hinata. The 8 big characters came to several people's ears. 5-inch nail, who was still kowtowing, immediately froze. Subai's target was not him. In this way, wouldn't it mean that his own life was saved? It has nothing to do with anyone else. This sentence that Subai added made Wu-inch nail go limp. The tense nerves suddenly relaxed. The valve was also released. Inadvertently, the pants were wet, and the smell was really unpleasant. But even so, Yuhihong and the 3rd class of the 8th class did not notice the abnormality of the 5-inch nails. What did you say? Kurenai Yuhi seemed to think that her sense of hearing had gone awry. Subai's goal is not 5-inch nails, but his apprentice Hyūga Hinata. This is simply a big joke. Hinata just left Konoha village for the first time as a ninja, and was targeted. This kind of thing is not realistic in any way. I said I would take Hyūga Hinata away. That's right, it's the white-eyed lady behind you who is trembling. Subai was interesting. Seeing the astonishment of several people, he spoke word by word after each pause especially resonantly. When Hinata learned of this kind of thing, he suddenly felt that the world was falling apart. The reversal of things is totally unacceptable. Bai Yasha's target will be her. But looking at Subai's serious appearance, Hinata's eyes trembled in fright, and his trembling calf subconsciously took a small step back. I tried to step back again, but found that my legs didn't seem to be in control. One person destroys one country, killing without blinking an eye. Even the high-ranking daimyo in the ninja world died tragically under the sword of Subai. Such a terrifying existence, what is it to find yourself? Hinata doesn't understand at all, and now her mind is blank. Impossible, don't even think about it. Yuhihong was still quite experienced, and he remembered the whole story of the incident in a moment. Someone must be trying to get the eyes of the Konoha village Hyūga clan. I was just worried about Konoha village's revenge, so I found Shirayasha in front of me through black market channels. If this is the case, it is absolutely impossible for Xi Hihong to let Subai succeed. Nowadays, it is not important to arrest 5-inch nails and go to the country of tea. Protecting the jade of Konoha village is even more critical. I'll stop him, you guys go away. Yuhihong greeted and quickly sealed. Subai didn't take any action, but watched Xi Hihong with interest as he slowly disappeared. Illusion tree binding technique. Yuhihong is indeed not bad in terms of illusion skills. This illusion seems to be slightly different from other illusions. The user disappears first, the tree grows from the opponent's feet and binds the opponent, and the user emerges from the tree to attack. So, it doesn't simply make the opponent fall into some kind of hallucination like ordinary illusions. The main body was stunned in the real world. This illusion seems to be able to change the opponent's sense of touch. Being bound by a tree growing under your feet is equivalent to the fact that there is no such tree in the real world, but you mistakenly think that you are bound by a tree. And the user Yuhihong who jumped out of the tree was her real body. It's over. Xi Hihong got out of the tree and stabbed Subai, who was bound by the big tree with Kun Wuchao. Excellent, as expected of Teacher Hong. That's right, don't you see whose teacher she is? Inuzuka toothbrushed his nose and looked at Shino proudly. But in the next second, Yuhihong froze in midair. Impossible, what about people? At the moment when Kunwu was about to stab Subai, Xi Hihong was emptied. Subai, who should have been bound to the tree trunk, had long since disappeared. Where are people? Inuzuka, Kiba and Shino were equally puzzled. Wrinkled his nose, but Inuzuka's expression changed. Not good. Sensing a different smell coming from behind, Inuzuka Ya turned his head back violently. Only then did they realize that at some time, Subai had already come behind them. And has already held Hinata in his arms. I took the person away, there will be a period later, bye. Put your fingers together and gesture to each other. As soon as Subai finished speaking, a purple-black portal suddenly appeared behind him. The next moment, Subai and Hinata were instantly sucked into the portal. Before a few people could react, the portal was closed. Empty scene, as if nothing happened. Chapter 6, Poor Hinata, Going to Farm. Was Hinata captured so easily? Looking at the empty field in front of him, Yuhihong's heart sank as if tied to a stone. Inuzuka, Kiba and Aburame Shino also looked dull. They simply can't accept that this series of things just happened within a few breaths. Subai's movement was so fast that they didn't even have a chance to react. Hinata, he muttered to himself and called Hinata. Yuhihong suddenly felt her heart twitch suddenly, and bursts of pain floated up. She recalled the scene when Hinata had just been assigned to her subordinates. Due to the identity of the heir of the Hyūga family, Yuhihong once paid a special visit to Hyūga Hiashi. And tell Hiashi that as Jōnin, his life is in danger at any time. As Hinata is the heir of the Hyūga family, is such a decision inappropriate? However, Hiashi's answer surprised Yuhihong. Do as you please. The short 5 words show Hiashi's attitude towards Hinata. Not even her sister, who was 5 years younger than her, the Hyūga family doesn't need such a person. Yuhihong couldn't believe that such hurtful words came from a father. When Kurenai Yuhi left, what made her feel even more heartbroken was that Hinata was standing at the door, accepting all of this with a sad expression. However, Kurenai Yuhi, who was Hinata's teacher, is the clearest. Hinata has been working hard to prove herself. But, why did you encounter such a thing on the first mission? Yuhi's red-purple eyelids trembled involuntarily. She regretted it deeply. As a teacher, you should first protect their children. These were her father's last words to her before his death during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Protect the Jade of Konoha village and pass on the will of fire to the next generation. But when facing Subai, she didn't even have the right to fight to the death, so she was captured by the other party and left safely. Yuhihong seemed a little unable to accept such a blow. Teacher read. However, just when Yuhihong felt sorry for herself, Inuzuka Teba and Aburame Shino walked over dejectedly. It's completely gone from the proud look it had before. Yuhihong adjusted her mentality and responded quickly. Let's quickly send the 5-inch nails to the country of tea. Leave back to Konoha village immediately and report this matter to Lord 3rd Hokage. As Jōnin, Yuhihong knows that she must keep calm at this time. If another accident happened to the remaining 2, he would really have no face to go back to see the people in the village. And it's not that Yuhihong who reacted didn't gain nothing at all. At this time, she finally understood the reason why Subai has not been captured so far. It is his time-space ninjutsu of elusiveness. Thinking back and forth, if he can find a way to crack this spell, he should still have a chance to arrest Subai. White Yasha. Yuhihong shouted Subai's nickname in her heart full of resentment. The clenched fist seemed to be making some kind of oath. If I don't catch you, I will be Konoha shinobi. ... On the other side, the space distorted, and the purple portal appeared again. With a big step, Subai with Hinata in his arms appeared in a tidy hall. With one arm relaxed, there was a plop. Hinata fell to the floor. Well, with a muffled mosquito sound, Hinata shut her mouth in fright. He lay on the floor tremblingly, for fear of making another noise and angering the scary guy in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have captured a ninja. After testing, this ninja is Konoha village ninja, Hyūga Hinata. Subai, this kind of thing still needs you to fart here. Contempt just rose in my heart. The sound of the system sounded again. Task completed, reward host transformation technique change. Please host to guide Hyūga Hinata to plant strawberries. Growing strawberries. The sound of the system startled Subai slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Hinata, who was lying on the floor, not daring to show his face. That fair neck made Subai's whole body feel like an electric shock. Ahem, they're all from my own family, so why be so polite? This kind of thing. Oops, hi. Your system, let me say something. This progress is too fast. Subai felt a little excited inside, stroked his chest and communicated with the system in a friendly manner. However, the sound of the system does not seem to end. Congratulations to host for obtaining strawberry seedlings. Host will randomly get rewards after taking the grown strawberries. Hyūga Hinata can also be rewarded for taking it. As the first servant of the host, how could he not have strength? Host, please help Hyūga Hinata to shine in the upcoming Chunin exam in Konoha village. Beat Hyūga Neji, beat Uzumaki Naruto. Subai, Wang Defa, what the hell are strawberry seedlings? Chapter 7. Little Ghost, Hyūga Hinata. staring at the strawberry seedlings on the table for a long time. Subai let out a long breath. That's fine, but contact without emotion is quite uncomfortable. At this time, Hinata changed her posture and squatted on the floor. Hearing Subai's sigh, she secretly glanced at Subai curiously. But seeing a wicked smile across Subai's handsome face, Hinata thumped inwardly. It's over. This guy is not thinking about how to kill me. It's a pity that Subai just stood up slowly and looked at Hinata. It's also getting dark outside. You go to the hot spring next door to take a bath and wash off, and then. That's where you eat in the kitchen. You wash your body and go to the kitchen to make something to eat. Following the direction of Subai's finger, Hinata took a few glances, then lowered his head again. Not a word. To be precise, I dare not speak. Seeing Hinata's frightened look, Subai shrugged and didn't care at all. According to Hinata's personality, this kind of behavior is relatively normal. If you switch to Tsunade, I'm afraid it will give you a big split in the air, and then a painful kick from the sky. This scene reminded Subai of a game he once played. People with different personalities will deal with them differently after being caught. Even the kind with a strong temper, when you communicate with her, she will scold you. At this time, it is necessary to use the fear technique, intimidation and the like to kill her spirit. Then slowly try to encourage. After all, living in fear every day, people's mentality can easily collapse. Either flee, or commit suicide. Forget it, you can do whatever you want, I'm going to take a bath first. Subai left a word and ignored Hinata. Go alone in the direction of the hot spring house. However, at the same time that Subai entered the room, Hinata acted. Reluctantly stretched out 2 fingers to seal. Several blue veins popped up around her clear white eyes. Blind eyes. Hinata whispered into the mosquitoes, for fear of attracting Subai's attention. Following Hinata's gaze, she indeed saw Subai standing beside the hot spring pool, about to soak in the bathhouse. Well, it seems to be seeing something that shouldn't be seen. Hinata blushed slightly, his head swelled, and he felt dizzy. Shaking his little head violently a few times, Hinata knew very well that now was not the time to think about such nonsense. Moreover, she must not be in a coma at this time. Otherwise, there will be no chance of escape after so much waiting. General glanced around the hall with blank eyes, and Hinata quickly found the gate to the courtyard. Another glance at Subai. At this time, Subai seemed to be feeling the comfort brought by the hot spring. The whole person's eyes were closed tightly, and his face was relaxed. He didn't pay attention to the movement of the hall at all. Hey, secretly let out a chuckle. Hinata, who was still a little panicked at first, felt a little proud at this moment. White Yasha, such a powerful person is so procrastinated. He even put himself in the room alone without any scruples, without any restraints. Don't you just let yourself run away. Sure enough, the more powerful the guy, the more confident he is, but it's a pity that Shiroyasha is too confident. I muttered something in my heart. Hinata took a few breaths and tiptoed towards the door. Just when she was close to the gate, she slowly stood up against the wall. Such behavior also makes the room extremely quiet without any noise. When he came to the door, Hinata looked slightly condensed. It's a challenge, and the moment you open the door there's bound to be an excessive rattle. However, judging the distance from the gate to the hot spring room, the sound of the door opening softly should not reach Subai's ears. Moreover, now that Subai is feeling the comfort of the hot springs, his concentration is not as concentrated. Plus the sound of running water. It's done. With anticipation in her heart, Hinata cautiously came to the door of the room. When seeing the doorknob, Hinata's pupils dilated slightly, and she covered her mouth in disbelief. The door is half open. Looking at the gap in the doorway, Hinata was very excited. What a god bless little cutie. Easily beat the hardest levels. Hyūga Hinata came to the courtyard and took a deep breath. The air is really fresh. This bite is like trying to revive Hinata with full blood. She didn't expect that after being hijacked, she could escape so easily again. As long as you step out of Subai's house, how can this courtyard stop her? Looking around again, Hinata found that the walls of the courtyard were not particularly high. As high as the walls of their Hyūga clan. As a qualified genin, even if you have no skills, a wall of this level can be overturned even if it is said to be overturned. That's it, goodbye, Shiroyasha. Hyūga Hinata took a deep breath. Fortunately, it was late at this time, otherwise Hinata's face would be blushed again. I'm sorry, Shiroyasha, I didn't mean to see it before. Hinata embarrassedly rubbed her fingers twice, leaving a faint sentence, as if saying goodbye to his irresponsibility. The next moment, without staying any longer, Hinata pushed her legs hard and jumped slightly towards the high wall. Immediately, there was a bang. Her head sank, as if it hit some kind of material and was ejected back. Oops. With a soft cry, Hinata sat heavily on the ground. Hiss, it hurts. Feeling the pain from the buttocks, Hinata closed her eyes in pain and grinned unconsciously. However, at this moment, Subai's voice came from the hall of the house. Hinata, where did you go? Hinata, Chapter 8. Hyūga Hinata, Escape Plan. Subai's voice sounded like a reminder to Hinata. If the other party knew that he wanted to escape, he would definitely be killed. For a while, Hinata sat there in shock and didn't know what to do. At this time, Subai's figure was reflected in the doorway, and he walked out of the house. It turned out to be in the yard. Why are you sitting on the ground? Subai pretended to be relieved. Seeing the dazed Hinata, he held his breath and didn't want to laugh. That's it, still want to escape. Where are you going? This is a different space. For Hinata, apart from Subai's house and courtyard, there is no space outside to stand on. Are you curious about this yard? It's no wonder, after all, when you come to a new environment, you really need to get familiar with it. Just when Hinata was feeling desperate, Subai's words made her hopeful again. I didn't expect Bai Yasha to think that I was curious about this environment. How is it possible? Who would be interested in the environment after being hijacked? Want to return to thinking, but Hinata nodded obediently. Glancing at Subai, he saw that he was wrapped in a bath towel. Hinata lowered her head slightly again, her eyes flickering, like a guilty conscience. If it's okay, go wash up. I'm going to cook first. Remember to come out for dinner later. Just as he was about to turn his head to leave, Subai suddenly stopped and looked back again. Don't be soaked in the water and won't come out. Leave a few words briefly. Subai turned his head and walked towards the kitchen. He didn't care about Hinata's thoughts and actions whether he wanted to escape or not. Escape is impossible. In the different space of Subai's home, if you want to enter, you need Subai to bring you in. If he wanted to leave, Subai would naturally take him away. Even if Subai summons the portal, without his guidance, you can't get in or get out if you hit your head. Of course, Subai is very pleased with Hinata's idea of running away, at least it proves that the child is not stupid. Seeing Subai leave, Hinata slumped on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. You didn't care about yourself. Is he not worried that I will escape? At this time, Hinata slowly relaxed and began to think. What is the purpose of Bai Yasha to arrest him? Did he want to catch himself, or was he hired to catch him like a ninja? What kind of place is this? Why did I see that I had already jumped out of the courtyard, but seemed to hit something and was bounced back? There are many problems. Hinata's small head was completely unable to handle these tedious things for a while. For the current plan, we still have to find a way to escape. Blind eyes. Rolling her eyes again, Hinata looked around the courtyard wall. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, Hinata's heart is pounding in fright. How can it be? Hinata opened her small mouth slightly, and a look of horror surfaced on her face. Why is it so foggy outside that I can't see anything? Hyūga Hinata was unavoidably a little horrified. She has a shy personality and is not good at expressing. These are indeed true, but that doesn't mean she's stupid. It is very easy to use the white eyes of their Hyūga clan to see things outside. It's just that this is the first time Hinata has seen this phenomenon. Could it be that there are enchantments and the like? As soon as this idea came up, Hinata immediately dispelled the idea himself. Even if it is an enchantment, the white eyes can see very clearly. But it was the first time she had seen such a foggy situation. Looking around carefully, Hinata suddenly found a breakthrough. At a certain position in the courtyard, there was a gap in the wall. Gulu, gulu. Well, the sound in the stomach made Hinata's face blush. In today's time, nothing but fear is hunger. Rubbing her belly, Hinata made a decision in her heart. Eat first, and only when you have strength can you run. That hole in the wall should allow him to escape and ascend to heaven. Even if it is not possible, at least it should be possible to investigate the general situation outside the courtyard wall. Maybe we can also find the reason why the white eyes can't see outside. After thinking for a while, Hinata stood up, dusted the dust off her buttocks, and walked slowly into the room. Chapter 9. The escape plan was beaten after it failed. In the dead of night, Subai finally had time to quietly think about the follow-up matters. Although the system does not indicate what rewards Hinata will receive after defeating Neji and Naruto in the Chunin exam. But according to Subai's past experience, he will receive generous chakra and physical rewards. This is actually a very good thing. It is equivalent to a reward for increasing the upper limit of Subai's own ability. The amount of taijutsu and chakra is the basis for exerting the upper limit of ability. Then the problem is very troublesome. Hyūga Hinata. In Subai's memory, she is a white-eyed princess with extremely high purity. It sounds like a lot, but Hinata's own talent is really hip pull. And until the final performance, there is nothing too bright. In terms of strength, the gap between her and Hyūga Neji is still very large. Not to mention Uzumaki Naruto's little yellow hair, after all, he has the title of blonde hanging on the wall. Fortunately, the strawberry seedlings given before the system, after planting successfully bear fruit. As long as you take it, you can still bring some rewards to Hinata. The rest is how to improve the mentality of this little girl in battle. Kindness. Suddenly, Subai felt that something was wrong. His brows furrowed slightly. This so-called different space is closely connected with Subai's consciousness. He can feel the mutation of anything. I'm not going to jump the wall this time, but to drill a hole. It doesn't stop at night. Subai shook his head, then smiled self-deprecatingly. This is so normal, okay. Anyone who was kidnapped does not want to escape. No such idiots. Why? It seems that we have to start with Hinata's ideological work. Feeling Hinata stuck in the hole in the wall, Subai sat up slowly, put on his clothes and got out of bed. In the courtyard late at night, Hinata was dumbfounded. Just when she was about to get out of the hole in the wall, she suddenly felt that there was an inexplicable force in front of her that stopped her from moving forward. No matter how I looked with my white eyes, I didn't see any way. It was still a hazy haze. No matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't get out of the hole in the wall. For a moment, she seemed to realize that this place was not an ordinary place. Sure enough, she underestimated Subai. Just when she was about to retreat, she realized that for some reason, she was stuck in the hole in the wall. Hinata. However, it was hard to die, and Subai's soul cry sounded again in the courtyard. This time, Hinata was even more anxious. I twisted my body a few times, but found that it was too tight and I couldn't move. It's dead. This time it's really dead. In an instant, Hinata has already seen his future. The scene of the black knife cutting off her head is really horrifying. Huh, where's the person? Why can't I find it? Subai looked at the two legs standing upright on the wall, feeling almost stiff. This picture is really funny. But Subai is also a person who has experienced training, unless it is really funny, otherwise he will not laugh. Hearing the voice behind him, Hinata was startled and sweated profusely. Near. It should not be said that it is close, Subai is right behind her. Didn't he see me? Thinking of this, Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. There is nothing wrong with choosing to act at night while people are sleeping. The consciousness of Subai who woke up is definitely not so clear, plus the weather problem. It was normal not to find her. Just when Hinata thought this way, a sudden change occurred. Ah! A scream of surprise almost blurted out, and Hinata snapped her mouth shut. If she was found running away at this time, the result would definitely be very terrifying. The only way is to wait for Subai to leave, and then find a way to get his body out. But, Hinata's face was going to burn. What is this White Yasha doing? On the other side, Subai poked around curiously with his fingers. It's that wicked guy who blocked the dog hole in my house. Hold head high. Damn B********************************************* You still do this kind of thing in my yard. How will my dog go home in the future? Nani, what is this? Why are there two sewer pipes? Hinata felt ashamed when she heard this. By the way, I scolded Subai several times in my heart. What do you mean blocking your dog hole? Is there any sewer pipe? It's obviously two legs, okay. Besides, the sewer pipe in your house is pressed against the courtyard wall. What a strange building this is. But, for a moment, it made Hinata feel extremely sad and indignant. Clap 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 clap, with a few crisp beating sounds resounding through the courtyard. Hinata only felt a burning pain. Chapter 10. Hinata, who do you think I am? In the hall of the room, Subai sat on the sofa and looked up and down at Hinata in front of him. Hinata pouted her mouth aggrievedly, without saying a word, with tears in her eyes. Sit down, I have something to talk to you seriously. Subai patted the sofa, signaling to Hinata not to stand there in a daze. But Hinata kept shaking her head. Now the buttocks are still sore, I can't sit still. And what makes Hinata feel ashamed and angry most is that Subai has discovered all her behaviors. When he dragged her out just now, he pretended to be worried and asked himself if there was anything wrong. That appearance is simply abhorrent. But what makes Hinata feel even more desperate is that this place really does not belong to their ninja world. Is a special existence. Unless Subai agreed to take her out, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape from here. What broke Hinata the most was that if he wanted to leave here, he had to pray that nothing would happen to Subai. Once there is a problem with him, the one waiting for Hinata is to starve to death in this place. After dispelling the idea of running for his life, Hinata surged up with courage, looked at Subai and asked slowly, what are you trying to do by arresting me? Grow strawberries. Subai answered casually. He was indeed very honest and did not hide from Hinata. However, to Hinata's ears, things seemed to have changed. A few seconds later, Hinata's pretty face blushed, she closed her eyes and waved her palms indiscriminately, saying, no, 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 no. Subai, we don't know each other well. Facing Hinata, who was blushing, rubbed her fingers, and had vacillating eyes. Subai is a bit of a muggle. Well, you really know everything. Girls really mature earlier than boys. Subai is convinced that there is no problem with this sentence. No. Hinata said weakly. This kind of thing is really embarrassing. How could Bai Yasha say such a thing? Really don't know what a shame is. I said this, not what you think. Subai took out the strawberry seedlings obtained earlier and placed them in front of Hinata. From tomorrow, you will dig a piece of land in the vegetable garden behind the house and plant all these seedlings. At that time, I will give you the reward you deserve. By the way, if you behave well, I will put you back in Konoha village. Hyūga Hinata couldn't believe her ears. For a long time, he jumped over the wall and drilled holes, but Subai actually told her to put himself back. Was beaten for nothing. As expected of White Yasha, it was too terrifying. What a pure lamb fell into the wolf's mouth. Really, when he heard that he still had the chance to return to Konoha village, Hinata immediately beamed with joy. But when she remembered the other party's identity, she withdrew her smile again. You didn't lie to me, did you? Of course I won't lie to you, and I'll give you some rewards you deserve. Subai's serious and determined expression made Hinata startled for a moment. This was the first time she saw Subai seriously. It is inevitable that the mood will be rendered. There is no need for rewards, as long as you let me go back, I will definitely plant these seedlings properly. In Hinata's perception, these so-called rewards are almost certainly money. But she has no interest in money at all. Although she is not very popular with her father in the family, the status of Miss Hyūga remains unchanged. The rest of the Hyūga clan are still very polite to her. In terms of money, she has no shortage. After hearing Hinata's words, Subai immediately saw through her little thoughts. No, I think you must have misunderstood. My so-called reward is not monetary, but giving you a chance to beat Hyūga Neji. Whether you want it or not depends on your personal wishes. Boom. Subai's words exploded from Hinata's mind like a thunderbolt. Beat her brother Hyūga Neji. What an incredible thing this is. Hyūga Neji is the absolute genius of the younger generation of their Hyūga clan. Not to mention Hyūga Hinata, even her one Uchiha Sasuke in the same period may not be able to defeat Neji in Hinata's heart. Not to mention pity the weak and helpless self. Please stop making fun of me. Hinata pursed her lips, looking a little depressed. Hyūga Neji is like a nightmare in her heart. Said it was her brother, but in fact he was only 1 year older than her. As a member of the Hyūga family, Miss Hinata's status will always be compared with other members of the same family. Neji just can't seem to cross the chasm. Hinata recognized it in her heart. Mr. Shiro Yasha, it's impossible, maybe you don't know how powerful brother Neji is. After a few seconds of silence, Hinata smiled again. It's just this smile that makes people feel weird. There is helplessness, unwillingness, and a little bit of desolation. Hearing this, Subai stood up slowly, stepped forward and touched Hinata's head. Hinata originally wanted to hide, but seeing that the other party was not malicious, he didn't struggle. Subai nodded in satisfaction, and said with a smile, "Who do you think I am? I don't just know about Hyūga Neji. I also know everything about Uzumaki Naruto very well." Chapter 11. Hinata. Resurrection with full blood, the future, here I come. Who do you think I am? Only then did Hyūga Hinata react again. The Subai in front of him can destroy a small country with one person. This kind of terrifying person is completely beyond her cognition. No wonder even a ninja as good as Mr. Yuhihong can't do anything against Subai. What scares Hinata even more is Subai's other identity. White Yasha. This is another name for him by those in the black market. He has very close contacts with the black market. Although it is said that ninjas have almost no contact with the black market, it does not mean that Hinata is unaware of the existence of these things. You mean Naruto. When Naruto was mentioned, Hinata unconsciously glanced in other directions. Seeing this, Subai revealed an evil smile. Sure enough, Hyūga Hinata of this period had a somewhat special affection for Uzumaki Naruto. But it's not like people say, because Naruto saved Hinata who was bullied when he was a child. The so-called real salvation is Uzumaki Naruto's unyielding spirit that makes Hinata feel at ease. She also needs to have the spirit of trying to be recognized even if she is looked down upon by others. To put it bluntly, in Hinata's heart, Uzumaki Naruto, like her, belongs to the tail of the crane, an existence that others laugh at. People with low self-esteem always need this kind of spiritual encouragement. Well, yes, but this kind of behavior of attaching spiritual sustenance to others. It was originally the most unconfident expression of the weak, and it will never become stronger. A real strong man is one who believes in himself from the bottom of his heart. Of course in your ninja world, only the strong will be recognized and respected. Subai didn't make it clear, but he believes that according to Hinata's delicate mind and clever head, he must understand what he is talking about. And it's not this kind of spiritual narcissism that I can help you with. It really makes you stronger. Whether you want to accept it or not depends on your own thoughts. Having said that, Subai let out a sigh of relief. Think about it for yourself, I'm going to bed. This. Looking at the back of Subai leaving alone, Hinata was numb. Her heart was completely seen through by Subai. Mr. Subai. Excited for a moment, Hinata shouted loudly. After realizing it, she felt that her behavior was too abrupt, so she just covered her mouth. Subai turned his head full of surprise. It's late at night, what the hell are you screaming so loud? If you scare me to death, you will starve to death here. Hold. Sorry. Hinata lowered her little head, pointing her fingers aggrievedly. She really didn't mean to. It's just that I was too shocked and excited. Is there anything? Hearing Subai's question, Hinata quickly raised his head and said, no, that. After struggling for a long time, Hinata finally plucked up the courage to ask. Mr. Subai, can you read minds? Subai, I know massage, do you want to experience it? Hinata was startled slightly upon hearing this. A trace of rosiness appeared on his face again. The voice was extremely small. I'm sorry. I'm talking too much. Seeing this, Subai also felt a little overwhelmed. Hyūga Hinata is good anywhere. It is this character that is really difficult to get along with. You can't make jokes, you will blush if you do it, and you will pass out if you don't. Can't interact at all. I said, you have to slowly correct your habit of blushing when you have nothing to do in the future. If there is more white smoke rising above your head, you will really be the same as that locomotive. I don't care about Hinata who was standing still and blushing. Subai returned to the room on his own, closed the door, and lay down on the bed with peace of mind. Seeing that Subai had fallen asleep, Hyūga Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a long breath, a relaxed joy appeared on her face. Especially when she glanced at the strawberry seedlings on the table, she suddenly felt that these little guys were extremely cute. Is it true that as long as you are planted well, you can accept Mr. Subai's guidance? Hinata gently picked up the strawberry seedlings in front of her eyes, looked left and right, like a curious baby. Just like what Subai thinks, although Hinata's strength is not good, his brain is neither stupid nor stupid. Coupled with the more reasonable personality, it is easier to accept suggestions from others. Yes, Hyūga Hinata understands Subai's mention of Uzumaki Naruto and what follows. It was very clear what she really wanted in her heart. And she is also very clear that Subai's so-called rewards are actually guidance to her. Able to receive personal guidance from Shirayasha, Hinata was so excited that she couldn't even believe it was true. But, Mr. Subai really can't read minds. Otherwise, how would he know this? Staring at the strawberry seedlings for a long time, Hinata's head was slightly tilted, and her lips were slightly raised. His face was full of doubts. Chapter 12. Cloud Shinobi Village. Labor is not Danzo. Konoha Village Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sucked on the bong. His eyes sank, his expression slightly solemn. Hinata was kidnapped by White Yasha. Yuhihong, who rushed back to Konoha Village, immediately informed Sarutobi Hiruzen of everything. The news stunned the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen. What is Subai's arrest of Hyūga Hinata? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't figure out what was going on. Moreover, as third Hokage of Konoha Village, he still has some understanding of Subai's affairs. Not only to understand, the most important thing is that Sarutobi Hiruzen also knows something that most people don't know. The truth about Subai single-handedly destroying a small country. Based on feedback from Uchiha Itachi, an undercover agent of the Konoha Village Akatsuki organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that the small country that was destroyed back then was created by the Akatsuki organization and had nothing to do with Subai. But this is a private matter between him and Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only curse the idiots of Cloud Shinobi Village from the bottom of his heart when he heard Cloud Shinobi Village exaggerating Subai's bad deeds. And can't tell anyone about it. Revenge. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes slightly, thinking quietly for a few seconds. He recalled something about Subai. Perhaps it was because of Cloud Shinobi Village's indiscriminate dumping, which caused Subai's resentment. For a while, Subai was indeed a team that went out to perform missions against Cloud Shinobi Village. Since then, he has slowly entered people's sights. And he reported his name without hesitation. When I heard about Subai again later, he had already been on the black market. On the reward list, but this is clearly a festival between him and Cloud Shinobi Village. What does it have to do with Konoha Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a long time. It seems to smell the taste of conspiracy. Could it be that Cloud Shinobi Village directed and acted all of this? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was horrified. Seeing him open his eyes suddenly, Yuhihong hurriedly asked, "How is it, Lord Third Hokage?" After a few seconds of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "No, it's fine." "Are you saying that your illusion has no effect on Shirayasha?" When hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Kurenai Yuhi nodded and said, "Yes. I'm sure he doesn't seem to be affected at all. Think of the feeling of playing against Subai before." Yuhihong is very sure. His own illusion did not have even the slightest effect on Subai. It didn't affect any of Subai's actions at all. And his weird space-time ninjutsu. This is the most troublesome point. Regarding space-time ninjutsu, the entire Konoha village, that is, Namikaze Minato, understands it better. But nowadays, Namikaze Minato as fourth Hokage is already hanging on the wall. Yuhihong hopes that Sarutobi Hiruzen can find some people to find a way to break this kind of space-time ninjutsu. Isn't this difficult for an old man like him? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt extremely remorseful. At the beginning, after he learned the truth about Subai, he didn't pay attention to this young man at all. Who would have thought that he might be the ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village? Right, it is a drama directed and acted by Cloud Shinobi Village. Give your ninja the identity of a black market wandering swordsman, and then find the right time to catch Hyūga Hinata and make a supercilious look. Confuse Konoha Village's sights and sounds without drawing attention to them. Damn bastards. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists in secret resentment. He really didn't expect that those guys could endure for so many years, and even paved so many roads for it. Master Third Hokage, we have to figure something out quickly, now Hinata is still in danger. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, Yuhihong didn't know what he was thinking. Due to the emotional tension, Hong's voice was slightly sonorous. Shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at her. But it's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to tell Kurenai Yuhi very much. Maybe it's too late to say that now. If you follow your own thinking, I am afraid that Hyūga Hinata has been brought to Cloud Shinobi Village by now. Even say something ugly. Those bastards at Cloud Shinobi Village have gotten the eyes of the Hyūga clan. Cough cough. Coughing a few times, Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to be calm and comforted. Hong, don't worry about this matter anymore. Leave the rest to me to handle. Besides, after a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, Hiashi, let me talk about it. But Lord Third Generation, Kurenai Yuhi was in a hurry, and was about to say something more but was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'll leave this matter to Anbu to handle, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. Tell Kiba and Shino not to make too much noise. That's it, you go back first. Hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted Anbu to handle the matter, Kurenai Yuhi couldn't say anything more. Saying goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen, she turned and left the office. And in the room on the other side of the office, an old man with a bandage on his head and a cane was struggling to put his face against the wall. Oh, I didn't expect Hyūga Hinata to be taken away by Shirayasha. Hiruzen, I'll see how you explain it to the Hyūga clan. Chapter 13. Hiruzen's Conjecture, Hyūga Hiashi. Konoha Village Hyūga Mansion. Hyūga Hiashi sat quietly in the room. He seemed to be calm on the surface, but in fact he was terrified inside. I heard from members of the family that I saw Yuhihong in the village. But after completing the mission and returning to Konoha village, until the evening, Hiashi did not wait for Hinata to come home. As a ninja, how could he not know what happened? There were hurried footsteps in the corridor outside the room, until the door stops abruptly. Master Hiashi, Lord Third Hokage is here. What should come is finally coming. Don't look at the usual Hiashi as strict and disapproving of Hinata. But it's just hating iron but not steel. In addition, the Hyūga family belongs to a well-established family, and the family rules are relatively strict and stubborn, and they also place great emphasis on the family's reputation. But anyway, Hinata is his own daughter. Knowing the date of Sarutobi came in person, Hyūga Hiashi's heart skipped a beat. It seems that what happened to Hinata should be very serious. The little hope that was originally left in my heart seemed to be reduced to ashes. I see. You back off. With a deep breath, Hiashi cleared up his sad mood. As a ninja, he is also the head of the Hyūga clan. Hyūga Hiashi knew that he had to keep calm at this moment. You must not cause trouble to the family and the village because of your emotions. Go to the room where Sarutobi Hiruzen is waiting. Hiashi still said respectfully, Master Third Generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, signal Hiashi to sit down. Before Hyūga Hiashi sat down, he noticed that the house was empty. In other words, this conversation is only him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. As expected, Hinata, presumably something big happened. Hiashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen softly called Hyūga Hiashi, and was about to say something, but after a pause, he just let out a long sigh. I know it well, Lord Third Generation, if you have anything to say, just say it. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Hiashi an approving look. He opened his mouth and said, Hinata, abducted by White Yasha, kidnap. Hyūga Hiashi knows very little about Subai. He had also heard the name of White Yasha before, but he was just a relatively powerful wandering swordsman in the black market. After all, as an old and famous family and a famous family in Konoha village, Hiashi's eyes are on the top of his head. So he didn't care who Bai Yasha was. But upon hearing that Hinata was just kidnapped, Hiashi's already dead heart suddenly brightened up again. As the other party asking for money. This is what he subconsciously thinks. People in the black market live for money. It's different from the ninjas in these big villages. There is no high consciousness. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, and told Hiashi what was in his heart. The more he said, the deeper Hyūga Hiashi's heart sank. You mean Cloud Shinobi Village? Hyūga Hiashi flew into a rage when he heard that Cloud Shinobi Village might have done something. Those bastards hijacked Hinata under the guise of being an ally with us while Konoha Village was recharging its energy. I have already lost my brother. These guys still haven't given up. Facing the passionate Hyūga Hiashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face also sank. Yes, and I didn't expect them to be silent for so many years. If they did not do anything for the sake of superciliousness, maybe after taking Hinata's superciliousness, they might be able to save Hinata's life. However, I'm more worried about another thing now. Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were slightly condensed, with a fierce look on his face. This is another hypothesis he came up with on the way here. If Cloud Shinobi Village had such an idea, it would be really bad. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's ugly face, Hyūga Hiashi asked repeatedly, Master Third Hokage, please tell me, what exactly is it? I worry. After adjusting his emotions, Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, I'm worried that they will let Shiroyasha and Hinata have offspring. Become a ninja in their Cloud Shinobi Village. If this is the case, then Cloud Shinobi Village will produce a large number of ninjas with white eyes and time-space ninjutsu in the future. And according to the habits of their group of guys, after gaining power, it will definitely lead to a large-scale ninja war. Hiss. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speculation completely stunned Hyūga Hiashi. If it's true what Third Hokage said, then wouldn't their Hyūga clan be completely messed up? At that time, the Hyūga clan will definitely become the ridicule of the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't notice that Hyūga Hiashi's face was getting more and more gloomy, but continued. Of course these are just my guesses. I have sent the most elite Anbu members around me to investigate secretly in Cloud Shinobi Village. I ordered them to bring Hinata back if they found any trace of it. Only, having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked to Hyūga Hiashi. Hiashi, it's just that if those Anbu members fight to the end, when they can't escape smoothly, the last member will. Sarutobi Hiruzen is stuck. Although he didn't say everything, Hyūga Hiashi knew exactly what he was going to say. I see, Lord Third Generation. Hiashi is like a deflated ball. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words are clear. If things go as he thinks, it is Cloud Shinobi Village's plan for future strategy. The Anbu members failed to rescue Hinata, so they had to kill Hinata and destroy her white eyes. Chapter 14. Danzo, Hiruzen, you must die. In a dark room, Danzo closed his eyes slightly, sat on a chair with one hand on a cane, and listened to the report of the person opposite. Are you saying that Anbu sent by Hiruzen is going in the direction of the Land of Thunder? Yes, Lord Danzo. The ninja with the same Konoha village Anbu mask on his face was kneeling on the ground. Completely narrated the information learned before. Understood, back down. After dissuading the Anbu ninja, Danzo's narrowed eyes slowly opened. His expression was neither sad nor happy. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's former partner, Shimura Danzo is like the roundworm in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. But he didn't expect things to become so serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually dispatched dozens of elite Anbu to attack immediately. Is it because of the kidnapping of Hyūga Hinata? After muttering to himself, Danzo suddenly came to his senses and instantly understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. HMPH. The old guy's brain is still so fast. He beckoned. Swish. Another Anbu member appeared before Shimura Danzo half kneeling. Is there something to order, Lord Danzo? You lead people to find a black market in the Fire Country, and use the transformation technique to change into the appearance of White Yasha and Hyūga Hinata. Then use Shiroyasha's character to kill Hyūga Hinata and destroy Shiroya. Remember, do all this in a crowded place. Danzo simply ordered the task content, and finally added, also, don't leave any information about our Konoha village. Yes, Master Danzo. The members of Anbu accepted their orders with awe. With a swish, it disappeared into the room. HMPH. Hiruzen, an old fox, suddenly thought it was the idiots of Cloud Shinobi Village. The corner of Shimura Danzo's mouth moved slightly, revealing a sneer. In such a peaceful age, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually sent dozens of elite Anbu to the Land of Thunder. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always been an indecisive character and a pacifist, take the initiative to send someone to Cloud Shinobi Village? Especially now is the time of peace. Then there is only one reason. It must be because of Hyūga Hinata's affairs, worried that Cloud Shinobi Village will get supercilious. It looks like the kidnapping of Hyūga Hinata is a matter of Cloud Shinobi Village hiring Shiroyasha. Although Danzo also thinks that there is some rift between them, but in the face of sufficient interests, we are all friends. He is like Orochimaru. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen is considering holding the Chunin exam jointly with Tsunade. And Orochimaru seems to have his eye on Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha Village. It just so happened that Shimura Danzo also had the idea of exterminating the Uchiha clan. But because Uchiha Itachi threatened Danzo on the grounds of Sasuke's life safety, Danzo dared not do anything to Sasuke himself. Just sell it to Orochimaru as a favor. Besides, the two have been collaborating secretly since a long time ago. Danzo backed Orochimaru to compete with Namikaze Minato for Hokage, but lost to Sarutobi Hiruzen. And after Uchiha's death, Sarutobi Hiruzen resigned from the post of assistant to Shimura Danzo Hokage. Even his root tissue was uprooted. As a result, there are not many subordinates that Danzo can command now. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen does not die, Shimura Danzo cannot hold his head up. So Danzo negotiated with Orochimaru, and the Union village established by Orochimaru came forward to seduce Tsunade, who was worrying about funds. The two parties implement the Konoha Honkai plan when Musha joins the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed by Orochimaru himself. Shimura Danzo took the opportunity to take charge of Konoha village, providing Orochimaru with the experiments he needs in the future. The opportunity I waited so hard for must not end because of Hinata's kidnapping. Danzo was talking to himself. He is very clear that once Konoha village and Cloud Shinobi village conflict, then the Chunin exam plan will definitely run aground. Whether Hyūga Hinata was kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi village, Danzo didn't care at all. Moreover, even if it was really abducted by Cloud Shinobi village, the other party will definitely keep Hyūga Hinata under strict supervision, and it will be even more difficult for Anbu sent out to obtain information. But Danzo's operation is to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that Hyūga Hinata is dead. If the white eyes are also destroyed, then Sarutobi Hiruzen will not focus on Hinata again. His eyes were fixed on the candles on the table. After Danzo was stunned for a while, he sighed. Yo Hiruzen, for the future of Konoha village, I can only sacrifice you. Chapter 15. Hyūga Hinata, dead. Shimura Danzo is truly synonymous with the darkness of shinobi. What he did was crisp and clean. Shiroyasha hijacked Konoha village Hyūga Hinata and rolled his eyes in the street. The news of Hinata's killing spread widely throughout the ninja world. Cloud Shinobi village Raikage office. The rough, dark-skinned fourth Raikage looked at the information fed back. The whole person can't believe it. The mere White Yasha dared to openly provoke Konoha village, one of the 5 kingdoms ninja villages. But immediately, he dismissed this ridiculous idea. Boom. There was a loud bang. The table in front of him was smashed to pieces. The sudden loud noise startled Raikage's secretary Azabui. Master Raikage, why are you so angry? Azabui doesn't quite understand 4th Raikage's behavior. This time it's about Shirayasha and Konoha village. Why is 4th Raikage still so angry? Damn White Yasha, I get angry when I think of him. 4th Raikage snorted. A wandering swordsman has repeatedly provoked our ninja village of the 5 kingdoms. Do you really think we are soft persimmons? Especially when I think of Subai's outing task team against their Cloud Shinobi village. 4th Raikage was even more furious. Every time they went out to perform missions, the team was completely mutilated. Either a broken arm or a broken leg. What angered the Cloud Shinobi village ninjas the most was, Bai Yasha didn't kill people, he just beat them to maim. As if they were specifically disgusting their Cloud Shinobi village ninjas. Master Raikage, no matter what, he is capable of destroying a small country with his own power. At the beginning, the team we sent to this country to carry out the mission wanted to arrest him. It was indeed a bit abrupt. Fortunately, he is no longer against us and has turned his attention to Konoha village. Speaking of which, it's also a good thing for us. Azabui tries to calm 4th Raikage down. At that time, their Cloud Shinobi village received a mission from this country to protect the princess of their country from leaving. But unexpectedly, as soon as the sent Cloud Shinobi village ninjas arrived at the scene, the country had already been destroyed. This failure to complete the task is a fatal stain on the ninja, and even on the ninja village. So the ninja sent out wanted to capture Subai to give Cloud Shinobi Village an answer. Who wants to? The person was not caught, but was disgusted for a long time. Azabui, is this amplifying the aspirations of others and destroying one's own prestige? Fourth Raikage was even more annoyed. Facing such a manic Raikage, Secretary Mabui sighed and shook his head. Master Raikage. Our Cloud Shinobi Village is now expanding by force, and the key is to continue to strengthen the fighting strength in the village. Why do you want to have the same knowledge as the people on the black market? What's more, wouldn't it be more beneficial for us if Shirayasha targeted Konoha Village and brought trouble to Konoha Village? Snort. Although Fourth Raikage still couldn't vent the anger in his heart. But the words of the Secretary Mabui are indeed reasonable. Panting heavily, Fourth Raikage picked up the information in his hand again. It's really a pity that this happened. If we can intercept the information that Shirayasha hijacked Hinata earlier, we can make a good deal with him. It's a pity to kill her, we can buy Hinata's white eyes at a high price. Snort. Fourth Raikage snorted again. A person in the black market is a person in the black market, no matter how powerful he is still a guy with no level. In a dark cave, at this time, a group of strange guys gathered. Except for 2 people, everyone else is a vain figure of Madara. Pain. Let everyone know that White Yasha killed Hyūga Hinata of Konoha Village in the street. Didera. Hinata. Who is it? Brother Scorpion, do you know him? Scorpion. HMPH. Of course I don't know the nameless person. Hidan. Nani. White Yasha. Hidan's voice seems to be different from others. Didera and Scorpion were just talking casually, but Hidan's voice was full of anger towards Subai. Hoshigaki Kisame. Humph. I heard that Shirayasha is very good at swordsmanship. I really want to fight him twice. Kakuzu. It's okay, it's not very strong, but it can cut off the heads of some stupid people. Hidan. Hey, Kakuzu, who are you talking about, idiot? Are you referring to me? Kakuzu fell silent without denying it. When he and Hidan were killing bounty criminals before, they had robbed Subai of business. The moment Kakuzu saw Subai, Kakuzu's original green eyes shot out a strange light. It's a pity because Hidan, an idiot, insisted on fighting Subai one-on-one. Claiming to personally sacrifice the other party's soul to the evil god. As a result, Subai took the opportunity to run away. And Subai cut off Hidan's head while entering the different space. Kakuzu, if he took your head away on a whim back then, God wouldn't be able to save you. Didera. I said, the people who destroyed this country were obviously me and Brother Scorpion. Why did White Yasha do it? Doesn't it make us look stupid? Scorpion. Stupid. This way we can hide our identities. Those idiots in Cloud Shinobi Village really helped us. Everyone's discussion made Pain silent. I heard that Subai took action against the famous family in Konoha Village. A guy with such courage can cut off Hidan's head and get away. The strength is naturally good. Originally, I wanted Conan to recruit him to the Akatsuki organization. But judging by the attitudes of a few people, this seems to be very troublesome. Especially Kakuzu and Hidan. One had a vendetta of beheading, and the other just mentioned Subai, and the light from his eyes seemed to eat people. Pain had no choice but to dismiss this idea temporarily. Hidan. The next time I meet White Yasha, I will sacrifice his soul to the evil god. I will definitely eat him. Kakuzu, you can't compete with me. Kakuzu. Idiot. Of the entire team, only Uchiha Itachi heard Subai kill Hinata. Silent. He looked paralyzed, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 16. Nara Shoujo's analysis. Danzo breaks into the conference room. In the meeting hall of Konoha Village, everyone looked dignified. All of you here are basically prominent figures in Konoha Village. The patriarchs of all families are all present. That leaves elite Jōnin of Konoha Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the front seat with a gloomy expression on his face. Yutane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura beside him also looked sad. In general, the atmosphere at the meeting was quite depressing. Have you all heard about Hinata? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first. There is a hint of anger between the words. He was caught off guard by how fast things were changing. The elite Anbu sent to Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Thunder have yet to gain a foothold. Before the investigation even started, it was heard that Shirayasha brutally killed Hinata on the spot in a black market in the Land of Fire. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, Hyūga Hiashi lowered his head slightly, his gloomy face was full of murderous intent. Yuhihong was even more dumbfounded, and tears welled up immediately. She blamed herself very much. It's all her fault. It would have been better if I had changed the route to the country of tea and hadn't met Shirayasha. Hyūga Hinata won't be murdered either. Damn White Yasha, you are too arrogant. Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled with anger. This obviously does not give them Konoha Village a little face. With him, a wandering swordsman on the black market, he openly provoked Konoha Village. It is really intolerable. However, in such a depressing situation, Nara, who was the think tank of Konoha Village and the captain of Konoha Village Jōnin, suddenly said, Master Third Hokage, I always feel that this thing is a little weird. Weird. Nara Shoujo's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel refreshed. For a split second, even Hyūga Hiashi seemed to be a little more refreshed. Lu Ju, how do you feel about this matter? The aging Yutane Kaharu looked at Nara Shikuhisa with narrowed eyes. She wanted to hear Lu Ju's opinion. After all, dignified Konoha Village was treated like this by Wandering Swordsman, and it really made them lose face. First of all, after Kurenai Yuhi came back and reported everything, Lord Third Generation immediately sent Anbu to track down Hinata's whereabouts. But not long after, Hinata died in the black market in the Land of Fire. It's such a coincidence. What's more, based on what I know about Shirayasha, he usually disappears like a ghost. The place where it appears the most is also in the gold exchange places in the ninja world. And Bai Yasha, who has a reward of more than 300 million yuan, was originally a thorn in the eyes of others. Even the gold exchange place he went to was not fixed. This also shows his caution, but why did he suddenly persecute Hinata in the street? This is really not in line with his long-standing style of behavior. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long breath. Naruto-Joe's speech made him suddenly enlightened. His face finally calmed down. After pondering for a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, what Luju said makes sense. There are obviously a lot of problems in this. According to your speculation, is it another illusion created by Cloud Shinobi Village to confuse us? Whether it was done by Cloud Shinobi Village, Naruto also has some doubts. According to gossip, Cloud Shinobi Village has indeed had some contact with any force for the development of armaments in recent years. But, Subai, who had been looking for trouble for Cloud Shinobi Village, suddenly turned around to help Cloud Shinobi Village. It always feels a little strange. As a bounty criminal who doesn't even care about big names, can he really help Cloud Shinobi Village for money? Then again, Subai has always made a living killing bounty criminals, and the rewards he gets are much higher than those for S-level missions. He probably doesn't care about money. More importantly, the country that he wiped out was a small country, but it was not poor. If it's really for money, why not just give this country a name? In other words, Subai took away the property of this country and then destroyed their country. Overall, it is obvious that Subai is not short of money. Then comes the problem. As a sworn enemy, what good could Cloud Shinobi Village do to Subai to cause him to take such a big risk against Konoha Village? Moreover, the fact that Subai mentioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen is a Cloud Shinobi Village ninja and that Cloud Shinobi Village directed and acted on its own is even more unreasonable. After all, it was Cloud Shinobi Village that took over the mission of this country. As a ninja village of the 5 great nations, Cloud Shinobi Village has not had the guts to create a false identity for Subai to hold Hinata hostage at the cost of destroying the entire country of his employer. Once things are exposed, then Cloud Shinobi Village really has no place to stand. For regular ninjas, the concept of protecting daimyo from various countries is still deeply rooted. No matter which country's daimyo it is, without them to provide funds, the ninjas in Ninja Village simply don't have time to practice. If it is not strong, it will naturally be invaded by other ninja villages. Not only daimyo, even those rich people in the ninja world, regular ninjas will not conflict with them. Even be very polite to them. I think. Lu Ju paused. Master Third Hokage, I think Shirayasha's behavior is purely personal. It has nothing to do with Cloud Shinobi Village. Then he shared his analysis with everyone. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a bang. The door of the meeting room was pushed open violently. Shimura Danzo, who covered half of his face, walked in slowly, leaning on a cane. Chapter 17. Danzo, please call me the Monkey Man. Picture. Happy New Year, big guys. Sarutobi Hiruzen is lamenting that the years are not forgiving. A moment of tension. He even ignored the relationship between the ninja and the daimyo. It is rash to attribute Hinata's matter to Cloud Shinobi Village. Fortunately, Nara has been around for a long time, so he really didn't let him lose more people. But Danzo's sudden intrusion made Sarutobi Hiruzen a little uncomfortable. Just glanced at Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Oh, it's Danzo, what do you want?" Snort. Danzo naturally noticed the look in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and couldn't help but groaned in his heart. Since the Uchiha incident, the gap between the two has become stronger and stronger. But Danzo didn't care either. After all, in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen is just an old man dying. Lu Ju, are you overconfident? Did you really think that those guys at Cloud Shinobi Village wouldn't do such a thing just to keep their eyes off? Danzo has a cold and stern exterior, but the heart has already blossomed with joy. God help him Shimura Danzo. Unexpectedly, Nara Shikaku's remarks have already wiped out the matter of Cloud Shinobi Village. It's just that the play has to be sung. At least everyone here knows that he Danzo is the main combat faction. If he speaks for Cloud Shinobi Village, he will look a little strange. Right in Danzo's arms. Everyone frowned slightly after hearing Danzo's remarks. Especially Nara Shikahisa. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and Luju stood up and said, "Master Danzo, do you still need to speculate on this kind of thing for a long time? You should also be clear that if Cloud Shinobi Village really does this, once it is exposed, it will not be his and our Konoha's business. This kind of behavior offends the entire ninja world and all people with status. Not only do they have to face the crusade of all ninja villages, but they also have to face the lack of funds. Without the help of daimyo and those noble people's funds, their village itself will perish. It's an act of suicide." Dear for a long time. Danzo was about to show off, but Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled, "Danzo, what Luju said is not wrong. Stop pouring misfortune on Cloud Shinobi Village again." Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's scolding made Danzo even more happy. As expected of Hiruzen, always playing against me. But this time, I won. Snort. Danzo glared at Luju, pretending to be sensible and kept silent about Cloud Shinobi Village. He exchanged a tit-for-tat look with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo turned around and was about to leave. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped him at this time. "Danzo yo. Did you come here just to talk about this when you have nothing to do? This way of pretending to show weakness is still very useful. Danzo is very clear that the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen said this is to remind him not to get involved in too many things. Now he is no longer the assistant of Hokage back then. Be aware of your identity at all times. Hiruzen, you're getting old. If you had listened to me back then and continued to subdue other ninja villages, the Konoha village family would dominate and no one would dare to bully us. You are really naive. The rhythm is good. Danzo was as seamless as ever. It was as if the interaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen never changed. He can guess what expression Sarutobi Hiruzen will make in the next moment. Ho 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 ho. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of his pipe and let out a few hearty laughs. Then he said with a serious expression, if we do that, there will only be more sacrifices in Konoha village for no reason. It is impossible for a single family to dominate. This is what it looks like. Danzo is not surprised, and so are all the people sitting here. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo have been going head to head like this for many years. It is not clear whether the two are considered partners or have some other relationship. But Danzo changed the subject and said with a long breath, anyway, I got some information about Shirayasha from the black market. As soon as these words came out, everyone was startled. Kurenai Yuhi took the lead, and asked emotionally, Master Danzo. Intelligence. What did the intelligence say? All look forward to Danzo's intel. Hyūga Hiashi was even more nervous and felt a hot current in his throat. Silence for a while. Danzo's eyes showed a little desolation. I just heard that Bai Yasha has a tyrannical personality, and those caught by him are tortured very miserable. I don't need to say more about the specific situation, all of you here should know it. Hiruzen, how to deal with this matter is up to you, Hokage, to decide. After saying these few words, Shimura Danzo no longer cared about the pale Yuhihong. Immediately swagger away. It's just that his words made everyone's faces change suddenly. Although Shimura Danzo is the main combat faction, everyone knows about the black market, and indeed no one can play it better than him. Hiruzen, although Danzo may not sound good when he speaks, but I think he's also working for Konoha village. Look, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura looked at each other. For this old friend of Yuhi, they still selectively believed in Shimura Danzo. What Danzo said also left a lot of leeway for himself. He just lied and told everyone about Subai's alleged character behavior. But he didn't define anything specific. The rest, that is, these guys here have discussed and decided. Even if things change by then, it has nothing to do with him, Danzo. Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed weakly and said, no wonder I heard Hong said that the bounty criminal was so frightened that he lost control just by hearing the word White Yasha. Perhaps Danzo is really right. Chapter 18. Hinata, are you a rebellious apprentice? In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen has calmed down. With a swipe of his pen, he gave an order. Subai's bounty increased again by 500 million taels. Ninja most wanted criminal, White Yasha. His real name is Subai, and the reward amount is 800 million taels. This is obviously Sarutobi Hiruzen's psychological comfort to Hyūga Hiashi. Not to mention being hijacked during a mission, even if a ninja is killed on the spot, it is commonplace. So Sarutobi Hiruzen can fill in another 500 million taels. It's just a number. As the third Hokage who has held the power of Konoha for a long time, wouldn't he be unclear about the direction of the matter? If Yuhihong's report is true, just relying on that weird space-time ninjutsu, Konoha village cannot capture Subai. What's more, Subai is charged with killing the daimyo of this country, and a reward of 300 million taels is offered. After so many years, he still looks chic outside. Of course, Hyūga Hiashi knew it very well. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen would pay so much attention to it, it was also because of the problem of white eyes. If it was someone from the Hyūga branch house who was hijacked, they would not be worried at all. For a sane ninja, this is a very normal thing to do. Perhaps, only those innocent children would yell and tell right from wrong. Master Third Hokage, if you have information about Shirayasha, please let me know as soon as possible. Yuhihong is still reluctant. It's not that she doesn't understand the rules of ninjas, but she just can't accept and agree with them in her heart. This matter involved her personal feelings. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak, and looked out the window with his hands on his back. On the street far away, a blonde-haired boy was grinning and competing with a black-haired boy. There was also a girl with sakura-colored hair standing beside the two of them, with her teeth and claws on her face. Call, take the bong out of your mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a slight smile on his face. Red, don't worry about this. People in the village still need to live a normal life. We can't give up everyone just because of Shirayasha and Hinata. Don't forget, you still have Jōnin Shino by your side. But, don't forget that you are a ninja from Konoha village. After a while, I will find another suitable person to join the 8th squad led by you. You go back first. Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't look back, but this resolute attitude made Yuhihong bit her lips unwillingly. I see. Then turned and left. Exit the Hokage office building. Yuhihong's pretty face was gloomy, and there was infinite anger in her beautiful eyes. According to Danzo's intelligence and everyone's analysis, they generally think that they were targeted by Subai when Yuhihong led the 8th squad to capture Wunchnale in the country of stone. And the reason for being targeted is because Hinata is cuter, and may be able to satisfy Shirayasha's tyrannical character. Immediately they were followed all the way, and when the time was right, Subai hijacked Hinata. thinking of the picture of Hinata being abused. Yuhihong gritted her teeth with hatred. White Yasha, you must not fall into my hands. Ah chew, ah, is that beauty thinking of me? Wrinkling his nose, Subai stood up and walked out of the house. At this time, Hyūga Hinata is squatting next to the cleared land. Carefully plant the strawberry seedlings. Blah blah. Hinata was also very careful when he patted the soil, as if he was afraid of accidents in the middle. Seeing that the seedlings had been planted, she pounced on her chest and wiped her sweat. Turn the head again and sprinkle the fertilizer, and pour the appropriate water. Very good. After everything was over, Hinata did not forget to encourage herself. Staring at the planted strawberry seedlings, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Ding! Strawberry seedlings are planted. Congratulations to host for getting a small amount of chakra to grow up. Congratulations to host for gaining a small increase in the upper limit of physical skills. Fruit bearing time. 3 days. 3 days. The sound of the system made Subai feel a little surprised. But when I think about it, it makes sense. If it is really planted according to normal vegetation and fruit. Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed by Orochimaru and could not bear fruit. As for the degree of reward, Subai doesn't care either. After all, planting a strawberry seedling is not so difficult. To be rewarded has exceeded his expectations. The rest is a matter of Hinata's strength. As for whether the Chunin exam can go smoothly, Subai wasn't worried at all. For Subai, who has read the original book repeatedly, when this group of people push their butts, he knows what the other party wants to fart. The Chunin exam is sure to take place. One is that as a Konoha village among the 5 major ninja villages, face is very important. Sarutobi Hiruzen also intends to invite famous and wealthy people from all over the world to watch the battle. Demonstrate the strength of the Konoha shinobi so that the opponent can feed better in the future. The second is Danzo. After all, Danzo wants Sarutobi Hiruzen to die, and he will definitely not let go of this opportunity. As long as these 2 people have the idea of starting the Chunin exam, even if the sky falls, they will not stop. Ah, an exclamation woke up Subai, and Subai turned to look at Hinata. But I saw Hinata rubbing her little hands habitually, looking at a loss. Teacher Subai, you are awake. Stop. As soon as Hinata called her teacher, Subai trembled all over. This name is not very good. Hinata was taken aback when he heard that. I feel a little wronged in my heart. She was just expressing her respect for Subai. After all, the other party said that she would be specially trained to make her stronger. Could it be? Has the other party backed down again? Are you a rebellious apprentice? Just when Hinata was feeling uncomfortable, Subai's rhetorical question made her freeze again. After thinking for a few seconds, she replied in a panic, I'm definitely not, definitely not. Me, being called a rebellious apprentice, Hinata couldn't accept it. This is clearly insulting her personality. I will definitely not do something disrespectful to the teacher. Hinata's eyes were closed tightly. Even though she was so nervous, she had to make a stand on her personality. She would never do such immoral things. Oh, even Master Chong doesn't take the initiative, so forget it. You'd better call me Mr. Subai didn't say anything more. He waved his hand and turned his head before walking towards the house. Only Hinata was left standing there alone in a daze. This time, she really didn't understand. Chapter 19, Do you have the heart to torture such a kind Hinata? Hyūga Hinata thought about Subai's words for a long time. But the whole night, she didn't seem to understand. But I had breakfast the next day. Subai actually took the initiative to take her to start special training. Seeing this, Hinata blushed excitedly. Yes, Subai, Mr. Subai. He looked at Hinata, who was ready to go, with an extremely serious expression. Subai didn't show any special expression. The space was distorted, and the purple-black portal appeared in front of Hinata again. Come and take my hand, or you won't get through. Subai beckoned. Seeing this, Hinata hesitated, holding Subai's hand. This kind of affectionate behavior seems a little embarrassing. Hinata was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. It's up to you to go or not. It's such a trivial matter. Do you still want to be recognized? Do you still want to be recognized? This sentence directly hit Hinata's heart. Sure enough, the man in front of him knew his heart. Hinata looked at Subai with some suspicion. Why are you helping me? She finally asked out the doubts in her heart. It doesn't seem easy to get help from others for no reason. Now Hyūga Hinata's mind suddenly cleared. Not to mention the identity of the other party. It's been a long time, and I'm lonely alone. Is it a reason to see you playful on a whim? It's meaningless to talk nonsense. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. 1. Hinata also didn't expect Subai to speak so crisply. The countdown began without giving her any time to think about it. It's really not gentle, even if, 2, snapped. As soon as Subai yelled, 2, he felt his palm being firmly grasped. When I looked at Hinata again, I found that her eyelids were trembling and her eyes were tightly closed. It's as if you can't see it, things don't happen. HMPH, isn't this very good? Subai smiled slightly and led Hinata into the portal. Of course, Subai cannot be blamed for some things. For a soft character like Hinata, some tough measures are sometimes needed. Bear swarm Yamanaka, a purple-black light appeared out of thin air. The next moment, Subai pulled Hinata out of the portal. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Feeling Subai let go of his hand, Hinata tremblingly opened his eyes. But in the next second, a pungent smell of blood slipped into her nose. The unpleasant smell made Hinata frown, and his face suddenly became ugly. Boom. Bang bang bang. Kill. I haven't waited to deal with the doubts caused by the smell. Hinata heard the explosion of detonating symbols in the distance, and the clashing sound of kunai shuriken. Besides, the screams of people. This is. Following the gaze, Hinata's legs trembled in shock from the sight in front of him. With a plop, he sat on the ground. The northern fortress of Kalyan village belongs to the fierce battle zone of the war. Subai was calm. The tragic situation under the mountain did not affect him at all. War. These two terms are no strangers to Hinata. I also heard Iruka talk about it when I was in school. There have been 3 fierce battles in the ninja world. Many ninjas died. The fact that their generation can live in peace today is inseparable from the sacrifices and efforts of the previous generations. But the following scene is too scary. Hinata's lips quivered slightly. He was so nervous that his voice was a little offline. Now, isn't it an era of peace? The era of peace is nothing but the ninja village for your 5 major nations. Like these small countries, their survival resources are extremely scarce. As a last resort, we can only rely on war to plunder the resources of neighboring countries. Subai paused, as if lost in thought. After a few breaths, he opened his mouth slowly, and his tone changed slightly. Hinata felt that Subai seemed to be shrouded in a sense of desolation. I once knew a friend from Kalyan village. Both she and her mother have a special ability, just like your white eyes. However, their abilities are more used for medical recovery. Just bite them hard, and the wounded can be healed. When my friend was 7 or 8, her mother died. Having said that, Subai looked a little lonely. All of this was seen by Hinata, and for a moment, she also felt a kind of sadness. He was bitten to death by someone. Boom. It's just that Subai's next word struck Hinata as if struck by lightning. A living person, but was bitten to death. What a terrible thing this is. But the other party didn't feel guilty about it. My mother left, and my friend continued to serve the wounded ninjas in Kalyan village. My friend has no choice but has been working hard for them. What do you think is the reason why she worked so hard to help Kalyan village? The sudden change made Hinata feel a little overwhelmed. After being stunned for a long time, she murmured, is it for the village? That's right, she and her mother were not from Kalyan village. Just living in Kalyan village. So the other party has been using the excuse that people who are not from Kalyan village to be unfaithful to oppress their mother and daughter. And they also want to get the approval of Kalyan village, and desperately help the wounded. In the end, all of them were bitten to death. No one will recognize them until death. Finally finished the story of Shanghalan. Subai let out a long breath. It seems embarrassing to coax Hinata like this. But it doesn't matter. After all, Hinata has a good heart, and she must believe in this story very much. Believe it or not, her slightly lowered eyes contain sympathy for Shanghalan's experience. Take advantage of the situation and pursue. Subai went on to add, wanting to be recognized as very illusory in the first place. You can't always expect to be approved by so-and-so. You just need to do what you should do well, and when you are strong in all aspects, people around you will naturally recognize you. Recognition requires the initiative of others. Looking forward to someone's approval like you will never get it. For Hinata, these words were full of blows. For a moment, her little head drooped even lower. Just like you, it's definitely not good to start dejected after 1 or 2 sentences. Do I have to praise you every time? Does it mean that if you praise you or say a few beautiful words, you will be able to survive down here? Don't forget, you are a ninja. Boom. As soon as Subai finished speaking, the roar of the detonating talisman came from afar again. And the wailing and crying of those who were bombed. Then what should I do? Since you tell me this, there must be a way. Hinata looked expectantly at Subai. Of course she still hopes to be recognized by others. I don't want to be as cowardly as I used to be, and I don't want to be called an unwanted Hyūga member by my father. Seeing this, Subai slowly sat down and pointed to the distant battlefield. Look with your white eyes. You can see more clearly with your white eyes, until you see those dilapidated corpses that don't vomit or look a little calm. We'll move on to the next step. Chapter 20. The White Yasha in Action. It's time for dinner. Subai returned home with Hinata, who had no blood on his face. As soon as your feet touched the ground, Hinata almost fell to the ground. That bloody scene really made her unforgettable for a long time. Not to mention the corpses all over the ground, there are more people's severed limbs. The mutilated corpse made Hinata feel nauseated. Mr. Subai, I feel like I'm dying. Hinata was about to say something more, but suddenly covered his mouth. After Subai saw this, he didn't hesitate. Grabbed Hinata directly and took it to the bathroom. Vomit. Subai, after vomiting, please take a good rest. Subai left a few words, but he didn't seem to want to help Hinata at all. He himself is very clear. At this time, we must grasp the strength. Can't do something that ruins the current relationship. The so-called Asahi gentleness should also be divided into tasks and time, and should be used wisely. What's more, according to Hinata's personality, if she starts to gradually look up to Subai, then she will be miserable. Oops, little girl, you are miserable, you are in love. Mr. Subai, where are you going? Feel the strangeness coming from behind. Hinata turned her head to look, only to find that the portal appeared again. This proves that Subai wants to go out. For a while, little Hinata was a little nervous. This guy doesn't intend to leave me alone here to starve to death. I have something to do, I'll be back in a while. If you feel better, get yourself something to eat, and if you don't want to eat, go to bed early. Finished talking. Without waiting for Hinata to speak, Subai's figure slowly disappeared. The bottomless portal disappeared at the same time. Hinata. The portal connecting the home space also has a special function. That is, as long as Subai has been to a place, he can be directly teleported from his homeland. By the time Subai showed up, he had already arrived in the land of waves. Standing on the half-built bridge, Subai frowned slightly. There was a faint light in the room in the distance. With Subai's vision, he can clearly see the people walking back and forth in the house. Dasna, why are you still here? In recent years, Subai as a wandering swordsman is not doing nothing. In order to facilitate future travel, he has traveled around most of the ninja world on foot. It's just that he didn't have a chance to enter places like those places where the investigation is relatively strict. It's like the ninja village of the 5 great nations. When Subai was given the task of training Hinata to excel in the Chunin exam. I've been thinking about timing issues. It is certain that Hinata cannot be sent back when the Chunin exam begins. At that time the day Lily was cold. Not to mention, even sending Hinata back. Is it true that the guys in Konoha village just eat dry food? Hyūga Hinata is going to face scrutiny, that's for sure. After staring for a long time, Subai disappeared again. When it appeared next time, it had already come to a deserted street. Pushing open the dilapidated door, Subai walked into the room. Opening the mechanism on the wall, a dark underground passage suddenly appeared in front of him. There is another room at the end of the passage. Continue to push the door and enter, and this room is actually a bar-like place. It's just that the area is quite small. In the house, there were only 3 or 2 big and 3 rough guys sitting there. Drinking wine bored in the house. White Yasha, seeing Subai enter, several people were taken aback for a moment. Then he laughed mischievously. It's been a long time since we saw each other. Master Bai Yasha came this time and wanted us to help you investigate something. No excessive nonsense. Subai put a photo and several wads of money on the table. Get someone to stare at the old man in the picture. Until he goes to Konoha village. Also, after he came out of Konoha village, anyone who followed him had to tell me. Old man, the person in the photo is the dishonor that Subai had photographed before. Several people glanced at the photo and collected the money. Although a little curious, they didn't talk too much. There are many guys in the black market who provide people with various information. Those who eat this food should ask and should not ask, and should say and should not say, they all understand. The most important thing is, just collect money and work. After seeing Subai left, several people breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a man with a bounty of 800 million taels, I'm so overwhelmed that I can't breathe. However, Bai Yasha gives a lot of money each time. It would be great if he came to us a few more times, and we still use it in the black market. Okay, let's help Bai Yasha complete this vote, and we can be chic for another whole year. By the way, I remember who he asked us to investigate a year ago. Cut, your memory is really bad, that gambler, the legendary fat sheep. Besides, I heard that the two started fighting because of a bet. I don't know what Bai Yasha did. The woman was so angry that she almost kicked the whole street, and Bai Yasha was so scared that she ran away. Did you run away in fright? How did I hear them say that Bai Yasha blew a mocking kiss to that woman before leaving? Okay, don't talk about it, it has nothing to do with us. If you talk too much, you will get lost. Clean up, let's go to Konoha village to stay. Chapter 21. Hinata, Lord Shiroyasha, I think this is right. When Subai came back, he found that a light meal had already been set on the table in the room. Maybe it's because of Hinata's bad mental state, she has already gone back to the house to rest. I tasted it casually. Subai nodded in satisfaction. This little girl's craftsmanship is really good. As a ninja, he doesn't have talent, so he focuses all his talent on cooking. What nonsense are you talking about? People call her a good wife at home. The reason why Subai seems to be struggling to obtain Dasna's information. He needs to determine the approximate time of the Chunin exam through Dasna's actions. If nothing unexpected happens, Dasna will seek refuge in Konoha village because of Kato's threats, and the team protecting Dasna is the 7th squad led by Hitaki Kakashi. After completing this task, there is still less than a month left. Konoha village will officially start the Wood Sand Joint Chunin exam, and Subai is well aware that the 7th squad led by Hitaki Kakashi is the last squad to go out on a mission for the first time. After all, there is a special existence among them, Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not let Naruto go out without making up his mind. Of course, even under the influence of Hinata's kidnapping, it doesn't involve Dasna going to Konoha village to ask for help. It doesn't matter if Squad 7 protects him or not, as long as Dasna gets to Konoha village. Then Subai had to rush to find a way to send Hyūga Hinata back to Konoha village. It feels a bit tight. Finish the simple meal on the table. Subai tidied up roughly, then walked towards the hot spring room. Anyway, there are still 2 days left, and I am quite looking forward to getting some rewards. In the next 2 days, Subai still took Hinata to the northern stronghold of Kauyan village to watch the battle between the two sides. Hinata was really dizzy watching it, but after a long time, she got used to it a little bit. No more embarrassment like the first day. It was finally dinner time after watching the war scenes for 3 days. Hinata wobbled out from the portal. This time, she managed to stand still. Hey. Thinking of his accomplishments in the past 2 days, Hinata chuckled with satisfaction. What are you laughing at? Anything funny? Do you think you're doing well? Are you any different from the first day before? I haven't made any progress at all, so I'm embarrassed to laugh. Before Hinata could finish her fun, Subai's chattering accusations came from behind her. Hinata himself was dumbfounded by this accusation. What happened? Did Mr. Subai eat explosives today? Why did the mood suddenly become so irritable? 3 questions linger in Hinata's mind. Her little brain couldn't digest it at all. Hold. Sorry, I got carried away. After being scolded, Hinata lowered her head dejectedly. He stared at the floor erratically, motionless. So you are still the same, and you don't even want to change. No. Subai's last words were strongly opposed by Hinata. But when Hinata suddenly raised his head, he found that Subai was staring at him. It was the first time she saw Subai's serious and indifferent eyes. Frightened for a moment, he involuntarily stepped back a few steps. He crossed his hands over his chest as if for self-protection. The white eyes that couldn't help trembling fluctuated up and down. There was fear in his eyes. Hinata didn't know where to turn her gaze. The crossed hands couldn't stop trembling. Snort. Seeing this, Subai snorted coldly. Then why did I just comment a few words on you, and you yourself denied all the hard work in the past 3 days? Do you still need me to define the changes you have experienced through the ordeal? Don't you feel it yourself? Woo. Subai's words completely confused Hinata. Is this an accusation or a compliment? So you think you've changed and improved? Have. Hinata whispered softly. His eyes turned to Subai quietly. Only then did I realize that the other party's eyes were more fierce than before. Have. The sound is slightly louder. But Subai's eyes still had a fierce look. Have. He gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. Hyūga Hinata rolled her eyes at Subai in return. It can be regarded as giving the other party a big blank stare. The room suddenly fell silent. The two sides stared at each other for a while. Subai's eyes suddenly softened, and then he smiled and touched Hinata's little head. Congratulations on your graduation, we can proceed to the next training program. The sudden tenderness really flattered Hinata. Does this represent the approval of Mr. Subai? Just when Hinata was in a daze, Subai said with a smile, you must have this kind of self-confidence. Let others say what they say. Only you know yourself. Just like me. If it's true what the other party said, can I still live? Subai's words got Hinata excited. A person as powerful as Mr. Subai, will anyone say anything about you? Too much. For example, B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ The one whose head fell to the ground and bit my neck off with his teeth. There's even something more hateful, saying that I'm a little ghost. Look at Subai's indignant look when he mentioned the last item. Hinata's face turned a little rosy. Although she didn't say anything, she felt that what the man said seemed to make sense. Especially when she thought of the memory of when she was stuck in the hole in the wall, she even wanted to raise her hands in agreement. The only difference is that for Hinata, Subai is older than her. As long as the word, small, is removed, it will be very vivid. Chapter 22, The Suffering Hyūga Hinata. The next day, Hyūga Hinata looked surprised. The strawberries planted actually bear fruit. What's even more weird is the seedlings she planted on the land that she has tossed for a long time. But only 7 strawberries came out. Eat it. Subai handed the strawberries to Hinata. But Hinata is really embarrassed. No, there are only 7 in total. And is it because I made a mistake in the operation that I only ended up with this point? Sorry, it's my first time growing strawberries too. Now Hinata feels sorry for Subai. But Subai was very satisfied in his heart. If you eat this kind of thing, you will be rewarded. No more precious than gold. It would be nice to have 7. And the wait for the next batch is long. It takes a full 3 months. It doesn't matter. If you don't eat it, we can't proceed to the next step of special training. This sentence made Hinata even more puzzled. Does eating strawberries affect training? But now that Subai has said so, Hinata no longer insists. Just grab one and pop it into your mouth. Very sweet. Feel the sweetness of strawberries in your mouth. Hinata had a look of delighted satisfaction on his face. But the next moment, she felt bursts of heat coming from her abdomen. The sudden pain also distorted her face. Well, Mr. Subai, my stomach hurts. But Subai didn't answer Hinata's words. At this moment, he is listening to the sound of the system. Hyūga Hinata takes the first strawberry. The upper limit of physical skills has been greatly increased. The upper limit of chakra has grown a lot. Congratulations to Hyūga Hinata for learning ninjutsu Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 64 palms. Adaptive. Congratulations to Hyūga Hinata for learning ninjutsu 8 trigrams air palm. Adaptive. Congratulations to Hyūga Hinata for learning ninjutsu 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Adaptive. The home pass is being engraved. Home pass. For this new term, Subai made a special study. Home pass. Under the condition that the host does not close the home transmission channel, the first servant only Hyūga Hinata can use the home pass to travel between the home and the present world at will, cannot bring other people. And the host can open the portal according to the location of Hyūga Hinata and reach her side precisely. Friendly reminder, people who are taking homegrown or farmed ingredients, including its own original or later acquired power, including self-cultivation, the host will obtain a small amount of power or random power in return. While the host gains power, it will not have any impact on the other party. Part of the acquired power can be exchanged for the growth of the host's upper limit of physical skills and upper limit of chakra if it is not needed. Subai. This is interesting. I always feel that what eats me is my person. Watching Hinata sweating profusely from the pain, Subai then felt a little strange. The ninjutsu rewards obtained should be adaptive. In other words, there shouldn't be such a painful expression at all. Hyūga Hinata, how is this going? Are you okay, Hinata? Subai was very calm. Looking at Hinata's appearance, he should be enduring some kind of persistent pain. But at least, does not affect life. Hinata gritted her teeth, stubbornly endured the pain and said, I feel a burning sensation in my abdomen. Belly burning. Subai suddenly realized when he heard the words. It's over. Hyūga Hinata is afraid to be in this life. It seemed that the imprint of the home pass was branded on her abdomen. The burning sensation was not inside the abdominal cavity, but the surface of the burning skin. This is, quite strange. Subai touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. At this point the work of the system is finally complete. The imprint of the home pass has been engraved. After one sentence, the system went completely silent. At this time, Hinata opened his eyes suddenly. His bright white eyes blinked slightly. It doesn't hurt anymore. Perhaps it is because the energy is drawn by the pain. Hinata didn't even feel the change in herself. She looked at the apologetic Subai strangely, and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Mr. Subai. Oh, right, can we proceed to the next stage of special training? Subai. Oh, my dear Hyūga Hinata, what a cutie, don't you realize the seriousness of the matter? But Subai really didn't know that eating the kind of strawberries that can make people get rewards will also have the additional function of home pass. He must not be blamed for this incident. Chapter 23. Subai's Reward, the Blackened Holy Sword. See, Hinata has fully recovered. Subai nodded and said, calm down now and feel the changes in yourself. Hinata feels more and more that Subai is a bit strange today. What he said was also a little strange. But then think about it. She finally realized the truth. It must be that Mr. Subai is preparing for the next special training. Without further ado, Hyūga Hinata closed her eyes slightly agitated. This feeling made her jump up on the spot in fright. How so? I'm actually so much stronger than before. What exactly is this? Hyūga Hinata looked at Subai in horror. It was really a surprise. The main thing is that this thing is too weird. Don't get excited. It's just a secret method. Subai's explanation made Hinata somewhat unacceptable. She just ate a strawberry, but she gained such terrifying power. Of course it was very scary for her. 8 trigrams air palms, 8 trigrams 64 palms, and even the absolute defense of the Hyūga clan 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. She didn't even know what happened. There is such a clear picture in my mind. It was as if she could use these moves if she wanted to. As expected of the white-eyed eldest lady of the Hyūga clan, you will turn your back on her and deny her recognition. Do you want to be a white-eyed wolf? He looked at Hinata in shock, with a puzzled and even a little panic expression on his face. Subai snorted coldly. No. That was not what I meant. I mean, I'm not dreaming. Hinata quickly waved her hand to indicate that Subai misunderstood her. She was just shocked by this incredible thing. Then you should pinch your face hard, and if you feel the pain, you will know if you are dreaming. Subai said casually, and handed her a strawberry by the way. Here, try another one. As the chief servant, Hyūga Hinata's rewards are indeed quite generous. But Subai wasn't particularly surprised. These 3 moves, Hinata was able to acquire 8 trigrams 64 palms and 8 trigrams air palms through her own efforts after 3 years. But revolving heaven, she won't in the end. Instead, he learned his own set of guardians, 8 trigrams 64 palms, to replace revolving heaven. But to be honest, this trick is not a few grades worse than revolving heaven. And it's useless. Of course, the most important thing is the improvement of the upper limit of physical skills and the upper limit of chakra. This is the existence that can control the effect of ninjutsu. Hyūga Hinata is very clever, seeing Subai handing the strawberry to himself again. It is clear that the so-called secret method is related to this thing. Seemingly forgetting the burning of her skin before, she took it again. Hyūga Hinata takes the second strawberry. Congratulations to Hyūga Hinata for getting a small increase in the upper limit of chakra and an increase in the upper limit of physical skills. Congratulations to host for getting a small amount of chakra upper limit increase and physical skill upper limit increase. A small amount. Trace. Sure enough, it is impossible to continue the violent superposition. There's no pain this time. Hinata was slightly taken aback, with a silly smile on his face. Subai, good guy. It seems that Hyūga Hinata is still very persistent in improving his strength. Even though he knew that he might be tortured by the previous pain, he still chose to bear it. The performance is good. It seems that if you continue to use it, it won't have much effect. If you want to feel your current strength, go to the yard and sweat. I'm going to pass a letter to my old acquaintance so that he can prepare for our next special training. After listening to the special training, Hinata suddenly became energetic. Mr. Subai, where are we going? Forehead, an isolated island in the sea that cannot be found on the map. It is an entertainment place where rich people gather. After listening to Subai's introduction, Hinata was a little discouraged. Are we going to play? Of course not. That's all right, I have to get ready, you can move freely in the yard by yourself. Subai drives Hinata out of the room. Judging by her appearance, it seems that she hasn't found out about the home pass yet. Really unresponsive. Of course, Subai is not worried about her running away at all. Even if she is driven away now, she may not be able to leave. Not to mention that if you really want to run, you can catch it back if you catch it. He simply didn't even bother to close the passageway to his home. Go back to the study. Subai swallowed a strawberry herself. Host takes the first strawberry. Congratulations to host for getting an extra chakra upper limit increase. Congratulations to host for obtaining an increase in the upper limit of ultra quantity physical skills. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Blackening Oath of Victory Sword including a set of armor, adaptive ability. Subai. Excalibur. Chapter 24. What is the status of ninjas in the ninja world? Fog shrouded the sea in the middle of the night. Due to the need to communicate with Hinata about some situations, this time Subai did not directly choose to go to the island on the sea through the portal. Instead, I chose to go by boat. This is Hinata's first time traveling by boat. I was a little curious at first, but when the fog rose at night, she looked a little nervous. Calm down. Nothing will happen. What's more, even if anything happens, you can escape immediately, can't you? Hinata understood what Subai was referring to. It was a little embarrassing for a while. Another embarrassment in front of Mr. Subai. Hinata thought shyly, I don't know where to put my rubbing hands. But overall she was in a very good mood. After gaining strength, Hinata proceeded to the training controlled by chakra. The precious power gained must not be wasted. Her behavior was praised by Subai. It caused me to feel a little happy in my heart. Of course, what shocked Hinata even more was the issue of the home pass. She never thought that she would be able to receive such an honor. Although the lower abdomen was engraved with strange marks, Hinata didn't think too far ahead. I also think that the small black mark is very beautifully engraved. Just like the Konoha village Anbu ninjas, they all have logos engraved on their arms proving they served as Anbu. If Subai knew what Hinata was thinking, he would definitely be stunned. Can this be the same? People's Anbu is printed on the arm. Yours is printed in a more beautiful place. By the way, Mr. Subai, you said that the place we are going this time is a place where rich people gather. Is there any special training there? In order to avoid embarrassment, Hinata changed the topic. It's just that she was really excited and wanted to know in advance where Subai was going to take her. The isolated island that isn't even marked on the map is within the territory of the Land of Thunder. It belongs to the place where rich people hang out. There are all sorts of lavish entertainment venues and of course their favorite things. Casino. Hinata, who was listening carefully, tilted her head and encountered something she didn't understand very well. Are we going to gamble? The more Hinata listened, the more confused she became. With doubts, she waited seriously for Subai's answer. Is there a relationship between gambling and special training? Hinata simply can't bring the two together. Surprisingly, Subai nodded, and then said, it's just that what they bet on is not what you imagined. The chips are the ninjas they raised in captivity. Battle with ninjas, commonly known as the arena. Subai's explanation obviously hit Hinata hard. Gambling against ninjas is chips. This is completely beyond Hinata's understanding of the ninja world and ninjas. In her mind, ninjas are like what third Hokage said. In order to protect the village, to protect the family, for this love, infinite power will flow out, even if you sacrifice yourself. This spirit is called the will of fire, and it is also the essence of ninja that Hinata believes in. However, this kind of captive ninja used for fighting and gambling is completely to subvert her cognition. She couldn't accept it at all. Seeing Hinata still in shock, Subai smiled faintly. You don't need to show that face. The living environment is different, so naturally there will be different understandings. What you understand is not wrong. The ninja world is huge, but you only see Konoha village. Moreover, there will be heretics in every era, and the general justice methods used to deal with these people are useless. So you're going to need some extreme ways of dealing with it, and people who can deal with it. You don't need to know this. In the future, you still have to go your own way according to your own thoughts and ideas. Subai told Hinata a little about it. He didn't want Hinata to be exposed to things that she didn't need to think about. The original Hinata was fine, it just lacked some confidence. And these darker things will naturally be handled by those who have this kind of means. After listening to Subai's explanation, as expected, Hinata didn't know what he was talking about. But this does not prevent Hinata from looking at Subai with adoring eyes. As expected of Shiroyasha, you really know too many things. The moonlight shines on Subai's face through the mist. After Hinata quietly stared at Subai's profile for a few seconds, Subai's voice woke her up. At that time, I will arrange for you to fight against a ninja. Remember not to be careless, most of the captive ninjas in the arena are just like you. Belongs to ninjas who have blood succession limits. Remember one sentence, try your best to win the game, even if you kill the opponent, it doesn't matter. Chapter 25. The Blood Pool Clan, Yuucheng Yan. Picture. Let me explain, this bounty is not linked to the task level at all, and the amount of the bounty is not determined according to the strength. it depends entirely on how much the person who is offering the bounty is willing to pay, and the regular ninja has never said to catch the bounty for the bounty, they just chose to accept or not to accept the task according to the client's narration. Subai landed on the isolated island with Hinata, came in front of a huge mountain range. Mr. Subai, who are those people? Hinata is weird, why is there a group of guards gathered at the entrance of the cave? Just some unorganized ninjas. Subai shrugged and pulled the cloak of Hinata's robe over her head. Okay, let's go. 10 meters away from the entrance of the cave, the group of guard ninjas turned their attention to Subai and the two of them. Who are you? Because of the cloak on his head and the fact that it was getting late. The other party couldn't check the appearance of Subai and Hinata at all. When they asked, Subai didn't care, and still walked forward with Hinata. Kutaro. A few meters further away, Subai stopped and threw a passport-like pass to the opponent. The other party took the sign and glanced at it, his eyes trembled suddenly. It's Kotaro-sama. Kotaro, could it be that Miyashiro Yan-sama has always maintained a hand of victory in all battles? Don't talk nonsense, be careful, Kotaro-sama and Miyashiro Yan-sama are good friends now. Due to the excessive surprise, several people talked involuntarily. After reacting, he immediately smiled and said, Miyashiro Yan-sama informed us before that he has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in. Subai didn't pay attention to the discussion of several people, seeing them make way, he took Hinata and walked towards the cave. Just because he doesn't care doesn't mean Hyūga Hinata isn't curious. She raised her small head to look at Subai, and asked suspiciously, Mr. Subai, who is Kotaro? A false name that was used before. Hinata's pretty face trembled slightly upon hearing this. Could it be that the person they say is the one who keeps winning all the time in the arena? Is that Mr. Subai you? Subai didn't hide anything, and nodded. Immediately memories came to mind. He smiled and said, I used to come here to play for a while when I was bored. Because I don't have a reasonable identity, I chose to cooperate with Oyahoyan and use a pseudonym to become a so-called hand card. That's great. As expected of Shiroyasha-sama, Hyūga Hinata has never seen a person who came to such a place because of boredom. After awe-inspiring, my heart became even more nervous. Just now Mr. Subai said that most of these ninjas are blood follower limit users. Aren't they all powerful? Feel Hinata's tension. Subai took her little hand. This time, Hinata didn't dodge, a shyness flashed across her face in the dark cave. Most of these ninjas are sold to rich people. Many places in the ninja world are not like your Konoha village. It's like the country of water, which is as famous as your country of fire. In other villages in the land of water, there are many ordinary people who are very panicked when they see blood successor limit. They thought it was a different existence from them, and was defined as a different kind. It's normal to crowd out and even kill people. Of course, many of them have been sold here. Although there are blood successors, they have no formal cultivation, and they are also very weak. So if you can't win, don't eat after you go back, just face the wall and think about your mistakes. Forehead, still as strict as ever. Just when Hinata was still thinking about what opponent he was going to face. A faint light came from the entrance of the cave. When the two walked out of the cave, the scene in front of them was even more shocking. Hinata was dumbfounded. Luxurious street houses. The lights are brilliant and colorful. There is still such a glamorous venue in the cave. What shocked Hinata even more? At the end of the road, a huge arena stands impressively in the middle. If the prediction is good, there is the so-called arena. Looking at the street with people coming and going, Hinata couldn't get over the shock at all. All of them were dressed brightly. Especially women, even when they are old, they still dress very fashionable. Everyone wears a gold necklace or a pearl necklace around their necks, and the gemstone rings on their fingers are also particularly conspicuous. Hinata looked dazzled. This is more powerful than many of the big shots she has seen come to Konoha village in sedan chairs to deliver commissions. Let's go, we're going to find that old fox of Oyahoyan. Look at Hinata's ignorant look. Subai smiled, pulled her and walked towards the arena. Chapter 26. Subai, I killed Hinata in the street. The white eyes were picked out and crushed. Under the leadership of several staff members, Subai and Hinata enter the room. As soon as he stepped into the room and closed the door, Oyahoyan wearing sunglasses rushed towards Subai. Oh, dear Lord White Yasha, we really haven't seen each other for a long time. But at the same time that Oyahoyan rushed forward, Hinata hasn't figured it out yet. The black knife in Subai's hand was already on Oyahoyan's neck. What happened here? Hinata stared at the two people who were at war with swords, in a dazed manner, and was stunned. Ah, long time no see, Bai Yasha is still so unreasonable. Miyashiro Yan said with a sneer. He didn't care, then turned his head to the sofa and sat down. That's not true, I just don't like people who can abuse their own daughters. Subai also shrugged, walked slowly towards the sofa, and sat opposite to Oyahoyan. Even his own daughter is going to be abused. Hyūga Hinata suddenly thinks of her strict father, Hyūga Hiashi. Is the other party as strict as his father? But Hinata never blamed Hiashi, she thought maybe it was because of her lack of strength. That's why I am so eager to grow. Could it be? But before Hinata finished thinking about it, Oyahoyan laughed, so she ran away with the typhoon-style ninja I won back a few years ago. Subai showed a trace of disdain when he heard the words. Oyahoyan is the only survivor of the Blood Pool clan so far. Their family used to serve the Kingdom of Thunder. Shueiji boundary blood Longan possesses powerful illusion and the ability to control human blood. The most terrifying thing is that this family can turn people into human bombs by creating wounds on those people. But a long time ago, their family was dispatched to Jigoku Valley by the daimyo of the Country of Thunder, and paid for the Uchiha family to be imprisoned and guarded. That's right, the Thunder Country daimyo hired the Uchiha clan to guard the Blood Pool clan who can fight against him. The long life in Hell Valley caused civil strife in their family, and Oyahoyan's wife died because of this internal strife. So this guy killed the whole family. He didn't recognize the daughter who was left behind, and even let his daughter become his own hand to compete in the arena. Ha ha, let's not talk about that. You told me before that you want to bring a ninja from the blood succession limit. I guess it's her. Oyahoyan pointed to Hinata behind Subai. After looking up and down, he said, what kind of blood successor limit? Ah, this. Who is this? Why is it so ugly to speak? Hinata's small face under the cloak was swollen, and he sneered at Oyahoyan in his heart. Your speech is still as ugly as ever. Subai put down the teacup in his hand, while Hinata behind him jumped with joy. That's right, this guy's words are really ugly. Oh, is there a problem? Isn't that the same thing as blood succession boundary? For those who consider themselves ordinary, this special ability simply represents terror. It is a sin to be born. But I like blood succession boundary very much. Miyashiro narrowed his eyes and laughed. Think about it, it's powerful and rare, isn't that great? That's why I searched everywhere and put them in my guard group. But at this point, Yu Chengyan's conversation suddenly changed, and he said gloomily, however, I also kept only one in order to increase the rarity. Kill all the rest, hee. Ah, Oyahoyan seemed to be schizophrenic. He smiled, his expression became serious after a daze. Speaking of it, Shiroyasha. It's a pity that the girl from the Hyūga clan you killed earlier was real. Bayan is still a good blood succession limit, but I didn't expect you to find another one from other places. The ugly thing is before, I arranged for you to play against my hand. If you lose, this blood follower limit ninja will be mine. Although Oyahoyan didn't see clearly who Hinata was wearing the cloak. But since Shirayasha didn't even pay attention to Bayan, the blood successor limit ninja he found must be more rare and powerful than Bayan. For those who like to collect blood succession boundaries, Yu Cheng was so greedy that he drooled a little. But what he said made Subai a little confused. What did you say? Seeing that Subai's face was gloomy for an instant, Miyashiroyan's body froze and he was startled. Hey, isn't he just a ninja who inherits the limit of blood? As for being so serious, I'm not talking about the rules here, I'm talking about what did you say I killed. The girl of the Hyūga clan is the Hyūga clan in Konoha village, the one with white eyes. He looked at Subai with a dazed look on his face. Oyajoyan was also a little sluggish. Didn't you torture and kill a Hyūga girl in a black market somewhere in the land of fire? The white eyes were picked out and crushed. At this point, Miyahoyan held up his teacup and glanced at Subai with a smile, but it's you. The practice is really cruel enough, even I have never done such a cruel thing. Chapter 27. The Targeted Shimura Danzo. From the stands in the auditorium, Subai and Miyashiro watched Hyūga Hinata and Kaide fighting below. Maple is the powerful hand of Oyahoyan, a user of blood successor boundary boil style. Boil style Chowu technique. Looking at the mist sprayed from Fang's mouth, Subai recognized this ninjutsu at a glance. Combining the water attribute and the fire attribute chakra, and spraying a powerful corrosive acid mist from the mouth, the caster can control the acidity of the clever mist by adjusting the amount of chakra. According to the strength of Terumi-Mei in the future, the acid mist from her mouth can even melt Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo. But Fang's clever fog technique is really hip pull in Subai's eyes. The fog range is small, and the acidity doesn't seem to be particularly strong. As Hyūga Hinata dodged, the robe on his body was slightly stained. It's just that the speed of melting the robe is still quite slow. Bai Yasha, you seem to be plotted against. Watching Hinata's performance, Oyahoyan smiled slightly and came to Subai's side. Have it. Subai was still watching the arena, and the audience cheered endlessly. Then why not? Obviously you didn't do something, but someone pretended to be you and Hyūga Hinata, which caused you to bear another 500 million reward. I'm afraid that even those smart people will be ready to move after seeing you now. Indeed, flies are more annoying. Only then did Subai look at Oyajoyan, showing a slight smile. Fighting fierce dogs can also exercise the muscles and bones. At least fighting monkeys is fun. If it's just flies, the buzzing is indeed a bit disturbing. Do you have any ideas? Oyajoyan was very curious about what Subai should do next. The bounty of 300 million taels may be very enviable, but there are also those who are afraid of death and dare not do it. But with a bounty of 800 million taels, those who are afraid of death may have to use their brains. But it's a miracle that you're still alive. Ha ha ha. Oyahoyan suddenly laughed, and then added, if it weren't for my illusion, it would be useless to you. I really want to take you into my hand and continue to help me fight. Subai, I was really speechless by the neurosis in front of me. Are all the cards in your hand controlled by illusion? There was sarcasm in Subai's words, and Mawuchengen could naturally hear that it was an irony, but he didn't care at all. Of course not, they just need to adjust a little bit, and they are still a lot worse for me. It's not like you. Of course, if you want, you can continue to hang out with me, and you don't have to worry about the bounty anymore. Look at the president of Muwei Company, you can also enjoy his kind of treatment. Miyashiro said earnestly, and even took off his sunglasses to reveal his sincere eyes. By the way, add a little coercion. Subai, president of Makio, still knows that an old man in his 40s or 50s sits in the VIP seat every day. Drinking red wine, there are usually 5 or 6 young women serving by your side. There is also Ms. Jibaihei, the chairman of Jibaihei Company, who is opposite him. She looks very old and looks like Ms. Udatane Kaharu, a consultant from Konoha village. However, Jibaihei Shanxi's makeup looks a little bit better than Udatane Kaharu's skin. There should also be a few handsome young men in suits and leather shoes beside them. And you should also be clear that even if your identity is exposed in this kind of place, it will not be passed on to the outside world. When you asked the host to introduce Hinata just now, you directly and completely revealed her identity, which is useless to outside rumors. Oyahoyan wanted to continue to say something, but was patted on the shoulder by Subai. I don't want to bully children here with a mask on. Subai smiled, recalling the time when he wore a mask and used Kotaro's name. It was quite interesting at the time, but Subai feels that he has found something more interesting now. Shimura Danzo. Subai can think of the person who plays a bad show with his toes. Who else could it be if not Danzo? However, at this moment, Hinata in the ring seized the opportunity and hit Feng in the stomach with an 8 trigrams air palm. The powerful thrust directly knocked the opponent out of the ring. Oh, out of bounds. It's unbelievable that Hyūga Hinata, who is playing for the first time, has such an amazing performance. The winner is Hyūga Hinata. The host's loud voice sounded. People around also burst into applause. As expected of someone who came out of a regular ninja village, I am convinced that I lost. Feng, who was knocked out of bounds, stood up and looked at Hinata indifferently. This look can't help but make Hinata's heart tremble slightly. This look is very much like a person. It's just that the person's eyes are more disdainful towards Hinata. Chapter 28. Hinata, you don't want me anymore. In home space. After Hinata practiced, she soaked in the hot spring pool. I have to say that Hinata feels very comfortable in the small courtyard of Subai. It is really enjoyable to be able to soak in the warm hot spring directly after the practice. It's just that within the past few days after returning, Hinata can't forget that sentence. As expected of a ninja born in a regular ninja village, that person's indifferent eyes always reminded Hinata of Hyūga Neji. In Hinata's memories, Neji was 4 when she was 3. When the two first met, Neji was so gentle and had a smile on his face that Hinata felt very comfortable. But then Neji, it feels like the whole person has changed. While Hinata was still thinking, there was a noise outside. Well, Mr. Subai is back. Hinata soaked her whole body in the pool, only showing the upper half of her face. There was one more thing that bothered her a little. I don't know that villain actually slandered Mr. Subai. Gouged out her eyes in the street and tortured her to death. HMPH. What a nasty fellow. Bored guy. Quote. Why, little Hinata didn't know who did it, but this was the first time she felt so disgusted with someone. Just remembering the joke Subai made with her made Hinata feel even worse. Hinata, maybe by now you Hyūga clan have your picture on the wall. When Hinata came out of the bath, she happened to see Subai sitting on the sofa, as if waiting for her. I'm going to make lunch now. Hinata sneered, but unexpectedly, Subai said, it's not necessary this time. Subai, who just came back from the outside, received news about Dasna. Sure enough, the old man went to Konoha village. What surprised Subai was that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't ground Uzumaki Naruto because of him. But when you think about it, it is true that all the villages are trying the practice of Jinchuriki. Their Jinchuriki from Konoha village, like Tai Hanhan, catches dogs and cats in the village every day. According to reports from people who were staying on the black market, Dasna and the others left Konoha village not long after. Several more people with masks and short swords appeared. Always follow behind them. There's no need to cook this time, let's go out to eat. Go out to eat? Hinata was puzzled. I have never eaten out before, so why do I suddenly have to eat out today? We may need to live outside in the last few days, so you should clean up. Subai stood up, opened the portal, and suddenly remembered something. Oh. By the way, you seem to have nothing to clean up. Let's go. Hinata. What he said was true, but he didn't bring anything with him when he was arrested. It's just that Hinata has forgotten that Subai is going to put her back in Konoha village. It's a pity that Hinata, who was out, suddenly felt that things were getting more and more wrong. She even felt that Subai's brain seemed to be broken today. I usually feel that Subai is a very smart person, what is wrong with him today? Mr. Subai, Hinata asked weakly, since Subai is very strange today, she doesn't dare to provoke him. We can't, let's go home first. No, just eat outside. But, looking at Subai's cold look, Hinata hesitated to speak. But people on the street are scared away when they see you. Hyūga Hinata actually knew something about Subai. Due to the reward amount, most of him only appeared on the black market. It is rare to go to this normal village street. Even if you come, you need to pretend. But today is different, just walk on the street openly. It was nothing at first, but someone in the crowd shouted, look, White Yasha. Suddenly, the bustling streets became quiet. Everyone stopped and stared at Subai for a long time, then suddenly screamed, it really is Bai Yasha. Run, 800 million tales of bounty criminals have appeared. Help, even children cried out in fright. Soon, the originally lively street became deserted. Hey, Mr. Subai, there are still people there. Hinata looked left and right for a long time, and finally found that there seemed to be a figure flickering in front of a shop not far away. Let's go and have a look. Subai nodded. It's just that the two of them hadn't waited to leave when the shop owner packed a small bag and came out with his things in his arms. Seeing that the two were approaching, regardless of that, he dropped the package in his hand and ran away. Hinata, Konoha village on the other side. In Hokage's office, with a bong in his mouth, Sarutobi Hiruzen was flipping through the ninja information sheets that had landed in the last year or two. Yuhihong was waiting in the office. Hey, it's really difficult to find a good ninja to make up the original reconnaissance specialization class. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face flushed. At the beginning, I promised Xi Hihong to choose a suitable person to join their class. But according to the style of the special investigation team he appointed at the beginning, this person is really not a particularly good choice. If the members of the Hyūga family are removed from other teammates, the configuration of other teammates will be destroyed. It is not very suitable to find older ones, and the young ones are not up to the graduation standard. The older ones are almost the worst Chunin. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a dilemma. Master Third Hokage, you. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance, Yuhihong knew that today was a dead end. In the past few days, Yuhihong has always been in Hokage's office. Although he didn't say it, the actual action was to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen to make a 3-person team for her as soon as possible. Otherwise, Aburame Shino and Inuzuka teeth will almost grow hair at home. Why, White Yasha, that hateful fellow. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Yuhiruzen's face gradually turning ugly, and cursed Vice Admiral Subai up and down in his heart. However, at this time, hurried footsteps came from the corridor of the Hokage building. Who doesn't catch eyes like that, is sprinting in the corridor at this time, come in later to see if I don't teach him a lesson. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered in his heart. At the same time, the door of Hokage's office was slammed open. What's so? The old monkey just wanted to show his power, but the other party seemed to speak faster than him. Master Third Hokage, Shiroyasha has appeared. Chapter 29. Don't talk, listen to me, I understand. Swish swish swish, there were several sounds of brushing past flowers and plants in the woods. Senior read, is Shiroyasha really immune to illusion? Konoha Anbu, wearing a mask and carrying a short sword on his back, curiously asked Kurenai Yuhi who was galloping beside him. Her purple hair stood out. If Subai was present, he would be able to recognize this person at a glance. Captain of Konoha Village Anbu Unit, Mao Yushian. To be honest, I'm not particularly clear. It's just that I thought he had fallen into my illusion at the beginning. But at the moment of the shot, that guy broke free from the illusion. Yuhihong recalled the fight with Subai back then. There was a murmur in my heart. If Bai Yasha was really immune to illusions, then he was teasing himself back then. The more she thought about Yuhihong, the more angry she became. Anyway, it seems that the information given by Lord Danzo at that time was wrong. Miss Hinata should still be alive. Mr. Lu Ju's original analysis may be true. At this time, a white-eyed ninja from the Hyūga family also followed up. When I heard the messenger say that Subai was accompanied by a girl with strange-looking white eyes. Hyūga Hiashi was so excited that he almost lost his breath. Huomen, let's continue to speed up the pace. Yuhihong bit her lower lip lightly, speeding up instantly. Seeing this, Azuki Shion waved her fair arm. The dozens of Anbu members behind them also picked up their speed. We have to speed up, too. Miss Hinata, you have to hold on. Hyūga Fire Gate, Hyūga Takashi, and Hyūga Tokuma. The three also quickened their pace. In the room, Hyūga Hinata's hungry stomach growled. Subai didn't speak, and she didn't dare to talk to her. Originally, I wanted to use the ingredients from the shop owner's house to cook, but Subai stopped me. There was a little grievance on Hinata's small face. These days are simply tormenting. You can do anything, but don't refuse to feed others. It was getting dark outside. A little anxiety appeared on Subai's face. Do people in Konoha village eat dry rice? Haven't you sent anyone yet? Subai complained in his heart. He specifically selected a village closest to Konoha village. But still waiting until now. Hyūga Hinata's hungry head shrugged. After returning home, it is their Konoha village's own business to be hungry. Subai had considered before that instead of sending Hinata back by himself, it would be better for the people of Konoha village to rescue him. At least this way can reduce some of their doubts. Don't interrogate too much at that time, and then make little Hinata stupid. That's really a big loss. After all, there are only 2 years left before Hinata can grow up to be able to. No matter what time, I still think about such a wonderful thing. Hyūga Hinata naturally didn't know what Subai's plan was, and he was already dejected because of his hunger. However, at this moment, a slight commotion outside the house caught Subai's attention. Although Subai doesn't have strong perception ability. However, long-term experience has created a certain conditioned reflex for him to change in the surrounding environment. Finally come, hearing slight noises on the roof, outside the door, and along the walls. Subai's heart is also at ease. A lot of people came. Presumably the ninjas of Konoha village. And in terms of feeling, I have been surrounded. All the Konoha village ninjas coming to the rescue are ready. Azuki Shion lightly waved her fingers. Among the members of Anbu, the members of the Nara family have used shadow imitation. slowly slipped into the room through the gap in the wall. The Hyūga trio stood in 3 directions, while staring at everything in the house with their white eyes. Oh, shadow imitation. He squinted at the black shadow that had come to his feet. Subai pretended not to see it at all, and continued to stare at Hinata in front of him. See, shadow mimicry is about to succeed. The Hyūga trio gave orders at the same time. Yuhihong standing at the door took the lead. The Anbu personnel on both sides of the wall have also completed printing. Fire-style Haoyan technique. Haoyan technique is a fire-style secret technique passed down from generation to generation by the Sarutobi family. The fire was intense. Boom. 2 loud bangs sounded at the same time. The walls on both sides of the house burst instantly. 2 intense flames struck Subai from left and right. Facing the sudden change, Hyūga Hinata raised his head abruptly. Before I could see clearly what was going on, I felt myself being hugged. When you react, Hinata found himself outside the house. The house where Subai was originally staying with was already in flames. Hinata. Just as Hinata pointed to the room where Subai was staying, Yuhihong grabbed her arm. Red. Teacher Hong. Hinata was dumbfounded. She never expected that the person who appeared in front of her was Yuhihong. Hinata, you have suffered. After finally confirming that Hinata was still alive, Kuroyuki was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. Teacher read. Hinata was stunned for a few breaths, and immediately looked at the house again. Looking at the flustered Hyūga Hinata, Yuhihong naturally knew that Subai had frightened her. But it doesn't matter, it will get better after returning to Konoha village. Especially when I think of what Hinata has suffered recently. Xi Hihong felt even more uncomfortable. She quickly hugged Hinata in her arms. He touched Hinata's head and said softly, I know Subai made you suffer. But it's okay, it's all right now. Hinata, what are you talking about? Why do I not understand at all? Chapter 30. You kidnapped my assistant and need someone to take her place. The raging fire was reflected in Hinata's eyes. What happened at this moment made her speechless in shock. Mingming was sitting with Mr. Subai just now. Did not expect. How's it going? Azuki Shien's indifferent voice reached Hinata's ears. She heard the sound and looked. Only then did I find out. The people besieging the house are all masked ninjas. They are easily identified by the clearly visible red marks on their arms. Konoha village Anbu. The appearance of the Anbu ninja made Hinata's eyes tremble slightly, revealing a little fear. Even Subai used to be undefeated in the arena, but this is the Anbu ninja of Konoha village. Little Hinata's heart sank, and his mind buzzed. Then he lost consciousness. Not good. White Yasha is not dead. Hyūga Tokuma sees very clearly with his supercilious eyes. Subai slowly got up amidst the raging fire. The powerful chakra erupting from his body was like a barrier, blowing away all the surrounding flames. The black shadow that originally controlled his shadow imitation technique also directly snapped off with chakra's explosion. He's coming out, everyone be careful. Hyūga roared. All Anbu members put their hands on the short sword behind them. Tokuma, Huoman, Shao. The 3 of you quickly leave with Senior Red, and leave the rest to Anbu. Azuki Shien let out a loud shout. Issued an order. Clear, clear. Heart-turning technique. At this time, an Anbu wearing a frog-like mask quickly completed the seal. The target was Subai, who was walking out from the house. Boom. It's a pity that Anbu, code-named Xing, was blown away on the spot just after the ninjutsu was performed. Clear. Shien was taken aback when she saw this. But it soon returned to normal. A little cold sweat subconsciously broke out from the palm of her grip on the handle of the knife. I sighed in my heart. It seems that the chakra in Subai's body is too strong. Haru, who belongs to the Yamanaka clan, cannot control him mentally. Senior Red, let's retreat quickly. At this time, the trio of Hyūga has come to Hong's side. Looking at the Anbu members who flew out against Junjun, they said in a panic, it will be troublesome if Shiro Yasha succeeds. However, at this moment, the earth trembled. 4 rock pillars rise from the ground and surround the whole house. Lightning-style 4-post bondage. Anbu members just finished speaking. The 4 rocks Hashirama immediately released a thunderstorm like a storm. Zzz. Boom. Thunder and lightning sizzled. A few seconds later, a huge explosion occurred. In an instant, the house that was still burning with raging flames was blown to pieces. It seems that the Anbu personnel want to completely eliminate Shirayasha. Xi Hihong closed her eyes. He also understood the mission of Azuki Shien and others in his heart. And Kurenai Yuhi's idea is to save Hinata. That being the case, it doesn't make any sense for her to stay here. Withdraw. Sunset Hong gave a soft drink. Swish. She hugged Hinata and disappeared in place. Disappearing with them are the Hyūga trio. Finished. Azuki Shien looked at the thick smoke vigilantly, and asked in a slightly anxious voice. In Anbu, there is still one member of the Hyūga family left. He stared fixedly at the direction of the thick smoke. The lightning storm of chakra from lightning style just now slightly affected his vision. After watching for a long time, this Hyūga Anbu replied, I can't see anyone anymore, I think it was blown to pieces. Close the team. After reconfirming the result, Azuki Shien let go of the grip on the handle of the knife. Just about to turn around and leave. But I heard a laugh from the opposite house. What is smashed to pieces? Can I take it home to make soup? Shi Yan, heart terrified. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see that Subai was sitting leaning on the roof at this time. He rested his chin on one hand and looked at them with interest. Sure enough, he didn't die. At this time, Azuki Shion remembered the information about Subai that Sarutobi Hiruzen had told them a long time ago. Space-time ninjutsu. If used properly, it can completely avoid attacks that can cause fatal damage. Did you use space-time ninjutsu to avoid the lightning-style attack just now? Hyūga Anbu let out a cry. No wonder I didn't see the clue just now. For Subai, this kind of attack can be dodged only by the speed of physical skills. It's just that he doesn't need to answer the other party's doubts. Stand up slowly. Subai stared at Konoha village Anbu below and said, you hijacked my butler assistant. Then leave someone to replace her. Hateful White Yasha. With the help of the moonlight, Azuki Shion stared at Subai for a while. This guy actually captured Miss Konoha village Hyūga as a housekeeper assistant. Totally looked down on them Konoha village. As a Konoha shinobi, how can one let his own village be slandered? It's just nonsense. Everyone go together. Maoyu Shion gave an order. Swish swish swish. All Anbu members collectively pulled out the short sword on their backs. Slash at Subai who was standing on the roof. Chapter 31. Danzo, the iron pot is in hand, I have it in the ninja world. Looking at the team members lying on the ground and moaning slightly in pain. Under the moonlight, a black shadow appeared in front of Shion. Her heart sank instantly. Can't beat it. Dying. Azuki Shion still wanted to hold the short sword tightly in her hand. But at this time, she found that her arm was shaking non-stop because of the impact just now. She really didn't expect the White Yasha in front of her to have such strength. Faced with the encirclement and suppression of more than a dozen Anbu members, they beat them to the ground without any effort. What was even worse was the teammate codenamed Tiger. With a burly body, his head was held by Shiroyasha and turned back and forth in his hands. As a result, the tiger's whole body looks like a spinning top. Spinning and crashing into the next room. But what makes Azuki Shion feel unbalanced in her heart is, the opponent is also a person with a sword. However, he didn't use any swordsmanship, and the whole battle process seemed to be subconsciously moving. Lift the knife, cut it, lift the knife again, and chop it again. The Konoha Ryu swordsmanship that Shiyan is proud of is vulnerable to the opponent's eyes. Konoha Ryu swordsmanship dance of Crescent Moon. Summon two clones to fight together. Unfortunately, it was defeated by Subai. What are you shaking? Is there such a thing as fear? Look at you, you seem to be the only female ninja among them. It's nice to grab back and replace Hyūga Hinata for cleaning and cooking. So don't worry, I'm using the back of the knife, your teammates are still alive, I don't want to be hated by my housekeeper every day. It would be bad if you serve me a bowl of poisonous food and let me eat it with a smile. Subai joked with a smile. I remembered the sentence. So, it's time to take medicine. But poison immunity, there's no way. Damn White Yasha. After Maoyu Shion heard this, the pretty face under the mask suddenly changed. As soon as he frowned, a surge of anger couldn't help rushing up from his ribs. This is simply a humiliation to her. Wrong. It should be said to be a humiliation to their Konoha village ninjas. What's more, they are Anbu's ninjas. What does it mean to survive? Accept the reality that their mission failed. Let them live in the shadow of mission failure and be talked about by others. Or tell the outside world that the ninjas in Konoha village are a bunch of cowards. Then let me see what you look like under your mask first. Subai looked eager to fight. Through the mask, Shion seemed to see a trace of greed in his eyes that she didn't understand. Taking advantage of the moment Subai is approaching, Shiyan held Short Sword's arm and forced herself to raise her strength. Go to hell, White Yasha. With such a close distance, the other party had no chance to react. But when Azuki Shion shot, Subai's back of the knife had already chopped on her arm. Well, Shion was in pain, and the pretty face under the mask was slightly distorted. The short sword in his hand also slipped down. Next second, Shiyan only felt an extra pressure on her shoulders. Subai's black knife was already on her neck. Not bad, you have a temper and a personality. It's a good seedling. While talking and laughing, Subai directly took off the mask on Maoyu Shion's face. Pause time. The air was quiet. Azuki Shion frowned and closed her eyes tightly. Being unmasked during the mission is simply a great shame for her as the captain of the Anbu unit. Cut. It's ugly, it's a waste of excitement. Subai put away the black knife in his hand, and ignored Shiyan who was sitting on the ground in a daze. Turn around and leave. Of course, Azuki Shion is still very beautiful. It's just that the current Subai doesn't have any reason to take her away. It is not of much use and benefit to take it away. Moreover, according to her character who stays in Anbu all the year round, she certainly wasn't like Hinata and the rest of the young ninjas. It would be a pity if something goes wrong and there is an extra suicide female corpse in the home space. Damn B******************. D. Azuki Shion cursed in her heart. Right now, she wished she could pick up the short sword on the ground and rush up to give Subai another stab. But unfortunately, in her current state, she is already unable to act. Maybe Shion never thought she was good looking. But being called ugly by others, as a female ninja's nature of beauty, is really unacceptable. Ah, by the way, Subai seemed to feel the unwilling roar in Shiyan's heart. He stopped suddenly, then turned his head to look at Azuki Shion who was slumped on the ground. If the enemy's ability is higher, then use quantity to make up for the gap in quality. The basic tactics that Master Shimura Danzo taught Anbu back then were excellent. But we have to divide people. If the enemy's strength is too much higher than yours, no matter how much you come, it will be for nothing. Subai still didn't forget Zhao Xian waved her hand and showed a kind smile. Goodbye, remember to put on makeup when we meet next time. It's a pity that Mao Yuxian didn't hear Subai's last words at all. That sentence from Master Shimura Danzo had already shocked her extremely. This information, the amount of information seems to be a bit large. Shimura Danzo, thank you so much for the compliment. Chapter 32, Hiruzen, Danzo, I've given you enough face. The efficiency of Konoha village is quite fast. While Hyūga Hinata was in a coma, Sarutobi Hiruzen even sent the head of the Yamanaka clan. Yamanaka probed Hyūga Hinata's mind by himself. This investigation was very effective. From the first day Hinata was tied up to come back. There are pictures every day, but unfortunately, they don't know. Regarding the important dialogues and pictures that revealed the true information of Shirayasha, no trace was found. Everyone was busy late into the night. Hokage's office in Konoha village is still brightly lit. Luju, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the silent Nara Shikahisa. The only thing bothering them now is about Hinata being rescued. It always feels too easy. After being called, Luju said, Master Third Hokage. Is it possible that Shirayasha did it on purpose? Otherwise, with his degree of caution, why did he suddenly appear in the place closest to Konoha village? As soon as this statement came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yamanaka were stunned for a moment. But we still have to combine all the intelligence to speculate. Nara Shikahisa paused, and turned into a famous ninja detective. You mean? When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, his face suddenly darkened. Luju naturally saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen was unhappy, so he didn't say it directly, but just nodded slightly. Luju, are you suspicious of Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone became extremely dull. Combined with the information brought back by Inuzuka, it really surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's no wonder that Sarutobi Hiruzen suspects that this matter has something to do with Danzo. The main reason is that what Subai said is absolutely true, which is the most basic tactic that Danzo formulated for Anbu at the beginning. There is really no way, and it cannot be said that Konoha village is a bunch of idiots. After all, for Subai, he knew too much about what this group of people did and said. Well, as far as the current situation is concerned, Bai Yasha never had any contact records with our Anbu. He probably doesn't know our Anbu's basic tactics. Besides, the people in Anbu are very strict with their mouths, unless they have a strong ability of mental investigation. Having said that, Luju sighed. These things are indeed too troublesome to think about. If it is said that this is a conspiracy against Konoha village, it is definitely not clear in 1 or 2 sentences. Master Third Generation. Right now there are only a few possibilities. 1. Shirayasha holds a grudge against Konoha village, and racks his brains to deliberately let Hinata back to do things that are harmful to Konoha village. 2. Shirayasha has a close relationship with Danzo-sama, but it is not clear why the two fell out, so Hinata was sent back to target Danzo-sama. 3. Speaking of 3, Nara Luju blushed and stopped abruptly. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Luju, what's going on? You said it. Under the aggressiveness of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara took a long breath, cleared his throat and said. The third is that Shirayasha was interested in it on a whim, but now he has lost interest in Hinata, and in the process, he just turned his goal on Xian. But Xian didn't seem to suit his inner taste, so he gave up. After a moment's pause, Luju asked instead, but if he targeted Konoha village, why didn't he kill Anbu who attacked? The weirdest thing is still with Hinata being taken to watch the battle in Hidden Grass village and go to the Colosseum. And, speaking of this, Luju's expression became extremely serious, and Hinata's strength has improved rapidly. Able to defeat a ninja using boil style, Hinata kept looking towards the stands throughout the fight, and I wanted to stand among those 2 figures high up in the stands. There must be White Yasha. So what? Sarutobi Hiruzen listened for a long time, as if he didn't understand but he seemed to understand. Combined with the previous things, he slapped his head. Shirayasha is training Hinata specially, and the person who will be released is Danzo. Well, that's the most likely possibility. Nara Shikaku nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very satisfied. All this will be a matter of course. When he sent someone to Cloud Shinobi village, Hinata was killed by Shirayasha in the street. Then he once again offered Bai Yasha a reward of 500 million taels. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very clear about the matter of crossing rivers and destroying bridges, and Shimura Danzo is very slippery. And no one knows better than Danzo that he wants to be Hokage. In order to become Hokage, Danzo even assassinated him. Now it's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. Danzo wants to be Hokage, but he has lost power and can only find Shirayasha from the black market. Kidnapped Hinata, who was out on a mission for the first time, in order to show the Hyūga clan. To prove that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a failure as a Hokage. It's a pity that Danzo didn't give Bai Yasha the reward he wanted. After all, in Danzo's mind, can a wandering swordsman in the black market still use his brains? Instead, he crossed the river and demolished the bridge with one move, and sent people disguised as Bai Yasha and Hinata to stage a scene of murder in the street. Forced himself to have to increase the reward for Bai Yasha and chase him down. This caused Bai Yasha to resent him. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In this way, whether it is Shirayasha or Hyūga Hiashi, both of them will vent their resentment on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath, and lamented in his heart that it was fortunate that he had given Hiashi the face and actions he should have in the first place. Fortunately, Bai Yasha is not an idiot. But, Yamanaka was a little puzzled and said, does Shiroyasha underestimate us ninjas? When I checked Hinata, I didn't find any mental shackles or any mental problems. Does he think that he can make Hinata obey him by intimidation? It is not important to say these now. Ever since Izuki Yugao brought the information back, Sarutobi Hiruzen has suspected whether Danzo has a relationship with Shiroyasha. Check out the complete incident and Shirayasha's tone of taunting Danzo at the end. This matter may have changed from a cooperation between Shirayasha and Danzo to a personal grievance between the two. Don't mention this matter again, tell Hiashi about it. It's fine for Hinata to continue being her ninja, but stop as soon as she gets close to Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and froze for a few seconds. He continued, in any case, Danzo and Hinata are from our Konoha village, and they must not be used by Shiroyasha. We can't fall into White Yasha's tricks and have unpleasant things happen with Danzo. Danzo and I have been friends for decades. I understand his thoughts very well. You don't have to worry. As soon as these words came out, Narushiju and Yamanaka Hayi were a little anxious. Master third generation, Master Danzo, it's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen just waved his hand to signal the two to stop talking. I'll take care of Danzo's matter. Chapter 33. Subai, damn it. My identity is so amazing. Stay until Yamanaka and Nara leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood quietly by the window. Enjoy the night view of Konoha village. Why, after a long time, he sighed deeply. When people get old, they really don't need to be reused. As the third Hokage of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt physically and mentally exhausted. In fact, he knew that Narushiju and Yamanaka knew one thing in their hearts but didn't reveal it. In the style of Shimura Danzo, it is impossible to tell Bai Yasha about Anbu's basic tactics. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also well aware of the duo's concerns. As one grows older, all aspects of physical energy will definitely get worse and worse. Once he is in trouble, according to the current Konoha village, no one can hold Shimura Danzo down. Hayi and Luju wanted to take this opportunity to find a reason for him to get rid of Danzo. After all, they do not belong to the martial arts faction. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not rule out the relationship between Shirayasha and Danzo. If there is really a relationship between the two, that can only show that the former Shirayasha was a member of the root organization of Konoha village. Anbu ninjas who directly serve under Shimura Danzo, but it's unclear what happened between the two that led to Shiroyasha's defection to Konoha village. And his purpose is to kill Danzo. Danzo's purpose is also to kill Shirayasha, so Shiroyasha wants to use the Hinata incident to let Sarutobi Hiruzen kill Danzo. Danzo also wants to use Hinata's affairs to let Sarutobi Hiruzen send people to hunt down and kill Shirayasha. In a word, Hyūga Hinata is the victim of a struggle between Shirayasha and Shimura Danzo. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it, the more he had a headache. If White Yasha is not Anbu of the root organization, why is he so clear about Anbu's basic tactics? Even copied Danzo word for word. White Yasha, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself. Subai, this surname is really strange. Li, Chen, Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have caught some kind of information. Master Chen, the master of gymnastics outside the village, and Rock Li, their surnames seem a bit similar. Could it be that? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more shocked. Could it be that Subai was really a ninja from Konoha village? Even if it's not a ninja, it should be a villager from the land of fire. This is all Sarutobi Hiruzen's own speculation. Of course, he can't be blamed for having such an idea. After all, when the root organization was established, they agreed. The root organization is managed by Danzo alone. There is no very special matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen must not interfere. Sarutobi Hiruzen really doesn't know who the root organization of Shimura Danzo used to be. Just like Tenzo, Captain Yamato, back then. A ninja who can use wood style. If it weren't for Hitaki Kakashi being bewitched by Danzo to join the root organization. Kakashi Anbu chapter, including storyline where Danzo assassinates Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen may not know until his death that there are ninjas who can use wood style in the root organization. The more he thought about it, the more blocked Sarutobi Hiruzen felt. If he ever really was a Konoha village ninja, wouldn't that be a big loss? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face froze slightly. According to Azuki Shien's description of Subai, his strength is indeed somewhat unfathomable. Facing the siege of more than a dozen Anbu ninjas, he doesn't even need to use ninjutsu. The dozens of Anbu were beaten to pieces by physical and sword skills alone. It's not just a question of strength. In such a short period of time, Hyūga Hinata's progress made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more jaw-dropping. This is definitely Subai's educational guidance for her. Whether it's for the purpose of assassinating Danzo or not, it's a bit too surprising an improvement. And that elusive space-time ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked back now and thought about it carefully. The identity of the other party is not a low-level figure like a Wandering Swordsman at all. Come on, swish. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an order. Several Anbu appeared behind him. Master Third Hokage, you guys should dress up now and go to the black market to investigate Shirayasha. And all the money exchanges. I want all the intelligence and information about him. Yes, the members of Anbu accepted their orders with awe. Disappear in an instant. Chapter 34. Neji, coward, go trembling. Konoha village Hyūga mansion. Hyūga Hinata has been staying in her room these days. Stay at home, and the mood is quite low. Hyūga Hiashi didn't care much about this. After all, after experiencing such a horrific kidnapping incident, according to Hinata's timid character. If it's not like this, it's not normal. And in the recent time, no one can mention Shirayasha or Subai to Hinata. These words must not be mentioned in front of her, so as not to arouse her panic. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Hinata is depressed because she thinks Subai is dead. After all, the person who came to save him was Anbu from Konoha village, and there were more than a dozen of them. Miss Hinata. At this time, Hyūga Natsu's voice sounded from outside the room. She is a maid-like existence of the Hyūga family. Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino have come to see you, and they are waiting for you in the garden. Hyūga Shaw gave a brief report. After Hinata came back, Hyūga Shaw was also ordered by Hyūga Hiashi to conduct an internal examination on Hinata. Through the observation of white eyes, Hyūga Shaw determined that Hinata had not suffered excessive persecution from Subai. Physically, there are no problems or losses. The only thing that made her a little puzzled was the pattern engraved on her lower abdomen. When relaying this information to Hiashi, Hiashi almost spit out a mouthful of old blood angrily. Damn Shirayasha, for doing such an excessive and insulting thing to Hinata. It is unforgivable, but fortunately, it didn't reach that step. Hiashi was relieved. It's good that Hinata can come back properly. What's more, I heard that she has also received special training, and her strength has been greatly enhanced. Although it may have something to do with the assassination of Danzo, Hiashi is not very worried. After blocking all news about Hinata, he arranged everything, as long as she was not allowed to get close to Danzo. Squeak. After the door opened, Hyūga Hinata forcibly calmed down the sadness in her heart. Yes, there are still days to go, and she must cheer up and not forget the teachings of Mr. Subai. Miss Hinata, Hyūga asked tentatively. Well, I'm fine. Hinata forced a smile. He didn't say anything more, and walked towards the courtyard alone. Yo, Hinata, are you feeling better? Wong. As soon as Hinata came to the courtyard, he heard Inuzuka Fang's warm greeting. Slightly nodded, she answered Inuzuka's question. Shino. Hinata's state seems to be completely out of order. According to usual words, Hinata will definitely call the two people by their names politely. But looking at Hinata, who was smiling but not smiling, Inuzuka is a bit of a muggle. In such a state, how to carry out tasks in the future? Can't team up anymore. Tooth, you can't say that. After all, Hinata is being Zeno. Inuzuka Tooth quickly blocked Shino's mouth. The two were not stupid, they discussed it on the way here. Must not mention the terrible name in front of Hinata. Unexpectedly, seeing Hinata, Shino almost slipped his tongue. I heard. Hinata was slightly taken aback, expressing doubts. What's wrong? But at this moment, a cold snort interrupted the conversation between the three. Inuzuka heard the reputation and looked over, but saw that Hyūga Neji, who had returned from the mission, had already arrived in the courtyard. That cold gaze made Kiba and Shino feel very uncomfortable. The number one in the previous session, Hyūga Neji. Looking at Neji's disdainful expression, Inuzuka Tooth's complexion slowly darkened. What is the attitude of this person? Who do you look down on? Well, for cowards, maybe a real name can make them tremble with fear. Just like the villagers who fled for their lives before, after hearing that Bai Yasha was not dead, they were too scared to even go home. Neji's words undoubtedly brought great shock to Hinata. But what he said was deliberately for Hinata. The purpose is to scare her. Even Hyūga Hiashi said not to mention it to Hinata, but it aroused even more contempt in Neji's heart. Is it the eldest lady of the Zong family? Snort. UB***********D. Inuzuka Fang really can't understand Hyūga Neji's arrogance. If you roll up your sleeves, you will step forward to fight with him. Tooth. However, at this moment, Hinata, who had no energy at all, started to move. Stepping forward, stopped the impulsive Inuzuka Tooth. Hinata, you get out of the way. I have to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Snort. Hyūga Neji didn't care about Inuzuka's attitude at all. After snorting coldly, he turned his head and left immediately. Hateful. Hey, come back to me, you. Dear, do you still want Neji to come back and beat you up? Hey, Shino, whose companion are you? Akamaru. Wow, Downcast Chapter 35. After sending it back, it ran back again. Konoha village at night is very peaceful. Hyūga Hinata lay on the bed with eyes slightly closed as if asleep. But the next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. Since hearing that Subai was not dead during the day, Hinata's mood improved a lot in an instant. Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino thought that Hinata couldn't stand Neji's ridicule and pretended to be strong. But Hinata didn't explain too much to them. After a brief chat, he told them that they would return to the team tomorrow. Kiba and Shino didn't suggest her to be so hasty, she could rest for a few more days. Seeing that Hinata was so persistent, the two didn't say anything. The three chatted for a while, and the other went back. Blind eyes. Unlike Branch House's white eyes, which were once invisible from blind spots, Hinata's white eyes have a sight range of 360 degrees with no blind spots. There are people patrolling around the room. There are people outside the courtyard wall. After the observation, Hinata slowly closed his eyes. It's just that someone is constantly patrolling, although Hinata doesn't know what his people are doing. Fortunately, no one seemed to be watching her room with blank eyes. Thinking of this, Hinata covered her head completely with the quilt. With a thought, a portal was laid out on the bed. Since Hinata was sent back, Subai's small life seems particularly boring. The system also does not issue tasks. Bored, he can only come up with Jiraiya's masterpiece. The sequel to the Paradise series, Intimacy Tactics. I thought it was such a useful tactic. It's really like Jiraiya licking the dog. Subai threw the book aside. He said to himself, it's not as good looking as Intimate Violence. The voice just fell. Subai felt some subtle fluctuations in the home space. Accompanied by space distortion, the purple-black portal appeared. Hyūga Hinata popped out of the portal lightly. Moment. The two looked at each other. Subai, it was so hard to send you back, why did you come back again? Is it possible that Konoha village has investigated something particularly weird and is going to have an operation on Hinata? Can't. Mr. Subai, you are not asleep. Subai. Hinata also didn't expect that Subai hadn't entered the room to rest at this time. This appearance seemed a bit abrupt. In an instant, Hinata's little face was rosy. Could it be that Konoha village sent you to assassinate me? Do you have to wait until I sleep to show up? Subai narrowed his eyes. This expression scared Hinata into a panic. No, that, in fact, it's just a little unaccustomed to it. Before leaving, I couldn't say goodbye well. And, I'm not in a good mood. There are many things I can't figure out and I want you to help me answer them. Seeing Subai's face that was about to darken, Hinata thought of the scene when he ran into Neji today. This is an opportunity to talk to Subai. This reason seems to be quite plausible. I came here with my heart full of confusion and bewilderment. I didn't come because I wanted you. Then you can't come here casually, in case someone. It's just that Subai's voice was interrupted by Hinata. It's okay, I checked before I came. Only our Hyūga's house has an extra patrol team, and no one else is watching me specifically. It's over, little girl. If this goes on, the Subai in front of you will really turn into a Yasha in the middle of the night. Waving the long whip, Mr. Subai. Seeing Subai staring blankly on the sofa and not knowing what he was thinking, Hinata tilted his head and asked in doubt. Oh, what's the matter with you? Seeing that Subai didn't seem to regenerate her anger, Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief, and told Subai what happened between her and Hyūga Neji. And what Feng said to her in the arena. This made Hinata feel slightly depressed. And I don't even understand why when I met Neji for the first time, her brother had a gentle face. Why did it become so cold after meeting again? Subai took a deep look at Hinata after hearing the words. Hinata's heart thumped in shock at the sight. Why? Subai muttered softly. He thinks Hinata is really looking for something to say. I did mention Hyūga Neji at the beginning, but if Hinata thinks she knows everything, it is really her brain. But, Subai is indeed clear. That started a long time ago. After 3 ninja wars in Konoha village, the number of ninjas has reached an unprecedented low. Iwagakure tore up the newly signed alliance treaty with Konoha village before the 4th Hokage succeeded, and waged war on Konoha village. This small but long-running war continued until the 4th Hokage came to power. Until the 4th Hokage sealed the Nine-Tails Demon Fox and died in battle, Konoha village suffered a huge loss of ninjas. And then it's your 3rd birthday. Hyūga Hinata just wanted to ask, but she didn't expect that Subai knew so much. Even how the 4th Hokage of their Konoha village was sacrificed is so clear. Hyūga Neji should have met you for the first time on your 3rd birthday. And in his heart, he thought you were cute at the beginning. Hinata, there is nothing wrong with this sentence. It's like when Hinata first met Neji, Neji looked at him with tender eyes. And after, Cloud Shinobi village came to Konoha under the guise of signing an alliance treaty with Konoha village. Signing the alliance treaty is false, but kidnapping you is true. After your father found out, he shot and killed that Cloud Shinobi in the street. But the other party took advantage of Konoha village's serious injury and proposed to launch a war if you don't surrender, forcing you to surrender your father who killed the messenger of Cloud Shinobi. As a result, Neji's brother's father died instead of my father, right? It is impossible for Hyūga Hiashi to tell Hyūga Hinata about such things. But a living person suddenly disappeared. Contact Hinata, and you can still smell the cause and effect between them. But isn't our Konoha village the strongest ninja village among the 5 major ninja villages? Hinata's expression was slightly sad. She didn't understand why the other party asked to surrender, and the Konoha village was about to surrender their own uncle who looked the same as her father. Which family is the strongest in your Konoha village? Hinata was taken aback by Subai's rhetorical question, and then showed pride and shyness. Yes, it's our Hyūga clan. Who told you that? Hinata put her small hand near her mouth, and was slightly taken aback. My father warned us, let us remember that the Hyūga family is the strongest family in Konoha village. Subai, okay, even if Konoha village is the strongest, it won't be able to withstand years of fighting. Besides, no one has the strength to become a village of the 5 great ninja villages. Subai didn't explain much to Hinata. In fact, the truth is the same, whoever does not promote their own things is better. Just because Neji's father is from a branch house, he will die instead of your father. It made him angry. When Subai said this, he paused for a few seconds. After thinking for a moment, he continued. Of course what makes him feel contemptuous is, as the eldest lady of the Zong family, you are born with a soft-boned appearance. What makes him even more angry is that your sister has replaced you as the future patriarch of the Hyūga clan, but you have not been engraved with the seal of the clan controlling the branch house. Boom. Hyūga Hinata felt his mind go blank. Subai's words obviously overturned her cognition. She is aware of the curse mark on the branch house. The Zong family can take the life of the branch house at any time according to the restraint of the curse seal. And once the people in the branch house die, this spell can instantly destroy Baiyan, so as to prevent Baiyan from wandering outside. But, she is a member of the clan, why should she be engraved with this curse seal? Subai ignored Hinata's bewildered expression. He still said indifferently, your father and Neji's father are biological, so why should Neji's father be engraved with a curse? It's all the same. It can only be said that your father Hyūga Hiashi favored you out of selfishness. Chapter 36. Hurry up, don't come if you have nothing to do. Picture. 5-inch nails. After listening to Subai's explanation, Hyūga Hinata sat motionless on the sofa. Originally, she always thought that she didn't attract her father's love at all. But I didn't expect it to be like this. No wonder Neji always treats her with that look of disdain. His father died protecting the Hyūga clan. But his father is still very strict with Neji. Hinata still clearly remembers that when Neji was training with him, it was because of the murderous look in his eyes. Neji, who was restrained by Hyūga Hiashi with the mark of branch house, lay on the ground and howled. He even yelled at Neji. This is the difference between the main family and the branch house. It's a pity that Hinata can't live up to it and can't bear the banner of the Hyūga clan. Hiashi had no choice but to give up and chose her sister Hyūga Hanabi. Only, even so, the people of the Hyūga family still treat her as a young lady. Compared to Neji and his father, Hyūga Hinata is indeed a special existence among the Hyūga clan. This is really unfair to Neji. So, you have to show confidence. Subai didn't care about Hinata's sad mood. He suddenly laughed and said, I heard from the gossip that your Konoha village will start the Chunin exam soon. That's when you express yourself. Remember, you must believe in yourself. After all, you have worked very hard these days, and your strength has also been greatly improved. Subai's words are like sunshine suddenly blooming on a rainy day. Hearing this, Hinata feels like a spring breeze, and the unhappiness in her heart dissipates instantly. She blushed and whispered softly, That's Mr. Subai helping me with a secret method. You can't say that. This still shows that you have potential, but I have the eyes to know people. The little girl's words really came out of her mouth. Subai looked at Hinata with disbelief. Okay, it's time to go back. If you don't encounter special or dangerous things in the future, don't come here often. In order not to be discovered by the people of Konoha village, and then it will have a bad influence on you. Hinata was completely taken aback by Subai's words. Is this still the White Yasha who just caught him back then? Why do you seem to be starting to drive yourself away now? But, Mr. Subai, you know a lot. Hinata didn't ask Subai directly, but had an idea to start the discussion with other topics. By the way, stay here for a while. It's a pity that Subai smiled and said, It's nothing, they are all useless. Hinata, damn Mr. Subai, can't you see that I want to stay here a little longer? But on second thought, Hyūga Hinata's heart sank immediately. How can I hide Subai from my little thoughts? It seemed that the other party really wanted to drive him away. The nose is slightly sour. Hinata's heart seemed to be empty. An indescribable emptiness kept spreading in my heart. Silly girl, you are finished. He is pretending. Oh, right. Just when Hinata was a little lost, Subai's voice made her raise her head again. If you take the Chunin exam, I'll see it when I think of it. So, be sure to perform well. I believe Hyūga Neji will definitely impress you. On the other side, the former site of the original root organization of Konoha village. In the dark hall, Shimura Danzo stands in the center of the hall. Sarutobi Hiruzen in a Hokage robe walked slowly towards him with a bong in his mouth. Hiruzen, why are you looking for me so late? Danzo pretended not to know anything about it. His expression was quite calm. And Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't point it out, and smiled naturally. I want to ask you about someone. Taking the bong out of his mouth, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned sideways and exhaled bursts of smoke rings. According to the information brought back by Anbu these days, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised. Based on intelligence feedback, Subai, who is in the black market, has almost never shot at ordinary people. Killing is nothing more than nodding. But he rarely kills people. Even the bounty criminals he killed were all bounty criminals with several lives on their backs. Moreover, the bounties he exchanged for money at the gold exchange were all such people. Steady, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like he finally understood the dissonance between Subai and Danzo. He knows Danzo well. As long as he finds a child with potential, he will definitely bring him into the root organization. And the mind control of this group of children through brainwashing. What Danzo's root organization does is ruthless. This is most likely the problem between Subai and Danzo. Subai felt uncomfortable with the root organization and wanted to quit. Danzo naturally couldn't agree, so Subai ran away, and Danzo was about to kill him. As a result, not only did he not kill Subai, but he aroused Subai's hatred. White Yasha. Danzo squinted his eyes and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You seem to know something. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted at Danzo upon hearing the sound. Cut. The corners of Danzo's mouth twitched impatiently. I said that Shiroyasha was cruel, but I didn't say what happened between him and Hinata. Now that Hinata is back safely, you came to me for questioning. Hiruzen, what the hell do you mean? It's really a thief shouting, stop thief. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt disdainful. Danzo, Tell me the truth, did you know Subai before? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Look at his appearance. Shimura Danzo felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. Hiruzen. He roared. Single-eyed Luan. HMPH. Do you suspect that I betrayed Konoha village? But he knows the basic tactics you set up for Anbu, and the words are correct. Danzo, are you sure you don't know him? I don't know each other, and I don't want to argue with you because of such boring things at night. I'm going back first. Hiruzen, do what you want. Ruthlessly leaving a word, Danzo turned around and was about to leave. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice still sounded from behind him. It would be a shame if he was our Konoha village ninja. Hearing this, Danzo stopped, but didn't look back. I thought so too, but unfortunately he didn't. Chapter 37. The coming Chunin exam. In the Konoha village Hokage office. That's probably what happened. We were attacked by Momochi Zabuza when we were carrying out the mission of the Kingdom of Waves. But there is no danger, the mission is successfully completed. The bridge in the Land of Waves has also been successfully built. A half-hidden ninja with silver hair smiled and reported the previous mission information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Our journey went smoothly, and we didn't encounter the legendary White Yasha. A well-known ninja in the ninja world. Konoha village copy ninja Hitaki Kakashi said with a smile. Oh, it's good that it goes well. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window and looked at the three genin in the distance. Although it is a bit discordant, it is also in Sarutobi Hiruzen's arms. For example, when a boy grows up, he will be attracted by the girl next to him. Then there is a healthy rivalry between the two teenagers. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged 2 men and 1 woman to form a 3-person team. Okay, I understand the general situation. Recently let Naruto, Sasuke and the others practice independently, or arrange some D-level tasks to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen was habitually smoking a pipe, turned around and sat back on the chair. As soon as this remark came out, Hitaki Kakashi was taken aback. According to Naruto and Sasuke's performance, they can actually take on some simple C-level tasks. After all, thinking of Momochi Zabuza and Shiro, Hitaki Kakashi couldn't help feeling a little pity. But the result is good. Regardless of Naruto's strength or perception of feelings, it's an inspiration full of positive energy. Ho ho ho, Kakashi. It's not what you think it is, you see. After Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily, he handed the copy on the table to Hitaki Kakashi. Chunin exam. Isn't it too early for them? Hitaki Kakashi was slightly taken aback. But Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head lightly and said, when you became a Chunin, you were not many years earlier than them. But Lord 3rd generation, we lived in a different era. Now Naruto them. Kakashi didn't continue. They were born in an era of constant wars, and the things they came into contact with were different from these ninjas. The mentality is naturally different from them. For example, the current ninjas are only shocked when they hear about the war or feel sad for the people back then. But Kakashi and the others, at that time, only thought about how to complete the task perfectly, even if they risked their lives. But seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious look, Kakashi replied lightly, I understand. Ah, very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled in satisfaction. He likes Hitaki Kakashi a lot. Not only a genius, but the most important thing is that Kakashi went from sunlight to darkness, and after being baptized, he returned to sunlight again. Kakashi is much stronger than Asuma. At least in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, Kakashi knows himself better than Asuma. This report will be distributed to Sunagakure and other surrounding shinobu villages. It's been a long time since the joint Chunin exam was held. It's time to investigate the strength of ninja villages in various countries. By the way, we also want to show the outside world the strength of our Konoha village ninjas. When Kakashi heard this, he smiled sarcastically. 3rd generation adults don't have to worry so much. Now in a peaceful age, there's no such tension. Oh, ha ha ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback when he heard this, and put down the bong with a smile. After pondering for a while, he asked, Kakashi, when you were under Danzo, did you observe any defection or? What he said made Kakashi a little confused. Can the people under Lord Danzo still defect? This is completely impossible. The mental brainwashing of root organization members is very serious. I really don't know about this, after all, Master Danzo's means. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in Kakashi's words. Yeah. Also, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly considered this question. But according to Yuhihong's report, Subai seems to be immune to her illusion. That is to say, Ming Subai's spiritual power is far superior to that of Yuhihong. Danzo's mental brainwashing probably didn't do much for him either. Isn't it really? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. He also asked many ninjas who had served as Anbu in the root organization. It's a pity that everyone's answer is the same. No rebellion at all. Why? Let's not talk about this. I plan to take the joint Chunin exam on July 1st next month. There are still 16 days left. Let's stay in the village for now. Chapter 38. The Night of the Moon. Bang bang bang. There was the sound of wooden knives clashing among the trees in Konoha village. Moonlight Gale with a pale face really doesn't understand. Why is Izuki Shiin attacking so viciously today? He waved the wooden knife in his hand wantonly. It's like venting the anger in my heart. Bang. The 2 long knives collided for the final time in the air. The 2 wooden knives all broke because the blades couldn't bear the back and forth resistance. Shiin. Cough cough. Moonlight Gallowin coughed habitually. What's going on here? Azuki Shion threw away the handle of the knife in her hand, and her red lips trembled a few times. She took a long breath. It's okay, I feel much better. Since being humiliated by Subai, Azuki Shion, the captain of the Anbu team, felt more and more blocked. She is a member of Konoha village Anbu who has experienced countless lives and deaths. And all the time, she is also recognized by her peers through excellent swordsmanship and deep perception skills. So Shi Yan thinks that she is pretty reliable, not to mention that she usually works hard to train swordsmanship when she is free. It's a pity to face the encirclement and suppression of more than 10 Anbu members including her. Subai actually beat them up like coaxing children. While no one was killed, those with serious injuries are still being treated at Konoha village hospital. Why? After a long silence, Shion finally let out a sigh. She looked at Moonlight Gale on the opposite side. In fact, in terms of strength, she couldn't even surpass Gale. There is not much difference in swordsmanship between the two, but Moonlight Gale has abilities that are different from ordinary people. Through escape, it can make your body transparent, which is very useful in battle. I can't even surpass Gale, maybe it's really not enough in Shiro Yasha's eyes. However, at this moment, an old man with a pot on his back came out of the forest. Seeing the two, the old man frowned and said with a smile, "So it's you two, who did I think it was? Practicing swordsmanship is still so violent." Senior Kosuke. When the two saw the person coming, they smiled awkwardly. Kosuke Maruhoshi, a Konoha village genin in his 50s. Don't look at the old man Hyūga Ya as genin, but his strength is very high. Have studied water style of second Hokage. Also taught shuriken shadow clone technique by third Hokage himself. Of course his strongest is swordsmanship. Moreover, Kosuke Maruyoshi can also use Konoha Ryu swordsmanship together with illusion. Hey, don't be impatient in your practice. Hyūga Ya came to Shi Yan's side with the iron pot on his back. Would you like to have a meal together? My soup is delicious. Oh, that's how it is. Among the woods, the three of them sat cross-legged on the ground. After listening to Azuki Shion's answer, Kosuke Maruhoshi showed a suddenly realized expression. Although Anbu's tasks are generally not made public to outsiders, it's just that the rescue of Hinata is not a very confidential task. What's more, there were rumors that Hinata was brutally killed in the street before. Maoyu Shion simply vented all the bitterness. I don't want to fail again in the future. That's why I asked Senior Hyūga Ya to guide me in swordsmanship. Shi Yan put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands, and sincerely asked. This. When he got here, Maruyoshi Kosuke showed a difficult expression. It's not that I don't want to teach you, it's just that I'm afraid that teaching you won't be very useful. Hyūga Ya's words exceeded Shion and Gaifeng's expectations. Why did Senior say that? Cough cough. Moonlight Gale coughed a few times and asked with a puzzled expression. After all, I was defeated by Brother Subai a long time ago. And it's a one-hit kill. Ha 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 ha. It's quite embarrassing to say. Azuki Shion, Moonlight Gale, Senior Kosuke, you. Azuki Shion's pretty face twitched slightly, and the unbelievable look on her face made Hyūga Ya rub his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Shi Yan. Old man, I can't help you. But it's fun to recall the earlier part. It happened that he broke the legs of some Cloud Shinobi village ninjas during the mission. Seeing that my old man was carrying a pot, I borrowed it and made some soup. I have to say that Brother Subai's cooking skills are still very good. Shion, looking at Kosuke Maruhoshi's expression of enjoyment. Shi Yan's face darkened, and she complained. Senior, are you praising him? Sorry, people always like to recall some interesting things when they get old. After dinner, when Brother Subai was about to leave, I challenged him. After all, he is a wanted criminal in the whole ninja world, and I can't just watch him leave like this. But it's a pity, just when I was about to use Konoha Ryu Willow. Konoha Ryu Willow. Azuki Shion knew this trick. Logically speaking, this move is a type of Konoha-style swordsmanship. It is a kind of ninjutsu that combines swordsmanship and illusion. No need to seal, close combat. First cast swordsmanship at the enemy, and then cast an illusion to make the enemy appear to disappear into the leaves dancing in the wind. At the same time, it restrains the enemy so that it cannot move, and launches a sudden attack from the enemy's blind spot to kill the opponent. It is a deadly move capable of killing an enemy in one hit, as fast as lightning. But I saw Brother Subai swiping his black knife, and 7 shadow clone jumped out of midair behind him. When I realized it, there were already 7 black knives around my neck. Speaking of this, Hyūga Ya's expression slowly became dignified. Then he smiled embarrassingly, but he still walked away and spared the old man's life, haha. So, Shion, you don't have to worry too much about the failure of this mission. 7 shadow clone, plus the main body. There were 8 people in total. As for his own Konoha-style swordsmanship dance of the 3 suns and moons, there are only 3 people. The gap between the sword skills. Azuki Shion didn't dare to think any further. Sitting slumped on the ground, he laughed at himself in his heart. I still want to teach him a lesson next time. How stupid. Chapter 39. Looking for the legendary fat sheep. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really caring about Subai. Recently, I don't think about food or tea, so I just want to get all the information about Subai. Even Old Monkey occasionally hallucinates that Subai is originally a Konoha village ninja. But all of this, Subai is not clear at all. At this time, he was in a daze listening to strange sounds in the courtyard. Come alive. Moo. Master, please ask my image spokesperson to feed me. This system also has a translator for cow language. Early in the morning, Subai was awakened by the sound of a cow in his home space. When I came to the courtyard, I realized that I didn't know when. There is a black and white flower calf in the backyard of the home. Identified. This is a cow, female calf, will be able to produce fresh milk in the future. But it is still too young and needs to be fed. The feed is in the warehouse next to the stall. It's just that it doesn't eat what Subai feeds it, and it has to ask its owner to find a spokesperson for it to feed it. The only reason why I don't eat Subai's food seems to be because I don't want to make it hard. After all, the feeding time is 7 days. After 7 days, the calf will be able to eat by itself, and after another 7 days, it will be able to produce fresh milk. Of course, Subai can't do the milk collection. Moo, please ask the master to find someone who fits the image of this cow to feed me. Of course, the stronger and bigger, the better the image. Subai, turn on the system again. Subai also found that there was an extra calf in the courtyard. He also added an optional task. The so-called optional task is to do it if you want to do it, and it doesn't matter if you don't want to do it. Mission. Fight Orochimaru in the Forest of Death during Musha's joint Chunin exam. After knocking it back, you will be rewarded. Reward. 10-Fist Sword Hokage Ninja version. This task is optional, you can do it or not. 10-Fist Sword. Subai knows this sword. The sake flying out of the gourd takes the shape of a sword, which is the 10-Fist Sword, also known as the Shukari Tadao. It is a kind of Kusanagi sword that puts the person it stabs into a dreamlike illusion world, and also has the power to seal them permanently. The knife itself also contains sealing techniques. Isn't that guy Orochimaru having a hobby of collecting Kusanagi swords? Subai smiled inwardly. Orochimaru is aware of the existence of the 10-Fist Sword. According to Black Zetsu's words, in order to find the 10-Fist Sword, Orochimaru ran all over the ninja world. In the end, the 10-Fist Sword was not found either. But he didn't expect that the 10-Fist Sword exists in Uchiha Itachi's pupil power. Close your eyes. Subai felt the 10-Fist Sword in the spiritual world. An orange gourd, the spilled wine turns into an orange sword. Swords and gourds themselves have no substance. It is formed by chakra. Moo, please. Okay, stop barking, let me think about it first. Actually from the beginning, Subai is thinking about this so-called image spokesperson. The target has 2 people. One is Samui from Cloud Shinobi Village. The second is Sanin of Konoha Village, the legendary fat sheep Tsunade princess. The powerful strength of these 2 people is naturally between brothers. But the question is how easy it is to catch. Samui is more troublesome. She's been in Cloud Shinobi Village after all. Although Tsunade is currently traveling around the world, it is relatively simple to investigate her whereabouts. Of course there is another key question. Samui is cold and difficult to get along with. Coupled with the festival between Subai and Cloud Shinobi Village, I am afraid that if you come, you will be splashed with blood on the spot. White is busy. Actually, Ying from the soil spider family is also pretty good. Subai muttered to himself and sighed. Why, there are really too many people in the ninja world. It is simply dazzling. I haven't noticed it before, but as I get older, these guys get better and better. Could it be related to their profession? Ninja. ... Cool. Boom. The wine glass in the hand of the black market horse boy slammed on the table. This beat. Immediately, the space around him was distorted. Immediately, Subai slowly walked out from the portal. Master Shiroyasha. The black market horse boy was startled, quickly put down the wine glass in his hand, and stood up quickly. The legendary fat sheep. Subai left a few wads of money casually, and was about to leave when a black market boy said in a panic. Master White Yasha, I just came back from the other country 2 days ago, and I met the legendary fat sheep on the street. If you go to the other country now, you may be able to find her. She should be in the casino in the other country. Hearing this, Subai didn't say much, and left directly through the portal. Hey, this money is earned. Several people were so greedy that they collected the money. You didn't lie, did you? Are you crazy? Do I dare to lie to Bai Yasha? It's not like we haven't helped him find the legendary fat sheep. Of course I know that woman. Are you sure she is really in that country? Before the country of he, it was the country of he. That country of this was destroyed in. Shish, don't talk nonsense. But I don't know what Bai Yasha wanted to do with that woman this time. I heard that the 2 of them had a bad fight last time. It's none of our business. As long as you're right, if he can't find anyone, we'll be miserable. Don't worry, if I lie to anyone, I dare not lie to him. 800 million tales is enough for us to die thousands of times. Chapter 40. When I don't know, you have hemophobia. Picture, his country, in a room. Subai stood quietly by the window, looking at the casino in the distance. Soon, 2 horsemen who had been in the black market of the other country for a long time brought him out. Long light yellow hair, often combed into a large ponytail, with a bluish-purple mark of the 100 healings mark on his forehead. A tea-green gown with black edges, a loose sleeveless top similar to a kimono, a black cloth belt around the waist, and dark blue cropped trousers underneath. Especially that figure. Who would it be if it wasn't Tsunade? Besides Tsunade, there is a female ninja with a vigilant look holding the fan pig. It is Shizune who has been practicing beside Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade and Shizune walking towards the hotel following the black market horse boy, Subai got up and sat back on the sofa. He had expected this result a long time ago. After all, the two had conflicts before, and according to Tsunade's temperament, as long as he met himself, it would not be finished if he didn't beat himself to death. Leftover. It depends on how to talk about feeding calves. If this task can be completed before the Chunin exam, Hinata has to blow Neji's head off. Subai thought in his heart. It stands to reason that fresh milk can also be regarded as a new ingredient from the homeland. Drinking Hyūga Hinata is like taking strawberries before. It belongs to a new type of food material, and the rewards obtained will naturally not decrease. If he can't beat Neji anymore, Subai himself will feel extremely ashamed. If I meet Hinata again in the future, I will only be served by an iron rod. Shiroyasha-sama, Tsunade-sama is here. Mazai's words just sounded outside. Boom. There was a loud bang. The door of the guest room was smashed by Tsunade's fist. Subai. Seeing this, the two boys sat down on the ground in fright. In a few seconds, he slipped away backwards with lightning speed. Roar. It's really you. I didn't expect you to dare to come to me. It just so happens that the old and new grudges are counted together, and today I want your bounty of 800 million taels. Tsunade stepped into the room, and when he saw Subai sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, his face immediately became gloomy. Bai Nen's fists were clenched even more. Stop. At this moment, Subai stretched out his hand first to signal Tsunade to stop. Do you have any last words to explain? Shizune. Record it for him. Yes, Master Tsunade. Subai. I have to say that Shizune, as Tsunade's apprentice, is really good at doing odd jobs. Coupled with Shizune's low-key and quiet character. Absolutely the best candidate for a good secretary. Ahem. I know the old hatred, but I don't quite understand the new hatred. I remember we haven't seen each other for a long time, Master Tsunade. Although Subai was puzzled, his face was still calm. Long ago, he and Tsunade had indeed met in a casino somewhere. Tsunade, one of the Konoha village Sannin, doesn't think much of him at all. It's just a bounty. Does it have something to do with Tsunade? It's not Konoha village or other ninja villages. Even if the bounty is high, Tsunade will not catch it. After all, this is related to her Mingwang issue. If outsiders know that she, as one of the Sannin, is going to catch the bounty criminal, she will definitely be ridiculed. What's the matter? Could it be that you can't afford to eat? Even the legendary Sannin is going to catch the bounty. This will also have a bad effect on Konoha village. As a ninja, you can practice well to complete tasks to improve the prestige level of the village, but for your personal livelihood and bounty hunters to compete for food. This kind of thing will make other ninja villages look down on them. It will also affect the outside world's judgment on the attendance rate and success rate of ninja village missions. So Tsunade lost a lot of money to Subai. He even owed nearly 10 million foreign debts to Subai. However, Subai is very generous, and he negotiated with Tsunade as long as the other party can take his slap. Foreign debt-free. With confidence, Tsunade agreed. Result. When that palm was about to hit Tsunade, it turned into a dragon claw hand. This beam is also knotted. Shin-chu, don't you know about you killing the Hyūga girl? When Tsunade said this, a blush suddenly appeared on his face. Even Shizune next to her had angry flames in her eyes. It seemed as if the two of them were about to devour Subai alive in front of them. Haven't you been out for a long time? I thought you had nothing to do with Konoha village. Subai's words made Tsunade's chest tight even more. Saying this is like farting. Where is Konoha village? That was the village her grandfather built, and that was her home. Taking another 10,000 steps back, no one in the ninja world knows that Tsunade is a ninja from Konoha village. At best, Subai is just a bounty criminal. It is true that he does not take Konoha village seriously when he treats the ninjas of Konoha village like this. If Tsunade doesn't care about this kind of thing, he might be called like that when he meets other ninjas in the future. Okay, I think you should also understand the grievances between the two of us. Today you have to pay for what you did. The voice just fell. Swish. A piercing sound sounded. Tsunade threw her, gambling, top into Shizune's hands. Really white. The corners of Subai's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a smile, I sent Hyūga Hinata back to Konoha village a long time ago. Bite people without knowing the information. Tsunade, you really hurt the heart of your gambler. Besides, you have blood phobia. If you really fight, do you think you are my opponent? Tsunade. Chapter 41. How can you get a tiger cub if you don't enter the tiger's den? When Subai uttered the word, hemophilia, Tsunade's and Shizune's expressions changed dramatically. The thing about Tsunade suffering from hemophobia. Not to mention outsiders, even Konoha village has many ninjas who don't know such important information. Only Konoha village executives or those Konoha village companions who were with Tsunade back then know. It is impossible for Konoha village to talk about this kind of thing casually. Master Tsunade. Shizune's expression changed suddenly, and he looked at Tsunade in shock. But Tsunade just waved his fair arm to signal Shizune not to panic. Snort. It's just nonsense. I don't know where you got this kind of out-of-the-box information. Anyway, in short, the expressions of the two of you just now have confirmed that what I said is correct, hasn't it? Master Tsunade. Subai looked at Tsunade playfully. This kind of look made Tsunade raise his brows slightly, and his eyes were full of doubts. This kid. Tsunade changed his previous self-confidence and became vigilant. He took another look at Subai in front of him. She suddenly fell into confusion. I can't figure out where Subai came from. Why is this top secret information clear? Who the hell are you? What's the deal with Orochimaru? Subconsciously, Tsunade took Subai as someone related to Orochimaru. Orochimaru is the only one who knows that she has a hemophobia who might do something against the interests of Konoha village. Orochimaru is a rebel from Konoha village. What's more, judging by Subai's appearance, he is not a decent person. Forehead. I really feel sorry for Orochimaru. In the past, the comrades who could trust him with peace of mind treat him like this. Why don't you say that among the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village, there are guys who know your blood phobia? Tsunade and Shizune were taken aback by Subai's words. The brain went blank for a moment. Subai was amused by the stunned appearance of the two. You don't forget that you asked Shizune to help the Cloud Shinobi village ninja take out the blaster from his body. It's so stupid, knowing that I have a phobia and still watching the operation on the spot. As a result, the weakness was exposed to the opponent. Fortunately, that guy from 4th Raikage is still a human being. Seeing that you saved his subordinates, he didn't attack you. Subai's words made Tsunade's face more and more ugly. Of course she didn't forget about it. At the beginning, 4th Raikage personally led the team to the country of Suji to snatch other people's secret arts. As a result, he was chased by a mysterious force hired by Sagino country. One of the subordinates died, and the other was planted with blasters. Even 4th Raikage was almost over. Fortunately, Tsunade was in a nearby town, and Raikage's men and Raikage himself were barely saved. Are you? Tsunade's pretty face trembled slightly. She thinks that Subai belongs to the ethnic group of that mysterious army. Those people are very strange, they belong to the existence that really takes people's money and people to eliminate disasters. A ninja known as a hunting ninja. Don't panic, I'm not. Subai naturally knew what Tsunade was referring to. But he just shook his head and said, if you have to say it, you can treat me as a different race than your ninjas. Of course I only know these things, and that also comes from the admiration for Master Tsunade in my heart. So I tracked down more about Mr. Tsunade. I remember that Master Tsunade used the transformation technique to change into his childhood appearance to deceive several black market personnel because of money problems. It is said that a gold mine was discovered on a nearby mountain. Shizune, Tsunade, although the two were expressionless, their hearts were incomparably shocked. These things, Subai said all. They have indeed done it before. At the beginning, Shizune also persuaded Tsunade to stop. After all, such behavior is a fraud. Master Tsunade. At this time, Shizune suddenly leaned into Tsunade's ear and whispered, I have investigated Shirayasha before. He seems to have been having trouble with the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi village a lot for a while. It is very likely that it is the information we got from the people we helped before. Tsunade nodded approvingly at Shizune's words. Tsunade does despise certain behaviors of Cloud Shinobi village. But 4th Raikage isn't that big-mouthed yet. What's more, wouldn't it be more fragrant to hold this confidential information in your own hands? In order to facilitate the future war between Konoha village and Cloud Shinobi village, take it out and use it wisely. Moreover, Subai has always had a grudge against Cloud Shinobi village, and it is very likely that he will use such information to sow discord between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi. Snort. Tsunade sneered. Should I be proud to be worshipped by Shirayasha? What I said is true. For this reason, I have studied painstakingly for a long time, and finally let me develop a medicinal material that can treat Master Tsunade's hemophobia. Subai smiled confidently. I think the strawberries in the homeland can help Tsunade solve such problems. After all, you can get rewards after taking it. If it can't even solve some of its own shortcomings, then it's still a system reward. Not to mention, it's just a mere phobia, and it's not such a complicated thing. So I hope Master Tsunade can come with me. If all goes well, everything will be resolved in half a month. Just as Subai finished speaking, Shizune yelled, Master Tsunade, don't listen to his nonsense. Shirayasha, Master Tsunade is an absolute medical expert in the ninja world, even she can't solve the problem. Do you think you can solve it? You clearly have a conspiracy. Conspiracy. Hearing this, Subai raised his eyebrows slightly, and said with a light smile, it's not a conspiracy, but there is something that needs Master Tsunade's help. It's a fair deal. Of course you can refuse, but I must take Master Tsunade away today, and I have prepared all the blood. When Shizune heard this, her pretty face turned pale with fright. At her level, she doesn't have the confidence to take on Subai alone. Not to mention the state of Tsunade once the other party throws out blood. Shizune was just about to open his mouth to despise Subai's meanness. But was stopped by Tsunade. Since the opponent has already caught his own weakness, even if he refuses, there is nothing he can do about it. Tsunade looked at Subai. I have already made a calm analysis of this in my heart. If Subai really wanted to harm himself, there was no need to talk nonsense to her. Intimidation. Tsunade had a sneer in his heart. At this time, it is time to show the demeanor of Konoha village Sanin. How could he be fooled by the bounty criminal in front of him? Want to treat my phobia? How interesting. But let's talk about the ugly things first. Don't regret it after you cure my hemophobia. The reward of 800 million taels is very attractive. Tsunade chuckled confidently. Subai shrugged, saying it was okay, and opened the portal of the homeland by the way. Oh, are you asking me to follow you into your space-time ninjutsu? Hehe, interesting. How do you say that sentence? How can you get a tiger cub if you don't enter the tiger's den? Subai said lightly. But Tsunade rolled his eyes. You are a cultured bounty criminal. Shizune, you are waiting for my good news in this town. There is no need to report to Konoha village. After half a month, I will take you to the gold exchange to exchange for 800 million taels. Although Shizune knows that the current situation is very unfavorable for them. But it never occurred to him that Tsunade was going to follow Subai so brazenly. It's a pity that Shizune is still too tender. In a desperate situation, Tsunade certainly didn't do it voluntarily. But it's better than being shivering with blood and then being dragged away. Oh, Shizune, I've already bought this hotel. You can live there as you please. There is still some money in the cabinet, which is enough for your recent expenses. See you. After Subai said a word, he took Tsunade and entered the portal. Only Shizune, who was holding the tonko, was left standing there in a daze. Chapter 42, What darkness have you seen? Picture. The writing is quite confusing, the data is very poor. Say nothing, draw your sword. Tsunade, who had just stepped into Subai's territory, was a little dazed. Especially when she saw the gray world outside the gate, it was even more difficult for her to understand where she had come. He tentatively came to the door. Tsunade frowned. The outside is not so much the world, it would be better to say nothing. And the territory of this courtyard seems to be blocked by something like an enchantment. Can't get out at all. You can't get out. This is my independent space, and there is actually nothing outside. The only function is that when the courtyard area is insufficient, it will automatically expand outward. Subai hardly hides anything. He didn't think it was necessary at all. This kind of thing does not involve his secrets or cards. Even if the other party knows, it is of no use to them. Besides, there are also things similar to this different space. It's just that Subai's time and space cannot be cracked. Even people who have time-space ninjutsu or pupil skills cannot come to him. Uchiha Obito's Kamui space should also be uncrackable in some specificity. It's a pity that I don't know what he is thinking, and he will put the cracking method in the hands of the enemy. It's just that Subai's words made Tsunade's face even more ugly. Originally, she thought that she could take this opportunity to investigate Subai's background. But the current situation made her feel a little regretful. The decision seems a bit hasty. At the beginning, we should have found a way to retreat with Shizune while Subai was not paying attention. Snort. Tsunade forced himself to remain calm, pretending to snort coldly. It's really kind of miraculous. It's no wonder that with so many bounties on his back, he has been unable to be traced. So you have such perfect life-saving ninjutsu. Subai shrugged. He didn't care about Tsunade's seemingly sarcastic remarks towards him. Who can blame this? Is it to blame that Subai has such a perfect life-saving technique? Okay, no more gossip. Let's proceed with the deal as we said earlier. I will cure your hemophobia. You help me feed the cows for 7 days. After 7 days of feeding, wait another 7 days and help me collect fresh milk. Our deal is considered complete. After work, the rest of the time you can do whatever you want here. Enough drinking water. Wait a moment. Tsunade stared at Subai with wide eyes, as if he wanted to eat him up. Cow, you asked me to come to help you feed the cow. Is it surprising? Surprised or not, Tsunade couldn't believe his ears. She wondered if she was hallucinating. Don't you know how to feed the cows yourself? I was stunned for a long time. Tsunade finally came to his senses. Speechless, she only felt that there was an evil anger in her chest that made her unable to breathe. This kind of thing, it was simply an insult to her. Impossible, don't even think about it. I am a dignified Tsunade, how can I help people feed cows and collect fresh milk? Tsunade waved his hand and stared at Subai with glaring eyes. Mad at her, trembling. Subai, however, showed no expression. All of this seemed to be within his expectations. As a ninja, you have done D-level missions before. I remember Konoha Village's D-level mission, isn't it to help people catch cats and dogs, pull weeds and kill insects? There are even farms that hire you to help clean up livestock manure. I think the workload and remuneration of the tasks I posted, as well as the treatment in all aspects, are much better than those of those people. Tsunade. Subai didn't care about Tsunade's angry expression, and waved at her, come here. There are halls, kitchens, bedrooms, bathrooms and hot spring rooms in the room. Wouldn't it be nice to soak in a hot spring and drink a pot of wine after you're done with your work? If you want to eat something, you can make it yourself. If not, I can also go out and bring it for you. Tsunade was slightly taken aback by Subai's serious expression and gentlemanly attitude. She really didn't think that being a bounty hunter on the black market would have such sentimentality. Looking at all the facilities in the room, Tsunade couldn't help feeling a little moved. Snort. But Tsunade still maintains that high cold look. Even if the other party was able to cure her phobia, she gave herself so many small favors. But let Tsunade obey the words of Subai, the bounty criminal. That is absolutely impossible. This is Tsunade's inner self-esteem, which is absolutely not allowed. Actually, when I came here with you, I didn't intend to negotiate with you. Tsunade closed his pupils, and his eyelids lowered slightly. The serious expression made Subai a little puzzled. I just want to find out your details, so I can find a way to take you to the gold exchange. Oh, hearing this, Subai replied lightly, and then looked at Tsunade. Sure enough, it's because I'm worried that my blood phobia will be embarrassing in front of Shizune. Tsunade didn't act in a hurry, and Subai didn't seem to be offended by her bluntness. I'll tell you one thing. All the facilities here are very strong. With your strength, You can't destroy even a single trace. Tsunade. Having said that, Subai turned to look at Tsunade. I won't say anything about feeding the cows here or collecting fresh milk. After the transaction is completed, I will naturally let you go back. And you can cure a phobia, too. But if you really have this attitude, sometimes, some things are more uncomfortable than death. For example, walking out of the room slowly, Subai pointed to the hole in the wall. That hole was made by teasing Hinata at the time, and I forgot to fill it up for a while. Although I don't have any props available, I can still use the holes in the wall to let you see the real dark side of the world. I want you to know why the flowers are so red, and what is cruelty? Chapter 43. Tsunade, I will do whatever you say, I am laughing to death. Cut. After hearing Subai's threats, the corners of Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly, showing disdain. What followed was even more anger. A-hole. Bai Yasha, you are courting death. The voice just fell. Tsunade was as fast as lightning, and the next moment he was behind Subai. A hand knife cut. Subconsciously, Subai turned his head to block. There was a strange sizzle sound in my ear. What a quick response. Tsunade's eyes were cold with anger. She naturally understood what Subai said before. Nasty guy, to be so daring, to dare to have such thoughts about her, Tsunade. It is courting death. Do you want to turn chakra into electrons to form an electric field and inject it directly into my nervous system? Subai was reminded of Tsunade's chakra attribute. Fire, thunder, earth, water, yang. The chakra on the hand knife just now should belong to the thunder attribute. This trick, Tsunade used to be used against Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto's nerves were paralyzed, and he could not move. But Subai's words surprised Tsunade. Why does this guy know his offense so well? Ah, this. How do you know this? Tsunade frowned even more. It was simply impossible for such a concealed attack to be seen through. I know a lot more. But let me tell you, you can't summon Katsuyu here. So, there is no need to fall out between us. I cure your hemophobia, and you raise my dairy calf. In our free time, we can also gamble while drinking. Isn't this little day beautiful? Why are you calling back and forth? Are you tired? Have a drink and gamble. As soon as gambling was mentioned, Tsunade's eyes lit up. Of course, this move was fleeting, and then the anger was still on his face. I have nothing to say to the guy who killed the Konoha village ninja. Hinata, why? Subai spread his hands. You are smart, but sometimes you are really stupid. Then he took out a pack of red liquid. Look at that appearance, it should be the blood prepared by Subai in advance. You and Hinata don't both agree. If I really want to hurt you, I just need to wipe this thing on you. HMPH, think about the consequences yourself. Cut. Seeing the swaying blood, Tsunade's lips trembled slightly, and his eyes averted a little. Of course she knew that what Subai said was not wrong. But it is really difficult for her to be obedient like this. And the dog man in front of him seems to have no idea how to pity and cherish Jade. Tsunade was PD off by being completely straight. However, when the two sides were at a stalemate, Subai took out a bright red strawberry. To show your sincerity, you eat this first, and it won't be too late to trust me when your hemophobia is really cured. Snapped. Tsunade grabbed the strawberry thrown by Subai in his hand. Taking a closer look, her eyes immediately narrowed into a line. Hee, are you kidding me? Do you think I haven't seen such a thing? Or do you think that I'm so poor that I haven't even eaten strawberries, and I don't know what the effect of this thing is? If this strawberry can cure my phobia, I will do whatever you say. Oh, Subai was taken aback by Tsunade's abrupt speech, and asked casually, servants also do it? Ha ha ha. Do it, do everything. You don't need to do anything with the hole in the wall, I'll get in by myself. Tsunade looked at Subai with a serious look on his face, holding his belly and laughing out of breath. There is even an unexplained ridicule between the words. I have never seen such an idiot. You are either crazy or crazy. No. It's a psychopath with paranoia. Okay Tsunade, why don't you laugh, bet. I don't need you to do everything, as long as you obediently help me finish these things according to my requirements. Subai shook his head helplessly. Woman, what a moody creature. Alright. No problem, I'm really poor, I haven't even eaten strawberries. PFF'd. Ha ha ha, I'm almost dying of laughter. I didn't expect the vicious White Yasha to be such a cute guy. Subai's words didn't get Tsunade's understanding, but made her laugh harder. He kept patting his thighs. Even, trembling more powerful. Subai, I'm afraid this woman is crazy. Ahem, I'm going to eat it now. But you still have to bet. If it doesn't work, you have to send me back and pay me another 800 million taels, so I'll let you go. Tsunade forced himself to calm down. Don't think about Subai's bad jokes. And Subai also nodded after hearing Tsunade's conditions. This is a good sign. At least Tsunade didn't seem to want to kill himself. Although to a certain extent it was because she was holding on to her phobia, she was not confident of winning. But Subai is not worried. If it doesn't work this time, next time he'll go grab Shizune and force Tsunade to do the job. It's just that Subai's thoughts were not over yet, but the sound of the system interrupted his thinking. Tsunade takes the first strawberry. Congratulations to Tsunade for receiving the award. Congratulations to Tsunade. Chakra's upper limit has been greatly improved, and the upper limit of physical skills has been greatly improved. Congratulations to Tsunade for getting rid of hemophobia. Congratulations to host chakra for a small increase in the upper limit, and a small increase for the upper limit of physical skills. Congratulations to host for obtaining ninjutsu healing jutsu. Chapter 44. I'm so easy to cheat when you are an ant. Picture. Ningguang is really good. In the hot spring pool. A beautiful figure soaked in the water. Tsunade's face was blank. Soaking in hot springs is like a corpse. She can't even remember how she soaked in the hot spring. Strawberry. Can it really cure phobia? As the ceiling of medical ninjutsu in the ninja world, this kind of thing is completely beyond her cognition. The method of testing is also very simple. Not long after Tsunade swallowed the strawberry, Subai tore the blood bandage in his hand and threw it all over her. The moment the pungent smell of blood slipped into his nostrils, Tsunade slumped to the ground. But, originally, she thought that she would tremble with fright and feel powerless. But as time went by, she didn't have any discomfort at all. And, she even felt that her chakra was thicker than before. Clap clap clap, Tsunade raised his fair arm and took several shots towards his pretty face. The splashed water scattered to the side of the pool, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Huh. Subai, you really have a lot of secrets to discover. It's over. Even Tsunade is an old ninja fritter. Too bad she's still a female ninja. A woman's natural curiosity for new things is enough to make her eventually broken. Wow, Tsunade forced herself to calm down and stood up. She looked at the bloody clothes by the sink. HMPH, I have to do my own laundry when I come here. It's more comfortable to have Shizune by my side. After packing everything, Tsunade walked out of the hot spring house in a bathrobe. At this time, Subai had already prepared the meal and was sitting quietly on a chair waiting for Tsunade to appear. This guy can actually cook. Tsunade's eyes lit up when he smelled the aroma. She hadn't thought at all that a mere reward offer seemed to know life very well. Hurry up and eat, it's time for you to work, Tsunade. Just as Subai finished speaking, Tsunade's face changed suddenly. Luan stared. So fast. My clothes are not dry yet. It's a pity that Subai didn't let Tsunade go because of this, but cast a blank stare at her. Don't worry, there is no one else here. Calf is just like you. Tsunade. Before Tsunade's face was about to turn black, Subai immediately changed his words. I mean the gender is the same as yours. The barn environment and feed are extremely clean. The most you can do is sweat a little. Of course, the workload is very little. Maybe you can't even sweat. Just wear a bathrobe. Fart. Tsunade snapped off Subai's description. Is your gender the same as mine? Hearing this, Subai slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade's brow revealed a trace of murderous look, but Subai saw some attitude similar to self-confidence. After a long time, he said slowly, please pay attention to your words, Master Tsunade. I'm a gentleman, and I don't do things like some people do. The implication is that I like to sit in front of the other party and enjoy it quietly. Cut. Tsunade snorted coldly after hearing this. She remembered the previous bet with Subai. God bless me, I almost became the servant of this dog man in front of me. But now it seems that Subai looks like a gentleman. Thinking of this, Tsunade expressed his doubts. Got it, but I have a question. You said that I need to feed it for 7 days, and after 7 days I have to collect fresh milk. I feel like you really look down on my IQ. Young cows are fed for 7 days, and milk can be harvested after another 7 days. Don't you think it's funny when you say such a thing? Tsunade sat down in front of Subai. This move caused Subai's eyes to stop for a moment. Then he glanced at Tsunade. Want to gamble again? If you feed for 7 days as required, and you can't collect fresh milk after another 7 days, I will still pay you 800 million taels. And you will be put back safe and sound, and you will not be held accountable. No wonder. If you can't collect milk, you can replace it here. Of course if you lose, then. It's a pity that Subai didn't finish his sentence, but was interrupted by Tsunade. No need, this is your territory, maybe this thing will be the same as your strawberry, it belongs to your secret method or something. There was an imperceptible smile on the corner of Tsunade's mouth. Sure enough, it was wrong to think that Subai was a gentleman. It's just that the dog man in front of him has a lot of tricks, wanting to let her fall into the dug trap step by step. I'm afraid I want to fart. Snort. Tsunade sneered, but Subai looked at her suspiciously. What are you laughing at? It's nothing, just laughing at the low-end methods of some people to deceive women. Subai. Chapter 45. Hinata's strangeness, Kuroyuki's suspicion. Another sunny day, but, at this time, Konoha village seemed a bit unharmonious. Hey, are you going to use a crow? Tamari of Sunagakure panicked and stopped him repeatedly. It's a pity that her younger brother Konkuro doesn't seem to take her sister seriously. Boom. With a sound, Konkuro placed the puppet crow in front of his eyes, intending to fight to the death with Uchiha Sasuke on the tree. However, a piercingly cold voice without any emotion came into everyone's ears. Konkuro, stop. The guy who loses face to the village. The appearance of Gaara surprised everyone even more. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who was sitting on a tree, didn't know when the other party appeared behind him. Gaara. Faced with the appearance of Gaara, Konkuro, who was still arrogant just now, suddenly became incoherent in fright, and a little cold sweat flowed out on his face. This guy, when did you come to me? It's as fast as Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke was equally horrified. As the descendant of Uchiha, the first graduate of this year, Sasuke has never seen a guy of his own age who has such terrifying strength. Listen to me Gaara, These guys came here first. Kankuro hastily apologized and blamed Uzumaki Naruto and Konohamaru. Blame these boring Konoha village ninjas for chasing themselves down the street. Otherwise, how could he have disputes with them? Now it's frightening to be scolded by Gaara. Shut up, kill you. It's a pity that Kankuro's apology was exchanged for Gaara's intimidation. The frightened Kankuro suddenly misfired and dared not say a word. Rustle. Gaara turned into sand, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of Kankuro and Temari. Let's go, we didn't come here to play. One order. Kankuro and Temari also obediently followed Gaara's and planned to leave. But, at this moment, Haruno Sakura rushed forward. Wait a minute, from the forehead protector, you are the ninjas of Tsunade. It is true that the land of fire and the land of wind are allies. But the treaty should prohibit ninjas from entering and leaving the other country at will. Tell us your purpose, and we will. It's a pity that Xiaofenmao didn't say everything. Temari spread his hands, and said helplessly, is this the so-called darkness under the lamp? We have passes. Temari showed their pass to enter Konoha village in the land of fire and said with a smile, we are here to take the Konoha village Chunin selection exam. At the same time, Kurinu Yuhi's 8th class, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino were lying on the ground tired and out of breath. They haven't been able to go out on missions recently either. That is, special training has been carried out in Konoha village. He looked at Kiba and Shino who had fallen to the ground, and then at Hyūga Hinata who was still sweating. Yuhihong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Is it really the same as what third Hokage said? Did Shiroyasha capture Hinata to give her special training? Yuhihong is naturally very curious about this kind of thing. After all, Hyūga Hinata is also in her name. It is a good thing to be able to increase strength. But it is also likely to be accompanied by certain dangers. Ah, I didn't expect Hinata to be desperate. Aren't you tired? Inuzuka Tooth turned over and sat on the ground, looked at Hinata who was covered in sweat, and sighed. Hinata simply responded and didn't answer Inuzuka's question. This made Inuzuka and Aburame Shino look at each other. Doubts also arose in my heart. What happened to the weak Hinata in the past? Such a desperate practice. What was it that inspired her? Could it be that she was bullied by Bai Yasha? Oh, by the way, Teacher Hong. Why do I keep seeing ninjas from other villages coming to Konoha village recently? Is there something wrong? During the break, Inuzuka Tooth expressed his doubts. It was just his words that made Hyūga Hinata's heart tremble. Increased the speed of waving. Inuzuka Tooth may not know, but Hinata understands. Before Subai told her that Konoha village will start the Chunin selection test soon. I think these ninjas are here for this. And Subai will also come to see Hinata's performance during the Chunin exam. This made Hinata extremely nervous, fearing that her poor performance would disappoint Subai again. So he practiced even more desperately, even though she felt that this kind of practice didn't seem to bring her much improvement. After a while, our Konoha village will jointly hold a Chunin exam with Tsunade. So many ninjas from other villages will also come to participate. I'm also considering whether to sign up for you to participate in it. But just as Yuhihong finished speaking, she heard Hinata panickingly say, sign up, you must sign up. Inuzuka Tooth. Strange, how can Hinata steal my lines? Normally, shouldn't she be silent? Especially when encountering this kind of thing. Seemingly feeling that the atmosphere was not right, Hinata blushed and turned her head away. I want to prove myself through this exam. Oh, Hinata, I didn't expect you to have such an idea. Me too. Hinata's words made Inuzuka's eyes light up. Mr. Hong, if the Chunin exam is really held, please register for me. Where's Shino? Do you want to participate? Shino, Tooth, what you said is very problematic. We are a small team, and I heard it from my family before. The Chunin exam can only be taken in groups of 3. If I don't take it, neither you nor Hinata can take it. What? Shino's words made Hinata swallow nervously. Wouldn't it be the case if one of Kiba and Shino didn't participate? Fortunately, Aburame Shino is indifferent on the surface, but he is also a hot-blooded man in his heart. You all have to participate, and I will naturally participate. Because I don't want to be surpassed by you. Call. Hearing this, Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. His complexion regained his ease. But her performance was all seen by Xi Hihong. The more she looked, the more Yuhihong felt that something was a little strange. A bad premonition rose in my heart. Chapter 46, Miserable, Hyūga Hinata is about to be watched. Hokage Conference Hall. There is a crystal ball in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and standing opposite are Jōnin, who is in charge of Konoha village, and teacher Chunin, who is a teacher at the school. There are also the proctors who are in charge of the Chunin exams. Exhaling several smoke rings, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, seeing the people gathered together, you should understand. Hitaki Kakashi was still pretending to lower his dull eyes. Is it already this time? Asuma smoked a cigarette. It seems that I have sent messages to other ninja villages, and I can see them in Konoha village recently. Yuhihong's face was a little ugly. She still has something about Hyūga Hinata on her mind. Judging from Hinata's performance, Yuhihong always felt that she knew early on that the Chunin selection test would be held. 1 week later, on July 1st, the Chunin selection exam will be held. Formally, as long as Genin who has completed more than 8 tasks can be recommended to take the exam according to your wishes. Although you usually need to double the number of tasks to have enough experience to participate. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen kept his mouth shut. He set his sights on Hitaki Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi. Then I scanned the other Jōnin in charge. First of all, let Jōnin, who will lead this year's rookie genin, come out, Kakashi, Hong and Asuma. How about it, in this Chunin exam, is there any genin recommended for the exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the three of them, then set his sights on Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi, you come first. This is too obvious. Hitaki Kakashi naturally knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. After all, the two had discussed in depth before. The longer the peace lasts, the more we cannot relax. What's more, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body is getting older year by year. It is really necessary to compare the level between the newcomer genin of Konoha village and the genin of other villages at this time. Kakashi, who usually likes to be late, now looks crisp and neat. Immediately said. 7th class led by Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. The above three, in my name, Hitaki Kakashi, recommend them to take the Chunin selection examination. Seeing this, Asuma immediately said seriously, the 10th squad led by Asuma, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. The above three, in my name, Asuma, recommend them to take the Chunin selection exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. But when it was time for Yuhihong, the straightforward and neat Yuhihong in the past was a little hesitant today. Regardless of Shiroyasha's purpose, is our Konoha village afraid of him? Also, you have to trust your subordinates, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Kuroyuki's worry at a glance. But, this behavior is clearly bad. Some damage to Konoha village's reputation. This. Yuhihong was immediately discouraged. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words have come to this point, what can she do? Besides, the recommendations of Hitaki Kakashi and Asuma have left her no choice as Jōnin. Squad 8 led by Kurenai Yuhi, Hyūga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. The above three, in my name, Yuhihong, recommend them to take the Chunin selection exam. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, there was another objection from the crowd. Wait a moment, Master Hokage, please listen to me. The 9 genins recommended just now are all my students in the ninja school. Although they have completed more than 8D level missions, according to previous regulations, their experience is not enough to take the Chunin selection exam. Iruka stood up with a panicked face. The Chunin selection exam is not like the ninja school exam. This kind of exam, but you really have to fight with your life. Without experience and strength, they can only become leeks and let the other party harvest them. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the words, but did not make any statement. Hitaki Kakashi turned to look at Iruka. When I became Chunin, I was 6 years younger than Naruto now. His words were full of sternness. But in his heart, he thinks that Iruka, who has a gentle personality, doesn't understand the truth at all. Don't come out to make trouble again. Naruto is different from you. Do you want to destroy Naruto? Facing the resolute Kakashi, Iruka walked up to him angrily. However, Hitaki Kakashi said decisively, Mr. Iruka, they are no longer your students, but my subordinates. This sentence directly blocked Iruka from saying anything more. Seeing this, Yuhihong also sighed lightly and did not express any opinion. After everyone left, she turned back to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master 3rd generation. Oh, Red. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi coming, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly and said, you want to tell me about Hinata, right? Yes, Master 3rd generation. Yuhihong paused for a moment, showing embarrassment, and finally said, Hinata seems to have known about the Chunin selection exam for a long time. I worry. Yuhihong's worry is also justified. She was worried that Subai would use Hinata to do something harmful to Konoha village during the Musa Chunin exam. It's just that Hong's information made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes shine. Hyūga Hinata already knew about Musa's Chunin exam. How did she know? Don't think about it. Subai probably said it. So here comes the question, how did Subai know? Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard. This question really stumped him. Red, are you sure Hinata knows? This, I'm just skeptical, too. Yuhihong's pretty face flushed slightly, she really wasn't 100% sure. But I watched Hinata's desperate practice recently, and I was even more excited after hearing about the Chunin exam. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate. It's like knowing ahead of time and having to show someone what the Chunin score is. That feeling, it's like a special desire for that person's approval. Yuhihong really didn't want to say Subai's name. If everything Hyūga Hinata did was for Subai, wouldn't it be very embarrassing for her to act as Jōnin? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed when he heard that. Ho 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 ho, isn't that nice? Good. After hearing the words, Yuhihong became angry. Master 3rd generation, what you said is wrong. Hinata is an innocent child, I'm afraid she will be used by Shiroyasha. But how can you be so careless about doing something that endangers Konoha village? Sarutobi Hiruzen, no, don't get excited and let my old man explain. I think you've also noticed the change in Hinata recently. It's true that her strength has increased a lot, but if she wants to be disadvantageous to Konoha village with her strength, it's still too far away. She just can't do it. If Subai really wants to use Hinata, he will show his feet one day. What we can do is to observe Hinata silently and wait until the time is right before making a move. When the exam officially starts, I will arrange the patriarchs of the major families in Anbu. Use the telescope technique to observe every move of Hyūga Hinata together. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a few seconds, and continued, Oh. Come along with you when the time comes. If there is a problem, we can act in an instant. Chapter 47. Please give me the power of acting. Picture. The Hokage picture in hand. Not too many can be successfully sent out, please forgive me. Things about Musha joint Chunin exam. Subai probably got some information from the black market horse boy. They told Subai that many ninjas from other villages had arrived in Konoha village. Subai is unclear as to what Hyūga Hinata will be watched. But this kind of thing has long been within the scope of his guess. It is normal to be monitored, and if not monitored, it may be considered a small profit. But the ninjas in Konoha village shouldn't be so stupid. From the very beginning, Subai didn't take this kind of thing to heart. At this time I'm having a good time with Tsunade at home. Come, keep drinking. Tsunade's slightly drunken face flushed red. There was a squeak. He drank the sake in the glass into his mouth. Looking at Tsunade in front of him, Subai felt helpless. Just this level, still drink, but the atmosphere has reached this point. Subai also pretended to be slightly drunk, and picked up the glass. Come on, Master Tsunade, let's continue. 7 days passed quickly. Tsunade's job was already relatively easy. It also went smoothly to finish. I usually drink a little wine here at Subai once in a while. Soak in hot springs and drink some wine. There is nothing to do, especially after work is done. There is nowhere to release energy, and the two of them drink and brag every day when they have nothing to do. Occasionally take a small gamble. Then, to put it bluntly, if it is really calculated according to the game of gambling. The pants are temporarily borrowed from Subai. I'll tell you, I was still working on how to shake dice on my way home late at night. Guess what? A masked man with long hair dares to block my mother's way. Tsunade waved his hand, quite a heroic feeling. Of course, Subai is very clear about this matter. That masked long-haired man is Orochimaru, and it was Jiraiya who forced Orochimaru to accompany him in a heroic rescue scene. And then I just kicked. The ground was cracked by me, and the masked man trembled in fear. And guess what? Subai. What else? Jiraiya shouted and ran from a distance. Then seeing Orochimaru who was scared away, Jiraiya himself was also on the spot. But Subai still pretended to be surprised, as if he was listening extremely seriously, and stared at Dao. What's the result? Forehead. Tsunade wiggled his fingers a few times and pointed at the massive heaven on the table with a smile. As a result, the author of this book came to ask me if I had anything to do. Let me tell you, boy Subai, the author of this book is an idiot. If you learn the above things, I will guarantee you to be single for the rest of your life. Subai. Having said this, Tsunade shook his glass and fell silent, not knowing what he was thinking. But seeing a little sadness on her face, Subai knew it well. Whenever Tsunade drinks too much, she thinks of her brother Naoki. One of the things is odd to say the least. The necklace Tsunade wears around his neck is an artifact left by Senju Hashirama. It has the function of restraining the tail beast chakra. It is said that because it is a relic of first Hokage, it is a unique ore in this world. The money sold was enough to buy 3 mountains. Jiraiya's original words, but this necklace is a bit weird. Except for Tsunade, whoever takes whoever dies. Die extremely fast. Naoki is an absolute example. If you take it today, you must return to heaven the next day. It also belongs to the kind of death that is extremely tragic. Naoki rushed into the enemy's detonator to ambush, and was blown out of human form. Even Uzumaki Naruto, the son of luck, gave him a necklace when Tsunade promised him to learn Rasengan. If it weren't for the 9 tails in his body, Naruto would have returned to the Pure Land. Before I officially brought it on, I was almost killed. This is really a frustrating existence. Just as Subai was staring at the necklace of the first generation project, Tsunade's doubtful voice came from beside his ear. What are you looking at? With a playful smile, Tsunade stared at Subai. I'm just curious about the necklace around your neck. I heard that the money you sell can buy 3 mountains. I really want to take over the 3 mountains and raise some chickens, ducks and geese. Tsunade. It's just that when Subai mentioned the necklace, Tsunade's face became even sadder. She stared blankly at the necklace in her hand. It was quiet for a long time. During this period, Subai was very knowledgeable and didn't try to wake her up. Still waited until Tsunade took the initiative to speak. This necklace belongs to grandfather. I once gave it to my brother. It's a pity he's gone. When Tsunade mentioned Naoki, a trace of loneliness and sadness flashed across his expression. In her heart, the status of her brother Naoki is higher than anyone else. This kind of thing actually makes Subai feel particularly strange. People in the ninja world are very interesting. How interesting can it be? It seems that as long as there are ninjas with younger brothers, they will spoil their younger brothers crazily. Regardless of whether it is a male ninja or a female ninja, they are unexpectedly consistent in pampering their younger brothers. Subai also understands this. Tsunade will spoil Uzumaki Naruto so much. Or because I saw the shadow of Naoki from him. Naoki probably died protecting Konoha village. He was clearly a Konoha village hero and must have walked away with pride. At this moment, Subai suddenly felt an inexplicable force attached to him. Master Xing, Brother Fat, Brother Wa, Wei, YJ. Subai naturally expressed his longing and yearning for Konoha village ninjas. But his words and expression made Tsunade stunned for an instant. Chapter 48. Tsunade, you're lucky you didn't get bitten to death. Picture. You know our Konoha village ninja too. Tsunade was taken aback for a moment and then asked subconsciously. Suddenly he laughed at himself again. Hey, what ninjas are not ninjas, for those who regard Hokage as a dream? I think they're all a bunch of idiots. That's the kicker. Sensing the meaning behind Tsunade's words, Subai didn't respond in time. It's okay for her to say that these people are idiots, but if Subai follows her words, he won't get any benefit anyway. Take a look at Orochimaru. It was miserable to be beaten, it was really punched to the flesh, and the skin of the face fell off from the beating. You can't say that. Your brother Naoki must have adored your sister and your grandfather. That's why I talk about Hokage. He definitely wishes he could be as strong as you, Tsunade-sama, and a great ninja like Hashirama-sama. Actually, sometimes I envy them very much. They can fight for their dreams. Regardless of difficulties, not afraid of life and death, live like a real warrior. Speaking of this, Subai still didn't let a self-deprecating smile show. It's not like me, life is confused and I don't know the direction. Looking at Subai with a sad expression, Tsunade suddenly felt a sense of desolation in the house. Such a strong White Yasha also has a weak side. Of course, the key to making Tsunade listen is Subai's praise of Naoki and in Naoki's heart. The importance of her sister. But Tsunade is not clear. In Subai's mind, between Tsunade and Hokage, Naoki will definitely choose Hokage. This is very pitiful, the younger brother will always be the one who gets the love. Only in this case, only a fool would tell the truth. What's more, Tsunade wanted to deceive herself, and Subai was just a good person from her perspective. While Subai was talking, he turned his head to look at Tsunade, and their eyes met. After counting breaths, Subai pretended to be a little embarrassed and said, "Sorry, I said something that shouldn't be said. Let's keep drinking." Oh, Tsunade also dodged his gaze. The two have entered the good state of brotherhood again. I don't know what it looks like when I drink it. Not sure how long I drank it again. Tsunade sometimes confides bitterness to Subai, like a schizophrenic, crying and laughing at other times. The atmosphere also gradually became strange. For Subai, he believes that sometimes what God bestows must be grasped. If you don't, you will be sorry for the loving heart of God. I won't care about you anymore. D. Listen to me, good sister. No, good brother, we faced Hanzo of the Salamander. Don't you know, demigod, he is a demigod in the ninja world. I punched. Tsunade hugged Subai. Facing Tsunade who could no longer tell the difference between male and female, Subai wrinkled his nose. In addition to some sake flavor, there is also a slight clear fragrance. Excellent, Master Tsunade. The person is beautiful and powerful. As expected of the most beautiful woman in the ninja world. Tsunade blushed a little upon hearing this. Then he smiled and said, "Just you. Do you understand? Anyway, a guy who reads books written by people like Jiraiya will definitely be single. I advise you to give up earlier." Tsunade pinched Subai's face and said while laughing. Subai also grinned, and treated his own body in his own way. Then I have to rely on Master Tsunade's instruction. In Konoha village, the night is already deep. In the former site of the root organization, in a hidden room. Shimura Danzo sat cross-legged at the table, and in front of him was a long-haired man. Orochimaru, how are your negotiations with Tsunagakure going? Danzo's slightly narrowed eyes slowly opened, looking at Orochimaru who sneaked into Konoha village with his experience and his own help. Relax, that fellow Luo Sha naturally agreed. Otherwise how could he have sent Jinchuriki from Tsunagakure to take the Chunin exam? Just wait until the time is right and let Gaara run amok in Konoha village. We Yinyan village and Tsunagakure will naturally catch Konoha village by surprise. With anticipation in his cold eyes, Orochimaru habitually licked his tongue. I will also take advantage of the Chunin exam to check the strength and talent of my prey. Snort. Danzo snorted coldly and continued, didn't you hear anything? The Hyūga Hinata that Shiroyasha took away before has been sent back. I'm worried. Having said that, Danzo looked to Orochimaru. But Orochimaru still sneered. Don't care, a hoarse voice slowly sounded. It's just a bounty criminal, there is no need to worry. What's more, the fact that Bai Yasha destroyed this country by himself was originally false. The Red Sand Scorpions in the Akatsuki organization have already told Yukushi Kabuto about these things. They are really confident, thinking that Do is still his former subordinate. But I don't know, it's too easy for me to lift a seal like submerged brain manipulation. After Danzo heard this, his expression was slightly startled. This was the first time he had heard of this, and he never thought that the person who destroyed this country was not Bai Yasha. It was Shao who organized the group of guys. So it's just a guy who can use time and space ninjutsu to escape. He muttered to himself. Danzo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, because of Subai's matter, he also has trouble sleeping and eating. I was afraid that the other party would affect his and Orochimaru's Konoha Honkai plan. Master Danzo, when I kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, whether you can control Konoha village from the future depends on your means. Orochimaru didn't have much interest in controlling Konoha. But Konoha village has too many ninjutsu that he hasn't learned yet. Coupled with families with secret arts like Konoha village, those ninjas are also very good experimental materials. And according to what Orochimaru and Danzo know about Konoha village, today, Jiraiya is still foolishly looking for the son of prophecy outside. Tsunade even suffered from hemophobia and spent all day traveling around casinos. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, according to the current situation of Konoha village, it will be difficult for them to choose a serious Hokage. Of course the Hokage will be mine. Danzo grinned. It seems to have seen the scene of myself sitting in Hokage's office. The next day, in Subai's home space, Tsunade woke up leisurely from the bed. Forehead. Touching her head, she was still a little dizzy. Tsunade patted her mouth. She felt something was wrong. What did you do last night? Why are you so exhausted? Could it be that you sleepwalked and climbed a mountain last night? Then she shook her head. Unless Subai dragged her to climb the mountain, there was no way for her to leave here. Didn't think too much about it either. Tsunade got dressed and came to the living room. However, at this time, Subai had already prepared breakfast. Woke up. In a word, Subai turned to look at Tsunade. What's wrong with your neck? Why is there a red spot? Not paying too much attention, Tsunade just asked Subai out of curiosity. Nothing. Meet a wild horse last night and got bitten. Puff. Hearing this, Tsunade burst out laughing. Why didn't the horse bite off your neck? Subai. Then you have to ask the horse, not me. What a weird guy. Tsunade shook his head. He had never seen such a person. Don't drink so much if you have such a poor capacity for alcohol. It must be that you drank too much and ran out for a stroll in a daze. You were lucky not to be bitten to death by that wild horse. Tsunade chuckled, but the more I thought about it, the more ridiculous it was, and I almost cried out from laughter. But Subai's next words woke Tsunade up. I didn't go out last night, I was at home all the time. Tsunade. Chapter 49. I am Tsunade, Ninja World Medical Ceiling. Picture. The first few pictures seem to be gone. The walnuts promised by certain boss before should not be in line. I don't know if this one will work. Subai is not a horse, but a cow is a cow. Doesn't that mean, what bulls and horses? Tsunade pointed at himself, confused on the spot. Subai nodded, but I won't blame you, I understand your feelings very well. After all, it is the first time to experience new things at this age. It's understandable to be a little excited. Tsunade. This dog thing. Obviously it was premeditated. White Yasha. Tsunade gritted his teeth tightly, his fists clenched so hard that his bones creaked. With an angry face, several veins appeared on her brow. If you dare to speak nonsense, you will die. A-hole. Sulking for a while, Tsunade finally chose to give up. It is very unwise to fight. In case the opponent seizes the opportunity, the end may be even more tragic. Of course, as one of the Sannin, Tsunade who participated in the ninja war. The big winds and waves I think I have seen eat more salt than the average person. This mere matter is nothing compared to life. She is not as hypocritical as those ordinary people. After hearing this, Subai pretended to rub his chin in thought for a long time. This scene made Tsunade even more nervous. Hey, did you hear what I said? Just pretend that nothing happened when you were drunk. When the time comes, I will finish the work for you, and we will never meet again. The deal is over. Subai nodded and said, then what if I become a father? Shut up, who do you think I am? I'm Tsunade, the top medical ninja in the ninja world. This kind of thing doesn't know much more than you. Roll. Trembling with anger, Tsunade went to the table and picked up Jiraiya's book and flipped it back and forth. What are you doing? Subai asked curiously. I just want to see if this guy Jiraiya has grown up in recent years. People who read this kind of novel should not have any IQ in this regard. Subai. The truth is a bit speechless, but Subai is powerless to refute Tsunade. Jiraiya, the author of the Kissing Heaven series, is indeed old and single. And his little fanboy, Hitaki Kakashi. Jiraiya will not comment first. Hitaki Kakashi was a gifted elite when he was a child. Also has a handsome face. But until he stepped down from 6th Hokage, the only person with him was Might Guy who had a broken leg. Thinking of this, Subai spread his hands. But it's normal. In the ninja world, what men pursue is often very strange. For example, Hokage, Kazekage, Raikage, Tsuchikage, even Mizukage. Otherwise, encouraged to become the mainstay of supporting the village. Inspiration should become the existence of protecting companions. And for the sake of the village, even one family will not be spared. Of course there is also my brother. I will come after him, no matter how big a mistake he makes. If you dare to move, you will die. What's more, he will also set up Anbu as his lifelong goal. Of course, there are some people with stupid IQs, and they don't want their childhood sweethearts who care about them at home. Must pursue Orochimaru to become a horse boy, eager for Orochimaru to give power. The result was also used by Orochimaru as a real product. Mizuki. It's really 5 flowers 8 gate. The only one who can think about the woman next to him is 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato of Konoha village. All my life led Uzumaki Kushina. It's a pity that when Kushina was bullied by the people in the village when she was a child, Minato just watched from the sidelines. They are all companions in the village, and they believe in Kushina's strength. But at the end of his life, Minato still didn't listen to Kushina's way. Did not let Kushina forcibly seal 9 tails and 9 tails perish together. Instead, in order to maintain the balance of the tail beasts of the 5 great nations, he chose to sacrifice his son's childhood. Oh, what a frightening world. Subai sighed inwardly. Make up your mind. Anyway, he doesn't have any goals, so why not turn into a savior and save these poor people? Just when Subai was thinking about playing, he heard a bang. Tsunade slammed the book in his hand on the table. Then he glared at Subai angrily. Subai, call. Tsunade's angry gasps filled the room. Call. After a long time, she took a deep breath. Never mind, it turns out that you hit it deep, kid. You only need to answer one question for me now, and I will not hold you accountable. Will the milk collected at that time have the same effect as the strawberry you gave me, which can enhance the strength of others? Tsunade knew it was pointless to pursue what had happened. Nowadays, she has already defined Subai in front of her as a person with deep scheming and magical mystic skills. If such a person intends to harm the ninja world in the future, that thing is really troublesome. Chapter 50. Tsunade is inflated, Tsunade is defeated, Tsunade will be taught a lesson. Time flies. Tsunade also has no plans to take care of Subai in recent days. Always intentionally or unintentionally avoiding Subai's gaze. This kind of behavior is definitely a manifestation of a guilty conscience. I am afraid that I will have some special emotions with Subai again. Subai also didn't pay much attention to Tsunade's behavior. Some things require boiling frogs in warm water, and if you run with Tsunade, you won't get anywhere. In recent days, after many inquiries, the black market boy finally reported to Subai the time of Musha's joint Chunin exam. July 1st. In this way, it will be tomorrow. However, this time, Tsunade finally completed her final mission. Take the bottle given by Subai and collect the milk. Unfortunately, only 5 bottles were collected in total. Is this thing really the same as the strawberry before? Tsunade glanced curiously at the milk in the bottle. Unfortunately, she quickly looked back. As if remembering something, his face turned slightly red. I suppose so. Subai also did not hide the previous question from Tsunade. No need, let her say it. Even if she said that she broke the sky, so what? You'll know if you try it. Subai showed a smirk. This smile made Tsunade tremble with anger. Nasty guy. Sure enough, I still won't forget the past. I'm going to make a bottle now, and you'll know if it works after you try it. When the words fell to the ground, Subai ignored the sulking Tsunade. He turned and walked towards the kitchen. Damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** the back of Subai leaving. Tsunade snorted coldly, and turned her head away arrogantly. After a while, Subai came out with boiled fresh milk. No, drink it, the temperature is just right. Tsunade. Seeing that Tsunade was indifferent, Subai smiled and said, "Is Master Sanin, the top medical doctor in the ninja world, also afraid of me poisoning you?" Snort. Subai's sarcasm aroused Tsunade's self-esteem. Embarrassed in front of this family. That is absolutely impossible. Just drink it. Tsunade took the milk and drank it down. Well, it's quite sweet. Chucking his mouth a few times, Tsunade subconsciously licked his lips with his tongue. It's a bit tempting. At this time, Subai also heard the sound of the system. Tsunade drinks the first bottle of milk. Congratulations to Tsunade. Chakra's upper limit has been greatly improved, and the upper limit of physical skills has been greatly improved. Congratulations to Tsunade for getting his 25-year appearance back in time. Congratulations to Host Chakra for a large increase in the upper limit, and a small increase for the upper limit of physical skills. Congratulations to Host for getting Ninjutsu Chakra Scalpel Adaptive. Chakra Scalpel. Subai frowned slightly. This is an A- level ninjutsu, which belongs to medical ninjutsu. Chakra focuses on the hands and can cut any part of the body for further medical treatment. Any organ can also be transplanted, and it can also be used to interrupt the opponent's muscles and meridians in battle. It can even be used as a weapon to cut opponents with great power. Moreover, the length and stretch of Chakra Scalpel can also be controlled according to the amount of chakra. It is really a wonderful move to kill people and get goods. But Subai is still very curious about what it means for Tsunade's 25-year-old appearance to go back in time. Because the appearance of Tsunade has not changed in any way. Did some research and found out. In the future, if the Tsunade completely unlocks the 100 healings mark and consumes a large amount of chakra, it will have a change in appearance. Instead of becoming ugly, it will return to the appearance it was 25 years ago. This reward is really beyond Subai's imagination. I originally thought that the current Tsunade chakra should be much thicker than before. Without very special circumstances, the 100 healings mark will not be unlocked. But I didn't expect, once this guy fully unlocks the 100 healings mark, will chakra become younger after a lot of consumption. My obedient. This is really, if Tsunade doesn't kneel down and lick Subai's toes, Subai will think it's too bad. But it seems that the Tsunade 25 years ago is not as good as the gift from God now. But Tsunade had no idea what kind of reward he was getting. It's not like the bonuses Hinata gets with skill moves. Naturally, no images would appear in Tsunade's mind. She only knows that her current chakra is much stronger than before. I even feel that the strength of my body is not a little bit stronger than before. Call. Tsunade let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much more transparent and refreshed. Immediately, she fixed her eyes on Subai like a torch. Subai, I want to ask you a question. What are your plans for the future? Do you want to continue to be a wanted criminal or what? Tsunade's words made Subai a little confused. The casual Subai has never considered such a thing. Have not thought, he answered casually. Subai took out a scroll from time and space. There are 800 million taels stored in this scroll, I will send you back now. Tsunade didn't expect that Subai would pay her 800 million taels. This is really a lot of money, enough for her to pay off her debts. No, it's enough for her to continue to be chic in the casino. Although a little excited, Tsunade shook his head immediately. Don't change the topic, you have to give me a clear answer now. When Subai heard this, he didn't quite understand. Could it be that this woman was deceived by her acting skills that night? After all, Subai said that he was very envious of those ninjas. Envious. Don't make trouble, this is what I said at the beginning to set off the atmosphere. Do I have a choice? Don't forget about the affairs of this country. Subai's words made Tsunade startled. Then he showed a little sadness. That's right, she forgot about this country. This Subai is not an ordinary bounty-offering criminal, but someone who destroys other countries. It would be really difficult to kill a daimyo without someone with a particularly high reputation as a witness to guarantee his innocence. With her Tsunade name, as if that wasn't enough. Since Tsunade is also thinking about the future after learning these secrets of Subai. One is that he is afraid that this guy will really do something that endangers the ninja world. Even if Subai doesn't have this idea, he might not be used by others. The second is that I also want to bring him with me, maybe I can bring him back to Konoha village. After all, there are many reasons, both public and private. Hey, I thought we could be together. But now that I think about it, I'm afraid there is no such possibility. Subai. Tsunade paused, and the chakra in his body burst out suddenly. To be honest, you are really special. But, Tsunade gritted his teeth. But you are too dangerous, but don't worry, I will save your life and take you to a secret place to lock up. Subai. This woman is afraid that she has lost her mind. Tsunade, whose strength has been greatly enhanced twice, is indeed inflated. And this kind of magical secret technique is indeed a bit shocking. Once there is a problem, it is a very terrifying existence. Today's Tsunade has only one idea, that is to defeat Subai in front of him, and then find a secret place to imprison the guard himself. Are you ready? Tsunade's voice fell to the ground, and his figure quickly came to Subai in an instant. Dodging Tsunade's blow like a gust of wind, a blue light appeared in Subai's palm. Chakra's scalpel hit Tsunade's forearm with a backhand. Well, Tsunade was in pain, and his arm suddenly fell limply. Feeling that the muscle meridian was temporarily cut off, her face also changed suddenly. You can use the chakra scalpel of medical ninjutsu. But Subai didn't give her time to be surprised. Clap clap. After 3 palms in a row, Tsunade only felt that all the muscles and meridians of the limbs were cut off by chakra scalpel. Plop. Slumped on the ground. This chakra scalpel really works. Subai takes back chakra. The severing of the muscle meridian is not a serious matter, it is just a temporary loss of mobility, and it will be fine to treat it with medical ninjutsu at that time. But now, still need to teach her some lessons. Chapter 51. Hinata, I feel the cold approaching from behind. Picture. Whose wife is this again? It was the appointed time, but Subai and Tsunade still didn't show up. Shizune, who was still waiting at the Hiziguo hotel, was extremely anxious. Even though it was late at night, she still had no idea of falling asleep. No, let's report back to Konoha village tomorrow that Tsunade-sama has been kidnapped. Shizune murmured in his heart. At first she did listen to Tsunade's opinion and did not report to Konoha village. It's a matter of Tsunade's reputation after all. What if the other party really wanted to ask Tsunade for help? Wouldn't that be lifting a rock and shooting yourself in the foot? But now the situation is different, the agreed time has come. During this day, Shizune has already imagined all kinds of bad results. Tsunade is a blood phobic. Once it encounters blood, it will completely lose its resistance. A bounty-offering criminal like Subai must not be a good person. In case of ill intentions, when the time comes, it will naturally. The more I think about it, the less Shizune dares to continue imagining. The tragic situation of being abused made Shizune feel an extremely angry hatred. But at this moment, a slight distortion occurred in the space. A purple-black portal appeared in the room. Well, boy, are you quick to learn. Worthy of praise. The familiar sound immediately made Shizune sit up suddenly. It was only then that Subai walked out of the portal holding Tsunade's waist. That's thanks to Master Tsunade's teaching. My medical ninjutsu is so advanced. Subai said in conjunction with the acting. Learning medical ninjutsu. Don't make trouble. Tsunade's severed muscle meridian has long been restored. It's just that walking is not smooth, so there are naturally other reasons. After hearing what Subai said, Tsunade narrowed his eyes and laughed. It's just that there is a trace of murderous intent behind this weird smile. You wait for me. At this time, he didn't even give her a chance to rest and recover. Don't throw her back. But in order not to make Shizune think too much, Tsunade can only ask Subai to play a play with her. What a hateful guy. He took advantage of everything. Simply Tsunade doesn't want to care about Subai anymore. Let him live and die in the future. When the time comes, he deserves to be chased and killed by the whole ninja world after being deceived by others. Master Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade appear, Shizune was so excited that she almost shed tears. It's great that you're okay, but, seeing that Tsunade seemed to have a bad leg, Shizune cast an angry look at Subai. Shizune, don't be so hostile to Shiroyasha. We get along really well these days. He also resorted to this despicable method in order to learn medical ninjutsu. Seeing Shizune's dissatisfaction, Tsunade pretended to be serious. But Master Tsunade, your leg. It's okay, this is not to make Shiroyasha proficient in chakra scalpel, so I paid a little. Of course Bai Yasha also gave me 800 million taels as a thank you. Nothing else, Tsunade said with a smile, but in his heart he scolded Subai from head to toe. Damn guy, if you don't listen to my persuasion, you will be hunted down by the entire ninja world sooner or later. At that time, we will know the seriousness of the matter. It's really young people who are arrogant and domineering. They don't know that the real horror in this world is the ninja organization, not the black market. 800 million taels. After Shizune heard the huge tuition fee, he was stunned on the spot. No wonder Master Tsunade was so enthusiastic, he didn't expect to be bribed. But Tsunade-sama, he's treating us Konoha village. The Hinata thing is indeed sent back. Oh, don't mention this matter again. In short, he and Konoha are not as serious as we imagined. Tsunade was speechless. She did know that Shizune was worried about her, but it was impossible to explain some things to her too clearly. After sending off Tsunade, Subai waved her hand lightly. Then I'll go back first, Master Tsunade, see you by fate. Tsunade narrowed his eyes and gave a smirk. Slow down, but I thought in my heart. Just keep doing it, and once the secret technique is exposed, just wait for the whole world to be hunted down. Stupid guy, wait until Bai Yasha leaves. Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief, but Shizune's voice made her tremble again. Master Tsunade, Shiroyasha is not saying that there is a way to cure your hemophobia. This matter, Shizune, listen to his nonsense. If he really has this ability, does he still need me to teach him medical ninjutsu? He said this before, just to trick me into teaching him medical ninjutsu. Okay, I'm a little tired too, let's rest first. Tsunade supported his waist, sat down slowly, and lay directly on the quilt on the floor. Also no longer talked to Shizune. As if tired, he quickly fell asleep. Shizune, Subai back home, did not stop manual work. He hurried into the kitchen and began to boil another bottle of milk. Tomorrow is the Chunin exam. Now that the night is dark enough for everyone to fall asleep, he can take the opportunity to find Hyūga Hinata. After helping her strengthen her strength, you also need to let Hinata notify herself after entering the Death Forest. In fact, if Tsunade hadn't mentioned Orochimaru that day, Subai would have almost forgotten the existence of this product. Only then did I remember that Orochimaru still had a nice reward to get. Looking at the boiled milk, Subai sighed. Hinata. You can't beat Hyūga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto anymore. All the rewards I lost have to be exploited from you. 2 Chains. Chapter 52. Hinata's ascension again. Chunin exam arrives. Picture. The previous picture is gone again. It seems that there are too many rivals in love, and I am scared. I really don't know who this picture is. After the milk was boiled, Subai prepared everything, and the rest was to wake Hyūga Hinata from her dream and bring her home to continue to increase her strength. And according to Hyūga Hinata's recent strenuous practice, Subai also gets a very slight boost to the upper limit of chakra and taijutsu. So faint that he couldn't even feel it. But no matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. Even if Tsunade also practices in the future, he will also be rewarded. It's a pity that Hinata's growth through self-cultivation is too slow, and besides gambling and drinking, Tsunade can practice. To hell with it. Konoha village late at night. Hyūga Hinata tossed and turned in bed unable to sleep. It's been a long time since I saw Subai. It's a lie to say no. What's more, tomorrow is the Chunin exam, and I am extremely nervous. In the past few days, Hinata also specially went to the Konoha village entrance to see if Subai was among the ninjas who came to Konoha village. It's a pity that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She didn't see Subai at all. Hinata, who returned home disappointed, also laughed at herself in the end. Mr. Subai is a bounty hunter, how could he come to Konoha so brazenly? What's wrong with me? Why can't I even understand this little thing? Oh, little girl, you are suffering from lovesickness. Call. Hinata tried to relax herself. It will definitely work, I am much stronger now than before. Just as she kept cheering herself up, she suddenly felt a change in the bed. It seemed that something had jumped into it. In a moment of panic, Hinata was about to scream when he suddenly remembered the Hyūga people patrolling outside his house, so he quickly covered his mouth. The brain is running fast. Hinata lovesick again. Could it be Mr. Subai who came to see me? However, Subai was a little confused at this time. When he came to Hinata's side through the portal, his eyes suddenly went dark. I was also taken aback in my heart. I thought I fell into a deep cave somewhere. Fortunately, he found 2 fair legs, and realized that the transmission was in the wrong place. What the hell, where is this portal set? Subai cursed secretly in his heart. At the same time, Hinata's body receded downwards, and she also got under the covers. Subai, Mr. Subai. Hinata blushed when she first saw Subai. But because the light was too dark, Subai naturally didn't notice these things. Coupled with the fact that he was in a hurry to take Hinata home, he didn't think too much about it. Did I bother you? Seeing Hinata appearing in front of him, Subai inevitably thought that his appearance disturbed Hinata's rest. No, not at all. Hinata shook her little head slightly. In this strange atmosphere, Hinata's heart was pounding with excitement. It's a pity that Subai didn't express much. He took Hinata's hand and said, "Go back with me first, it's not convenient to talk here." Hinata, who returned to the home space, did not have time to go to the courtyard outside. She didn't know about the extra cow on the property. But, the faint fragrance that filled the whole room didn't seem to be a smell she was familiar with. Nose wrinkled slightly, Hinata was suspicious. It doesn't smell like Mr. Subai's. Why? Thinking of this, Hinata sighed inwardly. Some complained about Subai's behavior of not letting her come here casually. Boom. Naturally, Subai didn't know what Hinata was thinking, so he put the boiled milk in front of her. Drink it. This is a new secret method. It can make you powerful again. Hinata heard this, her eyes flickered slightly. Immediately, his expression was a little strange. Can't tell if I'm surprised or moved. Gurgle gurgle. For what Subai said, Hyūga Hinata still believed very much. I didn't think too much about it, I drank it all in one gulp. Hyūga Hinata drank the first bottle of milk. Congratulations to Hyūga Hinata for getting a lot of chakra upper limit increase, and a lot of physical skill upper limit increase. Congratulations to Hyūga Hinata for receiving the award, Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 128 palms. Congratulations to host for getting a small increase in the upper limit of chakra and a small increase in the upper limit of physical skills. Congratulations to host for obtaining blood follower boundary white eyes. The white-eyed ability is self-adaptive, you can have the white-eyed ability without changing the shape and appearance of the pupils. Subai. It's not so much that he obtained the supercilious white eyes of the blood successor, but rather that his own eyes possess the ability of supercilious white eyes. This reward is really good. After all, these eyes can see some things that ordinary eyes cannot see. It is more effective to detect the depth of the other party. Subai is quite satisfied. Look at Hinata's rewards again. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 128 palms is actually 128 palms. On the basis of 8 trigrams 64 palms, another 64 palms were played. My obedient. According to Hyūga Hinata's current level, among the top 12, it should be considered very high. Be humble, except for 8 Inner Gate's overbearing body art of changing one life for another in Naruto's tailed beast. The other Xiaoqiang should be able to be beaten by Hinata. Not even the current Uchiha Sasuke. If Hinata is not humble, he should be playing casually when he hits Neji. As long as your mentality is stable and you don't stop attacking because of the identity of the opponent, you can also slap Neji on the ground with a breath. Subai looked at the horrified Hinata, and said with a smile, Hinata, I should know how strong you are now. If we lose again, hey, then I'm really going to be heartbroken. As soon as Subai sighed, Hinata quickly stood up. No, I will definitely perform well and will not let you down. Yes, the reason why I can have such a reliable strength now is all due to the blessing of Subai in front of me. If this fails to perform well in the Chunin exam, Hinata will really commit seppuku. Okay, let's go back. Seeing Hinata's firm attitude, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Hinata rubbed her little hands with a shy expression. Just about to stay here for a while with the excuse of insomnia, but saw Subai's expression froze. Then he said, by the way, I almost forgot an important thing. Hearing this, Hinata was a little happy, thinking that Subai wanted to stay. But, when you enter the second test, it's time to enter the Death Forest. Just find an excuse to leave the team temporarily, find a place where no one is around, and come to my place, so that I can enter Konoha village according to your actual situation. Subai almost forgot that Orochimaru guy again, but in order to prevent Hinata from being passive due to his sudden appearance, he kindly reminded him. Let Hinata find a hidden place to inform herself. Hinata, Mr. Subai. Hinata was a little bitter. The hateful guy in front of him doesn't understand the girl's mind at all. Seeming to have noticed Hinata's strangeness, Subai was slightly taken aback, and then added, why are you looking at me like that? If I can't get into Konoha village, how do I see your performance? What a little idiot. Well, as soon as these words came out, Hinata, who was still a little disappointed, blushed a little, but her eyes were full of anticipation. Without thinking about it too much, she couldn't help nodding. Well, I see, I will definitely come to inform you when the time comes. Chapter 53, the Chunin exam officially begins. On this day, the exciting Chunin exam finally began. Hyūga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino came to the exam room according to Kurenai Yuhi's last order. As soon as I entered the door, I found that the whole classroom was full of strange ninjas from other villages. Rain Shinobi Village, Sunagakur, Longyan Village, Kaoyan Village, Yinyan Village. And they have Konoha Village. Hinata felt a little uncomfortable with the way these ninjas dressed. The look and expression are too scary. 5 big and 3 rough. Oh, there they are. Inuzuka looked around, and finally found the 6 of them at the same time. Hinata, Shino, let's go over and say hello to them too. Hinata. Inuzuka Fang followed Hinata's blank gaze, but saw Hyūga Neji sitting there in the crowd, looking at the 3 of them with unfriendly eyes. No, it is looking at Hyūga Hinata. Oh, teeth, let's go there. Hinata forced a smile, and followed Inuzuka and Shino towards Jōnin. Appears to behave normally, but Hinata was still very nervous inside. She didn't know exactly what she was going to face in this exam. But, she made up her mind that she must become a Chunin. Hey, this is really rare, everyone is here. Isn't it, Akamaru? Wow. Inuzuka Tooth walked in the front with the appearance of a boss. Hinata and Shino followed closely behind. All 9 newcomers genin from Konoha village were present. So that's how it is. This year's 9 genin rookies all took the exam. So, Inuzuka Fang showed a hint of pride, and looked at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him. How far can we go? What do you think, Sasuke? Don't look at Inuzuka Ya's unreliable appearance. He can be regarded as a hot-blooded boy in his heart. Naturally, only Uchiha Sasuke, who ranks first in the ranking, is in his eyes. The appearance of Inuzuka Tooth attracted the attention of several people, but they still stared at Hinata for a few moments. But then he withdrew his gaze. Yamanaka Ino winked at Haruno Sakura. The two were telegraphing with their eyes. Ino, did you hear that? Little Sakura, Hinata was kidnapped by people outside the village and brought back. Rumor has it that she was killed in the street. Haruno Sakura. Hush, don't talk nonsense, these things can't be mentioned in front of Hinata. Then Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto, but saw Naruto staring at Inuzuka Toothily. She was relieved. I'm afraid that this idiot will slip up. HMPH. You are so calm. Teeth. Sasuke smiled proudly. The current Sasuke can be regarded as a cheerful boy. We have done a good job in deep cultivation, and we will never lose to you. But Inuzuka Tooth only has Sasuke in his eyes. This behavior caused Uzumaki Naruto to be upset immediately. You are really long-winded, why are you all looking at Sasuke? I won't lose to someone like you. Woof. Akamaru also called out to Naruto. This sound caught Akamichi Choji's attention. Akamaru, it seems to be delicious. Just about to lean forward to see Akamaru's appearance. Aburame Shino stepped out first, blocking Choji. What do you want to do? Choji, who was blocked from watching food, was a little upset. With a slightly angry face, he questioned. Seeing that Shino had been watching his feet go down, Choji also looked down. Only then did a ladybug crawl past their feet. Don't step on it, Shino said coldly. Choji looked puzzled. I said I don't want you to step on him. Hearing this, Akamichi Choji finally understood what Shino meant. Do you want to eat this? For a moment, everyone fell into silence. Nobody knows how to crack Akamichi Choji's bad jokes. Fortunately, at this time, a Konoha village ninja with glasses came out. You guys, don't make noise here. Look behind you. Several people heard the words and turned to look. It was only then that they discovered that they had become the target of all genin due to the fact that the 9 of them got together. They were staring at a few people with fierce and irritable eyes. These gazes startled Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. The eyes of these people are really scary. Haruno Sakura shuddered all over. There was no ripple at all on the flat chest. However, at this moment, the glasses ninja said to himself again, my name is Yakushi Kabuto. It's the 7th time I'm taking the Chunin exam this year, so I should have more experience than you. As a senior, let me tell you a little bit of confidence about this exam. Yakushi Kabuto took out a stack of ninja cards from his trouser pocket while talking. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen along with Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma, and the patriarchs of the major families observed every move in the Chunin exam classroom through the crystal ball. Yuhihong is very concerned. She is really worried that Hinata will be used by Subai to endanger Konoha village. The one who is more excited than her is naturally Hyūga Hiashi. But as the patriarch of the Hyūga family, Hiashi suppressed the excitement in his heart and acted very calmly. And he also had a plan in his heart. If Hyūga Hinata is really bewitched by Subai, there is really no way. As the old family of Konoha village, the Hyūga family will not give up the whole family because of her personal reasons. By the time, Hiashi didn't dare to think about it, but just hoped that Hinata would never do something stupid. So far, it feels normal. Ho ho, Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed and laughed a few times. After Kurenai Yuhi thought for a while, she continued, I have been observing Hinata just now. As soon as she entered the classroom, her eyes were looking for a target, but they finally fell on Neji. Looking at her expression, I feel quite normal. After all, when Kurenai Yuhi said this, she paused and glanced at Hyūga Hiashi. The topic changed. I think if Shiroyasha wants to control what Hinata does, he will choose a place with a lot of people. For example, let Hinata be covered with detonating charms. Red, you mean? Asuma's expression changed greatly upon hearing this. Could it be that Shirayasha is going to use Hinata to blow up all the genin present? Impossible. Hong, don't make random guesses. Hyūga Hiashi scolded on the spot. I asked Sha to look at it with supercilious eyes this morning, and I didn't find anything unusual about Hinata. Call. That's the end of what Yuhihong could imagine. Fortunately, Hyūga Hiashi is also well prepared. Yuhihong finally breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder if we might be cheated. Maybe that White Yasha is really all right. Might Guy's words made everyone stunned for a moment. Yes, if he really didn't have any ideas, wouldn't everyone be busy in vain? Guy, don't say that. Just in case, we still have to do it. Kakashi smiled slightly. Time passed by every minute and every second. Nothing was found by Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. The first written test was said to be answering questions, but the real test was the ability of this group of genin to obtain information. Haha, Kakashi yo, the 3 of my subordinates are stronger than yours. The anomaly didn't see it, but he saw the whole test screen. Rookie genin has 9, plus Might Guy leads the freshman 3. Among Konoha village's top 12, only Uzumaki Naruto's test paper is still blank. Among the 12 Xiaoqiang, Except for Haruno Sakura and Hyūga Hinata who answered the question completely by themselves, all others got the answer through information acquisition. And Uzumaki Naruto, who has no intelligence acquisition function at all. At this time, Muggle gone. Chapter 54. Subai, you are missed by Hyūga Hanabi. The day passed quickly. The first written test of the Chunin exam also came to an end. During this period everything is very normal. Except Uzumaki Naruto's final yell broke the intimidation of torture ninja Ibushi. Nothing happened. Hyūga Hinata and others all passed the test smoothly. She sat quietly in the courtyard and recalled the first day of the Chunin exam. It turned out that the purpose of the written test was actually to test their ability to collect intelligence. And these questions are useless at all. The key 10th question is a psychological test question. Before answering the question, they can choose to give up, but those who do not give up but answer the 10th question incorrectly will be unable to take the Chunin exam. Candidates who left during this period actually lost their qualifications for the exam. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting next to Hinata, waved his hand and said passionately, even if I am a genin for the rest of my life, I will become a Hokage in one go. According to Mr. Subai, for ordinary people, these are just useless pretty words. Hinata raised her head and looked at the morning glow in the distance. She remembered the scene of watching the battlefield in Kauyan village with Subai on the top of the mountain. Anyone can say beautiful words, but for those people, it is not a beautiful word that can end the war. Let them live a stable life. But Hinata shook her head mockingly. She had asked Subai about Uzumaki Naruto. That's why everyone likes to call him the demon fox. If you don't ask, you don't know. When you ask, you are almost scared to death. It turns out that the monster with the most chakra in the world, 9 tails, is sealed inside Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto's identity is very special. It's just that when Hinata was about to ask about the tailed beast again, Subai told her that it was meaningless to her to know about it. There was no more sound. Thinking of this, Hinata had a hint of resentment on his face. Isn't it okay to just chat once in a while? It's really just for training me, is there nothing else? It's just that Hinata doesn't know until now, and what Subai told her is just a few perfunctory words. Just to prepare her mentally. Once you face Uzumaki Naruto at that time, you won't be surprised by the sudden appearance of 9 tails chakra. Tailed beast, Jinchuriki, these things really mean nothing to Hinata. There are also various things in this ninja world, she doesn't need to know so much. But Hinata became excited when she thought that Subai could see her performance tomorrow. I couldn't help but smile. Oh, silly girl, do you believe this too? He came here to find Orochimaru. However at this time, a hidden place in a corner of the Hyūga mansion's courtyard. 2 pairs of eyes were fixed on Hinata. Master, there is nothing unusual about Ms. Hinata. The maid Hyūga Natsu rolled her eyes and said respectfully to Hyūga Hiashi beside her. Hiashi was still very dignified, nodded lightly and said, you should work harder tonight, and pay more attention to the changes in Hinata. As a father, Hiashi knows very well. Hinata is getting old, even as her father, there are some things Hiashi can't do. It can only be difficult for Hyūga Shah who is beside me. Understood, Patriarch. Naturally, Hyūga Shah also knew it, and accepted the order solemnly. And another corner, the small head poked out, looking at Hinata. Hyūga Hanabi, perhaps a test of Hanabi's state of mind. Hiashi did not hide the fact that Hinata was kidnapped. But when Hinata came back, Hiashi didn't mention her sister to Hanabi. However, some recent changes in the family also made Hanabi doubtful. My sister must have some ulterior secret. Little Hanabi murmured. In fact, there is no need to think too much, in Hanabi's cognition. Looking at the tense nerves of everyone in the family, she knew it must be something bad. Especially seeing Hinata's dazed expression recently. Hanabi clenched her pink fist angrily. This hateful White Yasha has shamed our Hyūga clan. I have to practice hard and seek justice for my sister. At this time, Subai naturally didn't know that he was being targeted by a little Lolita. He is happily waiting for the new reward. Congratulations to host for taking the first bottle of milk. Congratulations to host for getting a massive chakra upper limit increase, and a massive physical skill upper limit increase. Congratulations to host for getting the reward, the skill Knight of God adaptive. Subai, Knight of God. Improve all attribute abilities of yourself or your companions. This. What Subai didn't expect to acquire was the skill of Wendy, the Sky Dragon Slayer Magister in Fairy Tail. The skills of a little Lolita. Well, forget it. Subai shrugged. I have almost rushed towards omnipotence. He can be both a warrior and a mage. Especially after getting medical ninja and now adding this skill. Subai can be regarded as a competent support. It's a pity that I didn't get Wendy's Tianlong characteristics. Just eating fresh air restores stamina and magical powers chakra. In that case, it can be regarded as a perpetual motion machine. Subai smiled to himself. Then go to the hot spring room. Get ready to take a bath and have a good rest. Starting tomorrow, get ready to sneak into Konoha village. Chapter 55. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unexpectedly, I still have a way. Picture. Little Walnut. The next day, all the genin who passed the first written test yesterday gathered together. Konoha Village Exercise Field 44, also known as the Death Forest of Konoha Village. The number 44 practice field is located in the northeast of Konoha Village, which belongs to the area that has been separated from Konoha Village. It is a circular forest land with a radius of 10 kilometers. It always felt kind of creepy. Haruno Sakura pursed her lips and clasped her hands in front of her chest. The deep and dim forest in front of her made her feel panic. She has never seen such a dense and huge forest. But she didn't know that behind a few meters away from them, a pair of cold eyes full of desire were staring at her. Uchiha Sasuke next to him. Orochimaru had already killed the 3 ninjas who came to Konoha village for the exam. Take his 2 ninjas from Yinyan village in disguise and transform into Kauyan village ninjas. Mixed in the crowd. It's just that Hyūga Hinata doesn't know that Subai's target has been mixed in with their crowd. She was still thinking about how to find Subai later. This is called the Forest of Death, and you will experience it for yourself soon. Invigilator Mitarashi Anko had a wicked smile on his face. As a former student of Orochimaru, Anko has learned some bad habits. Like smiling sinisterly. Death Forest. When hearing the words, Death Forest, Hinata's heart trembled slightly. She just remembered that Subai asked her to go to him during the second test. He didn't care about the Death Forest that Subai said at the time. Unexpectedly, the other party was right about the Death Forest. At this moment, Hyūga Hinata couldn't believe it. Subai, who is it? Snort. It's called the Forest of Death, and you can experience it for yourself right away. Uzumaki Naruto pinched his waist with both hands, imitating Anko's voice, and twisted. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke quickly turned his head away. Haruno Sakura looked even more furious, looking at Naruto with embarrassment. No matter how much you scare me, I'm fine. I'm not afraid at all. Uzumaki Naruto's actions caught everyone's attention. And Anko was happy instead of angry, and said with narrowed eyes, really? You are so energetic. As soon as the words fell, Anko drew out the kunai very quickly. Before Naruto could react, kunai had already slashed across his face, even drawing a bloody wound. Anko's own body skills are also extremely fast, and at the same time that kunai is stuck on the ground, he has already come behind Naruto. He touched the blood on Naruto's face. Children like you are usually the first to die. This spout of blood is my favorite. Uzumaki Naruto was even more frightened on the spot, completely lost the momentum just now. However, while Anko was still threatening Naruto, he felt someone approaching behind him. Without further ado, she took out the kunai again, just about to turn back. But she saw a long tongue curling up her previous kunai, and handed it to her. Kunai. I will give it back to you. Oh, thank you so much for your trouble. Anko didn't recognize the ninja of Kauyan village in front of him, and smiled, but don't stand behind me with a murderous look. If you don't want to die early. Orochimaru didn't care, and retracted his long tongue into his mouth. Sorry, I'm also the kind of person who gets excited when I see blood. And you cut off my most important hair. It's exciting. Orochimaru left a word and turned back to the crowd. But the interaction between the two made Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino feel that something was wrong. These people, nothing seems normal. Hyūga Hinata looked at Orochimaru more. This person inexplicably gave her a particularly dangerous feeling. As for why she felt this way, she was not particularly clear. It seems that this test will not be as simple as before. Hinata murmured inwardly. In the Konoha village Hokage office. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Orochimaru's long tongue, for some reason, a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Master Third Generation, Kakashi saw the dazed Sarutobi Hiruzen, and kindly reminded him, Shien and the others. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses, smiled and said, I have already arranged for Shien and 2 other Anbu personnel to be among the candidates. Their task is to follow Hong's 8th squad. But the goal is not Shiroyasha, but to stop Hinata if something happens. Yuhihong heard the sound and sighed softly, hey, now that I think about it, if Shiroyasha doesn't show up, I really feel sorry for the 3 of them. As Jōnin in charge, he didn't even trust his subordinates. Evening Red Heart. There is also unspeakable pain. Dead Forest Days. The Earth Coiling Axis battle lasts for 5 days. And the terrain is complex, and the density of candidates is very low. If Shiroyasha wants to contact Hinata again, this is the best choice. I think the current White Yasha may have been mixed in with the crowd. Naru Lujiu analyzed a wave. They don't think Subai is a stupid guy. Now that Hinata is back, it will inevitably be watched by Konoha village. It is not easy to contact even if you want to. But this time the test was really at the right time and place. It's a pity that he didn't expect the old man to have such miraculous ninjutsu. Ho 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 ho. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his bong, his old face twitched a few times, and he laughed. When everyone heard the words, they also laughed a few times. Indeed, no matter how clever Subai was, he never thought that Konoha village could use such surveillance methods to monitor Hyūga Hinata. It's a pity that Subai knows their methods. But they didn't think about what kind of expression they would have if they found out that Subai appeared to fight Orochimaru. Okay, let's wait in peace now. Sarutobi Hiruzen hoists the bomb again. An ambush has already been arranged on the far periphery of the Death Forest. His target was not Subai, because Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that it was impossible to catch Subai. After all, the opponent's space-time ninjutsu is too weird. The real target is actually Hyūga Hinata. They just want to find out whether there is something between Hyūga Hinata and Subai that is not good for Konoha village. At this time, Hyūga Hiashi is calm on the surface, but deep in his heart he has been looking forward to it. Hinata, you must not do anything that has anything to do with Shiroyasha. Chapter 56. Inuzuka Tooth, Expansive. Subai raised his head and looked at the clock on the wall. There are still a few minutes until 2:30 in the afternoon. It also indicates that the second test of the Chunin selection exam is about to begin. Pack everything. Subai sat quietly on the sofa and waited for Hinata's arrival. Outside the Konoha village death forest, all genin candidates have come to their starting point as required. Invigilator Mitarashi Anko stared earnestly at the watch on his wrist. When the time comes, Mitarashi Anko, with a serious face, conveyed the news to the proctors at all starting points through the wireless headset. From now on, the Chunin selection exam. The second test has officially begun. The voice fell. All proctors opened the doors of all starting points at the same time. Genin, taking the test, leaves quickly. Everyone has excited expressions on their faces. Swish swish swish. Except for the three of Uzumaki Naruto, everyone else moved towards the central tower at an extremely fast speed. And planned to find a suitable opponent halfway to snatch the eligible scrolls in their hands. Clap clap. 3 soft bangs landed on the ground. Hyūga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino fell to the ground. Very well, let's go find the scroll now. Can it work, Hinata? Inuzuka Tooth still looks like a team leader, and has already begun to direct. Of course, the kind-hearted Hinata will definitely not compete with Inuzuka Tooth for these boring things. She just nodded slightly and said, yeah. Blind eyes. The 3 closest to us are coming towards us. Hinata used white eyes to detect, and saw 3 figures chasing towards them in the distance. It must be because they are newcomers. Should be easy to bully. Oh, that's just fine. Shina, let's make a trap here first, and pretend that nothing happened. Wait for them to take the bait. Inuzuka Ya showed a fierce look on his face, and grinned wickedly. All right, Shino didn't say much, he thought Ya's method was very good. In Konoha's Hokage office, everyone looked at the 3 people who were setting traps. Yuhi's red face is proud. These 3 little guys are doing really well. Might Guy shuddered all over. The 3 of them actually want to use the blood-sucking leeches in the dead forest. It's too scary. Kakashi. Kurenai Yuhi gave Might Guy a blank look, and said with a smile, Shino is an expert in this field. Of course I've been with Shino for a long time, and Hinata and Kiba have long been able to resist. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not make any comments. So far everything looks fine. Swish. A fast-moving rain shinobi village ninja stopped and waved one arm. The 2 companions behind him also stopped. From the bottom of the woods, Inuzuka Fang's voice came. Anyway, everyone's goal is to go to the tower. Then it's the best policy for us to set up traps around the tower as much as possible. He pretends to be loud and attracts 3 rain shinobi. Akamaru's nose kept wrinkling, already smelling the opponent's position. However, the 3 rain shinobi had no idea that the crisis had come. HMPH. Sure enough, the kid is the kid. In that conspicuous place, is it because we are afraid that we will not be able to find them? Leading the way, rain shinobi snickered at Inuzuka's stupidity. He stood upright in a conspicuous place and did not speak, but his voice was extraordinarily loud. In this kind of test, Inuzuka Ya's behavior is obviously to want to reincarnate earlier. It's just that when he finished speaking these words, his face suddenly darkened. Under the clothes on the back, something seemed to be drilled. What's the matter? Your face is very ugly. Seeing this, the companion was obviously taken aback, especially looking at what was wriggling under the shirt of rain shinobi who took the lead. It surprised them even more. When the blood-sucking leech from Konoha village showed up, the remaining 2 rain shinobi were completely stunned. What is this thing? It's a pity that before they could digest the scene in front of them, Konoha village's blood-sucking leeches fell densely on the high branches. Even if they used the kunai and shuriken in their hands to fight back, the large number of blood-sucking leeches could not be killed. Ah, instant effort. There were screams in the death forest. Roar. Are these 3 brats still pretty powerful? An Anbu member who was in the dark admired it. After all, this is the future ninja of their Konoha village. Still something to be proud of. Azuki Shion didn't say a word, and watched the changes around her vigilantly. Trying hard to find out where Subai is. The blood-sucking leeches in Konoha village can collectively jump onto their prey based on the body temperature and sweat of the person. As long as you have been sucked blood for 5 minutes, it's time to go to another place. I'm so sorry. Looking at the 3 rain shinobi who fell into their trap again after landing, Inuzuka gave a cruel smile. It's up to you whether you can survive. We have to take the scroll away. Everything is going smooth. The 8th group of 3 led by Yuhihong got the land scroll they needed not long after they entered the death forest. The earth coiling axis was assembled shortly after entering the arena. What luck. You say yes, Akamaru. Wow. Akamaru, who was lying on Inuzuka's head, wagged his tail happily. Kiba looked at Hinata and Shino by the way. Hinata, Shino, let's go. Go and find the next opponent. Survival in the wild still has to come to this kind of place. Hyūga Hinata was stunned by Inuzuka Fang. Shouldn't we rush to the central tower at this time? Why look for the next target opponent? Tooth. He actually swelled up. Tooth, you're too proud. It's dangerous. No matter how small a bug is, it will keep vigilance in order to protect itself from predators. That's the safest way. Aburame Shino doesn't particularly agree with Inuzuka's idea. But after hearing his words, Inuzuka Ya didn't care and said, what? Of course I know. You guys still like to say things that others don't understand. You idiot. Shino. Seeing that Shino was silent, Inuzuka Ya also knew that he was unhappy, shook his hand, and continued, okay, I understand. Then let's go to the central tower now. Chapter 57. Hyūga Hinata became Konoha Rinin. Picture. In fact, I think these three are still very good. Seeing the three of them set off again, Azuki Shion waved her hand. The two Anbu companions behind him nodded. The three followed cautiously again. After all, according to the information that Yuhihong told Shion, these three of her subordinates all have extremely strong detection capabilities. Therefore, the tracking of the three of them is still very careful. To avoid being discovered by the three little guys in front of me. If that's the case, it's really embarrassing for Anbu. Along the way, everything is normal. The Hyūga Hinata trio did not meet their opponents again. Thinking about those genins whose starting points are close to each other, they have already beaten you to death. But just when Shion thought everything was normal, Hyūga Hinata stopped suddenly. See, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino also stopped in doubt. Teeth. Hinata, what's the matter with you? Did you find anything? Shino. No, probably not. Hinata didn't use white eyes. Tooth. Oh, is that a physical discomfort? Hear the concerns of your peers. A trace of guilt suddenly rose in Hinata's heart. Now she needs to deceive Inuzuka Tooth and Aburame Shino in front of her. Find a hidden place to return to Subai's home. Then bring Subai to the Death Forest. Hyūga Hinata though knows that this kind of thing is not good. But in her heart, she believed in Subai, thinking that Subai would never do anything to hurt Konoha village. That, Hinata blushed apologetically, but Shino and Kiba didn't see the clue. After all, in their hearts, this fits Hinata's character very well. I want to find a place to relax. Hyūga Hinata gritted her teeth and finally told a lie. Ah, so that's what happened. Then you go, but be very careful about your surroundings. Inuzuka said with a smile, we'll wait for you here. I heard. Hinata nodded lightly. Yeah. Suddenly the situation appeared. Azuki Shion thinks Hinata's move is very suspicious based on her sixth sense as a woman. So he said to the two companions behind him, I will follow and watch, you are here to wait for orders. Yes, Captain. Two Anbu lead. This kind of thing can only be done by Azuki Shion. Although it is a task, there is no distinction between men and women. But the other party is Hyūga Hiyashi's daughter after all, and this kind of person should not be easily offended. Hyūga Hinata was both excited and nervous. There is an indescribable feeling. On one side is Konoha village, where she was born and raised, and on the other side is Subai, who she thinks saved her life. It's a pity that after Hinata ran into the dense forest, he didn't think much about it. The urge to meet Subai with self-blame but excited her made Hinata have no time to scruple. Immediately opened the time-space portal connecting Subai's home. This action, but it made Azuki Shion on the tree head dumbfounded on the spot. She never expected that Subai was not in Konoha village at all, nor did he mix with the candidates as analyzed above. The crux of the problem. It was Hyūga Hinata who possessed exactly the same space-time ninjutsu as Subai. Has Hinata betrayed Konoha? Azuki Yugao couldn't accept Hyūga Hinata's betrayal at all. She was the one that everyone saved their lives that night. Why did you choose to betray Konoha village? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been using the telescope technique to monitor Hinata, is also in the Hokage office in a daze. Everyone present had the same expression as him. Everyone couldn't believe that Hinata would use the same time and space ninjutsu as Subai. It is even more unbelievable that Hinata actually deceived Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino. No. Impossible. Hinata Shi. Yuhihong shook her purple eyelids slightly, her voice trembling. Hinata, have you become a Konoha village traitor? The one who can't accept all this is of course Hyūga Hiashi as his biological father. Surprise was fleeting. What followed was boundless anger. This useless thing. What a disgrace to the Hyūga clan. Bang. Hyūga Hiashi got up angrily, and the chair behind him fell to the ground because of his movements. Master Third Hokage. Go ahead, we Hyūga clan don't have anyone like that. Calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help reminding himself. As Konoha village Third Hokage, I have experienced countless storms and waves. It is not enough to be collapsed by such an emergency. I adjusted my breathing. Sarutobi Hiruzen took up the bong again. Call. Hiashi, calm down first. Subai hasn't shown up yet, don't define Hinata so early. But Sarutobi Hiruzen just finished speaking. But I heard Asuma say, Third Hokage, White Yasha has appeared. By the way, Asuma sighed inwardly, her father is indeed old. No matter what time, I'm still here pretending to be calm. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 58. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old man's operation was actually seen through. Subai stepped through the portal and appeared in the death forest of Konoha village. This scene, Azuki Shion, who was hiding on the branch, suddenly had her heart in her throat. Plop plop, heart beating violently. Azuki Shion was afraid that Subai under the tree would discover her existence. Once discovered, in that case, the consequences may be unimaginable. But it doesn't matter, since he appeared with Hyūga Hinata, Lord Third Hokage must have seen it. Azuki Shion muttered a few words in her heart, already ready to die. After Subai came on stage, Hinata shyly swayed beside him. Mr. Subai, Subai, what's wrong? This girl's behavior was indeed a bit puzzled, and Subai couldn't understand it. But still with a smile on his face, he asked Hinata one more question. That we've got the earth coiling shaft. The rest of the time is to rush to the central tower and wait for the next test. But, when Hinata said this, there was a little disappointment on his face, but I didn't expect that the method of obtaining the scroll would be so simple. As soon as I entered the arena, I got all the earth coiling axes, and I haven't come in time to let you see my performance. Nani? In Hokage's office, everyone's eyes widened again. They couldn't figure out what the relationship between Hinata and Subai was. Could it be that Subai sneaked into Konoha village just to see Hinata Chunin's performance in the exam? Naruto took the lead in launching the attack. This kind of thing is simply beyond his imagination. Previously, relying on his identity as a Konoha village think tank, he had thought of a lot about the relationship between Subai and Hinata in his mind. The detonator of human flesh, intelligence spy, there were even assassinations. No, things must not be that simple. Luju thought quickly, and said again, this may be an ordinary conversation between Hinata and Shirayasha, they must have premeditated. We have to watch out. Master Third Hokage, let's order more people to capture Hinata. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Luju with a wave of his hand. Wait a little longer, don't worry, maybe the current Hinata still doesn't know what Subai wants her to do. Third Hokage, Hyūga Hiashi was quite moved when he heard this. But the faces of the others darkened instantly. Master Third Hokage, now is not the time to be kind. This behavior is so indecisive. Asuma anxiously snuffed out the cigarette butt in her hand. He still knew more or less about his father. Especially with the growth of age, doing things has lost the sharpness of the past. Even scariest, Konoha Village's ninja manual says it all. As a ninja, you cannot have any personal feelings. But the old Sarutobi Hiruzen has violated the rules of the ninja manual. Just when they were about to attack again, they heard Subai's voice coming from the crystal ball. It's time to come down. Wouldn't it be good to hide in the tree and sneak around? Subai can be different from Hinata. When he first stepped into the death forest, he checked everything around him with his white eyes. And Orochimaru, whom he wants to find. It turned out that, on top of her head stood Azuki Shion. There are also two genin-like ninjas in plain clothes with Konoha village forehead protector standing not far from Inuzuka Fang and Aburame Shino. This is obviously Azuki Shion's companion. The purpose of the behavior is to monitor Hinata. Thinking of this, Subai did not forget to look to the Konoha village Hokage office in the southwest direction with his supercilious eyes. According to Subai's eyesight now, he can already see what happened in Hokage's office. A group of people gathered around Sarutobi Hiruzen, and at the center of them was a crystal ball on a table. Aren't you coming down yet? Since all of you are here to spy on Hinata, in that case, I think that little old man Sarutobi Hiruzen is also spying on Hinata with the telescope technique. Impossible. Subai's words immediately shocked Azuki Shion on the tree. Horror immediately appeared on her face. Not only Azuki Shion, Sarutobi Hiruzen in Hokage's office. Take a break. Stand up straight away. The old face is also unbelievable. Impossible. How could he know what we are doing now? No. Why does he know my ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely surprised. Telescope technique is something that only those he trusts know. In front of ordinary ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never perform this technique. After all, bad influence. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was distraught. He kept reanalyzing all the information he had obtained about Subai in his mind. Combined with what Yuhihong once said, Subai may know about the Chunin exam. Could he be one of these ninjas from the village who took the Chunin exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen dare not deny this idea. He did convey the news to other ninja villages in advance. It is also possible that Subai knew in advance. No, even if he is from another ninja village, it is impossible to know my telescope technique. And why did he choose to appear in the dead forest? After thinking for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became clear. The dead forest has long been the site of the Chunin exams in Konoha village. Although the joint Chunin examination has been restarted in recent years, the internal selection of Chunin in Konoha village has not been left behind. Combine it all, he even thinks that Subai used to be a ninja from Konoha village. And is the right-hand man of the root organization Shimura Danzo. Otherwise, it is impossible to know the technique of your own telescope. Especially recalling the love-hate relationship between myself and Danzo. It is very likely that Danzo told Subai everything about himself. Master Third Hokage. At this time, everyone was a little anxious. They even didn't expect that Subai would know Sarutobi Hiruzen so well. Etc. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what he wanted to do. With a big wave of his hand, he scolded everyone present. Wait a little longer, I want to see what he wants to do. Chapter 59. Azuki Shion who fell into the hands of Subai again. Picture. Some people want to see the picture of Hinata, but the ones that can pass are not worth looking at, and the rest feel that they can't pass, and it's not clear whether this Tsunade's picture can be kept. Maoyu Shion's small mouth twitched slightly. In desperation, he jumped in front of Subai. Her appearance surprised Hinata. Hinata's heart sank instantly. She never expected that her whereabouts would be followed by other people in the village. For a moment, I was a little overwhelmed with fear. HMPH. Long time no see, Shiroyasha. What is the purpose of your presence in Konoha village this time? Azuki Shion's face was full of frost, staring at Subai vigilantly. Seeing this, Subai spread his hands slightly. Let's see if you have learned how to make up. But it's okay, at least I know how to put on lipstick. Azuki Shion. Nonsense. Just plain nonsense. This beauty also touched her lipstick that night, but it was too late and you didn't see it. Azuki Shion spewed out several hot air from her nostrils, just about to refute some words. But I heard that Subai had turned his attention to Hinata. Hinata, you were careless this time, but remember, no matter how excited you are when doing things in the future, you must check the surrounding environment. In order to avoid the existence of this little mouse again. Shi Yan, everyone in Hokage's office. By the way, there are also big rats like Konoha village 3rd Hokage. As soon as Subai finished speaking, Shion retorted on the spot. Nonsense, Master 3rd Hokage didn't use the telescope technique to monitor Hinata. Sarutobi Hiruzen blushed. Very embarrassing. He complained in his heart that Shion talked too much. There is a feeling that there is no silver 300 taels here. But the conversation between Subai and Hinata is indeed like a teacher teaching a student again. This confuses Sarutobi Hiruzen even more. What puzzled him the most was that since Shion discovered the whereabouts of Subai and Hinata, it stands to reason that the first thing to do is to kill Shion. Why are you still in the mood to joke with Shion? Could it be that Subai is too confident in his own strength? With doubts, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became more active, for fear of missing a sliver of information. Alright, Hinata, don't blame yourself, it's still very good for your future. Subai touched Hinata's small head, but Hinata's expression didn't relax. She also recognized Shion in front of her, the Anbu member who went to rescue her that night. Although the other party was wearing a mask, it was easy to get around from her long purple hair. After all, in Konoha village, there are very few people with this hair color. Subai, Mr. Subai, can you not hurt this sister? Hyūga Hinata's dilemma made Subai startled. Then he smiled and said, don't worry, I promise you I won't hurt her. You can go to the exam with peace of mind. Remember my words, but you must get good grades. Hyūga Hinata felt extremely uncomfortable. She really didn't expect that Subai would be bumped into by someone as soon as he entered the Death Forest. And this person was the one who mistakenly thought that Subai was going to hurt himself and save himself that night. In terms of emotion and reason, Hinata doesn't want Shion to have anything to do. Subai naturally knew Hinata's thoughts. It was good, but he thought it would be best for Hinata to be kind. Also, don't worry, I will definitely know about your performance. Go at ease. Subai pushed Hinata out, signaled her to leave first. Hyūga Hinata had no choice but to walk in the direction of Inuzuka Fang and Aburame Shino with a feeling of uneasiness. After seeing Hinata leave, Subai's face darkened, and he looked at Azuki Shion. Seeing this, Shion's delicate body trembled in fright. What do you want to do? No, it's nothing, I just don't know if you know there is a throat lock technique. It's about strangling people to suffocation. During this suffocation process, certain organs function out of control. Do you want to feel it? Maoyu Shion heard the words and exclaimed, what? He took a few steps back in fright. See Subai walking towards her again. Shion's legs went limp and she sat on the ground paralyzed. Damn Shirayasha, what is he going to do to Shion? 3rd generation, I'm sorry, I'm going to save Shion. Yuhihong certainly knows what Subai's so-called skills are. The people present are also very clear. Of course Azuki Shion herself understood. This is not a question of whether to die or not, but mainly a question of face. Wait a minute, Red. Subai didn't do anything, just frightened Shi Yan. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh, hurriedly stopped Xi Hihong, and by the way cast her old eyes. You go and give one for nothing. Yuhihong looked back again and found out through the crystal ball. At this time, Subai pinched Shion's face with a teasing face, and was laughing at Shion's timidity. Evening Red. This behavior aroused even more dissatisfaction in Yuhihong's heart. With beautiful eyes, she stared angrily at Subai in the crystal ball. He secretly scolded the other party for being shameless. Well, I won't tease you anymore. It doesn't matter whether Sarutobi Hiruzen has transferred the observer's chakra to your side now. I just want to tell you one thing. Go back and tell your 2 companions, or ask them to go back and bring a word, if you prevent Hyūga Hinata from taking the Chunin exam. My next target will be Uzumaki Naruto. But I'm not interested in Naruto. Maybe I'll kill him on the spot. Subai paused, his expression instantly serious. You have to think about it before you act. Of course Azuki Shion knows who Uzumaki Naruto is. That's 9 Tails Jinchuriki in Konoha village. If this was caught and killed by Subai, wouldn't 4th Hokage waste his life in vain? Please mark this point. In fact, Naruto's identity is known to many people. This is the content in the original Itachi's true biography. Don't make trouble because of this. It's not just a 4th Hokage thing. Konoha village lost the tail beast, that's a big deal. Shion pointed at Subai angrily, and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Subai. I don't care that Sarutobi Hiruzen monitors me. You can now go back and deliver messages to your companions, and if Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to monitor me with the telescope technique, then you will follow me and be their eyes. That's it. You make up your mind quickly. I'm very busy. I'll just wait for you here for 3 minutes. Chapter 60. Hong, you are still too young. Hong, what you said seems to make sense. Threats, blatant threats. Everyone present at Hokage's office is of course aware of the importance of Uzumaki Naruto to Konoha village. If, as Subai said, the next target is Uzumaki Naruto, that would be really troublesome. Master 3rd Hokage, even Nara Shirju, the brains of Konoha village, couldn't think of a solution at this time. It wasn't Subai's force that bothered them the most. It's Subai's elusive space-time ninjutsu. In case he suddenly appeared beside Naruto, take Naruto away directly. Or kill Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto as Jinchuriki dies once he appears. The 9 tails in his body will naturally die together. When 9 tails reappears in the ninja world, the whole ninja world will be in chaos. Other villages will not sit idly by either. Of course, it's even more unlikely that they will give up 9 tails to Konoha village. Especially once 9 tails falls into the hands of Cloud Shinobi village. Then Cloud Shinobi village will inevitably launch the ninja war again, as the only way to change Jinchuriki. The patriarchs of other families also began to whisper. But for things like Jinchuriki, how can it be as simple as talking? Just touch the upper lip and the lower lip, and you can change it. Just kidding. Why? When everyone panicked, Hyūga Hiashi let out a long sigh. With a little sadness, he said, "It's our Hyūga family who are sorry for everyone in the village. I blame myself for giving birth to a child like Hinata. The only way now is to be able to deal with Shiroyasha. Let's go ambush now." Asuma lit a cigarette again. He was right. If there is no way to solve the problem, then solve the person who raised the problem. Apparently Subai was the one who gave them the Konoha village problem. It's a pity that as soon as Asuma finished speaking, he was refuted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Which one of you is sure that he can kill him with one blow? As long as Subai is allowed to flee back, then our Konoha village will face unseen and intangible revenge. That's the scariest thing. However, at this time, Kurenai Yuhi bravely stepped forward and said, "Master 3rd generation, when we went to rescue Hinata that night, our cooperation was perfect. It's just that there is no particularly powerful force to kill it. As long as we come again." Just in the middle of Yuhihong's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face shrugged, and his eyes were slightly raised to look at Yuhihong. He said lightly, "Hong, you are still too young and lack practical combat experience. You were all played by Subai that night. He deliberately exposed his flaws to let you rescue Hinata." As soon as this remark came out, Yuhihong was stunned on the spot. These words were obviously to refute her face. How could the hot-tempered Yuhihong be able to bear it? Immediately asked back, "Master 3rd generation, why do you say that?" Snort. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, sighed, and then showed a gentle smile again. "I don't mean that you can't. I think it's good that he did it because he didn't want us to torture Hinata too much. Made the Hokage of Konoha village for decades. The things and methods Sarutobi Hiruzen experienced are naturally much more colorful than the people in front of him. Many things may not be clear at the moment, but if they are connected slowly, he thinks he can see through everything. I said don't worry, and Hiashi, don't define Hinata so hastily. Now let's see what Subai wants to do when he comes to our Konoha village." Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the crystal ball. "I'm back." After Azuki Shion delivered the message, she returned to Subai's side again. "I told my companion, everything is going according to plan. They are in charge of keeping an eye on Hinata. Will not interfere with her taking the Chunin exam." Azuki Shion didn't say much. In order to avoid causing her companions to panic, she did not tell them that Subai had come to the Forest of Death. As a member of Anbu, he will execute the order after receiving it. Too many things will not be asked. Even if you are suspicious, it is impossible to do too many things beyond the scope of the order. Then let's go. Subai didn't say much to Shion. Her behavior has proved everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen has placed the lens of the telescope technique on Yugao's side according to chakras tracking. The purpose is to detect Subai. These things are very tacit and do not need to be conveyed through any words. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shion didn't expect that after Subai finished speaking, she would hug her up. This move made Mayu Shion anxious and shy. His arms pushed and shoved a few times indiscriminately. "Be honest. I said I'm in a hurry. If you can't keep up with my speed, how will Sarutobi Hiruzen detect me?" This. Subai's words immediately made Mayu Shion calm down. Right, mission comes first. She must be aware that the current target of Sarutobi Hiruzen's observation has been placed on Subai. It was hard to seize an opportunity to spy on his intelligence. Never fail because of personal reasons. Oh, Subai's action speed is really fast. The flickering figure in the crystal ball couldn't help Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. It's really like what Subai said, Shion's speed alone can't keep up with the opponent. Snort. This Bai Yasha, he clearly wants to take advantage of Shiyan. Yuhihong hugged her hands on her chest in displeasure. He looked at Subai in the picture indifferently. A look of contempt. Kurenai Yuhi's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes light up. It seems to have obtained extremely important information. This seems to be the breakthrough. People, fear of not having something to like. Once there is a way to deal with it. Chapter 61, Orochimaru's hunting time. The atmosphere in Hokage's office is very depressing. The patriarchs of the major families and several responsible Jōnin did not know how to deal with Subai's behavior of threatening Konoha with Naruto. Are you really going to let his plan succeed? In case Hinata actually does something to damage Konoha village, could it be that everyone can only watch her continue the exam? Although Hyūga Hiashi is still a little more relaxed because of Hinata's temporary safety. But this is not a long-term solution. Nowadays, no matter who it is, there is a bomb hanging on his chest that may explode at any time. This feeling is oppressive for all. I'm just wondering, why is this White Yasha's ability to collect intelligence so outstanding? Not only knowing Naruto is very important to us in Konoha village. Be clearer about the telescope technique of the 3rd generation. Might Guy complained unintentionally. This kind of thing is particularly outrageous. Even Might Guy, who is usually very nervous, felt that things were very strange. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't surprised. Isn't it normal for Danzo's former right-hand man to know this kind of information? Looking at it now, Subai is indeed the traitor of Konoha village. No, it was that idiot Danzo who failed to grasp such a talent. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is different from Danzo. He had to find out just how much Subai hated Konoha village. Then make plans for the next step according to different situations. However, Subai at this time is completely unclear. After being missed by Hanabi, he was missed by the bad old man again. Hey, can you let me down? In the forest of death. Seeing Subai stop suddenly, Mao Yuexi's pretty face remained frosty, and her attitude was extremely bad. Oh, feel the dissatisfaction from Xian. After Subai replied lightly, he loosened his hands. Boom, there was a soft sound. Azuki Xian squatted on the ground in an instant. The expression was slightly painful, and her pretty face was slightly distorted. Hiss, it hurts. Feel the pain coming from behind. Xian's face was slightly angry, and her white fingers pointed at Subai viciously. Shiroyasha, you, damn guy, he really doesn't understand pity and pity at all. But Subai ignored the angry Azuki Xian. He simply gestured to her. Hush, I'll take you to a big show. Big drama. Before Xian could react, she saw that Subai had already jumped onto the branch. Seeing this, Azuki Xian didn't have time to argue with him about throwing herself just now. In order to ensure the Sarutobi Hiruzen telescope technique observation at any time, Xian reluctantly stood up. Swish. With a soft sound, he came to Subai's side. White Yasha, what do you want? It's just that before Xian could speak, Subai covered her mouth on the spot. Well, Xian struggled again to break free from Subai's shackles, but she heard a whisper in her ear, be quiet. Don't be found out. Look over there. Subai's voice was extremely low, and he pointed to a clearing in the forest far away. Dense forests tightly surround the open space. Following Subai's pointing, Xian found that the forest glade was at this time. There were 3 people standing there. 2 of them are young genin with the Konoha village forehead protector. There is also a big sister with fluttering long hair, but the forehead protector of Kaoyan village is on her forehead. Call. Subai let go. Xian let out a long breath, and looked at the 3 of them suspiciously. Seeing this, she was taken aback. That boy is Uchiha Sasuke, via the Uchiha clan logo on Sasuke's clothing. Azuki Xian recognized the only remaining Uchiha tribe in Konoha village at a glance. Nani, when I learned from Xian that Subai's so-called big play has Uchiha Sasuke. The Hokage office is like fresh popcorn. Blast again. Sasuke. Hitaki Kakashi was even more surprised. Sasuke's words, then isn't Subai's goal Naruto. 3rd generation project. Sarutobi Hiruzen, stop barking. My old man is already going to be called numb by you. Without further ado, Sarutobi Hiruzen seals again, zoomed out the lens distance of the telescope technique. Although it seems that the characters have become a little small, but the scope is much wider. The scene that caught everyone's eyes at this time made them feel surprised. Who is this long-haired guy? Hitaki Kakashi couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The opponent stood firmly in place, and his proud subordinate Uchiha Sasuke was kneeling on the ground. After moving a few times, he lay on the ground and vomited. Haruno Sakura was even more miserable, as if she didn't know what she was frightened by, and she also knelt down on the ground. What the hell is going on here? Where's Naruto? Where did Naruto go? Only Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura are in the shot. Haruno Sakura has the very rare Sakura-colored hair in Konoha village. Very easy to identify. Among the 3 people in the 7th class, Uzumaki Naruto was the only one who could not be seen. For a moment, everyone panicked even more. The matter of Subai has not been clarified yet, but his own Jinchuriki has disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally couldn't sit still. Switch chakras tracking again, targeting Uzumaki Naruto. When they found Uzumaki Naruto, everyone was even more dazed. This is Naruto. Naruto was actually eaten. Chapter 62. Subai's purpose, cut Orochimaru a few knives. Picture. The previous chapter was forced to modify a lot of content last night. If you feel that the content you read before feels uncomfortable, you can go back and take a look at the revised one. A lot of deletions have been made. Picture. This pair, is it okay? Ignore the carrot head by yourself. Based on everyone's observations and guesses, Uzumaki Naruto is likely to be swallowed whole by a giant snake-like creature. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto was quite witty and successfully escaped through multiple shadow clone techniques. Is it really a snake? Hitaki Kakashi was slightly stunned as he watched the huge snake that fell on the ground and its belly was broken by Naruto. And Sarutobi Hiruzen looked even more dignified. Serpent. He recalled the hidden grass ninja he had seen interacting with Anko earlier. The long tongue looks like someone. Etc. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, startling everyone. Before everyone could respond to what happened, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already switched the camera to Sasuke. Do not come. As soon as the camera cut, everyone heard Sasuke's terrified shouts. Take a closer look. Only then did I realize that it was the same giant snake, attacking Sasuke with its bloody mouth wide open. And Sasuke was completely panicked, so frightened, he threw the shuriken in his hand into the giant snake's mouth. Boom. There was a soft sound. The giant snake's head shrugged and pulled to the branch, dying. Sasuke, who fell to the opposite branch, panted heavily, with a panicked expression on his face. He stared at the giant snake's corpse vigilantly, for fear that the other party would suddenly come back to life. But at this time, a sudden change occurred. The 7-inch snake actually split open on the spot, and the ninja from Kauyan village got out from the 7-inch snake. Sasuke and Haruno Sakura couldn't help being terrified by the sight in front of them. But the other party mocked with a stern smile. You can't be distracted even for a moment. The so-called prey is to always maintain high tension and run around. Especially in front of a predator. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke out in a cold sweat. It was the first time he had such a bad feeling. Who is this person? Why is it so strange? Might Guy has never seen such a disgusting ninja. Just as he asked, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to Azuki again. At this time, Azuki Shien's expression was also terrified. Even her pretty face turned pale. It seems to have experienced something particularly frightening. Shien, what happened to her? Could it be that Shiroyasha did something to her when we observed Naruto just now? Xi Hihong has already hated Subai to the bone, especially thinking that Hinata would even sell Konoha in order to get his approval. This simply doesn't take Yu Hihong's rightful role as Jōnin into consideration. Robbing the girl from her family is wishful thinking. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't answer Kurani Yuhi's words, he just stared at the crystal ball quietly and seriously. Finally, after trembling several times, Azuki Shien's red lips finally blurted out, You mean she? Shien pointed forward in disbelief, looking at Subai with fear in her eyes, her big and bright eyes trembling constantly. You mean she's big? Big. Orochimaru. As soon as these 3 words were said, the people in Hokage's office were shocked into silence. Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen's most beloved disciple, the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Everyone couldn't believe Azuki Shien's words. How could that ninja from Hidden Grass Village be Orochimaru? Besides, why did Orochimaru pretend to be a ninja from Kauyan Village to take the Chunin exam? None of this makes sense at all. And from the behavior of Azuki Shien, it can be seen that the person who identified the other party for her was Subai. Shirayasha said that the ninja of Kusanagi village is Orochimaru. Why does he know? What is Shiroyasha's purpose? Is he coming to find Orochimaru? Are the two in a cooperative relationship, or a hostile relationship? Naruto fell into confusion. There were too many problems, and even he couldn't make a correct judgment for a while. Damn it, it doesn't matter whether it's a hostile relationship or a cooperative relationship. 3rd generation, Asuma was completely helpless. If he had listened to him back then, he would have sent people to the forest of death earlier and he would not have ended up in such a situation. White Yasha alone is enough trouble. Now another Orochimaru runs out. Although it is still uncertain whether the identity of the other party is really Orochimaru, the traitor of Konoha village. But if Shirayasha and Orochimaru come together, for better or for worse, Konoha village will suffer. And their goal seems to be Kakashi's 7th squad, which is the team with Jinchuriki. This slip was caused by Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecision. However, just when everyone was already at a loss. But Subai's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen tremble all over, and he became energetic again. He's Orochimaru. Beauty, don't you want to know the purpose of my coming to Konoha village this time? Just to chop him a few times. Chapter 63. Azuki Shien, Bai Yasha, you are too shameless. It turns out that Shiroyasha came to Konoha village to kill Orochimaru. Everyone looked at each other in amazement. Why? Although this is a great thing for Konoha village. But it doesn't make sense at all. What is the conflict between the bounty hunter who has been hanging out with the black market and Orochimaru? Oh, could it be that Shiroyasha has taken a fancy to Orochimaru's bounty? Naruto also couldn't figure it out. But he still managed to find a reasonable reason. After all, for a wanted criminal like Orochimaru, the bounty offered is not low. Well, I think what Lu Ju said is correct. Hyūga Hiashi was overjoyed when he heard this. If this is the case, then the suspicion of Hinata can be cleared. Forehead. But an enemy like Orochimaru is no ordinary enemy. Hitaki Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly. Speaking of Orochimaru, it reminded him of his life in Anbu. He was among those who pursued Orochimaru. For Hitaki Kakashi, this incident has a particularly deep memory, and it can be regarded as a stain in his ninja career. Facing Orochimaru who was injured by the detonator, Kakashi just exchanged a glance with the opponent's snake. Frightened by Orochimaru, he didn't dare to move, and let the opponent pass by him, but he didn't dare to attack Orochimaru. Of course Kakashi is different now, he thinks that if he meets Orochimaru again, at least he can die with him. Kakashi's mind, Subai is clear. It's a pity that Kakashi did meet Orochimaru when he sealed the curse for Sasuke, and he did say what he thought. As a result, Orochimaru sneered, and scared Kakashi Reikiri held it in his hand, sweating coldly on the spot, trembling all over and still daring not to move. In desperation, I can only say one sentence. Do we die together? I am so stupid. Well, it does. Orochimaru, as the rebellious ninja of Konoha village, has the ability to destroy a small country with one person. Being hostile to Konoha village, many countries will even join forces with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was serious. He regretted that his subordinates were merciful and left such a disaster behind. And he also knows that Orochimaru will make a comeback sooner or later. Why did he have a feud with Subai? Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to break his head at this point, he couldn't figure it out. Is it really like what Luju said? This kind of thing should be impossible. Even if Subai was short of money, he wouldn't take such a big risk to kill Orochimaru. If you kill a few more bounty criminals, won't the money be collected? This is only one side of Subai's words. I think the possibility of the other party as Orochimaru is not high. Sarutobi Hiruzen sucked on his bong. In order to avoid unnecessary panic, he still wanted to dismiss the idea. However, the slap in the face came too fast. Bang bang bang. Just after Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice fell to the ground, there was a hasty knock on the office door. How is this going? Sarutobi Hiruzen froze slightly, and gave Kakashi a look. Hatake Kakashi understood, came to the door and opened it. Kakashi, Senior Kakashi, is Hadaime Hokage here? The big thing is bad. Before Hatake Kakashi came and asked, the other party was sweating profusely and exclaimed a few times. Hearing this, Kakashi frowned instantly. What happened? Hatake Kakashi, who returned to Hokage's office again, suddenly became ugly. Not only him, but the people in the whole house also looked dejected. The ninja of the hidden grass village. It turned out to be Orochimaru really. According to the information reported by the reporter, Mitarashi Anko, the invigilator of the second Chunin exam, received a tip and found the bodies of 3 ninjas from the village of Hikari. The opponent's face completely disappeared, and this is the camouflage technique commonly used by Orochimaru, the technique of erasing face. Real skin, so no flaws. It's really Orochimaru, Kakashi whispered in embarrassment. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment, embarrassment flashed past, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. Send someone to chase Anko back. Don't let her go to the dead forest to find Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen still knows Mitarashi Anko's thoughts very well. Anko, who was left behind by Orochimaru, has always had a piece of heart missing. She didn't understand why a ninja as good as her teacher would defect. Why leave her? The reason why Anko wants to find Orochimaru so strongly is because he wants to die with him. But today's young people don't have any awareness of their own level at all. Go. It is also free. Master 3rd generation, Yuhihong, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke again. I think we still need to send someone to bring Shion and Kakashi's 7th class back first. If that White Yasha's goal is really Orochimaru, then let these two fight to the death. Just the right thing. Don't both of them have the ability to destroy a small country by one of them? Looking at Kuroyuki's unwilling expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Red, I know you are not reconciled to the fact that Subai robbed Hinata. But if the other party really helped us solve Orochimaru, then he also helped us Konoha village. I do hope, if that's the case, you don't keep targeting Subai. Nani? Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made everyone here collectively confused. Are you kidding me? Master 3rd Hokage, Shiroyasha is a wanted criminal in the ninja world. But before everyone finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his arm. Stop arguing, old man, my head will be blown up by you. Sarutobi Hiruzen is helpless. Shouldn't the current situation be to consider why Subai targeted Orochimaru first? Fortunately, I played a clever game before and didn't notify Udatane Kaharu and Midokado Homura to detect Subai together. Faced with such a situation, it is not over if the two of them do not quarrel. And even if things change, Shion will definitely take Naruto and the 3 of them away first. Don't worry about it. Dead forest. At this time, Orochimaru's legs are like the tail of a long snake in the branches. This is his self-created secret technique, software transformation. Maximize your body's flexibility. He looked up to Uzumaki Naruto who came to support Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Showed a disdainful smile. However, Uzumaki Naruto didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation at all in the face of the already frightened and panicked Sasuke. Continue to provoke. Oh, you be *************** D. Naruto pointed to Orochimaru who was lying leisurely on the branch, and said dissatisfiedly, no matter how you look at it, you are bullying the weak. Since Uzumaki Naruto-sama, are here, I will give you a good lesson. As soon as this remark came out, Uchiha Sasuke secretly scolded Uzumaki Naruto for being stupid. This kind of words is clearly intended to provoke the other party. In this way, none of the 3 of them had to think about surviving. Puff. Subai in the distance heard the sound, but smiled. Azuki Shion next to him was anxious, pulled Subai's arm, and begged, didn't you say that you were going to chop Orochimaru a few times? You have to do it. Just looking here, Shion is really in a hurry. If the other party is really Orochimaru, the current Uzumaki Naruto is here for nothing. If this is killed by Orochimaru, then everything is over. What are you in such a hurry for? You didn't see Naruto trying to catch Sasuke's embarrassing appearance to show off his presence, you have to bother him. It's really ignorant. Shi Yan, how can this person speak so unacceptably? What is a sense of presence? This is a matter of life and death, but also show a sense of existence. Naruto is ignorant. You, as the 800 million tail bounty criminal, don't you understand? Are you embarrassed to say that I am ignorant? Wait a moment. Just when Azuki Shion's teeth were itching with hatred, Sasuke in the distance spoke. He yelled and got Orochimaru's attention. This is the scroll, take it away. Sasuke took out the scroll from the ninja bag, looked at Orochimaru, take the scroll and go quickly. The implication is that please let the 3 of us live together. But Sasuke's actions surprised Naruto and Haruno Sakura. Can't believe this is something Sasuke can do. Sasuke. But when the scroll was thrown into the air, it was snatched by Naruto. And one punch sent Sasuke flying. Oh, infighting. Subai watched with gusto, but Azuki Shion beside her couldn't bear the anxiety in her heart. Regardless of whether the opponent is Orochimaru, but in terms of skills, the three of Sasuke are not opponents at all. No, you don't, I can't treat our Konoha village ninjas as accidents. Maoyu Shion was about to jump up, but was robbed by Subai, who held her in his arms by the way. Feeling the strangeness in her waist, Shion was even more embarrassed. D***********, what are you doing? In Hokage's office, everyone was numb immediately. Damn Shirayasha, I just said, he just wants to take advantage of Shion. So I've been looking for a reason. Quote, Saint, third Hokage-sama, you can't wait any longer, Shirayasha is not here to deal with Orochimaru at all. Just use this kind of thing as a cover, and then. Having said this, Yuhihong's pretty face blushed immediately, and she didn't say the second half of the sentence after holding back for a long time. Looking at Yin Shion in my heart, I felt sorry for falling into the hands of the devil. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay attention to Kunai Yuhi, and still focused on the crystal ball. Quote. Hey, you woman is really impatient. Even if you want to play, you have to choose the time. Do you understand or not? Shi Yan, I get it, I get you hammer, I know right now that you seem to enjoy blatant mopping. Shameless, despicable and shameless. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto roared unwillingly, but his thoughts were still very clear. He looked at Sasuke and shouted, this guy has. I don't know how strong it is, but who can guarantee that we hand over the scroll, he will let us go. Listen to you. Sasuke was enlightened on the spot. Not only him, but even Haruno Sakura beside him was horrified. Yes, they were in a moment of haste and forgot about it. Uzumaki Naruto's words also made Orochimaru, who was lying leisurely on the tree, stand up. Suddenly sneered. Naruto-kun. Correct answer. Orochimaru's distorted expression coupled with his long tongue made him look extremely weird. Sasuke and Haruno Sakura shuddered again. Scrolls are something, just kill you and take them back. Orochimaru rolled up his sleeves, bit his finger and was about to summon the giant snake. But his words clearly angered Uzumaki Naruto. Are you kidding? You be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Dre. In this situation, Naruto suddenly felt someone pressing down on his shoulders. Let him, who had just jumped up, return to the branch again. Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Orochimaru, Azuki Shion stared at a figure that suddenly appeared in the distance, and looked around for a while. It was then that Subai disappeared without a trace. What a quick move. Not only Azuki Shion, even Zan Sarutobi Hiruzen and others couldn't help being shocked by Subai's actions. Is this also his space-time ninjutsu? Everyone became suspicious again. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He didn't agree. He thinks it's just Subai's body flicker technique. Who are you? Damn it. Wang Chenjiao, let me go. I want to teach that B************ DA lesson. Uzumaki Naruto meets Subai, who suddenly appeared. First of all, I was taken aback. Immediately the yelling was about to go forward and teach Orochimaru a lesson. At this moment, Sasuke called out to Naruto, Naruto. Be quiet. You. Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke stared warily at the person who appeared in front of him. He didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. You. Which village's ninja are you from? If it's from Konoha village, can you help us? Haruno Sakura was also taken aback by the appearance of Subai. Although the appearance of the other party is beyond her cognition, but now it is not about the appearance, but the issue of life is more important. Moreover, Haruno Sakura did not find the forehead protector from Subai, nor did he know which village the other party belonged to. Emergency medical treatment. Haruno Sakura only wanted the strength of one more person, at least to have a greater chance of getting rid of the terrifying elder sister of Kauyan village in front of her. Orochimaru frowned when he saw Subai appearing. Don't say anything else. The kid in front of him looked familiar. It seems to have seen it somewhere. Orochimaru's pair of snake eyes sized Subai up and down, looking at the long knife at his waist. He finally remembered. HMPH. So it's really you, especially thinking of Danzo's reminder to him before, telling him to be careful of White Yasha sausage. Orochimaru didn't think Shiroyasha would have any influence on them at first. Of course, even if Shiroyasha will target them, Orochimaru is not afraid. After all, in Orochimaru's eyes, Subai is just a bounty criminal whose value has been inflated by false information. But about Subai's feud with Hidan and Kakuzu, the Red Sand Scorpion didn't tell Yukushi Kabuto, and Orochimaru naturally didn't know either. White Yasha, what are you here for? Chapter 64. Yuhihong. I don't want to judge you, but I hope you show some face. This is really a leak in the house and it rains all night. When Orochimaru said the word Shirayasha, the hearts of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura are like sinking into the sea. Depression, despair, all kinds of bad emotions came to my heart. In vain, Haruno Sakura tried to drop back. At this moment, she seemed to see her own death picture again. White Yasha, the 800 million tales of bounty criminal, the bounty criminal who once captured Hyūga Hinata. Why is he in Konoha village? Both of them had heard about Hyūga Hinata's kidnapping long before. I even heard about Hinata being tortured and gouged out his eyes in the street. The original Haruno Sakura was almost scared out of his wits. Fortunately in the end Hinata was sent back, but in Haruno's heart. Shirayasha is the kind of person who looks very scary and likes to abuse young girls like them. Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke are already numb. I just felt my legs trembling constantly, completely disobedient. Since this ninja from Hidden Grass Village can reveal the identity of the other party, it seems that the two must have some relationship. Plus Subai kidnapped Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura take it for granted that the two of them are together. But Uzumaki Naruto doesn't quite know who Subai is. He had long since forgotten about it. Even he forgot that when he heard about the Shirayasha incident for the first time, he threatened to beat down this hateful guy who attacked his Konoha village companions. Seeing Haruno Sakura and Sasuke trembling, Naruto was even more puzzled. Huh? Who is Shirayasha? Hey, Sasuke, little Sakura, what's the matter with you two? But at this moment, Sasuke's face changed suddenly, and he shouted loudly, Naruto. Leave him immediately. Uchiha Sasuke exerted all his strength and finally summoned up the courage to shout out loudly. That guy is dangerous, run away. Seeing that Naruto still looked dull, Uchiha Sasuke was even more worried. It's over. It's all over. Hey, White Yasha, you were very famous in front of these brats. Snort. Orochimaru was very calm and said in a strange way. Of course, this is also due to his technique of eliminating makeup. So what if Subai knows himself 160 times? Could he still see himself as Orochimaru? This behavior of confusing the other party made Orochimaru feel very happy, and he couldn't help teasing again, White Yasha. What are you doing here? Do you want to kidnap people from Konoha village again? Which one do you like this time? This yellow-haired boy, or the little pink-haired one over there? Orochimaru deliberately did not mention Sasuke's name. I just wanted to test Subai's reaction. If the other party does not want Sasuke, there is no conflict of interest between the two. Each catches his own, and lives in peace. White Yasha, listen to Orochimaru calling Subai. Uzumaki Naruto also began to whisper in his heart. These three words sound familiar, but I really can't remember them. Naruto, quick. Get away from him. Quote, stupid, he's the bounty guy who kidnapped Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke trembled for a while, and finally breathed out again. He wanted to be able to understand his own words before Naruto fully reacted, and to run for his life while he had the strength. It's a pity that Sasuke talks too much. When it is said that Subai is the bounty for Hinata's kidnapping, add the memory of Naruto's efforts just now. The two connected together, Naruto finally remembered who Shirayasha was. You are. Uzumaki Naruto was slightly taken aback, but the sudden sense of oppression that followed made his face extremely ugly. The tension is indescribable. This depressive feeling is much stronger than what Mitarashi Anko gave him before. Well, don't worry, Naruto. Subai ignored Orochimaru and put his arm on Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder. The two were like brothers, shoulder to shoulder. Oh, looks like your target is Naruto. Orochimaru closed his eyes slightly. Although Naruto's disappearance will certainly take a great toll on Konoha village. At that time, even if Shimura Danzo is in the top position, he will feel very uncomfortable because of this. 18. What does this have to do with him Orochimaru? One thing more is not BCDD as one thing less. No, but at this moment, Subai interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts, and narrowed his eyes, looked at Orochimaru with a smile. I'm Naruto's friend, Haruno Sakura likes me, so I say. Sasuke is my friend. It doesn't matter if you hit Sasuke, but if you hurt the pink-hair girl, there will be some scars on your skin. It will affect the appearance. Do you understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yuhihong. How can this guy be so shameless? He said he liked him the first time we met. I've never seen such a thick-skinned person. Azuki Shion, who was eavesdropping behind a tree in the distance, was so angry that she almost fell off the tree. This be ********* D Yasha, he's talking nonsense. How can you talk about a girl like that? It's really unforgivable. Orochimaru's face darkened, and he suddenly fell silent. Naturally, he could tell that Subai was deliberately mocking him again. What puzzled Orochimaru was that. How did Subai know the identity of the three? But when I think about it, it's normal. During the Chunin exam, there were items such as ninja cards that registered information. Even Yakushi Kabuto can get all the information of Genin, and it is still possible to come to Subai. What the hell are you trying to do? Orochimaru's tone has also changed, no longer with a yin and yang tone, but a little more serious. So, I'm going to cut you off. Don't you understand, Mr. Lang? Subai smiled, but his words directly brought a sigh of relief to Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. The big stone in my heart fell to the ground on the spot. The mood that was originally hopeless and gray seemed to see the sunshine in an instant. But Orochimaru was at a loss. Lang Jun, who is this G Mr. Lang? I have to say that Orochimaru is a little confused, he has never heard of this name. Could it be the name of the Kauyan village ninja he killed? By the way, it must be. Perhaps this unlucky guy had a feud with Bai Yasha, and in the end he was slaughtered instead. The way Orochimaru frowned made Subai feel a little amused. Lang Jun, Ningxiong. Of course Orochimaru didn't know, since it didn't exist in the first place. However, it is not clear which talented person took this title, so Subai couldn't help but want to learn from it. In the future, a team of Sailor Moon will be assembled. Mercury Hyūga Hinata, Mars Haruno Sakura, Venus Yamanaka Ino, Jupiter every day. The so-called water Bingyu may only have Uzumaki Naruto join the team. Known as the Ninja Sailor Warrior Group, it can also be called the Five Beauties of Konoha Village. Okay, Orochimaru, I've said hello. Let's get started. Subai smiled and decided not to tease Orochimaru anymore. By the way, he grabbed Uzumaki Naruto by the collar and threw him backwards. Wow, after Uzumaki Naruto screamed, he felt hugged from behind. Azuki Shion gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. But I still don't forget to roll my eyes at Subai. This man, don't you know how to be gentle with others? It's just the title of Subai that made Orochimaru stunned. Impossible, how did this guy figure out who I am? Unfortunately, there is not much time left for Orochimaru to think about it. The moment Subai drew out the black knife. 7 streaks of white smoke appeared from behind. Shadow clone technique. Sure enough, 7 people can be separated. Seeing this, Shi Yan forgot about the dangerous situation. Instead, she remembered what Kosuke told her earlier about Subai's ninjutsu. But she didn't know that, strictly speaking, Subai's move was not ninjutsu. The moment the separated 7 formed, they turned into flashes of light and disappeared. Puff! In the next second, under the astonished eyes of everyone, those 7 people had already surrounded Orochimaru. The black knife in his hand had already penetrated into his body. Ah, this! Azuki Shion stared at the scene in front of her in horror. She couldn't believe it, and couldn't accept it. Subai made a move, but she didn't see clearly what happened. Is this the person I wanted to defeat in the first place? Just hearing about it from Hyūga can't truly understand it deeply. After seeing it with her own eyes, Shi Yan could only cover her red lips excitedly, not knowing how to express her inner thoughts. So strong. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura stared blankly. Subai looks only 3 or 4 years older than them. Why is the power gap so large? When they saw Orochimaru, they couldn't even move. As a result, the other party. Is this the strength of Shiroyasha? Terrified, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Subai on the branch. Did he kill that dreadful fellow without moving? However, when Sasuke was still unable to extricate himself from the shock, Bai said, "You two better stay away from here. Your big sister Anbu from Konoha village is behind you, let's go. Orochimaru is fine. The battle will be too intense later, so be careful not to get involved." Nani? Subai's words made Sasuke and Haruno Sakura swallow again. Can you still live after being pierced by 7 knives? This one is called Orochimaru. Who is it? But now there is no time to think about it. Little Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke called Haruno Sakura back. Hearing the sound, Haruno Sakura finally reacted. Seeing Sasuke waving at her, she hurried to follow Sasuke, Asahi Yan and Naruto. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen also panted excitedly. At this age to be with Orochimaru. Is their shadow clone combined with body flicker technique to add overpowering body skills? Sharp. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed regret, and seemed a little irritable. He didn't notice the expressions of the people around him. Yuhihong is even more dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's remarks. What is boasting about White Yasha? Master 3rd generation, Shiroyasha is indeed powerful. But he didn't do Orochimaru any harm. Why? The reason why Yuhihong is dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen is that although the current White Yasha is targeting Orochimaru, but he is not a Konoha village ninja, maybe one day, he will still cause irreparable damage to Hiashi. Smelly old man, this indecisive character is really, hey. Kurenai Yuhi didn't want to think about it anymore. Through the observation of the crystal head, he found that Orochimaru had popped up on other ground at this time. The one that Shiroyasha stabbed to death just now was just a soil clone technique. White Yasha, the level of swordsmanship is really good. Physical skills are fine. Orochimaru popped up from the ground. Seeing Subai jumping down, Orochimaru licked his tongue. Interesting. Then I'll play with you first. Having said that, Orochimaru was a little restless at this time. Originally, I planned to try Uchiha Sasuke's level of strength, and by the way, I wanted to give him the Seal of Heaven's curse. Why was he being targeted by Bai Yasha? Even the other party can see through his identity at a glance. Could it be that he was caught early in the morning? Orochimaru only had this one direction to consider, and that was when he killed the 3 Konoha villagers from entering Konoha village. It happened to be installed by Subai. Unable to figure out how to think or feel, Orochimaru looked at the 4 people who were still watching the battle not far away and were reluctant to leave. Forget it, don't think about it if you don't understand. Go to Sasuke after killing him. Orochimaru showed disdain, and he also knew Azuki Shion. When he didn't defect, this little girl had become Anbu next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although she is now slim and tall, her purple hair with a shawl is still very recognizable. A bunch of crap, no big deal. Orochimaru thought of this and suddenly got up. Put your palms on your stomach and stroke upwards. A Kusanagi sword rose from his mouth. Come on, White Yasha, I'll use swordsmanship to play with you. Chapter 65. Hinata's surprise and joy, Hinata's depression. Picture. The knife is drawn. Clang clang clang. The sound of swords clashing could be heard endlessly. Uchiha Sasuke in the distance. The pair of Ergoyu Sharingans kept swaying from side to side in their eye sockets, trying to see through the trajectory of action between Subai and Orochimaru. After half a minute, he gave up. Originally, He could still see clearly, but with the acceleration of the movements of the two, the current Sasuke can't see clearly even with the help of Sharingan. Not to mention Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. The two stood there, looking at each other, completely unclear about what happened. Azuki Shion was also somewhat muggle. Originally, I also wanted to see how strong Subai's swordsmanship was. It's good now, only a few phantoms colliding back and forth can be seen. God is really unfair, why should such a person have such terrifying talent and strength? Azuki Shion sighed and murmured to herself. May I ask that? At this time Haruno Sakura also came out from the shadow of being intimidated by Orochimaru. Senior, why did White Yasha help us? Faced with Haruno Sakura's naive doubts, Shian's lips twitched a few times. I am not sure as well. Are they really here to help Class 7 led by Kakashi-senpai? Azuki Shion took a deep look at the two shadows that were still flickering. There was a layer of melancholy in my heart. Looking at the appearance and strength of the Kauyan village ninja, it is indeed not a height that Shion can understand. Orochimaru is not an exaggeration. But in Shiyan's memory, Orochimaru is not a woman. If the opponent is really Orochimaru, it is indeed a very important thing for Konoha village. At the same time, she also wondered why Sarutobi Hiruzen should have observed everything through telescopic technique but did not send reinforcements. Could it be that? Thinking of this, Azuki Shion showed a little surprise on her pretty face. What's wrong, senior? Is there any problem? Haruno Sakura didn't understand what Azuki Yugao's strange expression meant. But Shiyan felt a turmoil in her heart. As the captain of Anbu's squad for many years, the ability to analyze and command the situation is still good. This also led to the fact that her brain flexibility is not low. Understood. Shian's sudden smile puzzled the three of them even more. It might not be possible for them to guess that at this time, Shion thought that Subai was invited by Sarutobi Hiruzen to help with the investigation. Azuki Yugao, who lived in the Sarutobi Hiruzen era from birth, still admires 3rd Hokage very much. Master 3rd Hokage must have gotten wind of Orochimaru. That's why I secretly contacted Subai. In this way, not only can the loss of Konoha village be avoided, but also a reliable thug can be hired. Shion decided in her heart that this was the case. Just to avoid gossip about Konoha village from the outside world, so it has not been made public. As soon as this idea popped up, Shion had other strange ideas. For example, let the other party guide your own swordsmanship. Then his own progress is definitely very fast. Oh, girl, if you regard him as a good person, sooner or later he will be broken. Give up this dangerous idea. It's so strange, what are you laughing at yourself? That White Yasha is obviously a bounty criminal, but you can still show this yearning expression. And he is disgusting. He even said little Sakura likes him. I have never seen such a shameless person. Uzumaki Naruto wrinkled his nose. He was a little unhappy. Azuki Shion, Naruto, don't talk nonsense. Haruno Sakura heard an inexplicable blush on her face. After getting out of her fear, she finally had time to reflect on Subai's appearance. What the hell? How did Hinata spend so long alone with such a handsome man? Didn't you say he looks very ugly? If Subai knew what Haruno Sakura was thinking, he would have stuck her in a hole in the wall and whipped her. Ugly or not, I don't know how to find a reward list and take a look. Although the real person is much more handsome than the reward list. But it's not enough to be thought of as ugly. Clang clang. After two collision sounds, Subai and Orochimaru each backed away. The figure finally appeared in the line of sight of the four. Especially when they saw the Kusanagi sword in Subai's hand, they all looked dull. So strong. Bai Yasha actually snatched the sword from that guy's hand. Azuki Shion gasped, but doubts inevitably arose in my heart. Is that man really Orochimaru? Legend has it that Sannin was taken by a sword struck by a young lad. Is this kind of strength really what Sannin should have? Give back your broken sword. It's just that what they didn't expect was that Yinbai held the grass-shaving sword and stared at it for a long time. Throwing it to Orochimaru again. This sword is too rubbish, and it won't be of much use if I keep it. Orochimaru, what an arrogant brat. Orochimaru frowned slightly, his face made Tien a little embarrassed. He thinks that his swordsmanship is still very strong. But honestly, I didn't expect to lose so embarrassingly. The sword in his hand was taken away by the opponent. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for Orochimaru to get this out? How to lead the subordinates in the future? As expected of Shiroyasha, who specializes in swordsmanship, the strength of swordsmanship is indeed powerful. I'm going to be serious next time. Orochimaru's face was slightly condensed, and he took the Kusanagi sword back. Smile coldly. Find yourself a good reason to fail. In Hokage's office, several people were expressionless. Could it be that those two were testing each other just now? Xi Hihong was very unwilling to accept this fact. She didn't want to admit that Subai's strength was able to fight back and forth with the legendary Sannin. No, maybe Orochimaru is testing Shiroyasha. We all know that White Yasha was a wandering swordsman before. Naturally, I don't know too many ninjutsu. Although the multiple shadow clone technique just now combined with the high-speed mobile attack is really beautiful. But in a real fight, I think Orochimaru has the upper hand. The comments of several people reached the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't comment either. If Orochimaru really fights Subai desperately, it is impossible for Subai to defeat Orochimaru. After all, it is true that Orochimaru conquered a small country by himself. Subai's is fake. What the hell is this guy thinking? Why is he fighting Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen is really puzzled, and this question is what he wants to know the most at present. What is this mark? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Orochimaru, who had already made Shadow Clone. He also saw all the seals of the two of them. Great Breakthrough and Great Fireball. As a ninjutsu professor, Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized these two jutsu at a glance. Oh no, he panicked. Hot flames coupled with powerful storms. The result can be imagined. In the Forest of Death, Orochimaru finished printing, showing a sinister smile. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback when he saw Orochimaru perform the Great Fireball Technique. This is the fire-style ninjutsu commonly used by their Uchiha clan. I didn't expect the other party to do the same. And the volume of this fireball is obviously many times larger than the one he used. At this moment, Subai felt the marks of sharp knives on the surrounding trees. The move comes first. It was followed by Orochimaru's wind style. The moment the gust of wind came into contact with the Great Fireball Technique, it turned into a flame storm. Ask for flowers. The raging fire immediately engulfed Subai. Boom. With a loud bang, the flame exploded in a huge explosion. All of a sudden, the dust rose. Blocked everyone's sight. Elsewhere in the dead forest, Hyūga Hinata advancing towards the central tower. Still thinking about Subai in my heart. She's having a hard time. I really didn't expect to be targeted by the ninjas of Konoha village because of my negligence. She doesn't know what happened to Subai now. At this moment, a loud noise woke her up. Swish. With a sliding step, Hinata stopped immediately. What's wrong, Hinata? Seeing this, Inuzuka, Kiba and Shino also stopped in their tracks. Only then did I find out. Hinata has already opened her eyes, looking at the place where the smoke is rising in the distance. Hinata, you are too cautious, that place is still far away from us. It may not be clear who is fighting. It doesn't have much to do with us, let's hurry up. But Inuzuka's earnest words did not convince Hyūga Hinata. Hinata was in a mess, always feeling that the place where the thick smoke rose might have something to do with Subai. Gathering more chakra, she looked further afield. This look, but Hinata was taken aback. What is that? Inuzuka Fang and Aburame Shino were also taken aback. After looking at each other, the two looked at the direction of the thick smoke that Hinata was watching at the same time. Although the two did not know exactly what happened at the scene. But the originally light and thick smoke seemed to be disturbed by some external force. A whirlwind swirled in an instant, and within a few seconds, it completely dissipated. But at this moment, Hinata didn't know what she saw, and shed a few drops of cold sweat in horror. Chakra, what a powerful chakra, it's all spilled out. And there is a black and red light shining, and my white eyes can't see through it. Nani? Hinata's words surprised Inuzuka, Kiba and Shino. What chakra? Why can't you see clearly with the white eyes? What is the black and red light? At this moment, Aburame Shino always felt that something was wrong, so he looked up. His eyes widened in disbelief. Look at the sky. Heaven. Hearing this, Inuzuka Tooth quickly looked up. Indeed, only a black and red flash rose up from the ground, and disappeared in an instant. However, Hyūga Hinata, who had been observing, became more and more surprised with a pair of white eyes. That is, Hinata covered her small mouth in surprise, her face full of disbelief. Hey, Hinata, what the hell did you see? When Inuzuka saw Hinata like this, he was even more curious. But Hinata blushed and shook her head, unwilling to say anything. Subai, it's Subai. Hinata saw clearly, after the black-red flash disappeared. A heavily armed man appeared in her eyes. Although the clothes have changed a lot, Hinata can recognize who that person is at a glance. It was Subai who pulled out the blackened holy sword. Mr. Subai actually has such a terrible chakra. I don't know at all. Hinata felt a little depressed inside. She has been with Subai for so long, but she has never seen Subai in real battle. Looking at it now, it really shocked her. While shocked, Hinata was even more delighted, chest bumps like a deer. Mr. Subai, sure enough, it's really amazing. But at the same time as pleasantly surprised, Hinata still had some small complaints in her heart. She thinks that in Subai's heart, she is not important at all. Otherwise why never tell yourself about him Van? Chapter 66, Is there such a thing? Subai explodes in place. The smoke clears. When Subai appeared in front of everyone again, everyone turned pale with astonishment. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to question. As a ninjutsu professor, he couldn't understand Subai's routines at all. A sudden cross-dressing, could it be a transformation technique? You mean he's bluffing? Kurenai Yuhi looked at the gloomy Hatake Kakashi. This kind of ninjutsu is indeed too weird. Even the ninjutsu of time-space summoning ninjutsu has never seen one that can change the appearance of clothing in an instant. Or is it said that his set was made by the former craftsman's country? Looking at the sword of vowed victory, blackened, in Subai's hand, Kakashi analyzed it seriously. The black sword body is accompanied by red lines, which is exactly the same color tone as the armor worn by Subai. But this kind of strange sword and armor is not available here. You mean those guys in the country of craftsmen who only like to make weapons made it? Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his pupils, his expression suddenly serious. After all, the country of craftsmen has been gone for many years. And with their level, it is impossible to create such a powerful thing. HMPH. Subai is not from the country of craftsmen. If he is from the country of craftsmen, do you think the people of the country of craftsmen are honest? Naturally, they will start a war with such powerful weapons and equipment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words immediately puzzled everyone. No matter how powerful this weapon is, it cannot start a war by itself. Besides, Subai hasn't made a move yet, but the effect of his appearance is quite scary. Chakra was able to condense into a black-red light that soared into the sky. Everyone looked at each other and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching the battle seriously. Today third Hokage is 653, what's the matter? Could it be that he was stimulated by the appearance of Orochimaru and Shirayasha? In the Forest of Death, Shion and Squad 7 watching the battle. The four of them suddenly felt unwell. The chakra exuded by Subai before was too powerful, oppressing the four people with dizziness and chest tightness. There is also an urge to kneel down on the ground, unable to bear the pressure. Fortunately, this is not murderous. Azuki Shion took a look at the three people in the 7th class. Although his face is ugly, at least his condition is not very miserable. Or Subai's huge chakra, if it releases murderous aura, it was very difficult for Shiyan to guarantee that she would not wet her pants on the spot. On the other side, Orochimaru's eyes were focused, and his expression became serious and vigilant. This guy, it's weird. Orochimaru looked up and down carefully at Subai standing in front of him. The black gown is covered with black armor, and those red patterns on the armor are really strange. Like blood, there are occasional flashes of flow in that vein. Even the neck is covered. Orochimaru whispered to himself. The current Subai, the palms, forearms, calves and feet are also tightly wrapped in armor. Even the neck is protected. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Orochimaru snorted disdainfully. Fast printing. Whoosh whoosh. The several shurikens thrown out will not stop Shadow Clone during the flight in the air. Between the number of interest. A dense shuriken strikes towards Subai. Seeing this, Shion turned pale with shock. Orochimaru. It looks like that guy is really Orochimaru. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. It is an A- rank ninjutsu created by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very few people will, and Orochimaru, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice, must have been taught ninjutsu by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Clang clang clang. The shuriken struck Subai's breastplate continuously, making a crisp sound. However, the shuriken's attack has absolutely no effect on Subai. He didn't even bother to hide. Whoosh. Just at this moment, several shurikens struck his face. Swish. Subai raised his left arm and instantly grasped the oncoming shuriken in his hand. Gently push. With a few clicks, the shuriken was crushed by Subai and then thrown to the ground. Orochimaru, stop probing in such a boring way. I'm going to kill you with all my strength. Pill. Hash. Big snake. This is very confusing. Orochimaru still hasn't figured out why Subai wanted to kill him. At least give a reason. Bai Yasha, I remember that there shouldn't be much enmity between the two of us. Or, snort. When Orochimaru said this, a little disdain appeared on his face. After a pause, he grinned and said, or do you choose to contribute to Konoha village in order to eliminate the 500 million additional reward that Konoha village put on you? Subai, in Hokage's office. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, he burst into a smile. This Orochimaru, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect my brain to work much better than before. Everyone. Facing Orochimaru's suspicion, Subai didn't pay much attention to it. The right arm shook slightly. The black sword in his hand pointed at Orochimaru. If I have to say a reason. It's just that you are too disgusting. Ninjutsu is disgusting, but human beings are also disgusting. Playing with life for my own stupid ideals. Quote, the most disgusting thing is that you especially like to take innocent children to do things that satisfy your personal pursuits. Orochimaru, you will not forget the Shenyan incident in the Kingdom of the Sea 10 years ago, right? For the study of animals and people. Subai's face darkened. Forget it, you can only bully those helpless children. If you are interested, you can take me away and study it. I am full of treasures. When Subai said this, his face was full of sarcasm. Orochimaru didn't care about Subai's taunt. And 10 years ago in the country of the sea, he did capture a group of children. Research creature merman, could it be that? Orochimaru was slightly stunned, and didn't want to think about these useless things anymore. Just being ridiculed by such a brat, he still couldn't accept it in his heart. Snort. Spread your hands. A few seconds later, Orochimaru's face changed suddenly, and he said ferociously, boy, you are courting death. The voice fell to the ground. Orochimaru disappeared instantly. The reappearance has come to the sky above Subai's head. There are many snake hands in the latent image. Several long snakes emerged from his arms. It tightly trapped Subai's right arm. He had already analyzed everything. As Subai who can only use swords, he must be at a disadvantage when facing long-distance ninjutsu duels. That's why he chose to give up speed and use this full-body armed method to resist ninjutsu attacks. But it's a pity that he doesn't have any defensive objects on his head. Orochimaru sneered inwardly. The Kusanagi sword in his hand was ready to be inserted into Subai's head. Go to hell. Orochimaru looked triumphant. Go down with a sword. He stabbed the Kusanagi sword into the ground viciously. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback. It's a pity that before he could react, his head was slammed down. Subai stepped on Orochimaru's head, stomping it into the ground. Orochimaru, Why did you choose such a dangerous method of melee attack? Could it be that you despise your own life for being too long? The long snake was still stuck on Subai's right arm, but it has no effect on his speed at all, just when the few people watching the battle were still in horror. The holy sword in Subai's hand emitted a black-red light, and then, boom, there was a loud bang. Accompanied by the impact of black and red energy, Subai exploded on the spot. The impact of energy caused the trees in front of them to be cut off. Wait until the dust clears. Subai stood there unharmed. The long snake that bound his right arm disappeared, but Orochimaru, who escaped unharmed, was in a panic. The left arm was actually blown off, and blood dripped to the ground continuously. Hiss! Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others gasped. What happened just now? Everyone was dumbfounded. I didn't find any signs of movement from Subai at all. In addition, the right arm is bound by Orochimaru's long snake, and the mobility is even more restricted. However, the long sword flashed, and the originally slender blade was completely covered by a thick black-red light. Then, exploded in situ. Could it be the blasting knife spray? Asuma took a sharp puff on his cigarette in shock. Hitaki Kakashi was slightly startled when he heard the words. You mean the one who was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Yes, I heard that among Kurigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen, isn't there an explosive sword? Asuma had indeed heard of it, but hadn't seen it. And for Kurigakure, who has not appeared for a long time, Asuma did not pay special attention to them. Explosive knife is not like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and gave Asuma a blank look. The explosion of the blasting knife droplets is to use the summoning detonator to implement the explosion effect. The sword in Subai's hand doesn't look like a spray either. And, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and said seriously, the explosion just now is obviously Chakra's problem. What? Hearing the sound, everyone was shocked again. 3rd generation, are you talking about the explosive power released purely by the compressed chakra? Impossible, that depends on how much chakra needs to be compressed. I think it's some kind of ninjutsu of the fire attribute. The patriarchs of several major families also expressed their views. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, stopped talking. Yuhihong, who was among them, looked around foolishly. All kinds of mistakes appeared on the beautiful face. What's this? Is that guy so scary? At this moment, Hitaki Kakashi asked in surprise. 3rd generation, that is. Yes, it is Orochimaru's original body replacement technique. Using the external body as a substitute, transferring itself from the mouth, without the need for mudras, is the most perfect body replacement technique. Like a snake shedding its skin, also known as the Orochimaru flow body replacement technique. Looking at the big one coming out of the mouth again. Shiwan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Due to the use of the Orochimaru flow body replacement technique, the previous body was abandoned, and the Orochimaru's facial makeup technique also disappeared. The person standing in front of everyone now. It was he, Orochimaru himself no doubt. It's really Orochimaru. When seeing Orochimaru herself, Azuki Yugao still involuntarily exclaimed. He even cast an incredible look at Subai. This guy can even see through Orochimaru's disguise, it's scary. Looking at Shien's shocked expression. The 3 little ones in the 7th class were also a little confused. Senior, who was Yunji? Hearing the sound, Shiyan let out a long breath, and said with some regret, Orochimaru was once an extremely talented ninja in Konoha village. He is the favorite apprentice of Lord 3rd Hokage, and one of the legendary Sannin in the ninja world. The strength is strong, so I don't need to say more. What? Azuki Shien's general explanation immediately attracted Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke to be on the spot. Only Uzumaki Naruto, after being taken aback for a moment, nodded immediately, as if he understood very well. Why did the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, the legendary Sannin, come to attack us? Haruno Sakura asked anxiously, though she doesn't quite understand what the fabled one of the Sannin really means. But just by the name, you know it's great. What's more, the opponent is Hokage's favorite disciple, and his strength can be imagined. Now recalling that I almost wet my pants by Orochimaru's murderous aura just now, it's not such a shameful thing. Because, hey, he defected for unknown reasons. Thinking of this kind of thing, Azuki Shien felt very incomprehensible. The original Orochimaru was the Master Orochimaru they called. How did you defect? But now it is no longer a matter of thinking about why Orochimaru defected, the main thing is what he wants to do when he comes to Konoha village again. Why is it attacking the 7th squad led by Hitaki Kakashi? At the same time as this 0.7, Orochimaru was already anxious. He really couldn't understand how a bounty-offering criminal with a fake name could be so powerful. Could it be that both he and Yakushi Kabuto were teased by the Red Sand Scorpion? Orochimaru took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Maybe it was really being played. After all, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion really wanted face. It is quite possible to take the credit for Subai for himself. Now is not the time to think about this. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke not far away. He had to solve the trouble of Subai before he could continue to put pressure on Sasuke. Not only does it need to give Sasuke a curse seal, but also needs to give Sasuke a greater blow to his mind in order to lead him into darkness. It's a quick fight. If Konoha village finds out about me after a while, it will be even more troublesome to send reinforcements. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's body softened and he lay on the ground. Wow, he opened his mouth wide, and in an instant, dense long snakes crawled out of his mouth. Ah, this. Everyone watching the battle couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb from the scene in front of them. Hyūga Hinata even closed her eyes in fright on the spot. Hinata, on the side, Inuzuka and Aburame Shino are completely muggle. The two of them really couldn't figure out what was going on with Hinata. Since being rescued by Konoha village Anbu, it's like a different person. It's a pity that as companions, Inuzuka and Aburame Shino still indulge Hinata. Since she wanted to see, the two could only wait for her from the side. This is something I saw again, and I was very interested when I was surprised. Inuzuka Tooth regrets that he does not have a pair of Hinata-like eyes that can see so far. Chapter 67. The old man has already seen through everything, do you like them? Countless long snakes turned into snake waves and rushed towards Subai. Each snake holds a short sword in its mouth, as if to stab the opponent into a sieve. When Subai saw this, there was no expression change on his face. He shook his arm. The holy sword shines again. A sword swung out. The powerful energy is like a laser, instantly piercing the snake wave. Not only that, accompanied by the movement of Subai's arm. The laser-like energy light also moved with the holy sword. From left to right, because the long snake spit out of the mouth was cleaned up on the spot. Boom. There was an explosion. The location where Orochimaru was located was even more ablaze. Wow. However, before everyone had time to react to what Subai was using, the yin snake came out of the ground again. With the Kusanagi sword in his mouth, he aimed at Subai's head. Boom. Orochimaru is about to succeed, but he can't imagine. Subai had seen through his behavior a long time ago, and even slapped Orochimaru in the face with his sword. Brutally, Orochimaru was shot more than 10 meters away. Hateful, he stood up in embarrassment, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru looked at Subai in shock. Impossible, why does this guy have such terrifying power? He looked at Orochimaru panicked because of his ignorance. Subai still didn't show any expression. Instead, he said, "You Konoha village ninjas really look the same, they all like to drill the ground. Why?" Hearing this, Orochimaru's snake eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that the guess is right, this kid is looking for revenge. Maybe it was a child from a small village in the country of the sea. But why? Why does he have such strange and terrifying powers? It's a pity that Orochimaru didn't have time to think about it, and saw that Subai on the opposite side had already raised his long sword above his head. The black and red light on the sword is even better, accompanied by the tyrannical energy soaring to the sky 12 times. The ground where Subai was standing was also shattered. What it is? At this time, Jōnin, who was taking the Chunin exam, suddenly noticed the tyrannical light shooting into the sky. Everyone stopped immediately. Is there someone fighting? Feeling an ominous premonition every day, my heart trembled, and I asked weakly. Neji. Rock Lee was also horrified, looking at Hyūga Neji beside him. However, Neji has already rolled his eyes back at this time. Sorry, the distance is too far, I can't see clearly. Gaara, who was on the verge of killing, also seemed to feel some kind of terrible feeling. After a while, he calmed down. Gaara. Temari looked nervously at Gaara, who was silent in front of him. She couldn't even believe that Gaara, who had a hideous face just now, would calm down at this moment. Could it be that the black-red light is more terrifying than Gaara? Wow, what is this thing? It feels horrible. Yamanaka Ino of the Inoshika Cho team crouched in the grass holding his head in fright. Nara Shikamaru was also in a cold sweat. Hey, isn't it? Is there such a terrible existence in this Chunin exam? Don't talk about genin who have never seen the world. Even everyone in Hokage's office couldn't help but gape. Hey, got it wrong. What's going on here? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also terrified to the point of cold sweat. As a ninjutsu professor, he knows too many ninjutsu. But he has never seen a fighting style like Subai's. Is there a limit to blood succession? Or is it the elimination of the blood succession? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked heavy. He was totally confused about this kind of existence that couldn't even figure out chakra's attributes. Fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. The 7 chakra attributes. Which one is Subai? Or is it pure chakra compression? If that's the case, thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more horrified. He has seen this kind of attack, and the only thing that can explain it is the tailed beast bomb of the tailed beast. It can be used to compress high-density chakra, and then release a single chakra burst in a devastating attack. Is this guy a Jinchuriki too? No, impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already numb. After guessing so much, in the end, the more you think about it, the more chaotic you become. The more I think about it, the more I can't figure it out. It was as if he had stared at the abyss for a long time, imagining what the abyss looked like. The result was quite different. The main battlefield of the Death Forest. Orochimaru grinned, cold sweat dripping down his back. It's terrible, he sighed, remembering Subai's attack just now. If you get hit like this, I'm afraid I really have to explain. Orochimaru hastily touched the blood hanging from the corner of his mouth with his fingers. Start printing. And Subai seemed to sense the time was right. With a slight movement of both hands, the holy sword in his hand slashed directly towards Orochimaru. Excalibur, triple Rashomon, looking at the black and red energy beam that looks head-on. Orochimaru clapped his hands on the ground without saying a word. Pause time. The ground trembled. 3 huge gates engraved with Shira masks rose from the ground. The laser-like slash collided with Rashomon, who could absorb all power. Bang! After a loud noise that resounded through the sky and the earth, the thick pillar of fire instantly engulfed Rashomon. With the burst of power, a strong storm suddenly rushed to the surroundings. The other genin candidates in the forest of death were lying on the ground trembling with their heads covered. Hinata, lying on the ground, raised her head with difficulty and wanted to continue to observe Subai's situation with her blank eyes. But the pressure of the storm was too strong, and in desperation, she could only give up. But Hinata at this time, I was going crazy with excitement. Is that the power of Mr. Subai? It was really powerful. This time it's going to be a big trouble. Hinata's admiration for Subai has reached an uncontrollable level, although it is not clear who Subai's opponent is. But Hinata is not stupid. He can guess the opponent's strength just by the 3 giant gates summoned by the opponent, which is definitely not comparable to people like them. But Mr. Subai is still amazing. Hinata didn't care about the branches hanging on her head, she was still whispering in her heart. Wait for the storm to stop. Azuki Shion emerged from the broken branch. As this White Yasha, looking at the empty field in front of Subai, Azuki Shion's pretty face trembled uncontrollably. Has the venue been bombed flat? Call. She adjusted her breathing with difficulty, trying to cool herself down. Fine. Fortunately, Subai is facing the northeast direction of the Death Forest, and fortunately, this is the edge of the Death Forest. If the direction of the sword was in the southwest, I am afraid that the entire Death Forest will be completely destroyed. The students who take the Chunin exam are almost crippled if they don't die. And Konoha village, located in the southwest, also suffered severe damage to the edge. Even scarier is the Rashomon summoned by Orochimaru. To be honest, Azuki Shion only knew that the thing was very big, but she didn't know its specific function. Subai still stood there quietly, holding the holy sword lightly in Kwangjung. With a slightly condensed face, he said with a smile, as expected of Orochimaru, the speed of escape is really fast. At the moment when Orochimaru's summoning came out of the triple Rashomon, he didn't stay any longer. Use Earth style to escape on the spot. All of this was clearly seen by Subai's white eyes. Like a loach, Orochimaru drilled into the middle and ran away. In Hokage's office, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the predictions are correct, the back mountain should have been severely damaged. I didn't expect that even Rashomon, which can absorb powerful attacks, was blown up. This power, tisk tisk tisk. Sarutobi Hiruzen sucks on the bong. Breathe out a puff of smoke. Sunset Red, Kurenai Yuhi, who had just come out of shock, was very dissatisfied when she heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. What are you talking about? If Subai slashed that sword in the opposite direction, the examinee would be finished. Master 3rd generation, I don't know what you were thinking. But is it really good to let Shirayasha go? Kurenai Yuhi seemed respectful, but the displeasure on her face could not be hidden from Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Ho ho ho, Red. I naturally have my own thoughts, so don't think too much about Subai. Sarutobi laughed a few times. I also feel worried for these young children in my heart. What a fool. Do you really think it was all a fluke? Subai obviously took this into consideration during the fight. It seems that he cut Orochimaru in the northeast direction, but in fact it was planned by him long ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen was secretly happy. Sure enough, I can't escape my old man's thoughts. This boy seems to have a special idea for the little girl of the Hyūga family. Otherwise, he would think so much. Yes, there is also Shion. Of course Subai never thought about such a thing. Everything is really a coincidence. At this time, he was listening to the sound of the system. Congratulations to host for beating Orochimaru away. Congratulations to host for getting the reward. Reward. 10-fist sword. 10-fist sword. Subai went through it in his mind. Sure enough, it was the orange Kusanagi sword that appeared in the wine gourd. Just wine gourd or 10-fist sword. All in the form of chakra. No entity, but it can still be turned into a sharp sword for normal use. And when you want to use the seal, you can completely seal the opponent's body and soul into the wine gourd. After sorting everything out, Subai walked slowly towards Mao Yushian. What do you want to do? Seeing Subai walking towards her holding the holy sword, Mao Yushian's delicate body trembled in fright. He faltered, his head went blank, and he was so scared that he didn't know what to say. Go and dig out those 3 little guys. I'm hungry, let them get me something to eat. Shi Yan. This guy, in particular, Mao Yuxi, who was looking at the threat, dug out the 3 little ones who were still in a dazed state in the messy branches. A trace of resentment suddenly rose in Xi Hihong's heart. Damn Bai Yasha, you know it's wrong to bully us Yi Shi. He had the nerve to say Orochimaru. It's the same with him. In the face of Kurenai Yuhi's indignant words of justice, none of the crowd spoke up. Does cutting Orochimaru a few times count as bullying the younger generation? Could it be possible to let him chop those of us here? Red, he's not bullying Shion and the others. Isn't it just to find something to eat? Don't get too excited. Shouldn't we be more concerned about Hyūga Hinata now? She has been specially trained by Subai. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. He thought Orochimaru had been hacked to death by Subai. Good one Subai. If you kill my apprentice, then you will pay me an apprentice. Master 3rd Hokage, it's over. You still have to punish Hinata for his actions. Don't worry, our Hyūga clan absolutely understands, and we will never allow Hinata's behavior. Hyūga Hiashi at this time. His tone of voice was extremely calm. No emotional changes at all. But in the eyes of other family patriarchs, They could clearly feel the pride of Hyūga Hiashi. Why? After hearing the words, Yuhihong sighed. After a long silence, she said to Sarutobi Hiruzen apologetically, I'm sorry, third generation. I'm not as optimistic about Shiroyasha as you are. I don't believe he's been kind to us at Konoha village. And the matter of Orochimaru has not been resolved. In the explosion just now, no one can see where Orochimaru went. What Kurenai Yuhi said made Sarutobi Hiruzen startled. This is also reasonable, let's not worry too much about Orochimaru. Whether it's him or Subai, it doesn't matter whether their thoughts are pure or purposeful. We at Konoha village have been through so much and I believe we can handle it ourselves. Isn't it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement really made everyone present speechless to refute. No matter what the purpose of these two people is, ultimately it's up to Konoha village themselves to resolve the matter. And with regard to Hinata, you can't act rashly without more certain evidence. What if it's a good thing? Once unnecessary actions are launched, good things can be turned into bad things. It will be too late to regret. Chapter 68. Azuki Shien, White Yasha, stretch out your mouth and see if I won't chop it up for you. Picture. After a long time, all genin candidates started to act again. They felt very grateful in their hearts. I didn't expect that there was such a terrible guy hiding in genin, and what I didn't expect was that those two people would kill each other to the death from the very beginning. Simply good news for all of them. Except that Hyūga Hinata knew it was Subai's handwriting. There are 3 Shaoqiang who understand this. That is the 7th team that is catching fish in the lake at this time. Wow, why should we do this kind of thing? Uzumaki Naruto slapped the clear lake surface restlessly. If we don't fight for the scroll, we will be eliminated. Facing Uzumaki Naruto who was burning with anger, Uchiha Sasuke sighed softly. Naruto, let's just bear with it. In case that guy named White Yasha gets angry again, we really can't deal with him. Snort. Sasuke's words made Naruto even more irritated. Turning his head to look at Subai lying on Haruno Sakura's lap pillow, Naruto was even more angry. That's right, Haruno Sakura was threatened with kidnapping. If Naruto and Sasuke dare to escape while catching fish, then Subai breaks Haruno Sakura's legs. Damn it, why is that guy so strong? After complaining a few words, Uzumaki Naruto had no choice but to sit in the clear lake water. Busy with Uchiha Sasuke, but Haruno Sakura on the shore felt shivering. She didn't even dare to lower her head, for fear that if she lowered her head, she would see Subai lying on her lap. Ah, you were really slow. It takes so long to pick up firewood. Sensing Mao Yushian's arrival, Subai bit his nose and pretended to complain. Shi-yan, snort. Shian snorted coldly, and got angry seeing this guy's leisurely appearance. And she was even more surprised that Subai didn't choose to leave after defeating Orochimaru, but still stayed in the Death Forest. Don't know what to expect. As expected, Lord Third Generation did not send reinforcements. I think there must be an unspeakable secret between the senior management of Konoha village and the White Yasha in front of me. Thinking of this, Shian felt a lot more relaxed. The firewood for grilling fish was placed on the ground. Feel Haruno Sakura who was trembling with fear. Shian sighed secretly in her heart. Hey, little girl, I can only wrong you first. After all, some confidential things cannot be told to you. Naturally, Subai didn't know what Uyu Shian was thinking. He didn't care whether Konoha village sent reinforcements or not. According to Konoha village's current strength, it doesn't matter who they send. There is no threat to Subai, not to mention that he still has the ability to go home at any time. Coupled with the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that it was Orochimaru he was repelling, he would not be idle to provoke him. Unless he actually starts killing ninjas in Konoha village. Maybe the old man from Third Generation couldn't sit still. But for Subai's character, he is not the kind of person who kills. Occasionally, I have nothing to do to tease the little beauty, but it is out of interest. Mr. Shiroyasha, I have something to ask you. In order to make Haruno Sakura less nervous, Azuki Shian asked, how did you learn swordsmanship? Your teacher is degree. Azuki Shian is still very interested in this matter. No one wants to become stronger. But Subai's answer made her face darken immediately. Have you ever heard that when a person lies down at home, his swordsmanship heart will rise? Shi-yan. 27. Ah, this is pure nonsense. Can you practice swordsmanship while lying down? It's really a mouthful of running the train. Snort. Shian rolled her eyes at Subai dissatisfied, pouted her lips, and didn't want to ask any more questions. And Subai's answer made her understand that the other party didn't want to tell her how to practice. Of course, Shian also felt a little ashamed. After all, the method of practice is considered a confidential issue for the other party. It is reasonable for Subai not to want to tell her. Sorry, I asked unnecessary words. A trace of disappointment flashed across her delicate face. Shian squeezed out a smile again, and patted the dust off her body. Then I went to clean up the grill for grilling fish. Haruno Sakura. Senpai, don't go, I'm afraid. However, feel the trembling Haruno Sakura. Subai raised his head slightly to look at her. What's wrong with you? Are your pants wet? Hearing Subai talking to her, Haruno Sakura shuddered again. No. Subai responded casually, and slowly sat up. You are not as good as Hinata. After Hinata was captured by me, at least she knew how to run for her life. Although I got a whipping on my pea stalk, I'm a lot more honest. These words reached Mao Yushian's ears. It made Shion feel a little tight in her chest, and then she turned her head to Subai. Can you pay attention when you speak? Little Sakura is still very small. I really can't get angry at one place, but I get angry when I hear this man speak. Shion angrily cleaned up everything. Walked back again. She is different from Haruno Sakura. Her long ninja career has already made Shion put her life and death aside. No matter how powerful Subai was, he would kill her with a single blow. Haruno Sakura may be scared, but Shion is more able to face Subai normally. After hearing Shion's speech, Subai shook his head. You don't really understand. The pink hair is really small, but she still has merit. For example, awkward. Azuki Shion. His face darkened. She pointed at Subai and yelled, you. But seeing Subai's look like a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Shion finally swallowed a breath forcefully. Grabbed Haruno Sakura. Little Sakura, come to my side. However, Haruno Sakura was stunned. Staring at the heroic Azuki Shion, her eyes are full of admiration. Senior is so powerful that he is not afraid of this terrifying White Yasha at all. Little Sakura, let me tell you. Now you are a ninja. To be a ninja, you must have the awareness to become a ninja. If you don't have the consciousness to face death, then how to become a responsible ninja? Azuki Yuga was preaching to Haruno Sakura. Subai just sat on the ground and kept nodding. It seems to be agreeing with Azuki Shion's statement. By the way, I added, occasionally seeing something terrible, it is understandable to squeeze out some water and wet your pants. Haruno Sakura was stunned by Subai's words. Who was he talking about? Or Senior Shion, but Subai's words made Azuki Shion's frosty face suddenly turn red. How on earth did this be ******* know such a thing? This is no longer embarrassing or embarrassing. Azuki Shion felt a sense of death on the spot. At that time, she really felt so lost. Of course she didn't know what was going on. Physical problems, or emotional problems, but Subai's fears are not entirely true. When Shion was watching Subai fight, her emotions changed drastically. The main reason may also be because Subai's kendo level has completely shocked her. Excitement, nervousness, plus fear. Many factors did have a great influence on her. D. You shut up. Seeing what Subai wanted to say, Azuki Shion got excited for a moment. Just remember the tiger rushing to eat. He jumped into Subai's arms and blocked his mouth with his palm. Shut up and stop talking nonsense. The sky slowly darkened. In the dark dead forest. Swish swish swish. Boom. A figure shuttled back and forth in the forest, and finally landed firmly on Mahjong. Master Orochimaru, I am coming. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Said in a very low voice. But as soon as his words fell, there was a figure of a person printed in the thick trunk that was originally empty. When the man fully appeared in front of Yakushi Kabuto, it was Orochimaru with long hair. Double. The plan failed. Nani? Yakushi Kabuto couldn't believe his ears. Master Orochimaru's plan failed. How can it be? Yakushi Kabuto also looked flustered, and hurriedly asked, Master Orochimaru, how could the plan fail? Could it be that Uchiha Sasuke is dead? The results are obvious. Yakushi Kabuto is still very clear about Orochimaru's strength. This is Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. What is strength? Maybe Master Orochimaru accidentally hit a little harder in the process of testing him. Just die. This is normal. Orochimaru turned a blind eye to Yakushi Kabuto in front of him. It's also unclear whether this Yakushi Kabuto is complimenting him or belittling him. Doesn't he know the severity of the attack? Snort. It's White Yasha. White Yasha. The name was beyond Yakushi Kabuto's expectation. The moonlight cast a bright light on his glasses. Yakushi Kabuto asked suspiciously, could it be that Sasuke was killed by Shiroyasha in advance? Orochimaru. I was wondering, White that Sasuke died when the mission failed. Nor did Orochimaru argue with Yakushi Kabuto on this kind of issue. He is well aware of Yakushi Kabuto's psychology. Although Yakushi Kabuto knew that Orochimaru went to Sasuke for the container problem. But this guy is still jealous of Sasuke. So I really hope that Sasuke will die soon. Even if Orochimaru allows, Yakushi Kabuto will take action to finish Sasuke himself. I think you should have seen the battle between me and Bai today. We were deceived by the Red Sand Scorpion. White Yasha is indeed the one who destroyed this country. He's definitely capable of that. But I just don't know what is his purpose of getting close to Sasuke now. You will investigate tomorrow as a Konoha village genin senior. Orochimaru finished speaking. Yakushi Kabuto replied repeatedly. Okay Master Orochimaru, leave this matter to me. But in Yakushi Kabuto's heart, he certainly knows why Orochimaru's plan failed. Triple Rashomon. It's not that he doesn't know each other. He definitely couldn't say such words. Just didn't expect that the one fighting Orochimaru would be Subabu. This is indeed beyond Yakushi Kabuto's imagination. At such a young age, Subai was able to defeat Orochimaru's triple Rashomon. Yakushi Kabuto couldn't even think about it. White Yasha. When Orochimaru left, Yakushi Kabuto snorted coldly. HMPH. No matter how strong you are, I'm afraid you won't know what a professional undercover agent is. Advertisements Chapter 69. Take a closer look, you are the kind of person who eats everything. Dead forest at night, Subai, Shion, Haruno Sakura and Sasuke gathered around the campfire. The nervous Uzumaki Naruto has fallen asleep. Shion squinted at Subai, who was sitting quietly with a slight resentment on her face. She was a little angry. When he threw himself into Subai's arms and covered his mouth, he ignored that the other party was a guy who liked to grab money. Inadvertently, he was pinched several times by Subai. But, after a meal, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke relaxed a lot mentally. The atmosphere was a little dull. Haruno Sakura can't sleep, but Uchiha Sasuke can't sleep because of something on his mind. After a long silence, Sasuke said, "Shirayasha, can you guide me?" "Huh, Sasuke." Haruno Sakura was surprised by Uchiha Sasuke's sudden request. She had no idea what Sasuke was talking about. Ask Subai to guide him. No kidding. After Azuki Shion heard this, her expression did not change at all. She still knows a little about Sasuke. Revenge. Shion murmured to herself. She was the one who sent the dying Sasuke to the hospital. Until now, Azuki Yugao doesn't know why Uchiha Itachi suddenly slaughtered a family. Her former senior Hatake Kakashi didn't even know. What's more, there are orders from above that it is not allowed to discuss these things in private. But for Sasuke's revenge, she got some information from Jōnin Hatake Kakashi, who became the 7th squad leader. It's easy to understand just by imagining it. Of course the person who slaughtered the family needs to be punished, not to mention that the other party is Sasuke's own brother. Sasuke is even more unforgivable. Hearing Sasuke's request, Subai looked Sasuke up and down. Think for a while. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Indra Chakra reincarnation and Ashura Chakra reincarnation. Sasuke inherited the fairy eye, and Naruto inherited the sage body. The future of these two people is naturally different from that of any ninja. Even if they don't get very good rewards from these two people, in the future, they can also share part of their growth. This is also what Subai aims to. In fact, without Sasuke opening his mouth, Subai also wanted to fool the two into so-called servants. It doesn't matter anything else, it is still necessary to obtain their power. No, I can't guide you. It's a pity that Subai flatly refused. Surely Sasuke can't just guide him if he says guide him. And now is not the time. What's more, let Subai guide them to learn and progress. HMPH. Don't make trouble. He himself was originally a non-practiced person. Your Uchiha clan grew differently from other ninjas. Subai's words made Uchiha Sasuke a little confused. Haruno Sakura was even more puzzled and puzzled. Even Azuki Shion felt puzzled. What you said, if you don't want to guide Sasuke, just say it, why use these as excuses to prevaricate him? Snort. Shion still felt a little angry. As a woman, she needs to use her unreasonable temper to, difficult, Subai. It's really long hair but short knowledge. Beauty Shion, you entered Anbu not long after graduation, don't you know what is the most important thing to the Uchiha clan? Sharingan, of course I know, don't you think I'm not as good as you as a foreigner? Azuki Shion finally felt that she had the upper hand. He smiled proudly and puffed out his chest. She really knows the difference between the ninjas of the Uchiha clan who have Sharingan enabled and the ninjas who have not. But she didn't have much understanding of the power of Sharingan. Every time Guyu Sharingan has one more tomo, his strength will rise to a higher level. Uchiha, who has activated Mangekyo Sharingan, has improved his strength beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Shallow. Subai laughed. Shi-yan, you. Subai's words suddenly added fuel to the fire. Azuki Shion, who had just put a smile on her face, glared at him again, gritted her teeth angrily and said, then tell me, am I wrong? Subai ignored Azuki Shion who was in a panic, but looked at Uchiha Sasuke instead. I once knew a guy, his name was Uchiha Shisui. Nani, Uchiha Shisui. When the name came out of Subai's mouth, Uchiha Sasuke and Azuki Shion were stunned at the same time. Impossible. Why did Subai know Uchiha Shisui? Of course, the two of them didn't know that Subai was talking nonsense. But Uchiha Shisui has been dead for so many years, and the body cannot be found. Even if you want to dig out and confront, there is no way. Isn't this a ready-made wingman? You know Shisui. After Uchiha Sasuke looked stunned, he suddenly became angry. Then you must know about Uchiha Itachi. Feel something wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. Haruno Sakura was even more confused, unable to understand what the three people in front of her were talking about. Don't get excited. Once Shisui told me that his Sharingan had broken through the 3-tomo Sharingan and reached the point of the Mangekyo Sharingan. So, his strength has grown by leaps and bounds. It even opened up a brand new pupil technique. Sharingan is not just a see-through technique and illusion technique. When the Sharingan reaches the Mangekyo Sharingan, it will bring new power. So, when you are doing these boring practices, you might as well find a way to activate Mangekyo Sharingan. Then your strength will be qualitatively different and leapfrog from what it is now. Of course Shisui also told me how to activate Mangekyo Sharingan. When Subai said this, he paused. Because the current Sasuke is trembling all over, not knowing what terrible thing he thought of. Hey, why do you say half of what you say? You should keep talking. It was the first time Azuki Yugao had heard about the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Is this still the case? There is Mangekyo Sharingan on top of Sharingan. But Uchiha Sasuke believed it. After all, Uchiha Itachi did explain to Sasuke about the Mangekyo Sharingan before the genocide left. To open Mangekyo Sharingan, you must kill your best friend with your own hands. But Sasuke never thought that after opening Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha's strength would be improved so much. Sasuke trembled, excited, and thus confused. His eyes flicked to Uzumaki Naruto who was sleeping soundly. And this action happened to be reflected in Subai's eyes. Hee, how is it? I think you should know too. Killing one's best friend makes oneself miserable. Shi Yan, Haruno Sakura, what, Shirayasha, don't bewitch Sasuke here. Even if Sharingan were to become Mangekyo Sharingan, it wouldn't be this way. Sasuke, don't listen to him. Azuki Shion stood up abruptly, then scolded the son. Spring, BCFJ, Sakura even broke out in a cold sweat as she listened on the sidelines. The Uchiha clan, is there such a terrible eye-opening condition? Unfortunately, Sasuke's words shocked Azuki Shion even more, and she couldn't extricate herself. No, what Shiroyasha said is not wrong at all. That's what the Itachi told me back then. Sasuke sighed, excruciatingly painful. Want to kill Uzumaki Naruto. He knew this way early on. But he doesn't want to gain power in the way of people like Uchiha Itachi. He spurned the executioner who killed his compatriots and parents. It's a pity that the confrontation between Orochimaru and Subai made Sasuke realize how small he is now. Tiny, so tiny, just relying on ordinary practice, how long will it be possible to complete the goal of killing Uchiha Itachi? Want to kill Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke's chest was heavy. Heart palpitations, sweating, trouble breathing. Who, Sasuke. Seeing this, Shi Yan turned pale with shock. Sasuke, how are you doing? Hey, White Yasha, what happened to him? Subai spread his hands, sighed and said, it's not a big problem, it's just that I'm overbreathing, I can't die, don't worry. Sure enough, it didn't take a while. Uchiha Sasuke's breathing gradually calmed down, and his face became much better. Immediately, he sneered, HMPH. I still can't accept the methods of people like Itachi. I will grow stronger in my own way and kill him in the end. Clap clap. However at this moment, Subai clapped his hands and said with a smile, it's amazing, what a ninja with ambition. I just like a loving and righteous child like you. Well, I can't guide you though. But there are indeed some ways to make you stronger quickly, and there are no side effects. However, after the Chunin exam, you can find me when you have made up your mind. There is no point in helping Sasuke now, and it may affect the normal progress of the Chunin exam. Subai will not forget that the protagonist of this Chunin exam is Hyūga Hinata. No. This agrees. Uchiha Sasuke was obviously stunned for a moment, it was really another village. He couldn't believe his ears, the White Yasha in front of him wanted to help him. Hello, what do you mean? Why did I ask you to help me, and you didn't say anything at all? Azuki Shion also breathed a sigh of relief, unexpectedly Sasuke is really an ambitious ninja. But she couldn't swallow it. As for the simple two-sentence matter, Sasuke just expressed his attitude, and Subai agreed to help him become stronger quickly. Then the oil that has been wiped by oneself is not wiped in vain. It's a pity that Mao Yuxian's words made Subai stunned. When did you ask me to help you? Shi Yan, dumbfounded, completely shocked to the point of being speechless. I have seen people who turn their faces and deny people, but I have never seen ones who turn their faces so quickly. Shion was afraid that Subai would add another sentence, who are you? Do we know each other? But it's really just wiped out, and I don't admit it when I look back. It looks like he doesn't want to be responsible after playing. Hey, what's your expression? You just asked me how I usually practice, and I told you too. When a person is lying at home, his swordsmanship is soaring. Shion. Ho. Across the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen was amused to laugh. Naruto at the side really didn't understand his behavior. Master third generation, could it be that? Naruto thought for a long time, and was about to say something, but was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just brushed off questions from Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura about the backhill situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen only took Naruto this time to continue to detect Subai. No one is allowed to mention that Subai has sneaked into Konoha village. Now the main task is to wait for the end of the Forest of Death to follow Hinata's Chunin exam performance. Sarutobi Hiruzen still had an idea in his mind. Especially when Subai sneaked into Konoha this time, he has a lot of evidence. Proof that Subai was once Danzo's right-hand man. Definitely defected because he couldn't understand some of Danzo's practices, and the key evidence is that Subai told Orochimaru about the child. HMPH. Danzo, do you really think I don't know what you're doing? Thinking of the wood-style boy who was once rooted in the organization, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more convinced that he was right. After all, he terminated the experiments with Hashirama cells in the first place. Danzo, that's why I've been Hokage all my life. And you'll never be able to sit in that position. You are too paranoid in doing things, and you don't know how to be gentle. Naruto naturally didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking about, so he raised his mouth just to be on the safe side. Master third generation, why do you know so many things in this night? Even Sharingan. Hey, Lugiu, that child Shisui is still very simple in nature. Maybe I met Subai once when I was out on a mission, and the two met and cherished each other. It's not surprising that Shisui said this. Quote. I'm the brains of Konoha village, is it really okay for you to fool me like this? It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made Naruto unable to refute for a long time. Who said the other party is third Hokage? Let him handle the rest. Chapter 70. Subai in the crowd. Subai's promise to Uchiha Sasuke completely puzzled Haruno Sakura. What is Sasuke doing? As the famous Uchiha clan of Konoha village, why would you ask Subai for advice? Subai's identity is, Haruno Sakura would think this way, because she couldn't figure out what Shachu meant in Sasuke's heart. That is, no matter what, even if it means letting him sell his soul to the devil. Actually, the identity of your reward offerer is fake. If I'm right, you're a Konoha village ninja. Uchiha Sasuke looked up at Subai. The smile on the corner of his mouth is enough to see Sasuke's thoughts. Nothing escapes his Sharingan. Sasuke, you said Subai is our Konoha village ninja. Subai hasn't expressed his opinion yet. Haruno Sakura has already looked at Subai excitedly. Snort. This guy from here until now, went through such a brutal battle with Orochimaru without seeing any support from the village. And there is a ninja from Konoha village who has been following. Don't you think it's weird, little Sakura? Sasuke's words really stunned Haruno Sakura for a long time. Although he is a top student, his experience in actual combat analysis is still somewhat limited. But Sasuke's words made her completely relaxed. Makes sense. Otherwise why would he suddenly show up to kill Orochimaru? Also to help Sasuke improve his strength. No wonder Senior Shien wasn't afraid of him at all. It turned out he was one of his own. What's more, Shisui will tell you about Sharingan. I'm right, Shiroyasha. No, big mistake. Subai never thought that they would have such thoughts. Even a little surprised. At this time, Mao Shien also calmed down, as if she had acquiesced. The direction of the plot seems to be going a bit out of line. Seeing that Subai was silent, Haruno Sakura was even more excited, stood up immediately and said, Senior Subai, can you improve my strength? Subai, he was just thinking about how to sneak into the tower in the center of the Death Forest. As a result, these guys actually regarded him as a senior from Konoha village. I really don't understand why you have such an idea. I kidnapped Hinata. Didn't you also send her back safe and sound? In the face of Haruno Sakura's excited chatter, Subai seemed a bit dumb. Crucially, he didn't know why Azuki Yugao, who was Anbu, didn't say a word. If Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke have little experience and are simple, that Shien who stayed in Anbu all the year round is not so innocent and cute. It's a pity that Subai doesn't know. Azuki Shien has already defined him as an undercover agent in Konoha village outside. After all, every village has a few people with this status, and there is nothing new about it. Especially after being in contact with Subai for so long, I haven't seen any hostility towards the ninjas in Konoha village, and he even wants to help Sasuke. Shien's thoughts were further strengthened. Fen Mao's words, do you want to go back with me? I can give you some strength. As soon as Subai finished speaking, she and Azuki immediately stood in front of Haruno Sakura. Don't think about it, Subai. Then you can follow along. Don't even think about it. Azuki Shien looked at Subai warily. Whether or not he's a ninja undercover in Konoha village out there gathering intel. But Subai is definitely not a gentleman. What are you looking at? Looking at Subai's malicious eyes. Azuki Shien shivered unconsciously as if she had been electrocuted all over. Fine. By the way, this thing is for you. After Subai said something lightly, he took down the black knife Chushui from his waist and threw it directly at Mao Yushin. This is your knife. What a nice knife. This was beyond Shi Yan's expectation. She blinked her beautiful eyes, her face full of doubts. Why did you give it to me? It's nothing, and it's not very useful to keep it. And, you can't touch it in vain, right? Shi Yan, White Yasha. Azuki Shien was about to get angry, but a portal appeared behind Subai. I'm going back to sleep, and I'll let you know one last time. Orochimaru didn't die, he ran away. Nani, Orochimaru isn't dead. As soon as these words came out, the three of them were stunned, and panic appeared on their faces. But in the future, Shien will express her thoughts. Subai had already disappeared in front of them. Isn't Orochimaru dead? When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, his face suddenly became serious. He took a sharp puff on his pipe. He looks out the window at Konoha village. Orochimaru, what did he come for? Why did he attack Sasuke? After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think clearly about Orochimaru's purpose. But anyway, definitely not a good thing. Now it is the joint Chunin exam, if it is said that the exam will be interrupted because of Orochimaru. That must have had a very big impact on Konoha village's reputation. It looks like I have to find Subai in person. Have a nice talk with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled smoke, but his originally dignified face stretched a little. Early the next morning, Yakushi Kabuto hid in the bushes and listened quietly to the conversation of Uzumaki Naruto and the others. When did you get the Earth Scroll? Naruto fell asleep and woke up, only to find that their 7th class has already collected the Earth Coiling Shaft. Speaking of this matter, it is still the credit of Azuki Shien. If Orochimaru is not dead, then it is likely that he will continue to come to Sasuke. Just when she didn't know what to do, she received a communication from Sarutobi Hiruzen in the middle of the night. Ask Azuki Shien to grab the scrolls of the first team casually, and help the 7th team of Kakashi get enough earth-coiling scrolls. Escort them to the high tower in the center of the Death Forest, and prevent Away from having any chance to contact the 7th squad. Although the technique was a bit disgraceful, Shien didn't think so. Special treatment. Yeah, little Sakura and I got it last night while you were sound asleep. Okay, Naruto, let's hurry to the central tower. Sasuke also sighed softly. This kind of thing is actually unacceptable to him. But Shien told him that the follow-up assessment is actually the most important. It is time to show more personal strength. Naruto, don't think too much about it. The ferocious White Yasha seems to be aiming to kidnap Haruno Sakura, so he didn't know what happened last night, so he left first. Asking for flowers, but no one can guarantee whether he will make a comeback. So now our top priority is to get out of this dangerous place. This is also the lame reason Azuki Shien thought about all night. Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke were quite smart enough to know the seriousness of the situation. But Naruto is a stunned green iron-headed boy, so it's hard to convince him without any extravagance. Nani, is that nasty guy targeting cute little Sakura? Uzumaki Naruto was shocked when he heard this. That won't work, we have to get out of here quickly. Haruno Sakura, Naruto actually believed it, as the target the girl. Yakushi Kabuto couldn't figure it out either. Subai threatened to come to Konoha village, and the target was the seemingly useless Haruno Sakura. No, I also have to hurry to the tower in the center of the Death Forest. Go and tell Master Orochimaru. Think here. Yakushi Kabuto also disappeared in place. Go back to where you were with your companions. Yakushi Kabuto asked anxiously, have you got all the scrolls? Jien Mikang, where's Copper Guy? Seeing that red Copper Guy was not there, Yakushi Kabuto's face darkened and he said dissatisfied. Snort. Jien Mikang heard this, and cast a disdainful glance at Yakushi Kabuto, because you have recently received the attention of Master Orochimaru, do you think you have become the leader of the team? Jien Mikang, Red Copper Guy and Yakushi Kabuto. All three of them were Orochimaru's undercover agents in Konoha village. It's convenient for Guy to go. We got the scroll a long time ago. Yakushi Kabuto didn't argue with Jien Mikang after hearing this. After all, in Pocket's heart, these two want to earn their place in Orochimaru's heart with themselves. They don't deserve it. If it wasn't necessary for the three of them to rush to the central tower together, Yakushi Kabuto would have left them both. It's his life and death, Yakushi Kabuto. Just two cannon fodder. Why haven't you come back yet? The waiting time was quite long, and even Jien Mikang was a little impatient. However, at this moment, there was a movement in the grass not far away. Swish. A figure jumped out. Feel sorry, I've been constipated recently. Just let you wait. Next. How do we go? The red Copper Guy with a mask on his face and sunglasses walked slowly towards Yakushi Kabuto and Jien Mikang. HMPH. Things have changed now. Let's head to the central tower to meet Lord Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto left a word and stopped talking to the two of them. The figure disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Jien Mikang followed closely behind. Only Red Copper is left. Guy spreads his hands. But still kept up with the pace of the two. Deep in the forest of death, the masked Red Copper Guy with sunglasses on his face was terrified. He never expected to meet the legendary White Yasha in the Death Forest. The other party even buried him. Only the head remained on the ground. At this time, a huge black bear was walking towards him. Woo! Since his mouth was sealed, the Red Copper Guy could only utter a few whines. Immediately, eyes are black. The people died in Satu. Chapter 71. Hyūga Hinata, have you grown up? How dare you roll your eyes at me? The 5-day survival in the Dead Forest was finally over. Subai turned into Red Copper Guy has been mixed with Yakushi Kabuto. Also met Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru's appearance is quite happy. The mood was not affected by Subai's interference. And Yakushi Kabuto just reported information about himself to Orochimaru. His goal is Haruno Sakura. Subai couldn't believe what was going on in this group of people's minds. The Konoha village ninja thinks he is the Konoha village ninja. Yakushi Kabuto actually thinks that his goal is Haruno Sakura to fight Orochimaru to the death. It is indeed a little speechless. But Subai didn't care. After all, their heads and mouths grew on them. Just let them go. But look at Orochimaru's confident look. Subai understood immediately. The key is the Honkai plan for Konoha village. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen dies and Shimura Danzo takes the Hokage position. Let alone Uchiha Sasuke like that. If you want a Sharingan, you have a Sharingan. If you want a white eye, you have a white eye. Even if Orochimaru is interested in bugs that day, it doesn't matter if you give him a few Aburames. It's a pity that these two people conspired to calculate, and did not expect Tsunade to be persuaded by Jiraiya to inherit the position of 5th Hokage. Forehead. When it comes to Tsunade, Subai really misses this heroine. Fortunately, Subai is strong. Otherwise, with Tsunade's bottomless strength, not anyone can defeat her. Right in front of the venue, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of the crowd wearing a Hokage hat and a bong. Ibiki, Mitarashi Anko, the two chief invigilators stood beside him. Behind him is Jōnin, the leader of each passing team. At the far end of the line, the white-faced little S*X with a hidden account. Just 7:30, is Orochimaru who got mixed in. Subai stood behind Yakushi Kabuto, feeling something moving beside him. Turning my head to look, I saw Shikamaru's Hyūga Hinata kept looking around, as if looking for something. Didn't Mr. Subai say that he would find a way to see my performance? Where are people? Looking at Hinata's confused, expectant and disappointed expression, Subai lowered his eyes slightly. This silly girl doesn't think that I will stand in the stands to watch her game openly, right? However, just when Subai thought of this, he felt a cold gaze pass by his side again. Take a closer look. The source of this gaze was Hyūga Neji on the other side. But it was Uchiha Sasuke who met Neji's gaze. Why, sure enough, in Neji's eyes, Hinata is not considered at all. Subai felt quite interesting. This is the first time he has participated in activities related to ninjas. Let's ask Hokage-sama to introduce you to the third exam. Please listen carefully. The invigilator Mitarashi Anko in front of him spoke. Then he gave way. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, coughed a few times, and then began a long and smelly speech. The significance of the joint Chunin examination among the allied nations is introduced. It's like military drama. It's just that their exam is not cooperation, but more like the epitome of war between the two countries. To put it bluntly, it is to show each other the future military strength of their own country. So, every genin must fight with the mentality of mortal in this exam. And their performance will be watched by big names and important figures from all over the world. Ninja village with good performance will be more popular with these people. We'll give them more commissions. After explaining these things, the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to cough twice. I will leave the rest to you. Yes, my lord, third generation. After answering, Moonlight Gale with a pale face walked out of the crowd. Let me explain to everyone. Because there are too many people left this time. The big names from various countries don't have so much time to watch the games here. So this playoff will be eliminating a bunch of genin. The final stage of the Chunin exam will not take place until a month later. Of course, for the speed of the game, is there anyone here who chooses to quit directly? Yugong Galifang's words immediately aroused the displeasure of everyone. What is this? Everyone worked hard for 5 days, and in the end they continued to the next competition before they had time to rest. Even if the heart is full of all kinds of dissatisfaction. But no one opted out. But at this moment, Yakushi Kabuto's voice came from Subai's ear. I leave this to you. Especially you, Guy. With your ability, it should be no problem at all. This is an excellent opportunity to perform in front of Lord Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto smirked. He secretly scolded Jien Mikeng and Red Copper Guy, Subai, for being stupid. Orochimaru probably hasn't figured out yet that he's mixed in with the Jōnin in charge. Subai was taken aback when he heard this. It was only then that he remembered that the unlucky guy he buried had special abilities. Ability to absorb other people's chakra. And the other guy named Jien Mikeng. The body can transform into rubber. The characteristics of the ability are exactly the same as the Straw Hat Boy next door who was adventuring in the sea. Orochimaru sure enough got some weird looking guys. Thoughts flashed by. Subai corrected his attitude. Okay, no problem, don't worry, leave it to me. Jien Mikeng. He looked at Subai suspiciously, a little surprised in his heart, and even wondered if his companion had taken the wrong medicine. To be so polite to Yakushi Kabuto. After Yakushi Kabuto responded lightly, he turned his head and raised his hand with a smile and said, I'm very sorry, but I'm planning to quit. Yakushi Kabuto's behavior caught the genin around him by surprise. Especially Uzumaki Naruto. He is still very impressed with Yakushi Kabuto. This genin senior explained to them the knowledge of ninja cards in the written test classroom, and failed to become a Chunin after taking the test 7 times. Brother Do, no wonder he failed every time. Will he choose to give up at this time? If it keeps like this, he will never be able to become a Chunin in his life. Uzumaki Naruto felt particularly sorry. You are Yakushi Kabuto from Konoha village, well, you can leave now. Moonlight Gale flipped through the information and said listlessly. After getting the consent, Yakushi Kabuto turned his head and walked out without any remembrance. When passing by Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto stopped Do. Brother Do, don't you feel sorry for giving up like this? It's not easy for you to get here. It's very close to being a Chunin. Seeing Naruto in a hurry, he looked regretful. Subai was really powerless to complain. How could Uzumaki Naruto be so innocent? However, Yakushi Kabuto is also possessed by the Film King. With regret on his face, he sighed and said, I'm sorry Naruto, I was injured, and there is no chance of winning if I continue to fight. The rest of the game is all about fighting for your life, so please do your best. Looking at Naruto's regretful expression, Yakushi Kabuto sneered in his heart. He worried that if he continued to fight like this, he would be as passionate as ever. I'm sorry for Orochimaru on the platform if I expose my identity. As Orochimaru's loyal subordinate, Yakushi Kabuto quite understands Orochimaru's intention to come here. He still wants to watch Uchiha Sasuke play. Without saying anything more, Yakushi Kabuto took a deep look at Orochimaru. The master and servant looked at each other and smiled. Yakushi Kabuto turned and left. After Yakushi Kabuto left, all the remaining candidates walked to the elevated observation decks around the walls. The format of the competition below is one-on-one duels. It is not over until one party admits defeat or loses combat effectiveness. Of course, in this process, death is regarded as a normal death, and it is also judged as a loss of combat effectiveness. The electronic screen hanging on the high wall kept flickering. Until settled, the names of the 2 people who appeared were Red Copper Guy and Uchiha Sasuke. When Orochimaru saw this, a pair of snake pupils shot out light instantly. The first match, Copper Guy vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Please come to the stage, both of you. Accompanied by the announcement of the Moonlight Blast. A smile curled up on Uchiha Sasuke's mouth. HMPH. I didn't expect it to be so fast. The first one is me. He also remembered what Azuki Shion said, combined with Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech. This one-on-one fighting method is the moment that can better reflect the ninja's personal ability. Not to mention in the heart of Uchiha Sasuke. The matter of killing Uchiha Itachi naturally requires him to do it himself, and no one can take it seriously. Boom! Uchiha Sasuke stepped on the fence, jumped into the air, and landed firmly on the field. However, Subai chose to walk down the stairs slowly, just passing by Orochimaru. Orochimaru suddenly whispered, "Guy, show your true skills and teach him well." Yes, how can Sasuke's skills be seen without driving him to a corner? It's a pity that Subai raised his head slightly and looked at Orochimaru suspiciously. "Who are you, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru was stunned on the spot. Can't figure out what's going on. Don't look at Red Copper Guy with Konoha Village's forehead protector, he is an undercover agent. It's his Orochimaru's men. Ask yourself who is it. Although it is said that only Yukushi Kabuto saw through his identity in the crowd. But this time Orochimaru spoke in person. Even if Jien Mikeng and Red Copper Guy had poor eyesight, they could instantly recognize his identity. Could it be that, looking at the Red Copper Guy who came slowly to the arena? Orochimaru's expression suddenly became serious. The corners of his mouth kept twitching. Bai Yasha. It must be him. I didn't expect that this B********* D also got in. Thinking of this, Orochimaru did not forget to look at Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura who were cheering for Sasuke. HMPH. This stupid White Yasha. If he cooperates with us, let's not talk about a pink-haired girl, it's no problem for him to ask for a stack. Subai stands against Uchiha Sasuke. Moonlight Gale stood between the two and said, "The first competition, Red Copper Guy, Uchiha Sasuke. Do you two have any objections?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately replied, "No. Have." After hearing this, Subai said lightly, "I surrender, I can't defeat the Uchiha clan." Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Moonlight Gale was even more confused by Subai's behavior. Ahem, he couldn't help coughing a few times again. "What did you say?" "I said I surrender," Subai said sonorously. Then he turned his head and walked towards the stage. Uchiha Sasuke was left alone on the field, bewildered. What, so there was a B********** D left behind. Want to pick soft persimmons. He must have wanted to fight young girls like us, seeing that we were easy to bully, but ended up meeting Sasuke. It really deserves it. Yamanaka Ino sees through everything. If Azuki Shion was present and knew Subai's identity, she would definitely agree with her words. In the heat of battle, you won't be gossiped about if you take advantage of it at will. White Yasha. When Subai passed by Orochimaru again, Orochimaru stopped him. Aren't you afraid of your identity being exposed? However, Subai gave Orochimaru a kind smile and said, "You are not afraid, I am afraid of nothing. However, now you bring the Yin village's forehead protector, and I bring the Konoha village's forehead protector. In order to avoid suspicion, I hope you'd better talk to me less." Snort. See Subai leave. Orochimaru also showed a reassuring smile. Looking at the other party's appearance, he really didn't have too much malice towards him. This guy really misunderstood that I was interested in that pink hair. HMPH. So it's a virtuous fellow with Jiraiya. That way there's nothing to worry about. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. Jien Mikeng and Red Copper Guy were not told of the Konoha village collapse plan at the beginning. This decision was simply too correct. Subai strolled forward. The surrounding genins cast contemptuous glances at him. Seeing Subai's appearance, Jien Mikeng was equally astonished. If you guessed right, the Red Copper Guy was killed in that accident. This guy, who exactly? Just a flash of doubt. Jien Mikeng was happy in her heart. If Red Copper Guy dies, wouldn't there be one less guy to fight for success in front of Lord Orochimaru? But what made Subai wonder? Even the little girl Hyūga Hinata cast a contemptuous look at him. What a skill. Thinking of 3.2, Subai walked slowly towards Hinata. The closer you get, the more you can feel Hinata's white eyes. This man is really frivolous. Such an important game, he said he gave up and gave up. Hinata felt dissatisfied with this in her heart. She came to the Chunin exam with Subai's expectations, and the mood of trying to prove herself was completely in sharp contrast to Subai's indifference. Hinata saw this scene as soon as he came up. Xiaonizi naturally felt a little nauseous. Subai slowly approached Hinata, but Hinata shifted her body with some disdain. "I'm afraid that getting too close to the other party will cause bad luck. Mr. Subai told me that if you performed well today and won, he allowed you to go to him tonight." When he came behind Hinata, Subai whispered something. But these words reached Hinata's ears, which made Hinata's delicate body tremble slightly. The previous contempt was swept away. Immediately turned to look at Subai who was walking away slowly, just about to call Subai to ask carefully, but then remembered that this matter seemed inappropriate, so he quickly silenced his voice. Hinata, what's wrong with you? Are you interested in the guy who surrendered?" Inuzuka was a little puzzled, and continued, "Cut. Who is it? If you say you give up, you give up. What is the Chunin exam?" No, yeah, maybe he really can't beat Sasuke. You think he's older than Sasuke, wouldn't it be embarrassing if he failed the exam again? We should understand it too. Hyūga Hinata quickly waved her little hand and explained with an apologetic expression. This move made Inuzuka Ya a bit muggle. Shame on losing the game. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing to surrender at the beginning? Hey, Hinata, that's what's wrong with you. Too gentle. helping others to make excuses for everything. Chapter 72. Hinata's praise, Kurani Yuhi's resentment. Hidden corner of Konoha village. Orochimaru, who left the venue, called Yukushi Kabuto again. Master Orochimaru, why did you come out now? So Sasuke's game is over. Hearing Yukushi Kabuto's inquiry, Orochimaru wanted to go up and slap him a few times. How about being an undercover agent like this? My own people have been transferred, but I don't know it at all. But for Yukushi Kabuto, Orochimaru still loves him very much. He is indeed a great man. The only blame is to blame Bai Yasha for being too cunning. The red copper guy has already been murdered by White Yasha. It happened that Sasuke met Shiroyasha, who was disguised as the red copper guy in the contest, and Shiroyasha directly declared his surrender. Nani. When Yukushi Kabuto heard the sound, it was as if hundreds of detonating symbols exploded in his mind at the same time. I was blindfolded on the spot. As copper guy dead, yes, but it's unclear when it was transferred by Shirayasha. After being silent for a few seconds, Orochimaru continued, but fortunately, that guy is indeed malicious to us without a specified line. But Yukushi Kabuto couldn't accept this at all. The task Orochimaru gave him was to get into Sasuke's team and investigate why Subai attacked Orochimaru. But that day Subai had already left. But Yukushi Kabuto never counted. Subai's goal was set long ago. Either Red Copper Guy or Jien Maikang. As for the team that can enter the central tower, Subai is still very clear in his heart. If you really want to kill one and mix in, these two cannon fodder are the most suitable. What's more, these two people really disgusted Subai. And according to Subai's guess, it is absolutely impossible for Orochimaru to be beaten in vain. He will definitely turn around and investigate Subai's purpose. The person who can be sent is Yukushi Kabuto, who met Naruto and the others during the Chunin exam. By the way, waiting for Yukushi Kabuto to leave, Bai seized the opportunity to attack the remaining Sword Beauty and Red Copper Muscle. As a result, Red Copper Guy became that unlucky guy. That's enough, don't think about it. After all, your opponent is Shiroyasha, and the gap in strength is not small. I don't blame you. Now what we need to think about is about the future plan. 4th Kazekage is attending the Musha Joint Chunin examination. His route to Konoha village depends on you to find the Red Sand Scorpion. Orochimaru isn't the type to cling to past regrets, either. Although both plans were messed up by Subai. But not too important. The most important thing right now is to make Shimura Danzo the new Hokage of Konoha village. Understood, because of heaven and man. But before that, our first task is to discuss the cooperation plan with Jonin Baki, who is in charge of Tsunade. Orochimaru nodded, thinking for a while and said, this test can be completed in one day, and you and Baki will go to Kikyo City to discuss. After this assessment, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely send someone to convey the message to the daimyos of various countries. It should be a long time from the real assessment. We have to take advantage of this time to arrange everything properly. Orochimaru had a grim look on his face, as if he had seen Sarutobi Hiruzen die. Chunin exam site. Half of the exam is over. Uchiha Sasuke is the first winner. Although the current Sasuke still looks sad, after all, he didn't do anything, and the other party surrendered outrageously. Orochimaru's Otogaker trio have already been knocked out too by Aburame Shino and Nara Shikamaru. Tien lost to Tsunade's Tamari. The Red Copper Guy's partner, Masumi Ken, originally wanted to strangle Konkuro with his soft rubber body. But he didn't expect that he was almost strangled to death by the opponent's puppet. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino were both beaten unconscious. Inuzuka was even beaten by Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone who watched almost laughed and turned their heads away. According to Subai's memory, stop here. That would be Hyūga Neji and Hyūga Hinata. Naruto is really different from ordinary people. Hyūga Hinata really saw it. Uzumaki Naruto stood up after being beaten so badly by Inuzuka. But Inuzuka was kicked by Naruto and lay on the ground unable to move. Of course, this may also be because after Inuzuka Ya used the family secret art of imitating beasts, his sense of nose and smell was tens of thousands of times that of ordinary people, and he smelled farts. That kind of pain may not be comprehensible to ordinary people, except for Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Is that the only guy left in the stands? Yuhihong stared at the red copper guy, Subai, in the distance. The fight between the two girls, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, wasn't too harsh, and the two ended up in a coma together but woke up soon after. The others who were defeated had already been carried away on stretchers. The only one who didn't directly declare his surrender was the red copper guy with sunglasses on his face. White Yasha, what audacity, do you think our Konoha village ninjas are fools? The more Yuhihong thought about it, the angrier she became. Especially looking at Azuki Shion, who had a hippie smile after returning, she was even more angry. If you are asked to track down Shirayasha, you are fine. People give me a broken knife and I'm so happy. No, of course, the broken sword is only the reason why Yuhihong dislikes Subai. Kuroyuki still understood that black knife, it was a very sharp ninja tool. Snort. Even though Yuhihong was dissatisfied in her heart, there was nothing she could do. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order. Regardless of whether the trace of Shirayasha was found or not. As long as he doesn't move, everyone can't move rashly. Don't provoke him too much. Today's main task is to see Hyūga Hinata's performance. And according to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the purpose of Subai's coming today is also to promise Hinata to watch her performance. Damn guy. Yuhihong's eyelids trembled slightly, staring fixedly at Subai in the distance, as if about to be a ferocious beast. To kill each other alive. Hiss. Subai couldn't help shivering. Looking behind. It really shocked me, I thought someone's ghost had escaped. Obviously he was the one who snatched Kurenai Yuhi's Hinata, but turned around and said that Kurenai Yuhi is a ghost. It is indeed a bit unreasonable. I don't know who will be next. The ray of light and the 3 huge iron gates in the death forest didn't make it clear that the two were fighting. Is it among us? Rock Lee asked with some concern. Among the remaining people, the only ones we don't know about their strength are the person from Yinyan village and the person from Sunagakure with the gourd on his back. Could it be the two of them? Hyūga Neji also broke into a cold sweat. Unless those two people fought to the death and died together in the end. Otherwise, whoever meets, is not an opponent. Not just Rock Lee and Neji. Toss of Yinyan village was also a little frightened. After all, he had never seen a battle of that level. Gaara seemed rather calm. Even his heart is still a little blood churning. If he really meets that kind of person, he must use his dozing technique, tailbeastization, to fight against him. When the time comes, just have a good time. Ahem. Lee Yo, could it be that you're scared out of your wits before you start the game? Might Guy's speech made Rock Lee feel extremely ashamed, and immediately bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Guy. Oh, Leo, it's not your fault. If you really encounter that kind of enemy, it's the most irrational thing to fight hard. Hatake Kakashi, Sunset Red, no, don't worry at all. Of the two so-called monsters, one was standing at the fence waiting to watch the play in every possible way. The other one, it has long been unclear where the one who was beaten went. Yuhihong and Kakashi glanced at each other, and they looked at Subai who was leaning on the fence at the same time. Then he shook his head and said nothing more, and at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing farther away, looked at Subai with interest, with a bong in his mouth. Boy, you are still here. Tisk tisk tisk, you are really courageous. Questions about identity. Subai actually didn't think much about it. He also doesn't think that the people in Konoha village are really like idiots, who can't see through anything. 18. What puzzled him was why until now there was not even a single person who came forward to talk to him and test him. Hey, look, the people who are dueling next are Hyūga Hinata and Hyūga Neji. Ah, poor Hinata, she's facing off against Hyūga Neji. Yamanaka Ino looked at Hinata with a worried face. What's wrong? Hinata and Neji, Ino, why do you have this expression? Haruno Sakura didn't understand where Yamanaka Ino's concerns came from. Little Sakura, don't you know? Neji was the number 1 in the last year. His strength is not comparable to that of Sasuke, and he is 1 year older than us. Experience, strength, there is nothing we can compare to in every aspect. Besides, Hinata how weak Hinata is, Ino still has a little understanding. Too bad her concerns didn't resonate with Haruno Sakura. After hearing this, Haruno Sakura scratched his head, and a feeling of bad taste rose leisurely in his heart. It can't be that Hinata has received special training from Senior Subai. If that's the case, then Hinata's strength. Thinking of this, Haruno Sakura just wanted to speak, but remembered Hatake Kakashi's advice before. Kakashi tells Haruno Sakura that they know about Subai and Orochimaru in the Death Forest. But I hope Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke don't spread the word. For Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi didn't give too much away. Naruto is such a nervous person, he didn't take this kind of thing to heart at all. Perhaps the current him has already forgotten all the previous things because of the excitement of the Chunin exam. No, Ino, do you want to make a bet? I bet Hinata wins. Haruno Sakura's words stunned Ino, Shikamaru and Rock Lee on the spot. Little Sakura, please don't say that. Neji is a genius among geniuses, and he is also the opponent I have been pursuing to beat. Rock Lee rejected Haruno Sakura's conjecture on the spot. Yamanaka Ino also swayed her white palm. Little Sakura, are you fooled by me for saying like this? Haruno Sakura thought to himself. HMPH. Stupid Yamanaka Ino, it's not that I want to show off to you, but I saw the legendary White Yasha, with his strength and beauty. Forget it, I can't tell you much. If you don't believe me, we'll just wait and see. Haruno Sakura imitated Yamanaka Ino's movements and said dismissively. The speaker didn't intend to listen carefully, that's not what Haruno Sakura's words reached Sasuke's ears. Sasuke immediately understood what Haruno Sakura meant. Presumably the following Hyūga Hinata received the guidance of Subai. Just let me see if this Hinata can beat Neji. For Hinata's strength, Sasuke is not impressed at all. In his memory, Hinata was so weak that he could almost be ignored. But being reminded by Haruno Sakura, Sasuke was very interested. Sarutobi Hiruzen watches as Hyūga Hinata and Hyūga Neji walk onto the field. With a pipe in his mouth, he smiled like an old fox. Ho, this competition is very interesting. It just shows how much Hinata has improved. Hyūga Hinata and Hyūga Neji, the two brothers and sisters stood opposite each other. I didn't expect that I could fight with you. Neji paused, with a hint of ridicule in his words, Miss Hinata. Since everything is already known, Hinata didn't seem to have much emotional change because of Neji's attitude. She just responded politely, Brother Neji. Are they brother and sister? Hinata called Neji aroused the surprise of Naruto and Haruno Sakura in the stands. Do these two still have this relationship? But Hyūga Neji's fierce eyes are really not like the eyes that his brother has. No, their relationship, Hatake Kakashi began to explain the difference between the Hyūga main house and the branch house to everyone. And popularized some basic common sense about white eyes. Just when Kakashi's voice fell to the ground, Moonlight Hayate also announced the start of this competition. Before the game starts, I would like to give Ms. Hinata a piece of advice. You abstain, you are not suitable to be a ninja. You are too kind to long for peace and skip disputes. Always cater to what other people think. And I have never been confident, and I have always had a 243 inferiority complex. What's more, the Chunin exam must be registered in groups of 3. You were forced to take the exam because you couldn't refuse the invitation of the other students in the same group. I'm not wrong about what I said. Hyūga Neji's words made Yuhi and Aburame Shino frown. No, Neji, you are dead wrong this time. Hinata herself wanted to take the Chunin exam more strongly than Inuzuka Ya. Aburame Shino put his hands in his pockets and quietly looked at Hinata below. He has an indescribable feeling. Hyūga Neji could get a good beating. Don't give me a reason. Shino believes that the current Hinata has indeed changed a lot from before. For Neji's aggressiveness, Hinata rubbed her fingers a few times, slowly raised his head and said, "Sorry, brother Neji. I must win this competition. Because I promised someone and couldn't fail. ... What does it mean?" People who don't know the reason are completely shocked by Hinata's inexplicable words. But those who understood, their eyes swept over Subai in the stands in unison. Of course, Kurenai Yuhi's eyes can kill. After hearing this, Hyūga Neji frowned, expressing that he was completely confused. What puzzled him even more was, after hearing her remarks, shouldn't Hinata be shaken by fright? How to change but more and more firm. It's just that Hinata seems to have opened up the knot in her heart, and fell into the state of seeing nothing around her again. In fact, people outside said he was very bad. But he is actually a very gentle and responsible person. He taught me a lot, not only strength, but more importantly, let me realize what it means to truly live out myself. Hinata remembered every bit of being with Subai. Everyone is afraid of him. This also led to Subai not even having a normal life. Even if you want to walk on the street normally, you can't do it. Subai never frowns because of anything. It seemed like nothing could stop him. The kind of self-confidence that comes from the heart makes Hinata mesmerized. Damn Shiroyasha, if this didn't brainwash Hinata, I wouldn't believe it if he killed me. After listening to Hinata's words, Yuhihong almost couldn't hold back and rushed towards Subai. The angry eyes shot out rays of light, pointing directly at Subai who was standing by the fence in the distance. However, Subai at this time was a little sluggish, feeling sad. Does Hinata want to break off relations with Konoha village directly? But it doesn't matter, as soon as there is any problem, just run away. The person Hinata said, who is it? Kiba, Shino, Yamanaka Ino was equally confused. However, Haruno Sakura suddenly realized that it was as expected. Let me just say, how can someone as handsome as Subai be as scary as the outside world says? So, Hinata paused and rolled her eyes. Step out with 2 legs left and right, spread out your arms, and you are already ready for battle. Brother Neji, let's fight it out. Chapter 73. 8 trigrams 64 palms, 128 palms, that must not be Hinata. The battle posture of the two is completely ready. Rock Lee in the stand saw Hinata's posture, envy appeared on his face. Sure enough, it's all Hyūga style. The starting position is exactly the same as Neji. Rock Lee clenched his fist slightly excitedly. His words startled Haruno Sakura, Sasuke and Naruto slightly. Haruno Sakura. Hyūga flow. Yes, Hyūga style is Konoha's strongest taijutsu style. Rock Lee's voice trembled, although his 8 inner gates is the strongest in physical arts. But there are too many side effects. The move of changing one life for another is indescribable. And, the taijutsu school of the Hyūga style is a system of taijutsu. The defense of moves is particular, coupled with the other party's white eyes that can see the meridian clearly. Gentle Fist is even more capable of hitting internal organs that cannot be strengthened through training. This kind of unique blood is something that Rock Lee can't always ask for. As I said before, I am afraid that among the genin in Konoha village, the strongest man is in our team. He is Hyūga Neji. Rock Lee raised his eyebrows nervously and excitedly. His speech made Haruno Sakura, Sasuke and Naruto even more nervous. Is Hyūga Neji really that powerful? Uchiha Sasuke was equally astonished. I didn't expect the Rock Lee in front of me to have such a high opinion of Hyūga Neji. Sasuke, however, still remembers a brief contest with Rock Lee while taking the Chunin exam. Total defeat. Yep, Uchiha Sasuke is a complete loser. Even if you can see the opponent's movement clearly with Sharingan, your body can't keep up with it at all. So this Hyūga Neji is even stronger. Sasuke murmured in his heart for a moment, lifted his spirits in an instant, and looked at the two people on the field with full attention. Hinata and Neji, the two brothers and sisters looked at each other for a few seconds before stepping out at the same time. Hyūga Hinata slapped first with a yell. Boom. While blocking with one arm, Neji was terrified. What a heavy hand. How is this going? Hyūga Neji suddenly felt numbness in his arm. He couldn't believe it at all. This palm came from Hyūga Hinata. But he didn't know. At this time, Hinata did not use his full strength. Due to personality problems, Hinata did not dare to make too much of a big deal, and cautiously pursued progress. She must win, and her spirit and attitude cannot be relaxed for a moment. Swish. After blocking the next blow, Neji counterattacked but was slapped away by Hinata. Bang bang bang. The brother and sister strike back and forth with both palms. A collision of gentle fist methods, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air. With every palm strike, the blue chakra bursts out. If a palm is slapped on the chest, gentle fist's inch of strength will directly cause huge damage to the internal organs of the chest cavity. Amazing. That Hinata was able to knock Neji back. Yamanaka Ino stared dumbfounded at the scene below. Although the two brothers and sisters are fighting each other, it is obvious that Neji is struggling more, and his steps are disordered and he keeps retreating. Hinata. Yuhihong was also shocked by the phenomenon in front of her. Raihong still knows how strong Hyūga Neji is. Even if Hinata is given a few more years of practice, it is impossible to catch up with the current Neji. But how to explain the situation at the scene? It's just that after only a short time of training in Subai's hands, he was able to force Neji back. No, it's impossible. Neji actually fell down. Rock Lee twitched in surprise. However, Hitaki Kakashi was calm. His eyes flicked to the seemingly bored Subai. Did this guy foresee the outcome? Seeing Subai's completely expressionless, even bored look, Kakashi lowered his eyes. White Yasha, who is it? Why did third Hokage suddenly have such a big change in attitude towards him? With doubts in my heart, Kakashi looked again at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking a pipe in the distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no expression on his face, but he was even more overjoyed in his heart. Neji, a rare genius in the Hyūga family, was completely suppressed by Hinata. It seems that Subai must have used some special means to allow Hinata to gain such a powerful force in a short period of time. On the playing field, Neji's heart sank more and more. Is this still Hinata? Is this still the cowardly and useless eldest lady of the Zong family? Why can she have such a powerful force now? Bang bang. Hinata hits two palms again. Neji really didn't hold back, he just slid back a few meters and almost fell to the ground. Neji. Neji was knocked back. Shikamaru. Neji was knocked back, and he was knocked back by Hinata. Could it be that Neji's strength is fake? Hearing Yamanaka Ino howl in surprise, Nara Shikamaru was also sweating coldly. He remembered that in the Forest of Death, the three met Neji by chance. The other party disliked the three of them for being too weak, so they didn't bother to attack them. The three of them also took the opportunity to escape in a hurry. But what happened today? Facing their contemporary Hyūga Hinata, famous Hyūga Neji was beaten helplessly. Hey, Shikamaru, when did Hinata become so powerful? Akamichi Chojiyu looked at Shikamaru foolishly. He remembered Hinata always looked weak when he was in ninja school. How could it be so powerful? But as expected of Nara Shikamaru, he analyzed the cause of the incident just based on the state of the scene. I guess Hinata's change must have something to do with the time when she was kidnapped. Ino was taken aback when he heard that. You mean that scary White Yasha? Yes, I think Shiroyasha must have done something to Hinata, that's why she changed so much. And I speculate that the person Hinata mentioned just now is neither Ya nor Shino. Before Nara Shikamaru could finish speaking, Ino's terrified roar came from next to his ear. Nani? You mean that the person Hinata is talking about is White Yasha, Haruno Sakura? That's a bad thing. I'm afraid Yamanaka Ino will know about Subai's senior. Thinking of Yamanaka Ino's nympho look, Haruno Sakura immediately said to Ino, hey, what are you thinking about? White Yasha is so terrifying, I heard he can eat people. Impossible, Ino, stop thinking about it. Haruno Sakura smiled sarcastically. Uzumaki Naruto trembled when he heard the sound. Subai is very handsome, but he is very annoying. I have never seen anyone more handsome than Sasuke, and Subai is the first. I have never seen anyone cooler than Sasuke, Subai is also the first. So what is White Yasha not White Yasha, Uzumaki Naruto hates the most? What's more, his strength is too terrifying. Naruto is a little terrified when he thinks about it now. That's right, little Sakura is right, I also heard that Shirayasha is a cannibal. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. However, at this time, let Hyūga Hinata on the field shoot again. Catch the moment when Neji staggers back and forth. Hinata gave a clear cry, jumped up and rushed to Neji. Hit out with one palm. If this palm hits Neji, the game is almost over. But just when Hinata was about to hit Neji, she suddenly felt that her palm was stopped by some kind of force. The corners of Neji's mouth twitched slightly, showing a hint of disdainful smile. Revolving heaven. At the same time as the words landed, Neji's body turned violently. There was a bang. Hinata was ejected by the suddenly rising blue chakra spinning shield. After landing on the ground, he couldn't stop sliding a few steps backwards. Oh, revolving heaven. Seeing Neji cast revolving heaven, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a hint of horror on his old face. Could it be that Hiashi taught him? After muttering, he went on to deny the idea. Revolving heaven is a secret art of the Hyūga clan, and it is not a secret art handed down from generation to generation only to the heirs of the clan. Not to mention Hyūga Neji, even Hinata who is now abandoned by Hiashi. They also have no right to learn, unless they have enough talent and hard work to develop and learn by themselves. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Neji is really good, to be able to do this. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart. As a branch house person, he can actually learn revolving heaven through his own practice, what a talent this is. What is that? The Shaoqiangs were also stunned by Neji's revolving heaven. Right now Hinata can hit him, but, what a pity, revolving heaven. At the moment of being attacked, a large amount of gentle fist chakra is released from the chakra acupuncture points in the body, and then rotates in a circular motion like a top, which can bounce back all physical attacks. Rock Lee turned into a lecturer again, answering everyone's puzzles. After Hinata was knocked back again, unconsciously, he looked towards Subai in the stands. She didn't know that it was Subai himself, but thought it was someone who came to deliver the message. I want to come here to record Hinata's performance, and then give feedback to Subai's people. But looking at the red copper guy with sunglasses on his face, Hinata couldn't see what his expression meant. No expression at all. Is it because I'm not doing well? Hinata murmured in her heart and began to get nervous. At this moment, Hyūga Neji even cast a sarcastic voice towards Hinata. It seems to want to let Hinata know. As a branch house, he has learned the secrets of the Hyūga family that only the heir of the head of the family can inherit. But look up. However, Neji noticed that Hinata's head was slightly lowered at this time, rubbing his little hands, with an anxious look on his face. I don't know what I'm thinking. But it was clear that Hinata didn't look at him at all. Damn guy, what exactly is going on? Does it mean that Hinata doesn't know anything about revolving heaven? Neji's face was slightly angry. This is the eldest lady of some clan. He didn't even know the family secrets. Simply unforgivable. Miss Hinata. Quote. Now I'm going to get serious. Quote. Neji's face darkened. The voice also became extremely indifferent. Hinata heard the sound and finally looked up. All right, I see. Glancing at the pose Neji was posing, Hyūga Hinata suddenly realized that brother Neji wanted to use the gentle fist method 8 trigrams palms. In that case, after Hinata spoke lightly, he also assumed the pose of gentle fist law 8 trigrams palms. I just don't know how many palms the current Neji brother can hit. Impossible. Hyūga Neji's heart skipped a beat when he saw Hinata's actions. Could it be that Hinata will also be 8 trigrams palms? Or is she bluffing? The posture has already been set, and Neji doesn't care too much. What's more, he has no other tricks to use. Gentle fist law 8 trigrams 64 palms. After a big drink, Neji rushed towards Hinata quickly. Second hall. With 2 palms down, Neji's pupils closed sharply, because Hinata easily blocked the rain. 4 palms, 8 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Bang bang bang. The palms kept touching each other. Hyūga Hinata and Hyūga Neji played 8 trigrams 64 palms in a very short time. This scene was so shocking that everyone was speechless. The surprise is not Neji's 8 trigrams 64 palms. It's amazing how a soft girl like Hyūga Hinata can play evenly with Hyūga Neji. Yeah, look, Nani, Hinata. Hinata's palm strike is not over yet. After hitting 64 palms, Neji obviously stagnated intermittently. But Hinata didn't stop what he was doing. 128 palms. Bang bang bang. With a pleasant drink, Hinata kept patting Neji's body. Finished the remaining 64 palms. Nani, not only the genin of Konoha village, but also the Jōnin in charge were all dumbfounded. That is that still Hyūga Hinata? Shi Raihong Nua Wangs was so startled that her eyes trembled slightly, and her beautiful red pupils almost stared out of her sockets. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, also stunned, he had already forgotten the bong in his mouth. And Hyūga Neji, after suffering the subsequent 64 chapters, he was completely knocked down to the ground. Well, with blood dripping from the corner of Neji's mouth, he looked incredulously at Hyūga Hinata who was standing opposite him. What made Neji even more humiliating was, the strength of Hinata's subsequent 60 palms is completely different from the previous 64 palms. It is not clear whether Hinata has not mastered the subsequent 64 palms, or if she deliberately kept them. Brother Neji. Seeing Neji spitting blood, Hinata is still a little sorry. Seeing this, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Confidence and kindness are two different things. Hinata can still maintain some of his original good qualities when he gains a leap in strength. This is commendable. However, at this moment, the voice of the system came from Subai's mind. Congratulations to Hyūga Hinata for defeating Hyūga Neji. Congratulations to host for getting the reward. Congratulations to host Chakra, whose upper limit has been greatly increased, and the upper limit of physical skills has been greatly increased. Congratulations to host for winning the Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 128 palms. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. There is such a reward. Slightly stunned for a moment, Subai thought about it. Exchange it for chakra and taijutsu, this skill is not very useful to me. The host exchanged the Gentle Fist Method 128 palms. Congratulations to host for getting a small increase in the upper limit of chakra, and the upper limit of crystal grains has been increased. Watching Hyūga Neji being carried down on a stretcher, only then did Subai realize that Hyūga Hinata was looking in his direction. You stupid girl, are you afraid that Konoha village won't know who I am? Shrug. Subai shook his head lightly twice, then turned and walked towards the back corridor. Chapter 74. Horror from Hyūga Hiashi. The thing about Hyūga Hinata defeating Hyūga Neji. There was an uproar on the spot. Hinata unexpectedly became so powerful. Yamanaka Ino stared blankly at Hinata. I don't know how to evaluate this result. After Hyūga Neji hit 8 trigrams 64 palms, Hinata couldn't help fighting back, and even hit 8 trigrams with 128 palms. Little Sakura. How on earth did you guess that Hinata would win? Ino twitched her thin lips, and looked at Haruno Sakura in shock. Something bad happened. Haruno Sakura was also anxious in her heart. It was just her guess at the beginning. Who knew that Hyūga Hinata had really become so powerful? It literally smacked Neji on the ground. I guessed wildly, ha ha ha. In desperation, Ji Lee hurriedly found an excuse. Holding man's waist with both hands, he laughed unscrupulously, as if afraid that Yamanaka Ino would find out that she knew about Subai. Oh, what a strong guy. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and was extremely excited. Neji, a genius even Rock Lee admits. But it is not at all the opponent of Hinata today. This must have something to do with Shiroyasha. Sasuke is excited, too excited. Even now he wants to rush up and take on Hyūga Hinata. See if the opponent's white eyes are stronger, or his Sharingan is stronger. But thinking of Rock Lee, Sasuke still fell silent, carefully analyzed the strength of the strength. Although very unwilling, but Sasuke understands. Not only Neji, even now he is not Hyūga Hinata's opponent. What's more, he could see very clearly that Hinata had been looking for a gradual use of power, and he hadn't exerted his full strength at all. Chunin exam. Hurry over to 230. Uchiha Sasuke wished that the Chunin exam would end now. If that's the case, he will be able to accept the guidance of Subai. After all, it was what Subai himself promised to him. Hinata, you are really amazing. Shino looked at Hinata who was coming up, and immediately stepped forward to stare at him. If Ya was there, he would definitely be surprised. Thank you, Shino. It's a pity that Shino didn't expect it. Hinata showed no sign of being happy after winning. All of a sudden, that is to make a head of water. Not only that, but others seemed to have figured this out too. Hyūga Hinata, no interest at all. Yuhihong looked at the depressed Hinata, closed her eyes, and looked in the direction of Subai. Only then did I find out. Subai has long since disappeared. So that's the case. Is it because of Shiroyasha's departure? Yuhihong sighed inwardly. Originally, I always thought that Subai had given Hinata a ecstasy soup. Unexpectedly, Hinata has progressed beyond her role as Jōnin, coupled with Bai Yasha's handsome and sunny appearance and strong strength. A girl who says she can't be tempted is deceiving herself. Especially at Hinata's age. At the age of ignorance and ignorance, I met someone like Subai. Another person who tried his best to help her. Kurenai Yuhi also admitted that it is quite normal for Hinata to fall into it. But Kuroyuki didn't think about it comprehensively. BCDD. Hinata doesn't think red copper guy is Subai. She only found that the red copper guy, Subai, shrugged, shook his head twice and left when he finally defeated Neji. Hinata's heart, it sank to the bottom of the sea. It's over. It seems that the performance is not good. That guy with sunglasses is going back to sue Mr. Subai. Is this the key? Of course the key. After all, Brother Sunglasses said that if she behaves well, Mr. Subai will allow her to go to her hometown at night. Why? Hinata sighed, completely unaware of the strange gazes of the surrounding crowd. She came to Xi Hihong. Teacher Hong, my competition is over, can I go back first? I also want to see how Brother Neji is doing. Hinata was also worried about really hitting Neji out of order, especially when I think about what Subai told her about Neji. Hinata still felt a little uncomfortable. Forehead. But, Kurenai Yuhi thought for a while and said, Hinata, you can ask third Hokage. After all, there will be a lottery ceremony after all is over. Need to assign the battle list for the last Chunin exam. Let's talk about it, but Yuhihong is not worried at all. With Hyūga Hinata's current skill, what is lacking is nothing more than the experience of going out to perform tasks. After another 2 years of hard work, I think I can be a Jōnin. Then I'd better ask the third generation master. Hinata was depressed and walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Xi Hihong. Hey, silly boy, you can't really get stuck in it and can't get out. Don't say Hinata, you are also a matter of time. Oh, Hinata, you're doing really well. Seeing Hinata walking towards him, a smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face immediately. Sharp, at such a young age, he has mastered the gentle fist method, 128 palms. If Hiashi knew about this, his jaw wouldn't drop in shock. And Neji is also very strong, he learned revolving heaven by relying on his talent. In fact, Hinata is also quite strange. Why did no one ask her about it until now after the ninjas in Konoha village found out that she met Subai? Even the third Hokage in front of him seemed to be more kind than before. Master third generation, I want to go to the hospital to see Brother Neji. Teacher Hong said that there will be a lottery after the end. Just as Hinata said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from the pipe. If you don't mind, I'll help you with the lottery. Really? Is this okay? Hyūga Hinata was a little surprised. Lord Third Hokage draws lots for her. Is this appropriate? Sarutobi Hiruzen can naturally see through Hinata's mind. This girl is still very clever and sensible. Satisfied nodded and said, it's just a matter of drawing lots, not so much. Go and see Neji. Konoha village Hyūga mansion. The force of the palm. Yes, my lord. Hyūga Hiashi is teaching Hyūga Hanabi at home. Bang bang bang. Hasty footsteps came from between the corridors. After hearing the sound, Hiashi frowned and his face became more and more serious. Summer, what's going on? You're so nervous. It's really outrageous. Hyūga Sha didn't pay much attention to Hiashi's harsh criticism. She has long been used to her master's temper. At this time, she was out of breath with excitement. This appearance made Hiashi feel blocked even more. Sha, what's going on with you today? I don't know any rules. Hiyashi's angry voice made Hanabi's petite body tremble slightly. Hyūga Sha still didn't care, and finally adjusted a few breaths before saying, Patriarch. Miss Hinata Hinata, elder sister. Hiashi and Hanabi were stunned when they heard Hinata's name. Hinata, nothing will happen again. Miss Hinata, she, sent Hyūga Neji to the hospital during the Chunin exam. Hyūga Natsu finally finished what she wanted to say in one breath. However, Hiashi snorted coldly, HMPH. As a member of the main family, he was sent to the hospital by the branch house. Do you have the nerve to come back and say it? Let her go to the hospital by herself. 1 inch. Hanabi, let's continue our practice. Hyūga Hanabi, father, is there something wrong with your ears? No, Patriarch, it was Miss Hinata who sent Neji to the hospital. Seeing this, Hyūga Sha explained it again seriously. This sentence made Hyūga Hiashi stunned on the spot. Can you say that again? Hyūga Natsu. However, Hanabi on the side was also shocked. She still heard about Hyūga Neji. Although he is from the branch house, logically speaking, Neji is her and Hinata's older brother. People in the family say that he is a rare talent. Powerful Hyūga Neji, Hanabi is still clear. But he was beaten to the hospital by Hinata. This kind of thing is unrealistic. It's just that the more Hyūga talked, the more excited he became, and the more he talked, the more mysterious he became. Is everything you said true? After listening to Hyūga Sha's report, Hyūga Hiashi was even more surprised. Revolving Heaven. Neji actually learned Revolving Heaven, and even used 8 trigrams. You said Hinata. She actually hit 8 trigrams with 128 palms. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If Neji alone learned Revolving Heaven and played 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hiashi was surprised, but understandable. Neji's talent. Hiashi is approved, but if you say that Hinata hits 8 trigrams with 128 palms. You might as well say that Hyūga Hiashi, the patriarch of the Hyūga family, is an idiot. Even this kind of thing can be believed. Yes, master, I heard it from the medical ninja who came back from the scene. Now Neji is lying in the hospital. Chapter 75. Hanabi, are you calling? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Hyūga Hinata back from the hospital. The mood is still a little down. Hyūga Neji is not seriously ill, but after the brother and sister met, Neji's attitude towards Hinata seems to have become worse. Naturally, Hinata didn't know the reason. Seeing that the other party didn't want to talk to him, he left without staying for long. Just leave Hyūga Neji lying on the bed. His inner dignity was severely damaged. You're back, Hinata. As soon as Hinata entered the house, he heard Hiyashi's stern voice. Hanabi on the side looked at Hinata with little stars in his eyes. He wanted to get close, but because of Hiyashi's presence, little Hanabi didn't dare to take any action. Well, yes, Father Yins, I was worried about Brother Neji, so I left the central tower of the Death Forest early after the end. Hinata lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Hyūga Hiyashi's serious and stern gaze. But she didn't know that Hiashi was sitting in the room long ago, waiting for her return. Obediently, his eldest daughter actually beat Hyūga Neji. Incredible, although the excitement in my heart is hard to express, but as a well-established and famous family in Konoha village. Rigid Hiashi also had to put on a very strict look. Understood, you step back. Hanabi, let's continue our practice. Hyūga Hiashi pretended to be calm and waved to Hinata impatiently. Seeing this, Hinata didn't say much. Now she wanted to hurry to wash off the sticky sweat on her body. Then wait for the opportunity, and rush to the home space solidly. Looking at Hinata who left after saluting, Hyūga Hiyashi's heart skipped a beat. Good guy, really leave like this, there is nothing else to say. Snort, I complained in my heart. Hiashi suddenly fell into deep thought. According to the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen before, Subai may have had some other thoughts about Hinata. Can this work? It must not work. The other party is not a member of the Hyūga clan. Of course the most critical issue is Subai's identity. Bounty offender. This is no joke. Hyūga Hiashi is not a fool either. He can naturally hear the meaning in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. It is very likely that they want to use Hinata's identity to control Subai. Boiling the frogs in warm water allowed the two young people to grow freely. After Subai falls, Hinata can use Hinata's identity as Konoha shinobi to let Subai contribute to Konoha village. Although it feels a little mean. But Hyūga Hiashi is very understanding. Especially after seeing Subai fight Orochimaru, he understands the importance of this person even more. If the opponent really wants to be an enemy of Konoha village, while everyone is asleep, run to the gate of Konoha village and directly chop a few swords. The loss of Konoha village is enough to suffocate for several years. If Subai used too much force on a whim, the price would be even more serious. On one side is Konoha village, and on the other side is the matter of Hyūga's honor. Why? Hyūga Hiashi is also caught in a dilemma, but he understands better that if there is no Konoha village, the end of their Hyūga clan will be very miserable. Without shelter, they can only become the targets of other villages. All I want is a blank stare. Even if they join other villages, it is impossible to have the current status in Konoha village, and the original residents of the family cannot really regard them as companions. Forget it, this kind of thing can't be managed. I sighed in my heart. But fortunately, that Shiroyasha is still a conscientious person, and he was able to train Hinata so well in such a short period of time. I think there should be a very special secret method. Muttered a few words. Hanabi was still waving his hands, but Hiashi had no interest in watching, and walked around the room for a few steps. He shook his head. Sure enough, according to the normal situation, Neji from Hizashi's family is more talented. Forget it, let him hand over the letter left to him by the Japanese army. In home space, Hyūga Hinata is like a little girl who made a mistake, standing awkwardly in the hall. Wait for Subai to appear after soaking in the hot spring. She immediately said apologetically, I'm sorry, my performance today may have disappointed Mr. Subai. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Slightly taken aback, Subai asked back, you performed very well, didn't you beat Neji? I saw it all. After hearing the words, Hinata asked Subai with some doubts, why did the masked man with sunglasses connect before leaving? Subai, hey, I really didn't expect Hinata's thoughts to be so meticulous. It's a good thing, but it doesn't seem to be doing the right thing. The masked man with sunglasses, that was originally transformed by me using the transformation technique. After hearing this, Hinata showed a surprised expression. There seems to be something bad about this. What if that person is Mr. Subai? Seeing the panic on Hinata's face, Subai smiled and said, I don't know who followed everyone to cast contemptuous glances at me after seeing me voluntarily surrendering. Hinata, you are such a supercilious. I didn't. Deep down, Hyūga Hinata rejected Subai's remarks. The main thing is to blame Subai for not explaining anything to her. Who would have thought that Subai would become that kind of guy? The gap between them is too big. Isn't it mainly because Mr. Subai that you didn't give me anything in advance? And, Hinata pouted aggrievedly and said, and I don't know anything about Mr. Subai. Recalling Subai's strength, Hinata is nothing short of adored. That kind of people, how much do you need to do to walk side by side with him? However, Hinata's words made Subai amused. By the way, he joked, could it be possible that you and I still want to be the kind of people who know each other? Subai looked up and down at the current Hinata. Have to say, it is also not clear whether it is the problem of the nutrition of the big family or the original strong genes. Let's not talk about the growth in the next 2 years, but talk about the present. Hinata's figure is indeed much better than Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. And it looks more coordinated. All is well, but it is a personality problem that occasionally becomes an obstacle to these things. Yamanaka Ino's character is clearly the most suitable of them all. Even pink-haired Sakura is stronger than Hinata. Perhaps this is a fly in the ointment. Subai muttered to himself. Mr. Subai, what did you say? Listen, one word, sir, one word, you. If you are too respectful, it will appear rusty and boring. From now on, you can call me senior. There's no need to keep your mouth shut, sir. It sounds awkward. Subai reminded helplessly. I plan to slowly change Hinata. Your opponent in the next game, are you sure? It's Uzumaki Naruto. Before I came, Shino approached me and told me the content of the final lottery. Sure enough, Uzumaki Naruto's words, Hinata you remember. Don't have too many conversations with him, no matter what he says, don't talk to him. Another point, that kid is good at using Shadow Clone and Burrow. Be sure to maintain a high degree of vigilance, until the Invigilator declares victory, your white eyes will keep observing everything around you. Especially underground. Mark what I said, you're almost 90% victorious. Subai explained to Hinata seriously. Naruto, who still can't call Nine Tails chakra normally, will naturally not be Hinata's opponent. But Uzumaki Naruto, who seems to be bluffing, has a high IQ when he really fights. Lots of little details that had to be paid attention to. Do you understand? Subai asked again. Ask for flowers. Hinata just nodded and didn't make any other comments. After half a sound, Subai looked at Hinata in a daze. I've explained the general things to you, and the rest depends on your performance. Hinata, stand still, motionless. Subai, you don't go back, what are you doing here? Anything else? As soon as these words came out, Hinata frowned, and his displeased expression flashed past. Then calm was restored. Pointing his fingers, he asked weakly, Senior Subai, didn't you promise me just now that you would have a mutual understanding? You didn't even say anything about you. After hearing this, Subai raised his eyebrows. Hinata is really good at it. There are already signs of resistance. Oh well. Subai stood up slowly and looked at Hinata. Come with me. Hyūga's mansion late at night. Hyūga Hanabi sneaked out of the room secretly. Came to Hinata's door, quietly opened the door. In the dimly lit room, the raised quilt on Hinata's bed made Hanabi smile. How old is she? Why does my sister cover her head when she sleeps? Because the things during the day are too shocking, causing little Hanabi sleepless nights. She is very curious, so I wanted to take advantage of the dead of night and come to ask my sister to understand. Of course Hanabi didn't think much about it. In her heart, Sister Hinata has always loved her very much. Even if he was asleep, after being woken up by her, he would definitely not blame her. But also able to satisfy her curiosity with patience. Elder sister, I'm in. After Xiaohuahua gently closed the door, she tiptoed to the bed. Open the quilt and drill in. But at this moment, the empty bed made Hanabi stunned on the spot. Where's the person? Why is there a pillow in the quilt? At the same time, a wolf howl exploded in Hanabi's mind. It made Hanabi even more suspicious. When did Konoha village fall into wolves, howling in the middle of the night? Isn't it afraid of being beaten to death by the awakened ninja? In the Konoha village Hokage office. Late at night Sarutobi Hiruzen is still thinking about what happened recently. Swish. A figure appeared. It was Azuki Shion. Master 3rd generation. As you said, we found the body of the red copper guy in the Death Forest. But it's very strange. He was buried in the soil, but his head seemed to be eaten by some animals. There were traces of sharp claws pawing the ground around, but in the end it seemed that the animal gave up because it was buried too deep. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded after listening to the report. It seems that red copper guy really has a problem. The reason why he thinks so, or because of Yukushi Kabuto. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally remembered Yukushi Kabuto. He is the guy who took the Chunin exam many times and gave up every time it came to a critical moment. This behavior is very abnormal. What's more, it is impossible for Yukushi Kabuto, who has taken so many Chunin exams, to be unaware that life will be in danger during the exam. What he said was that he wanted to quit on the grounds of life and death, but he picked up a stone and shot himself in the foot. No wonder Subai chose red copper guy as his target. These people have big problems. Shi Yan listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen muttering to herself, and smiled on her pretty face under the mask. Sure enough, it seems that Shiroyasha really has an unknown relationship with 3rd Hokage. After thinking about it for a few breaths, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. Taking a deep puff of the pipe, he seemed to have made some decision and said, "Okay, Shion. You step back first. I have to send someone to follow up and investigate this guy named Yukushi Kabuto. It is very likely that this person has a dark secret with Orochimaru." Chapter 76. White Yasha, you are finished, we will eat you. Image. If she were Kurama. The Hyūga clan. Hyūga Hiashi was pacing up and down the room restlessly. He did visit Hyūga Neji alone last night. This behavior surprised Neji as well. The two chatted for a long time, and Hiashi also handed over the autograph letter left by Hisashi to Neji. Neji seemed greatly shaken. He didn't expect that there were so many reasons behind what happened back then. Of course, Hiashi didn't mention Hinata's progress. According to Neji's clever head, he also suspected that this matter might have something to do with Subai. The two have a tacit understanding. Speaking of such things will only embarrass the Hyūga clan. But this morning, Hyūga Hiashi received Hyūga Shaw's report. Hinata ran away again last night, and did not return all night. It really p'd me off. Hyūga Hiashi always has a feeling that her girl was cheated by Subai. Although it helped Hinata improve his strength. But this behavior, Hiashi was still very upset. Hey, forget it. Fortunately I still have sparks, Hinata just let her go. Anyway, the future successor of Hyūga is Hanabi. The helpless Hiashi can only rely on such reasons to paralyze himself. Talk about the other side. Hinata is miserable. After waking up, Hyūga Hinata was still dizzy. It's over. This is really a big game. What a mess last night. No, the main reason is that there is really no resistance to 017 against Subai's predecessors. Crooked and reluctantly came to the living room. Hinata has already seen Subai preparing breakfast. This scene, Subai has experienced it before. But the one with Tsunade was too much. The house was almost blown up. Oh, you're awake. I'm making breakfast. Do you want an egg? After listening to Subai's words, take a break. Hyūga Hinata suddenly turned into a steam princess. The face was blushing directly at the base of the neck, and the ears were gushing out like steam. Moment of excitement. Unsteady, Hinata sat down on the sofa. Hiss. This momentary movement made Hinata's pretty face in pain tremble slightly. Enduring the pain by force, he said, "Senior, now." Subai. Hinata's rhetorical question made Subai confused. Now Subai suddenly feels that the more time he spends with these Konoha village ninjas, his own IQ seems to have been seriously affected. Sometimes they even don't understand what's wrong with their brain circuits at all. Or is it that their IQ is already higher than their own? Things said and done, Subai unexpectedly appeared an incomprehensible phenomenon. Yes, now, I'm following the article. I'm preparing breakfast, but I feel that eating noodles alone will lack some nutrition, so I ask you if you want to add an egg to supplement it. Call. Subai's words finally made Hinata breathe a sigh of relief. What a shock. Well, then I will trouble seniors. Hinata nodded and looked at Subai tenderly. But then, she rested her chin in melancholy, staring straight ahead with both eyes. It's over. I didn't go home this night. It will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Senior, I want to ask, do you really have nothing to do with Konoha village? Since they know about me and you, why didn't they stop my actions? Hinata blinked her eyes lightly, and looked at Subai who was busy with breakfast with a little expectation. If Subai has a good relationship with Konoha village, that was a really happy outcome. At that time, even her father will not say anything about these things. After all, Senior Subai is so strong, sure to be embraced by Konoha village ninjas. But it's a pity. Subai turned his head and looked at Hinata with a confused expression. It doesn't matter, why do you ask like that? Maybe it's because they know that you and I have the same time and space ninjutsu, and they can't do anything to you. Plus you are not threatening, so I just ignore you. Of course, Subai also believes that it is very likely that Konoha village is afraid of his revenge. After all, he said that if something happened to Hinata, he would go after Uzumaki Naruto. Why, sure enough, I was thinking too much. Hyūga Hinata shook her head and sighed inwardly. In the end, I forced myself not to think about these problems. Anyway, as long as Subai doesn't close the space channel of his home, it is enough that she can come to her homeland to meet Subai. Other things. Take one step at a time. Hyūga Hiashi was very upset. Hyūga Hinata was still a little depressed. Subai didn't feel any other problems, except that some behaviors of Konoha village were quite strange. But Sarutobi Hiruzen had a big problem. In the conference room, 0109064125 Filu142202110. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy again. The urge to eat people was revealed in the fierce eyes. I think some of you have heard of it. The body of Moonlight Gale was found near Kikyo City. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. Asuma with a cigarette in his mouth suddenly panicked. What? Hayate him. Xi Hihong also had a face full of disbelief. How could this happen? Yubixi was also shocked and said, this is impossible. Only Mitarashi Anko asked, did Orochimaru do it? Or, everyone is still clear about the strength of Moonlight Gale, especially his penetration. Even if the opponent is strong against Gale, if Gale cannot beat, there is still a good chance of escaping. Unless there is one point, there is a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. Or, the opponent's perception ability is very strong and its strength is higher than that of Moonlight Gale. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't answer Mitarashi Anko's words directly. With a solemn face, he looked forward and said, I sent Haifeng to follow up and investigate the person named Yukushi Kabuto. In the end, Haifeng's body was found from Kikyo Mountain. The cause of death was several wounds on the chest that seemed to be cut by sharp knives. When Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, he paused and did not continue. Maybe it's because he doesn't want to recall Moonlight Gale's death. It's just that his words attracted people in the corner of the room. Azuki Shien's delicate body wearing the Anbu mask trembled slightly. Shien and Haifeng can also be regarded as companions who grew up. It would be a lie to say that there is no emotion. But when it comes to the last step, it is indeed a lot worse. What's more, the appearance of Subai seems to have changed a lot of things. Are you saying that Shiroyasha did this? Nara Shirju reacted instantly and said immediately. Sure enough, after Azuki Shien heard the word Bai Yasha, her chest felt extremely dull. She was very happy when she got Chushui before. It was thought that Subai might have a more special relationship with Konoha village. But unexpectedly, he finally attacked Konoha village, and the person who killed was Shien's partner since childhood. This, in an instant, Shien's heart sank to the bottom of the lake. The autumn water is not fragrant anymore. Coupled with the feeling that her trust has been betrayed, Shien has the urge to find Subai to fight for life and death. Yes, women are so unreasonable sometimes. Obviously everything is what she thinks, but she feels that the fault is on Subai's head. Of course this is not such a bad thing. Even if Subai knew about it, he would think it was normal. Hey, woman, occasionally being unreasonable will make her even more cute. But once you know what's going on, HMPH, the feeling of guilt at that time will slowly destroy her. No, I don't think Shiroyasha did it. After all, he has no reason. Not to mention, saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shut his mouth again. He is the one who ordered Moonlight Gale to track down Yukushi Kabuto. And Subai killed Yukushi Kabuto's companion. This obviously doesn't make sense. Not to mention, the wound on Haifeng's chest looks like a wind blade wound. The cut is extremely smooth. If it wasn't Yukushi Kabuto, I suspect the ninjas from Sunagakure did it. There must be some wind-style masters among them. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's conjecture stunned everyone present. Udatane Kaharu immediately said, Hiruzen, don't talk nonsense. I think what Luju said is right. Kikyo City is outside Konoha village. There is still a chance that Haifeng will meet Shirayasha there. Not to mention that Sunagakure is our ally village. No matter how you say it, Shirayasha is more likely than Sunagakure ninja. Hiruzen, you. The more Udatane Kaharu spoke, the more angry he became. When Orochimaru sneaked into Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually hid them. If it weren't for the death of Moonlight Gale, he and Mitokado Homura are still kept in the dark. What the hell is going on with you? Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Udatane Kaharu a displeased look. He said lightly, many people sitting here saw the battle between Subai and Orochimaru that day. What is his purpose in killing Gale? And, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and said with a lost expression, it's not that I'm flattering Subai, Haifeng's strength is really far behind him. If Subai really wanted to, he would be able to crush the wind and turn his bones into ashes with a single blow. And the wound on Gaifeng's chest was at least cut a few times. However at this time, Hitaki Kakashi suddenly added, the things in the allies do not mean that everything is stable. It's just a paper contract. The alliance we signed with Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi village back then. Isn't it also that the opponent was torn apart in an instant, and took the opportunity to attack us, so that we were also caught off guard? Kakashi's remarks made Sarutobi Hiruzen look appreciatively. As expected of me, the critical moment is still very calm. After Udatane Kaharu heard the words, he said nothing more. Although she complained about Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions, it doesn't mean she doesn't understand what Kakashi said. Wait until Udatane Kaharu is silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, we have too little information right now. We have also secretly sent Anbu to investigate the intelligence of various countries. If we act rashly now, it is very likely that we will fall into a more passive end. And, at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been sullenly, finally smiled. And I trust you too. Even if something does happen, we can resist the past together. After the meeting, wait till everyone leaves. Yuhihong turned back. Tough. Azuki Shion was also present. Red, Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled when he saw Yuhihong. Feel troublesome things are coming again. He is worthy of being a sophisticated ninjutsu professor. Yuhihong didn't disappoint. After taking a look at Shi Yan, she opened her mouth and said, Master third generation. Actually, I have a motive for Bai Yasha to kill Haifeng. I heard. Mao Yuxian's delicate body trembled even more. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, don't talk yet, let me guess what you want to say. You must have seen what happened between Subai and Shion before. Then suspect that he wants to deal with the competitor Moonlight Gale. Yes or no? Evening Red, with an embarrassed expression, Yuhihong said with a wandering eyes. Forehead, it turns out that the adults of the third generation project have known about it for a long time. After hearing that Yuhihong accepted 1.1 and confessed her inner thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes on the spot, and almost had the urge to faint. Red, I know you have a problem with Subai because of the Hinata thing. But please think about his elusive space-time ninjutsu and his own strength. What's the point of him going against Moonlight Gale? Why didn't he just take Shion away and never send it back to us, wouldn't it be fine? Besides, after a long time, unless Shion commits suicide, otherwise. Hey, forget it, I don't want to say anything more. Mao Yuxian on the side was stunned when she heard it. What do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen's excited words made Azuki Shion collapse even more. It's as if he took me away, so I must be his. Snort. How can it be? And Yuhihong who was in place was even more angry. Yuhihong's pretty face was flushed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. The current situation is getting more and more confusing. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. It simply gave Kirin Yuhi the feeling that Shirayasha is their Konoha village favorite. Otherwise, why does Sarutobi Hiruzen always protect him? You can't even doubt it now. This, Shion, let's go out first. Don't disturb Lord Third Hokage anymore. Yuhihong's temper also came up, pulling Azuki Shion to go out. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything. It's better to leave, it's rare to be clean. B. He doesn't know. The more he acted in favor of Subai, the more Yuhihong felt that it was Subai's fault. The attitude towards Subai will become less and less friendly. Chapter 77. Hinata, Senior. Something big happened. A tavern in Konoha village. Azuki Shion looked at Yuhihong who had drunk too much. His expression was a little helpless. Obviously agreeing to make her feel good, Yuhihong accompanied her. It turned out well. After a few cups of Yuhihong shua, she herself was a little flustered. I'll tell you Shion, Shirayasha is AB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** now. Azuki Shion frowned at Yuhihong's words. She thinks that Yuhihong is not worthy of saying such a thing. Obviously her life is even more chaotic than Xi Hihong. All the companions I grew up with were killed, and there is no explanation until now. At least Yuhihong is much better than her. It is also clear that Hinata ran with Subai. It seems that there is almost no such teacher as Kurenai Yuhi in his eyes. And what about Azuki Shion? She also suffers from doubts. Did Bai Yasha kill his companion from childhood to adulthood? She doesn't know. This kind of unprepared answer made Shion feel extremely irritated. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words actually left some influence in her heart. What if Shiroyasha really captured her as Sarutobi Hiruzen said? What to do? Suicide? Or choose to resist? No. The more Maoyu Shion thought about it, the more startled she became. Resistance. What resistance? The nervousness and panic suddenly made Azuki Shion shrink back suddenly. I shuddered on the spot. Call. Shion opened her mouth and took a few deep breaths. Finally adjusted his mood, he looked at 12 Yuhihong who was on the table. I thought in my heart. Red. In fact, if you want to say irritable, I am already more irritable than you. And now Azuki Zigao is more worried about Sarutobi Hiruzen. She is really scared as the third Hokage of Konoha village. It is because he is afraid of the threat from Subai that he gives way to Subai everywhere. If things are like this. Shion looked at Yuhihong again. I am determined. Sooner or later, let alone Hinata. Don't even talk about herself. Even if it is the sunset red in front of my eyes. He will also be killed by Subai. The more Shion thought about it, the more she felt that her idea was very reliable. Especially when I think of Subai threatening Konoha village with Uzumaki Naruto before. She became more determined in her mind. It is possible that Sarutobi Hiruzen made a deal with Subai in order to keep the Konoha village Nine-Tails Jinchuriki safe. The chips are these few of them. Thinking of this, a chill suddenly rose in Maoyu Shion's heart. But as a Konoha village ninja who has been in Anbu, she has seen too many dark things. Such things will not shock her too strongly at all. What's more, she also knows how strategic Uzumaki Naruto is to Konoha village. She is not comparable to a ninja like Yuhihong at all. But, Shion pulled up the unconscious Xi Hihong who was drinking and walked towards the door. Red, fortunately, that guy doesn't seem to have discovered your charm yet. As a friend, if something really happens, I will help you take care of it. By the way, I will use the knife he gave me while he was unprepared, and learn all about it. Yes, all this is to keep Konoha village from being threatened. When Azuki Shion thought of this, her pair of beautiful eyes showed determination. The other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news that Jiraiya had returned to Konoha village. I felt at ease in my heart. Did you come back to help Naruto control the Nine-Tails chakra? In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen chatted with his apprentice alone. Yes, old man, But I heard from Ebisu that Orochimaru seems to be trying to harm Konoha village. Yeah, Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reminds me of the time when the four of them were together. Orochimaru is Jiraiya's always recognized friend. Unfortunately, after Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya was unable to persuade him to come to Konoha village. That seems to be the case. By the way, come here. Is there any news about Tsunade in recent years? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. It's a pity that Jiraiya shook his head, then smiled. I'd better deal with Naruto's problem first. It's not appropriate to leave the rest to me. About Orochimaru or Shiroyasha's matter, it's up to you to make your own decision. Leave a word. Jiraiya turned and left Hokage's office. For the matter of analyzing whether Shiroyasha is good or bad for Konoha village. Jiraiya can't use that much brains. Harmful as the enemy, he will do his best to fight Subai. If it is beneficial, then why bother with him? Isn't that a fool? And Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen, there are things they both know in common. It is about the Akatsuki organization hiding in the dark place of the ninja world. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen said that the affairs of this country were done by the Akatsuki organization, Jiraiya will naturally think that Akatsuki did it. After all, an organization composed entirely of S-level wanted criminals in the ninja world, would they be doing volunteer work for the ninja world? What's more, I heard that these people have somewhat different hobbies from ordinary people. What do you think? The existence of Akatsuki organization is much more dangerous than that of White Yasha. Night. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the Hyūga mansion slowly. Master 3rd Hokage, why are you here? Hiashi sees Sarutobi Hiruzen coming. Although he asked like this on his mouth, he already knew it in his heart. Definitely come to ask about Hinata. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't hide anything either, and straight to the point, as Hinata at home. Forehead. One mention of Hinata, Hyūga Hiashi was so angry that he didn't vent. This damn girl, since I didn't return late that night. Occasionally, I often go to Subai's place. Sometimes come back late, but today is a coincidence. Hyūga Hinata is going to visit Inuzuka Kiba at the hospital because of an appointment with Shino. Plus turning around to look at Neji. Maybe it's because of Neji's attitude change problem. The two brothers and sisters also discussed the issue of practice. Came back a little late. Just stay at home honestly. Hinata is at home. Master 3rd generation. Do you have anything to do with Hinata? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring and nodded seriously. Hasn't she been looking for Subai recently? It's really a pot that doesn't open. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made Hiashi's face turn cold. But Hiruzen didn't care, and laughed a few times. Hiashi, sometimes you have to let go of your mind. If Subai is really good to Hinata, he is not bad to the Hyūga clan either. And, it is not ordinary people who can make Hinata improve so much. It would be very unwise for us to choose to confront anything head-on. Why? Hyūga Hiashi sighed deeply. How could he not understand this truth? What Cloud Shinobi village brought to the Hyūga family back then was not because everything was passive. Reluctantly, he chose to give in. It's the same as the threat that Subai poses to Konoha village today. 8.2. The only difference is that Hyūga Hinata is like surrendering to the enemy. There is a feeling of chasing Subai. This is what made Hiashi even more angry. What a worthless kid. You should at least be reserved and let Subai beg our Hyūga clan. In the end, it was as if it was given for nothing. It's just that if Hiashi's words reach Subai's ears, Subai will definitely say that Hiashi is a typical white-eyed wolf. Get cheap and sell well. Not only has Hinata returned to Konoha village, it is to cultivate such a powerful 870 Hinata for the Hyūga clan. Really unreasonable stubborn old man. Okay Hiashi, I have something to say to Hinata right now. After Sarutobi Hiruzen chatted with Hiashi for a few words, it finally got down to business. The next day, in Subai's home space, Subai lying on the bed looked at Hinata in his arms in surprise. What did you say? Subai also felt quite strange. I saw Hinata running over in a hurry early in the morning. It seems that something big is about to happen. But I didn't expect things to be really interesting. Senior, Master 3rd Hokage wants to see you tonight. Hinata blushed and rubbed back and forth in Subai's arms. Softly, he repeated what he had just said. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see me. Subai pointed at himself in a daze. Hinata nodded slightly and said, yeah. Master 3rd generation visited me alone last night. Let me give him a message. He'll be waiting for you tonight on the back hill of Hokage Rock. I hope you can go see him once. He seems to have something to say to you. Can you finally bear it? In Subai's heart, he had long expected that such a day might come. But unexpectedly, it really made him guess right. Hinata raised her head, looked at Subai affectionately and said, can you tell me the truth? Is there any relationship between you and our Konoha village? Heard. Subai touched Hinata's head. Hinata lay down on Subai's hand enjoying herself like a cat. But Subai didn't answer her question. It really didn't matter before. It is not a hostile relationship, nor is it an alliance relationship. It's just that after this conversation, Subai can't guarantee whether there will be any relationship. In case Sarutobi Hiruzen's head gets hot, use Hinata to convey the message. Get ready to ambush him. At that time, it will happen that their Konoha village has a few fewer people every day. I can't blame Subai on his head. Chapter 78. Subai, monkey. Are you crazy? Konoha village late at night. There are also a few lights. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a bong in his mouth, feels the feeling of standing on the mountain behind Hokage Rock overlooking Konoha village. The sudden movement behind him made him frown slightly. Then I adjusted my breathing. He laughed a few times. As expected, you are still here. Subai. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't look back, still standing at a distance. Subai stepped out of the portal. He looked around with his white eyes, surprised to find no one there except Sarutobi Hiruzen. What's the matter with Hinata asking me to come? Third Hokage in Konoha village. Subai was relaxed and strolled to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two stood side by side like that. There is no sense of violation and, seeing Subai acting so naturally and easily, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with more satisfaction. Subai, let me ask you straight to the point. Were you ever a Konoha village ninja? Subai. When these words reached Subai's ears, Subai was really surprised. The wily Sarutobi Hiruzen, why do you suddenly have such a weird idea? It's really confusing. I'm afraid this old man has suffered from too much mental stress recently and suffered from paranoia. Subai probably thought for a while. This thing might actually exist. Originally, just one Orochimaru had already messed up Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that I have nothing to do, I just go for a walk in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more worried about whether there would be a day when he would give Konoha village a few more swords. By the way, grab the Nine Tails brother from their village. Then Konoha village is really out of business. See, Subai is silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt proud for a moment. Things are going very well. He was thinking in his heart, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. Ho ho, if I guessed right, you should be Danzo's subordinate back then, right? This remark once again shocked Subai's cognition. Where is this all about? In desperation, Subai hastily flipped the system. The feature column is clearly written. Characteristics. Poison immunity, illusion immunity. There isn't anything that can affect someone's IQ or how they think. Still talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly became serious. Looking at Subai's silent expression, he wanted to laugh even more. 7 euros. His guess was indeed correct. After a pair of eyeballs rolled around twice, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that you are acquiescing. Take a puff of smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the bong in his hand. However, Subai looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a somewhat surprised expression. Even more unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth and said, "Don't look at me with that look. Anyway, I'm the third Hokage of Konoha village. As for your identity, if you want to investigate, you can still investigate clearly." You know shit. Subai was a little helpless to complain. He finally understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't interfere and suppress him too much. It turned out to be waiting for him here. Coupled with this private meeting between the two, Subai was sure that the little old man wanted to lure him into his gang. The reason why it is said that he used to be Danzo's subordinate. All he wanted was to be afraid that if he was rejected by Subai, he wouldn't be able to keep his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen can at least get over the embarrassment by admitting the wrong person. By the way, use this incident as an introduction to continue to confuse Supo. Oh, I got it. After Subai replied lightly, he looked down at Konoha village. Have to say, standing at this angle overlooking Konoha, there is indeed a feeling of carelessness. The geographical environment of the Land of Fire is indeed much better than that of other countries. Coupled with the prosperity of Konoha village, many beauties. Subai, come back, though you and Danzo don't get along. But I know you still have Konoha in your heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long breath. Quite a lot of emotion. Otherwise you wouldn't be as nice to Hinata, let alone give things to Shion, and ask Chunin to help Sasuke after the exam. What's more, you have no reason to provoke a ninja of Orochimaru's strength for no reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Subai. The eyes are full of kindness, just like an old man looking at his own child. This look immediately made Subai shudder all over. This acting. One word. Absolutely. It's a pity that none of Sarutobi Hiruzen's guesses were correct. But if Subai is not this identity, all the previous conjectures cannot be explained completely. How is Konoha village? Is it related to Subai? Don't say Konoha village. Even if Otsutsuki Kagaya jumps out to release Infinite Tsukuyomi, it has nothing to do with Subai. Originally Subai thought so. But look at Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance of leading a wolf into the house. Subai sighed. Hey, Master Third Generation, it's a foregone conclusion, and to be honest I'm very dissatisfied with what Master Danzo has done. His philosophy I don't think fits my philosophy as a person. So I defected, but I don't know why Master Danzo didn't report this to you. Subai's words immediately made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tremble. Sure enough. Quote exclamation mark quote. Maybe it's because of your outstanding talent that Danzo couldn't bear to define you as rebellious. And, having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again stopped the bong and took a deep breath. And I have to apologize to you. I fell into the trap of other countries when I didn't have specific information. Because they tricked you into thinking you really killed Hinata. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words seemed to be full of self-blame. But in his heart, he knew very well that the reason Danzo didn't report was because he was worried that he would tear himself apart if he knew more. For these two old friends, it is enough to get over the obvious things because they are not too bad. As long as Danzo doesn't do real damage to Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen just turned a blind eye. It's a pity that with Sarutobi Hiruzen's talk, Subai's whole body is going numb. Is this really going to bring him into Konoha village? It's worth it after that. Especially when thinking about what happened afterwards, Subai felt a little excited in his heart. Think of Tsunade sitting in Hokage's office. Sarutobi, old man, you were playing with fire. But I'm sorry, Hyōga. Now everyone knows that I am a bounty criminal with a reward of 800 million taels. But I don't know that I'm a ninja. Things have come to this point, and I don't think there is any possibility of recovery. Master Third Hokage, thank you very much for inviting me here and giving me another look at the places I have been. After Subai smiled lightly, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, I'm leaving, third generation. Take care of yourself in the future. As soon as the words fell, Subai turned his head and was about to leave. Unfortunately, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed loudly, ho 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 ho. Subai, or else you're still young. Not understanding that some things can actually be changed. As soon as I saw Subai was leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly anxious. As Subai said, right. Nowadays, everyone only knows that he is a bounty criminal with a bounty of 800 million. In fact, for many countries, they don't care about this kind of thing at all. Just like Orochimaru, he is clearly an S-rank wanted criminal in the ninja world. What happened? Many countries will still cooperate with him for their own interests. Not to mention Subai in front of him possesses a power even more terrifying than Orochimaru. It's just because those people still don't know how terrible Subai is. Once they know Subai's true strength, they will naturally try their best to win them over to help them. The identity of the reward offer. Only an idiot would think this is a problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally turned his head to look at Subai in front of him. Does he really believe that Subai is committed to Konoha village? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think so in his heart. In his heart, Yinbai is obviously a guy who has a conniving attitude toward female ninjas. To put it bluntly, it's not a gluttonous body. Such people, it's too easy to be fooled. If the other party captures such important information, snort, the consequences could be disastrous. And Sarutobi Hiruzen is even more worried about Orochimaru. After all, Moonlight Hayate's death is definitely related to Orochimaru. Fortunately, Subai and Orochimaru seem to have some grievances. Otherwise, if the two join forces again, Konoha village will really be unable to withstand their attack. So in desperation, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to take a step ahead to stabilize Subai in front of him. Not to mention, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always had a bad feeling lately. Coupled with his advanced age, once he dies, some of the children in the future may not be able to have such wise means as him. There was one more thing that worried him even more. That is Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks that looking at the entire Konoha village, no one can suppress Shimura Danzo except him. Once he has an accident, Danzo will definitely strive for 5th Hokage. Today, the only Konoha village eligible to be Hokage are Jiraiya and Tsunade. His two apprentices did not let themselves worry. Jiraiya travels every day for the Son of Prophecy. Tsunade suffers from blood phobia, and is notoriously bad at gambling. Relax, as the 3rd Hokage of Konoha village, I still have some ideas. So Subai, you wait for me with peace of mind for a while, and then you can return to Konoha village in a legitimate way. During this time, I still hope that you can wait a little longer and stop running around. The voice fell to the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled puffs of smoke, and after a few breaths of meditation, he said again, think about it for Hinata. Chapter 79. Summoning Technique, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hyūga Hinata sitting quietly in the living room of the home space. She was still worried about Subai. At this time, his eyes were full of horror. Cold sweat kept rolling down his face. What kind of monster is this? Hinata was frightened by the toad-like monster that suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. The monster's bulging stomach looked exactly like the toad that Hinata was familiar with. This toad has 10 tails. Mouth full of sharp fangs. There is also a pointed shell on the back that looks like a conch. What makes Hinata feel more oppressed and tense are its eyes. Only one eye, and those blood-red circles of eyes that Hinata had never seen before. In the eyes, there is actually a hook jade like the one in Uchiha Sasuke Sharingan. The number is astonishing to 6. Senior Subai, come back quickly. Hinata was trembling with fear. The monster just stared at Hinata with its single eye. Don't move. Hinata didn't know what was going on either. Fortunately at this time, there was a change in the space. A purple-black portal appeared in front of Hinata. Subai just stepped out one by one. Then he heard a wow. Then bursts of fragrance rushed to the face. Hinata, what's wrong with you? Feeling Hinata crying in his arms, Subai felt a little proud in his heart. I thought the girl was worried about something wrong with her, so she wailed and cried. Take a look, weeping and trembling. However, Hinata was crying and pointing at the little monster on the table. Senior, there was a strange toad. Subai, following the direction of Hinata's finger, Subai was taken aback for a moment. No wonder the moment I entered the home just now, I always felt that something strange was added to the home. Take a closer look. Good guy, isn't this a 10 tails pup? Although it is said that the size is small and inappropriate, but the appearance is indeed only 10 tails. After meeting Subai, the young 10 tails finally responded. A sharp sound came from his mouth. Even more frightened, Hinata trembled all over. Welcome back, Master. White. The system started to do the translation work again. This time Subai really focused on the young 10 tails in front of him. No way. 197. Wouldn't it be someone planting 10 tails? Except for people from the Otsutsuki clan to do this kind of thing, who else has this group? What's more, in order for the cub of 10 tails to truly become a sacred tree, it must devour the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Now it seems, this task is very difficult. Just when Subai felt a little tricky, the sound of the system sounded again. New task. Please host to plant the 10 tails cubs in the homeland, and find a way to realize the homeland somewhere in the ninja world. 10 tails cubs have been processed, so they can be turned into a sacred tree for planting in a few seconds without devouring the Otsutsuki family. Growth conditions. Through the realized home, absorb the energy of the ninja planet, and feed it back to the sacred tree body in the home. Note: the absorbed ninja planet energy is only a numerical reference and will not cause harm to the ninja planet. Hearing this, Subai was slightly taken aback. The meaning of the prompt is probably that Subai needs to realize the furniture in the different space into reality. But the homes in reality are only ordinary homes. For example, the cow in the home space will also appear in reality after Sha Xian appears. But it's just an ordinary cow. Everything is equivalent to the projection of the home space in the real world. The things in the home space will naturally be in reality. The two do not interfere, the only difference is that the ingredients produced in the home space still have a rewarding effect. But in reality, they are just ordinary ingredients, and they are still grown according to normal natural laws. The seedlings of the sacred tree will absorb the energy of the ninja planet and feed it back to the original sacred tree in their homeland, so that the sacred tree will grow vigorously. The absorbed energy is only equivalent to data and will not cause any harm to the ninja world. When the sacred tree grows into a complete body and the buds form a reincarnation Sharingan, the task is completed. Mission rewards. Reward: complete body god tree. 58. Reward: summoning technique Otsutsuki Kagaya. Notes: when the host is not confident in conquering Otsutsuki Kagaya, do not use this technique. Hiss. There is something here. Subai also didn't expect that the system would issue such a task. No, to be precise, Subai never thought that this small courtyard of his own could even grow a sacred tree. The task is not difficult, it is purely a time-consuming task. And you don't have to take the initiative to do it, I muttered in my heart. Subai confirmed the reward. Confirmed eyes. It is undoubtedly Otsutsuki Kagaya who is sealed in the moon. No wonder the system has precautions. Although the summoning technique generally requires signing a contract with the summoning beast. But it doesn't mean that the other party must be obedient after signing the contract. Even in the ninja world, the status of many summoning beasts far exceeds the ninja who signed a contract with it. Not to mention, Otsutsuki Kagaya, once this guy is summoned, it is equivalent to Subai releasing him. If you don't have control over her, she is an infinite Tsukuyomi, and there are no ninja people. How else can Subai play casually in this world? Hyūga Hinata was still trembling in Subai's arms, seeing that Subai didn't move. He summoned up the courage to raise his head slightly. But Subai frowned. No, could it be that even Senior Subai was frightened by this monster? What exactly is going on? Didn't Senior Subai once say that this sight is what he says? Why did a toad monster suddenly jump out? The big bead eyes were still staring at her. The more little Hinata thought about it, the more afraid she became, mainly because the toad's aura was strong enough. Hinata's calf was so frightened that he almost fainted. It's just that she doesn't know. Subai is carefully looking through the so-called complete body god tree rewards. Oh, that is to say, Subai thought of this. But he also shivered in shock. The natural energy absorbed by the realized sacred tree seems to have a value to provide to the sacred tree of the homeland. In fact, it will not have any impact on the natural energy of the ninja planet. That is to say, this sacred tree in Subai's homeland, as long as time is enough, it can bear the fruit of the infinite sacred tree chakra. My dear, thinking of this, Subai almost slapped his thigh excitedly. If Otsutsuki Kagaya is obedient and becomes a maid, wouldn't it be possible to feed her directly to evolve into the god match of Otsutsuki? Subai looked down at Hinata who was still shivering in his arms. Be sure, if Hinata eats the fruit of the sacred tree, it will definitely be able to open Tenseigan. Certainly, naturally, Subai's rewards will not be less. Why? Sighed slightly. Originally, I just wanted to be a handsome man quietly. But fate tricked people, it's really distressing. Let's take you back to your room first. Feel the fear coming from Hinata's heart. Subai hugged her up. Turn around and walk into the house. BCAA. The sharp roar of the 10 tails cub came from behind again. Owner, plant me quickly. With this roar, Hinata shivered again. Subai immediately turned and booed at 10 tails. Shush. Keep your voice down. Scared my little cutie. Hearing the sound, 10 tails rolled his big eyes. Roar. Am I not cute? Hyūga Hinata is hiding in Subai's quilt and shaking. Subai was also digging holes in the courtyard of the home space, and the 10 tails cub stood on his shoulders and cheered and jumped. In the conference room at Konoha village, except Sarutobi Hiruzen, everyone's complexion is extremely ugly. This time, it is not only the patriarchs of the major families, but also the senior management of Konoha village. There are also those elite Jōnin, role Jōnin, and special Jōnin who are really good. Of course, among these people, Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura are also included. Only there is no Shimura Danzo, the patriarch of the major families in Konoha village. This scroll will be delivered to you. Once anything happens to me, you will work together to unlock the seal on the scroll and announce the contents inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen still had a smile on his face. It seems that he doesn't care about everyone's ugly faces. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who negotiated with Subai over everything, is ready when you come back. In the scroll is his specially prepared content. That's right, this scroll is exactly the one where Sarutobi Hiruzen helped Subai clear his identity and join Konoha village. The content is probably, Subai is a Konoha village ninja, a ninja who was secretly raised by him, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen received information about someone who wanted to sneak attack on this country. So he ordered Subai to investigate secretly, but was framed as the murderer instead. After that, Subai took the initiative to devote himself to the darkness, specializing in undercover and black market, and investigating related information. Now there are eyebrows. It is an organization called Akatsuki composed of S-class rebels in the ninja world that destroyed this country. Known members include Uchiha Itachi from Konoha village, Kisame from Kurigakure, Scorpion from Sunagakure, Deidara from Iwagakure, Kakuzu from Takigakure, and Hidan from Yugakure. The common characteristics of the members of the Shao organization are wearing a red cloud robe with a black background, wearing a bamboo hat, and each member of the organization wears a ring on his finger. People in Konoha village naturally don't know, even Jiraiya doesn't know as much as Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Subai knew what was in the scroll, he would definitely applaud Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey, well done, you're going to sell Uchiha Itachi with this backhand. Master third generation, you. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen as if about to confess his funeral. Everyone couldn't help but startled. What the hell is going on today? Hiruzen, you detained Kaharu and Mitokado Homura also stunned. They didn't even think about it, the ape. Hiruzen will have a day to tell his funeral. Hiruzen, are you worried about Orochimaru? Udatain Kaharu looked sad. Disagreement is not disagreement, but the relationship between Udatain Kaharu, Mitokado Homura and Sarutobi Hiruzen is not fake. An old friend of decades suddenly announced to explain his funeral. This kind of thing, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I let Orochimaru go. As a master, I know very well that he has a lot of grudges against me. If there is something to do this time, I will naturally make a break with him. If I have something to do, I will leave the rest to everyone. Of course, today's events can't be revealed to the outside world. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried that Shimura Danzo would hit the scroll after he knew about it. But even if he got the scroll, he couldn't open it without the help of these family patriarchs. If you try to open the scroll forcibly, it will only cause the scroll to destroy itself. But in that case, it will affect his plan. Master third generation, you can't do this kind of thing alone. You are Hokage from Konoha village. Nara Shikahisa and Yamanaka Hichi were muggles on the spot. It's over. The adults of third generation are crazy. Doesn't he not know that if something goes wrong with him, there is a good chance that the Leaf Village will fall into the hands of Shimura Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the anxious looks of the two, smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, everything will be fine. 11. He took a sharp puff from his pipe. Maybe it's because of old age. Sarutobi Hiruzen did have this bad feeling that he would have an inevitable fight with Orochimaru. So prepare well in advance. In case I have something to do, if I can pull Subai back to Konoha village. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen can be considered content. Subai is a ninja he secretly trained himself. According to the tradition of Konoha village, I am the master of Shiroyasha. Hey, Danzo, I'm sorry old man, I'll take your credit, N. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered in his heart. It's just a pity that this kind of rhetoric can only be announced after his death. It is equivalent to giving a title to the heroes who walk in the dark. If he doesn't die, Sarutobi Hiruzen has also prepared a backup. That is to discuss with Hiashi about the marriage between Subai and Hinata. Certainly, Subai will appear as a Konoha village ninja, a student of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Isn't it worthy of the eldest lady of their Hyūga family? However, Subai, who doesn't know anything about the situation, has already planted the sun star. A brand new sapling appeared in the courtyard. Subai wiped off his sweat and nodded with satisfaction. Go and see Hinata. If she is still trembling with fear, take her to a hot spring together to warm her body. Chapter 80. Hanabi, is my sister missing me? Sha Shaowen. No, she was thinking about Subai. Wake up. There was a squirm in the bed. Subai leisurely opened his eyes. Hyūga Hinata wakes up one step ahead of him. Did you sleep well last night? Subai asked casually without knowing it. Hinata didn't. Opened his mouth to answer something. The dark circles under the eyes seemed to blame Subai's big eyes for decoration. Last night, I was so scared that I couldn't sleep all night. My mind was full of that strange toad. Shaking his head, Tien Yingying asked, did the toad really disappear? 58. It's really speechless. But Subai didn't know how to explain this to Hinata. Regarding the 10 tails, it seems to be beyond the scope of her cognition. Not to mention their ninja ancestor, Otsutsuki Kagaya. No, it's right behind you now. Hinata. Scare. His complexion changed. Hinata picked up Subai with a whoosh. Limbs cling to Subai like octopus suckers. The trembling body made the other party feel like laughing. I lied to you. Get up. I'll take you to see the so-called toad in your mouth. Hyūga Hinata heard the sound. Slightly startled, he looked up at Subai again. What are you looking at? I told you last night that it was a seedling, but you didn't believe it. Now I'll take you there to have a look. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with me. Subai put down the limbs wrapped around his body. He lifted the quilt and got out of bed with a sigh. His words made Hinata heave a sigh of relief, patted his face, and refreshed. Wait for me, I haven't got any clothes on yet. In the courtyard of the home, Subai held Hinata's hand and stood in front of the sacred tree. Hinata asked with a surprised face, It's the monster you saw last night. After this tree grows up and eats its fruit, you will gain even more incredible power. Subai gently touched the seedlings of the sacred tree, and looked at Hinata with a smile. It's just that the current seedlings of the sacred tree have not absorbed any planetary energy at all. There is no change at all. Did the toad really turn into a sapling? Hinata couldn't accept the fact in front of her at all. She even once suspected that Subai was joking with her again. You always tease me like a child, Hinata said bitterly, and suddenly began to feel unconfident again. There is still a little grievance in my heart. But she didn't know that if she really wanted to get Subai's approval, it would be harder than reaching the sky. The man in front of him is powerful and mysterious. Even Lord 3rd Hokage of Konoha village had to ask him to meet him himself. And Hinata is still a little lost. Subai, who came back last night, didn't mention this matter to her at all. Even though Hinata took the initiative to ask, Subai shrugged and said nothing. I really didn't fool you. Why? Subai still sighed. Maybe you still can't understand these things now, take your time. Don't mention this to anyone else. After thinking about it, Subai decided to remind Hinata. Not everyone knows about 10 tails. Before it takes shape, if Obito and Black Zetsu get wind of it, it may cause unnecessary trouble. And the actual location of home space. Subai is still considering, at least looking for a good location with good feng shui. Oh, right, in 2 days it will be the final stage of the Chunin exam. Don't let up against Naruto. Subai looked Hinata up and down. Still young. How old do you want to be? Don't you worry about taking a bath in 2 years. There is always a feeling of floating. However, it's a pity that during this month, I didn't do anything. Subai said something to himself. However, his words caused Hinata to curl her lips aggrievedly. Feel free to tell someone else. It's not because of you that people are not idle. May have been hit. In the last few days, Hinata did not go to the home space. Desperately practicing at home to find the state, she still knows the importance of the last Chunin exam. I just don't know if Senior Subai will watch it. I will, I must perform well then. Think again of the tips Subai told himself about fighting Uzumaki Naruto. A hint of sweetness suddenly rose in Hyūga Hinata's heart. It is to give strength, and to think about the strategy of the game for yourself. Senior Subai is indeed strong and gentle, especially the thought of something pleasant. Hinata blushed even more embarrassingly. Covering his face with his hands, he shook his head back and forth. Summer, what is sister doing? Hanabi, who was sneaking in the corner, asked strangely to Hyūga Natsu beside him. Hyūga Shaw said with embarrassment. Ms. Hinata may be a little nervous because tomorrow's game is too important. No, actually thinking about men. Of course Hyūga Shaw is aware of this state, a typical girl Waichan. However, she couldn't tell Hanabi clearly. Oh, tomorrow, my father and I will come to watch my sister's game in person. Shaw, do you think my sister is nervous because she knows this? Hyūga Hanabi looked at the flushed Hinata and smiled happily. She thinks Hinata must be thinking about how to behave well in front of her and Hiashi. To gain their affirmation, Hyūga Shaw heard the words and smiled. No, Ms. Hanabi, Ms. Hinata don't seem to think about whether we will be there to watch. But she still smiled dotingly and said, that's for sure, miss. Konoha village back mountain, Chidori, ZZZ, Uchiha Sasuke drank softly, and the electric light in his hand sizzled. There were bursts of birdsong. He moved suddenly, and his right arm penetrated directly into the boulder in front of him. There was a bang. A deep pit immediately appeared in the middle of the boulder. No, the power still hasn't improved much. Sasuke panted heavily. His expression was slightly unwilling. Although Hatake Kakashi taught Sasuke his original ninjutsu. But for the current Sasuke, Chidori is still a bit of a burden on his body. However, he practiced desperately for a month, but only had this little power. When will it become stronger? Of course, what also makes Sasuke a little annoyed is, in the last game, Uzumaki Naruto's opponent turned out to be Hyūga Hinata. Obviously he was the one who wanted to challenge Hinata, but ended up facing Tsunade's Gaara instead. Cut. He snorted dissatisfiedly. Sasuke adjusted his mood, turned his head and walked towards the village. Inside the Konoha village hotel room at night, Temari's white legs were stacked together, sitting on the windowsill and smoking the Samsung in his hand. Kankuro also concentrated on adjusting the puppet in his hand. No words were spoken between the siblings. But there was the same tension on his face. It's tomorrow. After half a sound, he suddenly spoke. Originally thought it was just an ordinary wood sand joint Chunin exam. As a result, when the third qualifier was over, Jōnin Baki, the leader of the team, suddenly told the three siblings to unite Yinyan village to launch a war against Konoha village. As soon as the news came out, Temari almost fainted from fright. Yes, Kankuro didn't look up. He was still adjusting the puppet in his hand, and asked casually, where's Gaara? Still squatting on the roof of the hotel. Temari looked up at the squatting figure on the opposite roof, and bit his teeth lightly. As an elder sister, in fact, she still loves the two younger brothers in front of her very much. Even Gaara is always called a monster by the people in the village. Even she is terrified of Gaara herself. I didn't expect my father to let Gaara use that terrible power in Konoha village. And he's going to be there to deal with third Hokage in Konoha village himself. It looks like, this war, this is the end of Temari's voice, and he didn't say any more. In Jinchuriki, Kazekage will go to the battlefield. Ask for flowers. Temari couldn't even imagine what the battle situation would look like. The crisp sound awakened Temari, only to find that Konkuro's hands were shaking slightly as he had been adjusting the puppet. The parts on the puppet unexpectedly fell to the ground. Konkuro, no, I have nothing to do with you, don't worry. Konkuro picked up the puppet parts on the ground, forcing a smile on his face. At their current age, participating in this kind of war that begins with a decisive battle is indeed a bit embarrassing for them. Former site of the Konoha village root organization. In the secret room, Shimura Danzo squinted at Orochimaru across the way. How are you getting ready? Is everything going to plan? Shimura Danzo hasn't had a good night's sleep since Orochimaru was repulsed by Subai. But time waits for no one. Tomorrow will be the last competition for the Chunin exam. At that time, big names and dignitaries from all over the world will come to Konoha village to watch the game. Someone has even set up a bet against Genin for their fun. Konoha village will also send more ninjas to protect them. This would be the best and last chance to raid Konoha village and kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Relax, everything is planned. Tsunagaku's fourth Kazekage has been intercepted by his halfway. Tomorrow, the person sitting next to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the highest stand will be me. Orochimaru smiled darkly. Danzo still didn't relax. What about Shiroyasha? Can you guarantee that he won't come to harass us? You didn't do what you wanted to do because of your carelessness. There is no need to worry about Shiroyasha, he has no particular hostility towards me. What's more, that guy wants a woman from Konoha village, and there is no conflict with us. Even if he really has an idea, he will still feel it when the time comes. Thank us. Orochimaru was confident. It's like a complete mastery of the overall situation. You mean he'll take advantage of the chaos and arrest people? Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked like he didn't believe Orochimaru. It's very normal for people to disappear during a war. It's better than all the crimes being pinned on him. Mr. Danzo, do you think he's comfortable wearing a bounty of 800 million? Akatsuki organizes those guys, but they are also running around for money. Danzo was still worried, and continued. I heard that Jiraiya is back, and he helped Naruto practice before. I don't know what happened, and he left suddenly. I wonder if Hiruzen sent him to do something. Hearing Jiraiya's name, Orochimaru licked his lips involuntarily. Don't worry about that useless guy, he is either investigating information about me or investigating information about Shiroyasha. I know him too well. There is no need for Sarutobi Hiruzen to order him to do this kind of thing, he will take the initiative to do it himself. What Orochimaru said was certainly not wrong. Jiraiya, who got information from Orochimaru once back to Konoha village. After letting Naruto sign a contract with Mount Myoboku, he taught Naruto summoning and tested Naruto's control over Nine Tails chakra. Then set foot on the road to investigate Orochimaru's information. Not to mention, Lord Danzo. We've gotten this far, there's no reason to back down. War has little to do with us, the life and death of Sarutobi Hiruzen is the most important thing. Quote, it's just Tsunagaku who is unlucky. By the way, after you become Hokage, you can use this matter to attack Tsunagaku. Orochimaru's pupils glowed coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile, but he didn't mention the consequences of Yinyan village. Listening to Shimura Danzo felt a little tingling. The man in front of him is more ruthless than him. Yinyan village can also be regarded as a ninja village founded by Orochimaru himself. This pot is about to be held in the Battle of Konoha village. And Orochimaru didn't show any concern at all. In his eyes, it seemed that everyone in Yinyan village was cannon fodder. Okay, anyway, I can't do anything now. Just after Hiruzen dies, let's move on to the next step. When the time comes, I will give you the Sasuke you want with my own hands. And ninjutsu, people. 3 Chains. Chapter 81. The final begins, Hinata vs. Naruto. Konoha village on this day. The sun has just risen. There are ninjas waiting at the gate of Konoha village. All the people who came were sitting in sedan chairs carried by 4 people. The Konoha village ninjas dare not be slighted. The time for the game is getting closer. The venue for the third official match of the Musha United Chunin selection examination is completely different from the venue for the qualifiers. The stands were full of spectators. Most of them are villagers of Konoha village. Of course, many ninjas also sat in the stands to watch the competition. Father, right too, my sister is looking in our direction. It was the first time for little Hanabi to take such a lively Chunin exam. The mood is also a little surging. Too bad Hyūga Hiashi didn't say anything. It was obvious that Hinata looked in their direction just after looking around. As a result, when he saw Hiashi, he immediately retracted his eyes and lowered his head. It was clearly looking for someone, but it wasn't him and Hanabi. And what worries Hiashi even more, in this last game, it is very likely that unexpected events will occur that everyone did not expect. Inuzuka Fang, Rock Lee and Neji, who were discharged from the hospital, sat side by side. Ah, I really didn't expect that. I felt like I was living in a dream this month. That kind of soft and weak Hinata can pass the test. And the one who defeated was Neji. Inuzuka Tooth tilted his head and glanced at Neji. Neji grinned, and turned to stare at Inuzuka. The two looked at each other. Due to his gaze, Rock Lee sitting in the middle always felt 407, and felt several electric sparks in front of his eyes. Snort. By the way, Lee, your injuries are all right. Are you going to watch the game while on crutches? Inuzuka Tooth asked exhaustedly. In the 8th class led by Xi Hihong, he was the only one who was eliminated. This kind of thing simply engraved him on the pillar of shame. Not even an accompanying person. Well, at least it's still active now. But that Gaara is really strong, and I don't know if Sasuke can defeat him. Mention Sasuke. Hatake Kakashi in the aisle was frowning. For myself to teach Sasuke Chidori. Sasuke readily agreed. Kakashi didn't feel any change from Sasuke's mood. Logically speaking, Sasuke should be a very hard-working person for revenge, and he is not willing to delay even a little thing. Unfortunately, there was an accident today. Originally, Hatake Kakashi wanted to instruct Sasuke again. He wanted him to master Chidori better, but Sasuke refused. Came directly to the game scene. Are you really looking forward to the end of the Chunin exam so that Subai can help you with special training? Kakashi remembered that Sarutobi Hiruzen once told him about Subai wanting to train Sasuke. He looked up and looked around for a long time. Hatake Kakashi closed his eyes. His expression became serious. There are too many people this time. Where is White Yasha? On the highest observation deck. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly on the chair, as if waiting for something. At this time, the sound of footsteps coming from the stairs caught his attention. Turn around and look. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Oh, what a rarity. Master Fungying, Sunagaku's 4th Kazekage Rosa. At this time, he was wearing a bamboo hat to cover his face, and he was wearing a long Fungying robe. Except for the pair of indifferent eyes that were exposed, everything else was tightly wrapped. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not clear. The person standing in front of him was his former lover, Orochimaru. It must be exhausting after a long journey. After Sarutobi Hiruzen invited Orochimaru to sit down, he asked with a smile. Orochimaru replied coldly. No, where? Luckily the venue is in Mawang. Although you are still young, it will be very tiring for Hokage-sama if you go to Sunagaku. I think you should decide on your heir as soon as possible. Orochimaru can talk though, full of sarcasm, but the same foot behind Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about these ridicules at all, and instead laughed. Ha ha ha. Don't think of me as an old man. And now that the future of Konoha village is thriving, I plan on doing it for another 5 years. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and got up and walked towards the railing of the stands. Orochimaru's pupils shot out a cold streak. A little disdainful in my heart. HMPH. You have been away for 5 years, but you have to pick out some decent successors, but it's a pity old man, today is your death date. Seeing Orochimaru's appearance, he wished he could stand up and push Sarutobi Hiruzen off the high platform, smashing him to death. Pity, this kind of thing is just thinking about it. Then, let's start the game officially. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Orochimaru and turned his head towards the audience. Dear distinguished guests, to all of you who came to Konoha village to watch the Chunin selection exam, I express my sincere thanks. Then let the 8 candidates who passed the preliminaries participate in the official selection competition. Please watch to your heart's content. After simply saying a few words, loud cheers erupted from the auditorium again. This is their 3rd Hokage in Konoha village. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, his reputation is definitely Konoha village #1. Almost no one does not listen to what he said, and no one does not believe it. The ninjas in the village are full of boundless admiration for him. If there are 8 people, it seems that one person is missing. Orochimaru sat behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and said in a strange way. It seems that he never misses any chance to hate Sarutobi Hiruzen. The missing person is Toss of Yinyan village. That night in Kikyo Castle, after Yakushi Kabuto met Baki, he tried Gaara with Yin Yankyun Toss. The result was instantly killed by Gaara. Based on the recognition of Gaara's ability to transform into a tailed beast, the two discussed in secret the details of the Konoha village collapse plan. Then he was heard by Moonlight Gale, and died tragically at the hands of Baki. A ninja from Yinyan village. It's really a pity, that village is just a small ninja village that has just risen in the past few years. The 3 ninjas who were sent here all passed the assessment in the Forest of Death. I thought the remaining ninja would be able to shine. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, regretfully took a puff of the pipe. Orochimaru. Don't be such a pity, you should think about what to do, Sarutobi-sensei. Game scene. Shiranui Genma held a toothpick that looked like 1,000 copies in his mouth, and explained the rules of the game to everyone with his hands in his pockets. Although the venue is different, the rules are exactly the same as those in the qualifiers. With one less player, maybe someone will play one more game. You are not allowed to have any objections. Alright, the first match begins. Uzumaki Naruto, Hyūga Hinata. The 2 of you come out, and the other players will wait in the rest area. Is this Hyūga Hinata? At this time, Yakushi Kabuto has turned into the Anbu ninja of Konoha village, standing behind the auditorium. In his original information, the girl named Hinata seemed not to be outstanding at all. How on earth did you beat Hyūga Neji? Could it be related to Shiroyasha? Thinking of this, Yakushi Kabuto understood. As expected, Orochimaru, that White Yasha is really a pervert. That way, there's nothing to worry about. However, at this time, Subai also became a commoner of Konoha village and sat in the auditorium. The reason why he was looking for this position was because he saw the two strong men in front of him. Although he didn't wear a forehead protector, this kind of all-faced egghead really made Subai unforgettable. The two people in front of them are Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas who sneaked into Konoha Village by taking advantage of Musha's joint Chunin exam. Their goal is to find an opportunity to kidnap Hinata for the second time. That girl must be from the Hyūga clan. Hinata, I remember, it seems to be the eldest lady of their clan. The voices of the two were extremely low, whispering to each other. Coupled with the hustle and bustle of the scene, no one could hear it at all. It's a pity that this didn't hinder the contemptuous gazes behind them. Looking at the appearance of two strong men whispering, Subai didn't have to guess what they said. After all, in his eyes, these two people are not much different from the corpse now. But Subai didn't quite understand the brain circuit of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja. Since I want to roll my eyes so much, why didn't I stop hitting after I got Hisashi's corpse? If only Subai, it is inevitable to take advantage of Konoha Village's weakness, and then combine Killer Bee and Wooden Golem who can already master the power of the tailed beast in the village. Go straight through Konoha Village. That time, Hyūga clan, Uchiha clan. Going to Cloud Shinobi Village, after more than 10 years, there must be a group of Bayan and Sharingan belonging to their own village. How stupid. There is still time for Killer Bee to practice tailed beast bomb in Yunlei Gorge and squat at the gate of Konoha Village to practice. Wouldn't it be nice to kill two birds with one stone? What's more, if you really want to roll your eyes, why don't you just kidnap Hinata while Hinata is out on a mission like yourself? Hyūga Hinata naturally didn't know that he was the target of Cloud Shinobi Village again. She stared cautiously at Uzumaki Naruto in front of her. Nothing was said. Poses for the Hyūga style of taijutsu. Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, before the game, shouldn't we say hello to each other? Looking at Hinata's serious face, Uzumaki Naruto was also a little puzzled. This Hinata, it's really not like Hinata from school days. The changes are too great. Uzumaki Naruto's words did not elicit Hinata's reaction. She deeply remembered what Subai told her, no matter what Uzumaki Naruto said, don't talk to her. But Subai doesn't mean that. After all, Uzumaki Naruto is very good at speaking, and talking to each other can easily cause emotional changes in the other party. When Naruto's mood fluctuates violently, the Nine-Tails chakra in his body will flow out unconsciously. It's easy to get yourself into unnecessary situations like that. It's a pity that Subai didn't know that Hinata was so obedient that he really didn't say a word. Well, exclamation mark. Never mind. Quote, Naruto didn't care about Hinata's reaction either. His eyes slowly gathered together. He doesn't know much about Hinata at all. But since the other side defeated Neji, they got more Sasuke's attention. Naruto is not stupid, he knows Sasuke's thoughts very well. That is to regard Hinata in front of him as a real opponent. This kind of thing makes Uzumaki Naruto very tasty. Anyway, today I must beat you. Uzumaki Naruto was gearing up, his expression getting more and more serious. As long as he defeats Hyūga Hinata in front of him, the disguised one can prove that he is stronger than Hyūga Neji. By that time, Uchiha Sasuke will inevitably give up his focus on Hinata and see himself as a real opponent instead. Hyūga Hinata. Sure enough, as expected by the previous 3.5 generations of Subai, Naruto is really good at talking in the game. I think of those touches brought to me by Uzumaki Naruto when I was a child. At this time, Hinata was completely calm. That kind of self-absorbed, boastful rhetoric. It's so unreal. Like Uzumaki Naruto himself, he is completely unaware that he himself is distinct from everyone else. Some things are not very big things for him, but for others, they are obstacles that cannot be overcome in a lifetime. Fair. From the beginning there was no. Uzumaki Naruto looked seriously at Hinata whose veins were bulging on both sides of his eyes. Without further ado, he quickly threw two kunai at the opponent. Clang clang sounded twice. Hinata also quickly took out the kunai and knocked the incoming kunai into the air. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto threw a straight punch at Hinata with a rousing roar. Is the number of attacks so simple? This idea flashed in Hinata's mind for a moment, and Naruto's attack was resolved with a flick of his white palm. This idiot, how can you be so reckless? Hyūga Neji in the stands couldn't stand it anymore. Go straight to the offense like Uzumaki Naruto. For the current Hinata, it has no effect at all, and it is easy for Hinata to catch the flaw and fight back. Hey, how on earth did Naruto make it to the finals? Neji sighed. Inuzuka Tooth next door's face darkened on the spot. How did he get to the finals? Don't you know? Chapter 82. Hinata, you are so obedient. One punch won't do. Uzumaki Naruto turned around quickly and threw several punches in a row. But for Hyūga Hinata today, this level of offense is child's play. Clap clap clap. Consecutive palms blocked Naruto's straight punch. Hinata shouted. Hey, a palm landed on Uzumaki Naruto's chest. Naruto's eyes were fixed, and he was shot flying out on the spot. Snort. It has been said for a long time that this kind of offense is completely useless against the current Hinata. Neji saw Hinata shoot Naruto flying, showing a little proud look. I really didn't expect Miss Hinata, who had been following Shirayasha for a few days, to improve so rapidly. When Hyūga Hinata went to visit Neji, he didn't hide his own strength. She still told Neji very modestly. In terms of talent, Neji must be higher. All thanks to Senior Subai's guidance of the secret technique. Just to Neji's surprise, when Hinata talks about Subai, there's always an inexplicable shyness on his face. It's like the expressions of the children who look forward to Hokage at the ninja school. Oh, I didn't expect Neji, your attitude has changed so drastically recently. Inuzuka Kiba looked at Hyūga Neji curiously. He still remembered that Neji looked at Hinata with malicious eyes. 4. Is the sun coming out in the west? Seeing Naruto lying on the ground, Hinata was still staring at him vigilantly. There is no intention of rushing forward. She also remembered that Subai said that Uzumaki Naruto still has a lot of tricks in battle. Can't relax. Rather than me recklessly rushing up and falling for his tricks, it's better to let him attack. Hyūga Hinata murmured in his heart. She knows Uzumaki Naruto's character well. Love impulsive, even if he doesn't take the initiative to attack, Uzumaki Naruto will definitely rush forward. Hateful, Uzumaki Naruto looked up at the silent Hyūga Hinata. This feeling really made him very depressed. The other party does not speak, nor communicate with him. Like a block of wood. This made Naruto even more irritable. Hey, Hinata, you just said a few words, when did you become as flirtatious as Sasuke? No, Sasuke won't keep his mouth shut and say nothing in battle. No, can't fall into the trap. Hinata remained silent, keeping her hands in a vigilant defensive posture. With 360-degree eyesight, Kakuzu didn't relax to observe. Never mind, it doesn't matter if you don't speak, anyway, I have to beat you today. The real fight, it's only now. After Uzumaki Naruto shouted, put the fingers of both hands together to complete the seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom. At the same time as 4 streaks of white smoke appeared. 4 shadow clones surrounded Uzumaki Naruto in a square formation. Shadow clone technique. That's a ninjutsu that Jōnin knows how to use, that kid can even use this. And it's amazing to be able to clone 4 shadow clone at once. Above the stands, it was the first time for Gangzitai and Shenyu Izumo to see Uzumaki Naruto cast shadow clone, and they couldn't help being shocked. Hinata kept staring at Uzumaki Naruto with blank eyes. She also saw the so-called shadow clone for the first time when she rolled her eyes. All Uzumaki Naruto who appear have physical veins. It's really hard to tell which is real and which is fake. But at the end of the day, there is only one real body. Just beat everyone. Hyūga Hinata didn't speak, and Uzumaki Naruto's momentum was obviously much weaker. Obviously he has the advantage of numbers here. A victory declaration should have more momentum. Hinata, you have to pay attention. I'm about to go. I have to win this game. In order for Sasuke to treat me as a real opponent. Hinata's face twitched slightly upon hearing the sound. Why? What is the meaning of this statement? 4 Uzumaki Naruto took out kunai and ran towards Hinata. Just when it was close to Hinata, they changed direction suddenly, surrounded Hinata from all directions. Taking advantage of this time, we will go together because of our family. Several Uzumaki Naruto shouted in unison. The momentum is like a rainbow. Great, it worked. 4 Uzumaki Naruto jumping into the air. No matter which one Hinata deals with, the others will surely be able to knock it down. However, at this moment, a blue light of chakra suddenly appeared from Hinata's body. Revolving heaven. After a soft drink, Hyūga Hinata spun extremely fast. The blue chakra barrier immediately surrounded it, and it was accompanied by the force of rotation. Fly away the 4 Uzumaki Naruto who jumped up. Nani? The people in the stands were suddenly dumbfounded. The little girl actually has such strength. Hyūga Hiashi was even more shocked. There was a look of horror on his face that didn't belong to any family patriarch. Hishi trembled in shock, staring at Hinata in disbelief. That's. Revolving heaven. Revolving heaven. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Hinata and Neji could use revolving heaven, he was also stunned. Did Hiashi teach her during this time? Or, if it was Subai who guided Hinata to master revolving heaven? Sarutobi Hiruzen can't imagine. If it is, then Subai is really scary. This person must return to their Konoha village family. It looks like after the exam is over, I have to talk to Hiashi about Hinata and Subai. No one can stop these two from being together. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction on Sarutobi Day, while Orochimaru on the side muttered to himself like an idiot. Hyūga Hinata is the daughter of Hyūga Hiashi. Are you surprised that she will be a revolving heaven? Of course Orochimaru had defected for so long, it wasn't clear that Tien had been given up by Hiden early on. Only Hyūga Hanabi clapped her fair little hands, applauding in her heart. Hinata's sister is really amazing. But what surprised everyone even more was yet to come. Hinata had already seen that there was another Uzumaki Naruto standing there without moving. After revolving heaven ended, Hinata used the remaining force of the rotation to launch a palm towards the last Uzumaki Naruto, 8 trigrams air palm. Boom. Naruto still hasn't seen clearly what happened. I just felt a pain in my chest again. The whole person immediately flew several meters away. Impossible. At this time, Hyūga Hiashi finally couldn't sit still, and stood up on the spot. By the way, it startled Hyūga Hanabi beside him. Hinata actually learned 8 trigrams air palm. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Impossible. Today's Hyūga Hiashi, after seeing Hinata's amazing performance, did not feel joy. There are big question marks floating in my mind. When exactly did Hinata learn these things? In a short period of time, Holy Fist Technique 128 palms, Revolving Heaven, 8 trigrams air palm. It's all under your control. This is impossible, it must be an illusion. Seeing this, Hyūga Neji also widened his eyes. It turned out that in the original competition, Hinata let go of the water in order to maintain his dignity as an older brother. Oops, Naruto you idiot, how can mommy stand there in a daze, this kind of thing will definitely be seen through by Hinata. Haruno Sakura stomped her feet anxiously. Uchiha Sasuke in the player's rest area had an unusually calm face. Is this the result of practicing with White Yasha? Thinking of this, Sasuke clenched his fists excitedly, showing a patient smile. Chunin exam, successfully promoted to Chunin, what is the use of such a false identity title? But Aburame Shino beside him said, could it be that during the days when Hinata was captured by White Yasha, did anything happen to him? Otherwise why would she become so powerful? White Yasha, what Shino said stunned Gaara, Temari and Kankuro. Hey, wearing sunglasses, is the White Yasha you're talking about the 800 million taels bounty criminal? Kankuro heard the words and came to Shino's side. Shino glanced at Kankuro, he remembered that this person was the one he was going to fight with. But the other party was the alliance village of Konoha village, and Shino was not stingy, and immediately said, it is the 800 million tael reward criminal. What? After hearing this, Temari couldn't believe it. You ninjas from Konoha village would associate with bounty criminals. When Sasuke heard it, he was a little unhappy, and said with a cold snort, don't talk nonsense. Besides, Shiroyasha didn't do anything to harm our Konoha village. Is he a bounty criminal? Does he have anything to do with us? Sasuke doesn't care about these, it doesn't matter who he is or not, as long as it makes him stronger and seeks revenge from Uchiha Itachi. That's enough. When Temari heard this, Xiaobao suddenly became angry, are you embarrassed to say such a thing? Shiroyasha is a well-known bounty offender. If you Konoha village and other villages know about him, you will be held accountable. Moreover, the 500 million taels he was added to was made by your Konoha village. Snort. Hearing this, Sasuke seemed to feel that he couldn't speak to the woman in front of him, so he snorted coldly and didn't want to talk to Temari. His mind is now full of Hinata's performance. The trick just now, revolving heaven, was matched with 8 trigrams air palm to play smoothly. After disposing of Naruto's 4 shadows 347, he even knocked his body into the air with a single palm. In an instant, all enemies were lost. However, the situation on the field does not seem to be over. Just as Uzumaki Naruto just stood up clutching his stomach, Hyūga Hinata suddenly rushed in front of him, put 2 fingers together and used the point method to quickly point towards Naruto. As that Hyuga's acupuncture, I remember it as a move that can hinder the normal operation of the opponent's chakra in the vein. Yamanaka Ino turned pale. The current Hinata, how powerful has it become? During the same period, she was too scary. No. Even Neji, who was a year older than her, would still be beaten up by her. Solve. After everything, Hinata took a quick step and distanced himself from Naruto again. Both palms are still in a defensive posture. Rolling eyes 360 degrees. Never dare to relax. She still remembered that Subai warned herself. Until the Invigilator declares victory, you can't relax your vigilance. Especially this pair of white eyes that can observe the terrain must be wide open. And we must pay attention to the changes in the ground. Naruto's shadow clone technique is really troublesome. Now that his chakra is blocked, he can no longer perform any ninjutsu. Hinata stared at Naruto who was kneeling on the ground. The current situation is very favorable to her. Just wait for Naruto to attack her again and take the opportunity to do a gentle fist. Thinking about it, the game should be over. Hinata thought very well. She also thought about the 9 tails inside Naruto. But she doesn't understand. Subai didn't give her a detailed explanation either. She just thought that if the acupoints in Naruto's body were sealed and his chakra couldn't flow, naturally there would be nothing to worry about. That's a good idea, but it feels like you're shooting yourself in the foot. But it doesn't matter. If Naruto uses 9 tails chakra, it's time to see how Hinata will deal with it. Seeing this, Subai suddenly changed his mind. I really want to see how powerful Hinata can be now. What if Hinata loses? If you lose the game, you will definitely lose some rewards. Although it is a pity. Never mind. At that time, just hang her up and punish her. Chapter 83. Hyūga Hinata, the strike is too ruthless. Unable to invoke chakra in the body, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly fell into a passive position. His expression immediately became flustered. Damn, hate, I can't feel chakra at all, what can I do? The corners of Uzumaki Naruto's eyes quivered slightly. If you want to lose this game, it must be very embarrassing. Uchiha Sasuke was watching the game from the dugout. He hasn't started yet, but he is going to lose here. Absolutely not. Naruto, who fell into tension, was thinking faster than ever at this moment. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in my mind. He remembered what Jiraiya had said before when he helped him practice. There are 2 types of chakra in his body. By the way, chakra from 9 tails. Uzumaki Naruto finally recalled what it was like to use 9 tails chakra. The originally flustered expression gradually calmed down. Seeing Naruto slowly closing his eyes, Hyūga Hinata also frowned, not knowing what he was going to do. Smelly fox, lend me chakra. Uzumaki Naruto thought of this, and opened his eyes suddenly, accompanied by bursts of loud shouts. Orange chakra twirled and emerged from beneath his feet. This is, Hinata saw more clearly with his white eyes, a chakra-like flame burst out from Naruto's body. It directly broke through his acupuncture points. Is this the power of 9 tails that Senior Subai said? It's such a strong breath, chakra can actually penetrate it. And, So cold. Hinata felt the nine tails chakra with her heart, and a little panic rose in her heart. Spectators in the stands were also taken aback by Uzumaki Naruto's performance. Cold sweat broke out on Hiyashi's face. This chakra, does it mean? His heart sank, and if he guessed right, Naruto would definitely be using nine tails chakra. If that's the case, Hinata is in danger. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto shouted loudly, and the chakra seeping out was like a wave. Layers of ripples appeared under his feet. The blow made Hinata's clothes sway non-stop. The tyrannical nine tails chakra slowly surrounded Uzumaki Naruto. After everything calmed down, Uzumaki Naruto's whole body glowed re-red. The whole person is like a burning flame. What a powerful force. It feels stronger than when I was practicing. Uzumaki Naruto felt the changes in himself and was very excited. This time I can finally prove myself in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Hyūga Hinata, let me beat it. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and looked at Hinata on the opposite side seriously. Hinata, I'm going to FK. Clenching his fist, Uzumaki Naruto moved instantly, and Madoka disappeared in place. Nani, impossible. Seeing this, all the small powerhouses in the stands were amazed. Naruto, when did he become so powerful? Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino looked at each other. Uchiha Sasuke and the rest area frowned even more. What is going on with that power? The speed has become so fast. Hyūga Hinata's heart skipped a beat. Immediately calmed down, but I can still see clearly. After muttering something in his heart, Hyūga Hinata turned around immediately. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto had already appeared behind her, and threw 3 shurikens at her. 8 trigrams air palm. Hinata didn't hold back either. Aim at Naruto and slap. The shuriken was smashed by Hinata during the flight. Just seeing Naruto behind Hinata's palm, his figure flickered, and he disappeared on the spot again with high-speed action. This way, revolving heaven. Through a 360-degree angle of vision, Hinata clearly saw Uzumaki Naruto rushing towards him with a forehand miss. Boom. The moment Naruto made a shot, it hit Hinata's revolving heaven chakra barrier. The moment the 2 strands of chakra collided directly, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed. Next moment, boom. There was a violent explosion where the two were standing. For a time, dust was everywhere in the middle of the field. Hinata, Hyūga Hiashi was shocked, and quickly opened his eyes to watch the scene. Through the dust, Hiashi can easily see, Hyūga Hinata didn't have anything to do at this time, and was still standing quietly on the playing field. And the person lying in front of her is Uzumaki Naruto. Call, what a false alarm. Hiashi wiped the sweat from his brow. I didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto could use nine tails chakra slightly. This is exactly what worries him. Fortunately, it's not a runaway. Speaking of this, Hyūga Hiashi did not forget to glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen on the high platform. There is also some dissatisfaction in my heart. Third generation is seeing Hinata's strength greatly increased, and using her to test Naruto. It's such a rush. Orochimaru looked down at Hinata with interest. Roar, as this little girl blocking nine tails chakra. It's incredible, it's incredible. No wonder Bai Yasha kidnapped her, it's interesting. After a trace of surprise flashed across Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face, a smile suddenly appeared. He is very satisfied with this game. Subai really has something special, he can make a ninja like Hinata suddenly become so powerful. It was able to defeat Naruto who used the nine tails chakra. But what makes Sarutobi Hiruzen even happier? Jiraiya still didn't forget Minato's instruction, let him help Naruto master and use the power of nine tails. My own Jinchuriki finally started to improve. In the playing field, when the dust cleared, Hyūga Hinata looked at Uzumaki Naruto lying on the ground not far away. I confirmed it with my white eyes. The nine tails chakra that erupted has disappeared. In this case, Uzumaki Naruto has no chance of winning. However, at this moment, Hinata suddenly found something unusual. This abnormality comes from what Subai warned her before. Ground. In the ground, there is another Uzumaki Naruto ambushing. Could it be that? Hinata was surprised at the same time. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto, who was lying on the ground in front of him, turned into white smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone. The real body is the one under the ground. At the same time, Hinata's feet creaked. At the same time as the ground cracked, a fist hit Hinata's chin. Snort. Hinata snorted coquettishly. She who had been prepared for a long time was not surprised, and her legs pulled slightly. After dodging Naruto's sneak attack, immediately fought back. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams 128 palms. Boom, 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 accompanied by Naruto's cry of pain and Hinata's clear drink. Hyūga Hinata's 8 trigrams 128 palms neatly hit Uzumaki Naruto's chest. Wow, Naruto was in pain, and in the process of flying out, a stream of blood spewed out of his mouth. After falling to the ground, Uzumaki Naruto finally passed out. Sharp, Hinata. Hinata is amazing. The Shaoqiangs in the same period were completely dumbfounded. After Hyūga Hinata defeated Hyūga Neji, he even defeated Uzumaki Naruto who used a strange power. Is this still Hinata? No, this is not Hinata. Is this Hinata after being taught by Senior Subai? Haruno Sakura was so shocked that she didn't know how to express her surprise. She muttered unconsciously, but was caught by Yamanaka Ino beside her. Little Sakura, what are you talking about? Haruno Sakura, I said Hinata is really strong. No, you mentioned someone just now, who directed Hinata. No, I must have heard wrong. Haruno Sakura flusteredly waved her hands at Ino, which caused Ino to narrow her eyes even more. She suspected that the wide forehead in front of her was hiding something from her. Hatake Kakashi looked serious after watching the game. There was also a murmur. Not only has Hinata's strength increased so much, but has his fighting instinct awareness also increased so much. Especially watching Uzumaki Naruto's plan fail. Hatake Kakashi was even more stunned. Hinata's caution in battle is truly admirable. Genma Shiranui walked up to Uzumaki Naruto and observed carefully. I also breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. Fortunately, I passed out of a coma. If I was killed, then things would be troublesome. I declare, the winner of this match, Hyūga Hinata, Liao Nuo Jiao. After hearing that Shiranui Schwanma announced the result, Hyūga Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief. The blue veins in the corners of the eyes also slowly disappeared. Finally, I no longer have to stare blankly. Father, my sister won. Hyūga Hanabi looks excitedly at Hyūga Hiashi. Well, the performance is considered qualified. Hyūga Hiashi puts his arms on his chest, and his expression is neither salty nor weak. Hyūga Hanabi, wasn't it the time when you stood up excitedly just now? Father is really strict. Hearing the shouts of the audience, Hyūga Hinata swept over everyone again. She didn't know who Subai was among these people, but she thinks Subai must be watching her game. It is finally time to complete the task enacted by Senior Subai. Hinata's tense mood relaxed. At this time, she was also very emotional. Hyūga Neji, Uzumaki Naruto slave. She really didn't expect that the current self would be able to defeat these two existences that she could only look up to back then. I have to go to my seniors tonight and let the political reformers praise themselves. The idea popped up. Hyūga Hinata's pretty face blushed suddenly. Hastily shook his head. How can you have such an idea? It's really embarrassing. Hyūga Hanabi, sister, what are you doing? Chapter 84. Konoha collapse begins. Hatake Kakashi is confused. After Hyūga Hinata defeated Uzumaki Naruto, Subai then heard the voice of the system in his head. Congratulations to Hyūga Hinata for defeating Uzumaki Naruto. Congratulations to host for getting the reward. Congratulations to the host chakra limit has been greatly increased. The increase limit has been greatly increased. Congratulations to host for obtaining the ninjutsu multiple shadow clone technique. Multiple shadow clone technique. Subai's eyes lit up, a little beyond imagination. Unexpectedly, after defeating Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata was able to obtain the ninjutsu rewards possessed by the opponent. It doesn't feel useful, but Subai kept it. Well, Hinata is doing well and is very obedient. Subai thought of Hinata, who didn't say a word and didn't roll his eyes until Shiranui Genma announced the result. Shrugged helplessly. Now there seems to be no excuse to hang her up and bully her. The following match was exactly what Subai expected. Not much has changed. Temari and Shikamaru battled wits and courage for a long time, and finally Shikamaru announced his abandonment of the game. Then Orochimaru finally waited for Uchiha Sasuke's match. Subai disturbed him last time, but this time Orochimaru took a good look at it. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara. There was a little incident before that. The daimyo of the country of grass bought Uchiha Sasuke to win. So they sent two ninjas from Kauyan village to block Gaara in the corridor, and they both died. Hatake Kakashi watched Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara, frowning, walking to the side of Might Guy. There are only 8 people from Anbu in such a large venue, and it is not clear what the adults of the third generation project want to do. Might Guy also spoke softly, for fear that others would hear. I don't know either. Maybe it's because we can't get information about Orochimaru and the others, so the third generation project put more people in the village. While not taking it lightly, let's pay attention to the game now. Hatake Kakashi nodded, but I thought in my heart, could it be that there is an ulterior deal between third Hokage and Shirayasha? After Kakashi thought of this, all his attention was focused on Sasuke. Might Guy also looked at Sasuke a few more times, then suddenly turned around and said, Kakashi, I will watch Sasuke's performance carefully. 633 inches. Look at the results of your teaching him to practice. You are my eternal opponent. Kakashi. Kakashi, who has been following Sasuke, seems to have sensed someone saying something next to him. Then he looked at Might Guy. Huh, did you say something? Might Guy, this kind of thing just made Might Guy cry. No way. Kakashi, why are you always so heartless? However, Subai, who was sitting not far from the aisle, was in a daze. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy, this pair is indeed interesting. But what Subai has been unable to figure out is the question about Might Guy's little acorn. Why is such a strong man possessing such lovely things? Not like myself, not to mention scary, but also hideous. But think about it, maybe the stronger the physique. Like Uzumaki Naruto, he should be on par with Might Guy. After all, there should be nothing wrong with what Sai said himself. And, still speaking in front of Haruno Sakura, no wonder these two guys ended up missing out. Think about it, it's really frightening. Uchiha Sasuke has also improved by leaps and bounds through the guidance of Hatake Kakashi for a month. Gaara has been in a passive situation. But looking at Sasuke's proud face, Subai sighed. Sasuke, kid, is too proud. It's hard to tame without letting him suffer. Well, forget it, anyway, it won't be long before he realizes how scary Gaara is. Subai smiled and leaned on the back of the chair. I used my white eyes to observe it just now. In the dense forest outside Konoha village, many ninjas have been ambushed. Anbu, who Sarutobi Hiruzen sent to follow, was also killed completely. It won't be long before Orochimaru will launch the Konoha Honkai plan. Of course, Sasuke also had other thoughts in his mind at this time. Gaara is powerful. After defeating Gaara, it is conceivable that eventually he can write the Hyūga Hinata trick. I want to see who is stronger and who is weaker between me and her. The final BCCB result did not deviate from the script. Uchiha Sasuke used his newly learned Chidori to penetrate Gaara's absolute defense. This shocked the trio of Tsunagakure's Temari, Kankuro, and Baki. The trio also didn't expect Gaara to suffer such a serious injury in this game. But Orochimaru was extremely excited. If Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't been sitting beside him, he would have stuck out his tongue and licked it now. It looks like it should be about the same. Yakushi Kabuto, mingling with Anbu, glanced at Orochimaru in the stands. Putting his hands together, he hid behind the crowd and used illusion. Feathers immediately floated down from the auditorium of the venue. Ordinary ninjas had no power to parry at all, and fell asleep one after another. Illusion. Feeling the strange movement beside him, Baki broke out in cold sweat. Does it mean that Do intends to act now? But Gaara, he also didn't expect that the opponent would choose to do it when Gaara was injured. On the highest stand, Sarutobi Hiruzen also seems to have noticed something strange. He turned to look at Orochimaru beside him. At this moment, Orochimaru was also looking at him. The moment the master and apprentice met each other's eyes, the two subordinates behind Orochimaru left in an instant. He threw out the smoke bomb in his hand. Boom! The loud noise from the highest stand immediately attracted everyone's attention. Third generation project. Not good. There is a situation. Shaw, take Hanabi and leave quickly. What happened so suddenly? Hyūga Hiashi was horrified, and hurriedly asked Hyūga Shaw to take Hyūga Hanabi to leave first. It's a password. Tsunagaku ninjas and Otogaku ninjas getting ready outside Konoha village after seeing the rising smoke. Immediately acted. Summoning technique. Several Tsunagaku ninjas sat around the ground, facing the glowing summoning circle in front of them, and used the scrolls together. Boom! A huge white smoke filled the entire forest. Roar! With a roar, a three-headed python suddenly appeared outside the wall of Konoha village. Not good. Third generation project. Chunin exam venue. Except for Yakushi Kabuto who pretended to be Anbu, the other 7 Anbu moved immediately and ran towards the place where Sarutobi Hiruzen was. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru suspiciously. Master Kazekage, what does this mean? As soon as these words came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized when he looked at Orochimaru's cold eyes. Thousands of calculations did not count that Orochimaru would always sit beside him as the 4th Kazekage. What a mistake. The Wood Squad protects the 3rd generation from above, and the Fire Squad protects the daimyos from below. Action. When the Anbu members were about to reach the highest stand, the two teams separated. However, just as Muban Anbu was about to reach the place where Sarutobi Hiruzen was, he found that he had been hijacked by Kazekage to the roof. Swish. At the same time, 4 ninjas with the Yinyan village's forehead protector followed closely behind, standing at the 4 corners of the roof. Ninja 4 purple flame formation. Looking at the rising enchantment, Anbu members clenched their fists angrily. Damn it, it's an enchantment. The auditorium and examinee rest area below. Everyone was rubbing their hands by the intrusion. Even inexperienced, but the Xiaoqiang who are still conscious at this time also know that the current situation seems to be very bad. Is it a barrier? Damn, it's even faster than Anbu's. It seems that he is not an idle person. Hitaki Kakashi was rather calm. After all, he was mentally prepared before and looked at the enchantment in the distance. As expected, Orochimaru was there. What a miscalculation. I didn't expect Tsunagaku to actually team up with Orochimaru to betray the alliance with Konoha village. After hearing Hitaki Kakashi's complaint, Haruno Sakura, who was not under the illusion, trembled with fright. What does it mean? Could it be that? Is the other party trying to invade Konoha village? Kakashi and Might Guy are just about to make a move. With a whoosh, a figure stood in front of the two of them. Seeing the other party wearing the Konoha village Anbu mask, Might Guy scolded angrily. What are you doing? Master Hokage is in danger now. It's a pity that the other party didn't pay attention to Might Guy. When he appeared, several ninjas from Yinyan village appeared in the audience. It looks like, you are Yakushi Kabuto. Hitaki Kakashi frowned slightly, and asked lightly. It's just that Yakushi Kabuto didn't seem to want to talk to the two of them, and he still didn't speak. However, at this time, Might Guy screamed, Kakashi, look inside the barrier. Hearing the sound, Kakashi looked at the barrier suspiciously, only to find that the original 4th Kazekage, as he thought, was indeed Orochimaru. It's really Orochimaru. Nani, Orochimaru. After hearing this, Haruno Sakura on the side looked in the direction of the barrier. Orochimaru's terrifying face suddenly attracted Haruno Sakura's eyes. Really Orochimaru. Recalls the encounter with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. Haruno Sakura couldn't help shivering with fear. Why did that scary guy appear here? And also kidnapped 3rd Hokage. Little Sakura. Looking at Sasuke going to hurt Gaara in the distance, Cassie hurriedly called Haruno Sakura. Little Sakura, you go and wake up your genin at the same time. Go and call Hinata and Shino, you guys hurry to help Sasuke. Kakashi didn't explain too much, and directly cast the summoning technique to call Parker, the ninja dog. Go, Parker will lead you to catch up with Sasuke. Haruno Sakura was shocked even more when he heard that. But now there is no time to think about it. A large number of Otogakure ninjas and Tsunade ninjas have entered the venue. Taking advantage of Kakashi and Might Guy's support, Haruno Sakura shook Ino, who was sleeping soundly, and the two scrambled and crawled to wake up the others and then ran towards the rest area. At this time, swish, swish, two figures suddenly rushed out of the auditorium. Why are there still people? The sudden change caused Kakashi's complexion to change. He was a little confused about what those two guys were doing just now. The person behind those two, Kakashi finally knew his identity. White Yasha, if I think right, you should be Shiroyasha. The appearance of the villagers is not under the illusion, so it should be strange no matter how you think about it. With a bang, Kakashi punched the Yin village ninja who rushed aside and looked at Subai solemnly. Hey, I should be like the two guys from Cloud Shinobi village, just pretend to sleep for a while and then I'll be fine. The voice fell to the ground. Boom, a white smoke streaked across, and Subai returned to his original appearance. It really is you, your purpose here? Hitaki Kakashi asked warily. Now is not the time to joke around. It is clear, Tsunade betrayed the alliance with Konoha village, and combined with Otogakure Orochimaru launched a war against Konoha village. Just didn't expect. Among them are the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village. Those two Cloud Shinobi village ninjas. Could it be that? Hitaki Kakashi is naturally aware of the event that Cloud Shinobi village wanted to snatch Konoha village's eyes. They came here at this time with only one purpose, to take the opportunity to capture Hinata. Damn, things are getting more and more troublesome. Hitaki Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. He asked Haruno Sakura to ask someone to chase Gaara, but he satisfied the other party better. Feeling the shock from Kakashi, Subai said calmly, by the way, let me know. That Gaara is the Jinchuriki of Tsunade. Now it is possible to completely transform the tail beast through some kind of power. You send those genin there, it's actually no different from sending them to death. Yes, in addition to being enraged, Uzumaki Naruto uses Nine Tails chakra to summon Wentai the toad to fight Shukaku. Others go, same as White, although Hinata has indeed become much stronger than before, but want to defeat the tail beast. Subai didn't dare to make such a big deal. It's just a pity that the current Uzumaki Naruto was sent to the hospital by Hinata. Nani? Hitaki Kakashi was even more shocked when he heard this. As early as just now, I felt something was wrong with Gaara, and that chakra was a bit chilling. But no one thought, he turned out to be Jinchuriki of Tsunade. This time things seem to be really playing big. Chapter 85. Ino's shock. Nani, Hinata, do you like White Yasha? Might Guy is fighting the enemy. Kakashi. He looked back at Kakashi. You, White Yasha, just wanted to ask what Kakashi was doing. Might Guy is also sharp-eyed, and also spotted Subai sitting on the chair. Hateful, you're not going to make an enemy of Konoha village at this time, are you? Might Guy jumped and kicked two Otogakure ninjas. No, I just came to see Hinata play. Who knew it would happen, this kind of thing? You keep busy, I will withdraw first. Subai smiled. The space distorted for a while, and the portal appeared beside him. Seeing this, Yakushi Kabuto wearing an Anbu mask finally stopped sweating. Fortunately, this guy didn't fill us out as an enemy. Yakushi Kabuto let out a long breath. He was afraid that Subai would stab him suddenly. Wait a moment. However, at this moment, Hitaki Kakashi yelled, won't you help Hinata? Gaara is the Jinchuriki of Tsunade. Hinata she, Hitaki Kakashi said anxiously. Although he didn't know Gaara's identity before, since Subai in front of him knew that Gaara was a Jinchuriki, he probably wouldn't watch Hinata in distress. Hinata, when she is in danger, she can use time and space ninjutsu to escape just like me. So, nothing to worry about. That's it, I'm going first. Subai waved at Hitaki Kakashi, and was sucked in directly by the portal. Wait for sleep. Why? Seeing Subai leave, Hitaki Kakashi showed bitterness. Things were really unexpected. This was really the worst decision in his life. But, who would have thought? Kakashi, don't show such an expression. We must now resist the joint attack of Yin village and Tsunade. Those children, you can only trust them. The other side, Parker the ninja dog leads the 8th and 10th squads. And Haruno Sakura, everyone was galloping through the woods. Did Neji and Tiantian go to the village to help? Yes, but it's not clear whether Neji can do it. After all, he hasn't fully recovered from his previous injury. Inuzuka Tooth's face was not very good looking. I remember that Tsunade is an ally of our Konoha village. Why is this happening? Yamanaka Ino looked confused. She had never seen such a battle. War. It's war. However, at this moment, Hinata's words caused everyone to look at her at the same time. Hinata, you seem very calm. No, Hinata was surprised by Ino's words, and said repeatedly, it's just that I was lucky enough to meet him before. Nani, have you seen war? Hinata, don't be joking, where did you see it? Inuzuka Ya and Shino's expressions darkened, and they hurriedly asked, we are in the same class, why haven't you mentioned it before? Facing everyone's surprise, Hinata didn't speak again. Seeing this, Haruno Sakura gritted his teeth and asked, did you meet Senior White Yasha? Yamanaka Ino and others were dumbfounded on the spot. Who? White Yasha, Senior, what the hell? Hey, little Sakura, what nonsense are you talking about? White Yasha, isn't that the wanted man with a bounty of 800 million? It's the man who kidnapped Hinata. Senior, this is, Yamanaka Ino asked excitedly. At this moment, she, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. It's no wonder Hinata's strength has improved so much. If you think it's right, you must have learned from White Yasha. Nani. This remark stunned Ino, Kiba, Shino and Choji even more. Hyūga Hinata, as the ninja of Konoha village, was jumped so hard by the criminals in the black market. This is impossible. Now, Hinata doesn't want to hide it anymore. And listening to Haruno Sakura's words, she knew very well that the pink hair in front of her must have been in contact with Subai. Yes, it's all thanks to Senior Subai that I can become so powerful. Without him, I would still be as weak as before and nothing would change. As soon as Subai was mentioned, Hyūga Hinata's face turned red immediately. But her remarks made others dumbfounded. Even Haruno Sakura, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, couldn't help but widen his eyes. I admitted it, Hinata admitted it personally. Sure enough, it's Senior Subai. It's just that Yamanaka Ino still can't accept it, and can't understand the reason. Hinata, isn't Shirayasha a bounty? Why would he help you? Yeah, Hinata, that doesn't make sense. Inuzuka Tooth followed suit, and even looked at Haruno Sakura, and... Little Sakura, how do you know? Haruno Sakura had no choice but to explain to everyone what happened to Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. The people who said it were even more frightened. You mean, Inuzuka was sweating coldly, you mean that the black-red energy that soared into the sky was emitted by Shiroyasha? Haruno Sakura nodded, quote. So powerful. Inuzuka Ya and Shino looked at each other and gasped. Shino's voice trembled a little and said, when Yoba and Shiroyasha met for the first time, the two of us actually wanted to fight him. Fortunately, he was fast enough. Before we could react, Hinata was captured. Otherwise, we will definitely be killed. No, Hyūga Hinata interrupted Shino at this moment. Weakly said. Zinao, Senior is not that kind of person, he doesn't like to kill casually. And, Senior Subai is very gentle, and he cooks delicious food. Haruno Sakura. But I just like to take advantage of it. Hinata blushed more and more. Yamanaka Ino narrowed his eyes and looked at Hinata in front of him, and he was instantly transparent. There is a problem. Hinata, do you like Shiroyasha? As soon as this remark came out, Hyūga Hinata's tender body trembled. This matter. Seeing Hinata's strange appearance, everyone understood immediately. Yamanaka Ino even looked at Haruno Sakura. Hey, little Sakura, it's really strange. Hinata doesn't like handsome guys, but likes ugly guys like Shirayasha. Haruno Sakura, what are you saying? Ino's words exceeded Haruno Sakura's expectations. But then I thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. She was just like herself back then. She had never seen the real Bai Yasha, she just heard from hearsay that Bai Yasha was very scary and frightening. Naturally, it is attributed to the type of people who are not good looking. Ino, what are you talking about? You actually said that Senior Subai is ugly. Haruno Sakura raised her voice and shouted. Yamanaka Ino's eyes widened when he heard the sound, and he quickly blocked Haruno Sakura's mouth. Hey. Are you crazy? Are you afraid that Hinata won't hear you? Damn guy, you have a big head and a smart head, why are you acting stupid at this time? But immediately, Yamanaka Ino smelled a conspiracy. Haruno Sakura has been yelling, Senior Subai, since just now, which is clearly showing his favor. Could it be that? B************** D little Sakura, isn't Shiroyasha very handsome? But seeing that Haruno Sakura kept his mouth shut, Yamanaka Ino affirmed what he was thinking. Good guy, damn your brain, you actually plot against me. Just when Ino was about to stab Haruno Sakura in front of him, Hinata turned around and said with a smile, Senior is certainly not ugly. But it's okay, I don't care what you say, Ino. After all, the seniors themselves don't care. That was natural, just like Subai told Hinata back then. The mouth grows on others, no matter what they say so much, can I still live? Sorry. After Ino smiled awkwardly, he said apologetically, I didn't expect Shiroyasha to be so generous. Haruno Sakura. No, you know what, even if you call him ugly, he is actually handsome. If Bai Yasha is really as ugly as you think, try calling him ugly, I'm afraid he will give you a knife if he doesn't come up. Ninja Parker wrinkled his nose and said suddenly, okay, stop chatting here. There are pursuers behind. There are 8 people, no, 9 people. When Parker said this, his face changed again. There are 2 more people coming towards us at a very fast speed. Ask for flowers. It adds up to 11 people. Nani. When they heard that 11 people were chasing after them, everyone was stunned. They all showed fear in their eyes. Hey, why did you get caught up so quickly? Ino and Haruno Sakura shouted in unison. Shikamaru also seemed to be a little busy, maybe they have been following us since we first posted. However, at this time, Parker's words brought everyone into the abyss. The speed of those 9 people is much faster than ours. The remaining 2 are faster. Nani, the meaning is obvious. The strength of those 9 people will definitely not be weaker than them. Even stronger than them. Based on this calculation, that person's strength is probably at least at the level of Chunin. Those 2 faster guys, perhaps the power lies with Jōnin. Nara Shikamaru's conjecture made Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura turn pale with fright. The opponent is not only stronger than them, but also should not have more people than them. In this case, Ino looked at Shikamaru with a trembling voice. Shikamaru nodded and said, once we are caught up by them, our entire army may be wiped out. Everyone. Scare. That dog. Don't scare us. Yeah, don't scare us. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka looked at Parker with surprised and trembling eyes, but Parker didn't say a word. Wow, Akamaru. You mean, Zero. After hearing Akamaru's call, Inuzuka Ya's face also changed. That's right, Akamaru felt it too. Those people may really be much stronger than us. Just when everyone was terrified, Hinata and Parker shouted at the same time, everyone, stop and be careful. The voice of one person and one dog just fell. Everyone stopped immediately. Hi, Hinata. Just when Haruno Sakura was about to ask, a burst of laughter suddenly appeared in front of him. Haha, I didn't expect your reactions to be so sensitive. With laughter, two strong men came out slowly. The forehead protectors they wear on their heads are exactly the forehead protectors of Cloud Shinobi Village. Hateful, I didn't expect your speed to be so fast. When Parker saw the two people who appeared, the dog couldn't help but sweat a little on his face. The strength of these two people in front of them must be at the level of Jōnin. That forehead protector, you are the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. Haruno Sakura was shocked when he saw this. Why did the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village appear in this place, and what is their purpose? I didn't expect Tsunade to betray the alliance of Konoha Village and start a war. That bunch of idiots really did us a favor. The short Cloud Shinobi with a sticky face and egghead laughed. The other one also said, yes. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of the Konoha Village exam to sneak in to see if there was any chance. I didn't expect that damn D***********D Shirayasha to send the young lady of the Hyūga family back. It should be the people from the Zong family who were right this time. Yes, we don't need her in person, we just need to kill her, put her head back and close her eyes. Boom. The dialogue between the two scared the Xiaoqiang opposite them to death. When have you seen such a scene? When I came up, I was about to cut off Hinata's head and snap off the eyeballs. Isn't this like what Subai was rumored to do? Hey, you don't come out to joke, do you? Hearing the sound, Yamanaka Ino asked with a trembling delicate body and a smile. It's a pity that the other party's face darkened, and he said with a disdainful smile, huh. Konoha Village has been peaceful for too long, otherwise how could the new generation of ninjas say such ridiculous things? Okay, enough nonsense, let's go. The two were just about to start. Brush, brush, brush. Several figures appeared behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. Seeing this, the two frowned slightly. Who are you? A ninja from Yinyan Village. The 9 people who came from Yinyan Village were stunned when they saw the ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village. People from Cloud Shinobi Village. What is your purpose? It's over. Being double-teamed back and forth, Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart suddenly sank. We're going to take that girl. Cloud Shinobi pointed to Hinata and said lightly. The ninjas of Yinyan Village heard the words and looked at their captain at the same time. Captain Yinyan nodded. That's right, we will help you too, but please work harder, we can kill all these little ghosts as soon as possible. Chapter 86. Haruno Sakura, am I so easy? After a few simple conversations, Yinyan Village Ninja and Cloud Shinobi Village Ninja have a clear division of labor. 2 Cloud Shinobi against Hyūga Hinata. Juming Yinyan dealt with other Xiaoqiangs. Look, the Yinyan Village Ninja was gearing up, his twisting neck rattled. Deal with a few brats, hurry up, and get rid of them. Go back to Konoha Village and kill their villagers. Cut. Otonen's words made all Konoha Xiaoqiang gnash their teeth. But the gap in strength still made them tremble a little. Let's fight them. To kill one is one. Inuzuka Tooth stared at Otonen fiercely. Hyūga Hinata was also nervously moving her eyes. She is very clear that no matter whether she can defeat these people or not, as long as she wants to run away, the other party is completely rich and she has nothing to do. She can run away, but the other companions will all die here. Thinking of this, Hyūga Hinata felt a little guilty. Sorry, senior. Tet, you must stay and fight the enemy to the death. 260, glanced at the number of the opponent, but Hinata was even more nervous. Once the other party threatens other companions, it will be bad. But at this moment, the space suddenly distorted. The portal suddenly appeared beside Hinata. Subai then walked out from the portal. Senior, seeing Subai appearing, Hinata was startled at first, but a smile filled his face immediately. Subai, who? Yamanaka Ino shook his head back and forth. Senior, who is it? Could it be that? White Yasha, hey, little Sakura, is that Shirayasha? Ino hurriedly looked at Haruno Sakura only to find that Haruno Sakura's eyes were shining with countless little stars. Steady, Ino, yes, he is Shirayasha. Seeing that Haruno Sakura ignored Ino, Shino hastily added something. Yamanaka Ino, Nani. For a moment, Yamanaka Ino froze in disbelief. So handsome, isn't it the man-eating devil that was said, with a face full of flesh and scars? Ah this, which B***********D is it that spread rumors to fool my wife? As soon as Subai came out, he found that there were so many people surrounding Hinata and the others. Can't help frowning. The tone was a little unfriendly. Hinata, why are these two guys standing here alive and kicking? Subai originally thought that according to Hinata's current level, it should be no problem to deal with these 2 Cloud Shinobi. Although he told Kakashi Hinata can escape through the portal. But according to Hinata's personality, it is absolutely impossible to abandon her companions and escape alone. So come and see. As a result, they didn't meet Gaara, but found that several people were surrounded by people. Seeing that Subai was displeased, Hinata blushed immediately and twitched. They just caught up with us. Subai, knowing that you are being chased, why don't you just turn around and kill them on the spot? Do you have to wait until you are surrounded by others before you prepare to attack? It's really, go back and clean you up. What a good excuse. Subai was secretly pleased, and then turned to look at the duo of Cloud Shinobi Village. At a glance, the two of Cloud Shinobi Village only felt their entire skin tremble. Unconsciously, the hairs stood on end. Bai Yasha. The two of them took a few steps back unconsciously, and said hesitantly, could it be, do you want to be an enemy of our Cloud Shinobi Village again? What? White Yasha. At first, the ninjas of Yinyan Village thought that the little powerhouses in Konoha Village were joking with them again, and purposely Shiroyasha came to scare them. But looking at the expressions of the two of Cloud Shinobi Village, they realized that the person in front of them seemed to be the man who offered a reward of 800 million taels on the black market. Orochimaru and Inuzuka Fang looked around and noticed that they were nervous. Immediately feared in my heart. Awesome, does the name alone make these people afraid to move? Subai looked at the duo of Cloud Shinobi Village, and said calmly, the thing with you Cloud Shinobi Village is not once or twice. I usually make a joke with you guys at Cloud Shinobi Village. But it's embarrassing for you to focus on my people. I can only send you to die. Do you usually hang out with Cloud Shinobi Village? Hearing this, several people were stunned again. Could it be that Senior Subai had a big feud with Cloud Shinobi Village? But Hyūga Hinata didn't think about that at all right now. She kept repeating in her mind what Subai said in the middle, my people. Isn't that referring to her? I hate it, Senior Subai. So many people are listening. Subai's words calmed down the Cloud Shinobi duo on the spot. If it is death to advance or retreat, then it is better to give it a go. Damn it, we fought with you. Earth-style to Liubo. ... The land sent out bursts of fluctuations, lifted up like waves. The tall ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village jumped on it with a whoosh. Earth-style earth-cracking needle. The rock wave began to fluctuate with the seal of Cloud Shinobi, and when it rose backwards, it turned into sharp thorns. It suddenly pierced Subai's eyebrows. Swish. The sound of breaking through the air. Blue chakra light emerged from Subai's palm. The elongated chakra scalpel directly sliced through the stabbing attacks from the opponent. Crash. Accompanied by the pungent smell of blood, the ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village was split in half on the spot. Impossible. What the hell is going on here? Seeing this, everyone struggled violently in their hearts. The tragic death of Cloud Shinobi made their scalps tingle even more. It's Jōnin from Cloud Shinobi Village. You didn't understand anything, and you were cut in half with a knife. Also, what the hell is that knife? It feels like it's made entirely of chakra. Orochimaru looked stiff, and while thinking about the problem in his heart, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Fortunately, Shiroyasha has an unusual relationship with Hinata, and it would be terrifying to think about being his enemy. The remaining all-faced egg-headed Cloud Shinobi was even more startled, and his eyes quickly popped out. Isn't Shiroyasha the ninja who doesn't kill Cloud Shinobi Village? He is naturally aware of this matter, the most is to break the arm and break the leg. And even though the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village wailed and cursed at Subai, he didn't see him taking his life. I thought the other party was afraid of their Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, so they didn't dare to go too far. But now, he looked down at the two halves of his companion. The all-faced braised head was terrified. Wow. Quote. After he screamed a few times, he turned his head and wanted to run back. Hinata, kill him, Subai said lightly, then turned to look at the other Shoukyangs in Konoha Village. Hinata was also slightly taken aback. I just told my companion that Subai doesn't like to kill people, and the result. What a slap in the face. But I remembered that the two of them were going to cut off their heads and gouge out their eyes just now. Hyūga Hinata gritted her teeth, and looked at Cloud Shinobi who was fleeing in a hurry. 8 trigrams air palm. Boom. After a soft sound, everyone saw that the body of Cloud Shinobi who was running away suddenly jumped up like a marble. The blood draws a beautiful parabola directly from the sky. Then he fell heavily to the ground, as if he was not breathing. The remaining 9 Yinyan village ninjas will be handed over to you. Gaara ahead, don't pass by. Of course, if you have to die, just pretend I didn't say so. Subai left a word. Snapped. 5.5 snapped his fingers. The Night of God activated, and all of Konoha Shoukyang's bodies suddenly emitted a faint blue light. What is this feeling? Inuzuka's body trembled. Wow. Akamaru on his shoulder also jumped up excitedly. Our strength has been strengthened. Aburame Shino felt the chakra surging in his body unbelievably, and he was very excited. Don't be so excited, this is only temporary. As for Gaara's matter, I'll just go over and take a look. Gaara is fine. In fact, the current Gaara is just running for his life. It's a pity that Uchiha Sasuke, the Iron Man, insisted on chasing after receiving the order. It was really a pity that it was shot to death. Wait until Subai's figure disappears. Various cries came from the woods. Tooth, parasite bugs, shadow imitation, heart-turning technique, meat bomb chariot, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Haruno Sakura, Chapter 87. Tamari, for Sunagaku, spread out. Picture. Shadow killer, deep in the woods. At this time, Gaara has already turned into a half-tailed beast, and he is fighting with Uchiha Sasuke. Tamari and Kankuro were trembling nearby. Neither of the siblings dared to step forward to help Gaara. The reason is that Gaara warned the two before that he had to make a break with Uchiha Sasuke. Whoever dares to step forward to help will die. You are my prey, Sasuke. Gaara, who entered the tailed beast, became more irritable. The two eyeballs sway left and right, trying to find out where Sasuke is hiding, only hiding. Sasuke, you coward. Uchiha Sasuke, who was hiding behind a tree, was horrified. He didn't expect Gaara to hide such a terrifying power, especially seeing the monster-like arm growing out of his right side. Sasuke feels that the current Gaara can no longer be described by human beings. Cut. Hearing Gaara call himself a coward, Sasuke naturally couldn't accept it. What's more, his task is to chase Gaara, and he can't retreat. Hateful. Sasuke gritted his teeth. With a whoosh, he jumped out from behind the tree. It turned out to be here. Seeing Sasuke appear, Gaara was drooling, and excitedly stretched out his tailed beast-like right arm towards Sasuke. The thick and long arms of the crane quickly reached out to Sasuke. The speed is fast. Sasuke couldn't dodge at all. At the moment of the hit, a piece of his abdomen was hollowed out, and his whole body flew out. When hitting a tree, boom, turned into a piece of wood. Body replacement technique. Sasuke. Gaara roared again, words filled with disdain. Right now, but Sasuke's voice came from above his head. I'm here. When the voice fell, Sasuke took out 6 kunai with both hands. Throw it at Gaara. Seeing this painless attack, Gaara raised his right arm casually. It easily blocked the attack. Met. After kunai stuck on Gaara's right arm, he seemed to be trapped in mud and sand. Until Ku 12 was completely swallowed, Gaara smiled evilly. I will return it all to you. Whoosh whoosh. 6 bitterness with flames were shot out. It is so powerful that it can break through several wooden branches. Kunai's speed is too fast. Sasuke is still unable to dodge. It's a pity that Sasuke's figure disappeared when Kuwuji commander helped him. Gaara frowned slightly, with a slightly displeased expression. Is it clone technique? You coward, don't hide like a mouse, come out if you have the ability. Uchiha, Sasuke, why don't you come out, why run away? The monster-like roar made Temari and Kankuro turn pale. This feeling, that's right, Gaara is even crazier. Sure enough, after Gaara finished yelling, his eyes were tearing apart. After a cry of pain, Gaara clutched her head tightly. He knelt on the ground on the spot. Memories, bad memories come flooding back. It was when he was a child, helping the children in the village to pick up the high ball. But when everyone saw it was him, they ran away in fright. It's Gaara, run. Why run away when you see me? Wait a minute, don't leave me alone. The more Gaara thought about it, the angrier she became. His eyes were bloodshot. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, you can't escape. Ah, Gaara opened her mouth wide, and the saliva flowed out continuously. Due to tail beastization, the teeth on his right side have turned into sharp fangs. Uchiha Sasuke, don't try to escape. With one paw down, the trees in front of Gaara's eyes were snapped off on the spot. This is not the end. He jumped up and destroyed all the trees in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Gaara laughed wildly and kept scanning her eyes, trying to find out where Sasuke was. Are you afraid of me? Coward, Sasuke. However, Uchiha Sasuke was hiding behind a tree not far away at this time. Terrified. What kind of brute force is this? It has such a terrifying breaking power. This guy, the strength is too strong. Uchiha Sasuke is certainly not stupid. If he went out like this, he might really be killed by the monster in front of him. Should we retreat first? He looked up into the distance. Sasuke squeezed his fist lightly. Why didn't Konoha village send reinforcements? Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, what the hell is going on with them? At present, Sasuke can only pin his hopes on these two people. Uzumaki Naruto has been knocked down and went to the hospital. Cut. It's really evil, but at this time, Naruto was admitted to the hospital. It's also unclear whether the hospital has been affected. Uchiha Sasuke. At this time, Gaara yelled again. He had seen Sasuke's eyes, understood Sasuke's eyes. Yes, same as him. Those eyes are full of hatred. Are you afraid of me? Is your hatred and killing intent covered by fear? Hey, it's so pitiful. Are you at the level of a close friend? Is it just this level of existence? Come and fight with me, feel it, and confirm your value in existence. Come out, you coward. Gaara snarled a few times in disdain. Shuhei's paw on the right arm even raised his middle finger. Made an international gesture, and Uchiha Sasuke hiding behind the tree. But he was deeply hurt by his words. Can't help but think of what Uchiha Itachi once said to him. Standing up slowly, Sasuke's waist stood up. What is the purpose of surviving? That, of course, to kill Uchiha Itachi. However, if you shrink back from such a person. Sasuke seals quickly. Lightning flashed in the palm of his hand. Hearing the sizzle sound, Gaara turned around and looked behind the tree not far behind. The blue-white light immediately caught his attention, and Sasuke didn't run away anymore, and walked out slowly. That is, Temari and Kankuro were shocked when they saw Chidori. This is exactly the ninjutsu that Chunin exam commander helps penetrate Gaara's absolute defense. If Gaara gets hurt again, he will be even crazier, and no one will be able to stop him, and everyone present will die. Run, run, run for your life, Temari. No one can stop Gaara, Kankuro said tremblingly. He could clearly see the excitement on Gaara's face. No need to guess, because Chidori hurt Gaara. Chidori's reappearance will only make him more excited. But, Temari put his hands on his chest, his left hand tightly clutching his right. The two white legs kept shaking. He wanted to run again, but he was afraid that something might happen to Gaara. Coupled with the trembling of fear, she seems to be a little unable to walk now. Beauty, look at your frightened appearance, do you think your legs can't move anymore? Do you need help? Give you a lift? At this moment, a strange voice sounded from behind the siblings. The two were startled when they heard the words, and turned their heads behind them quickly. But Subai was looking at the two with a smile all over his face. Who is this person who is not afraid of death? Kankuro was visibly taken aback. Under such a crisis situation, there are still people who will take the initiative to come over to join in the fun. Look at his weak appearance, and he doesn't have a forehead protector on him. I'm afraid it's not a passing villager. Can't you see what's going on? He looked at Subai with a smile on his face. Kankuro is also in admiration. The so-called those who don't know have no fear. Presumably he is referring to this kind of idiot in front of him. Subai gave Kankuro a blank look, and said angrily, who are you? Don't you see that I am talking to this beautiful woman? Is it related to you? Are you an opera singer? The face painting is gaudy. Kankuro. If it was normal, Kankuro would have taken out his puppet and tore the impolite person in front of him to pieces. But now the situation, he could only hope that Subai's voice would be quieter. Avoid putting Gaara to the side. I don't want to fight with you. But I hope you leave quickly and don't shout here. As soon as Kankuro finished speaking, he saw that Subai didn't respond to him at all. What's more, Subai had already pinched Temari's face while Temari was trembling. Look at how terrified you look. As long as you leave here with me, you don't have to be afraid. Certainly, I'm not a dangerous person. At most, in 2 years, you Tsunade can have a few more children who pop out of your stomach. What? The siblings were startled when they heard this. The guy in front of him actually knew their identities. Who are you? Seeing his sister being bullied, Lang hurriedly reached out to take Subai's clutches away. But he was caught by Subai in an instant. With a slight force, Kankuro suddenly felt his whole arm go numb. The pain gradually spread to the whole body. Who the hell are you? Kankuro was in pain, beads of sweat rolled down his face. Gritting my teeth, he stared at Subai fiercely. Seeing this, Temari naturally understood that the guy in front of him was not easy to mess with, and quickly asked, who are you? What is your purpose? Nasty man. If it weren't for Temari's trembling with fright and lack of strength, according to her violent temper, she would have taken out her 3-star fan and turned into an Iron Fan princess long ago. Subai, never heard of it. Temari shook his head and begged, whoever you are, can you let Kankuro go first? Well, she is really a good sister who loves her brother. As soon as Subai let go, Kankuro immediately grabbed his wrist. He looked at Subai warily. Even his relationship with Temari is clear. The person in front of me. Definitely not your average person. Subai, could it be that? Kankuro seemed to remember something. The eyeballs are wide open. Could it be that you are the rumored White Yasha? Temari. Kankuro's words undoubtedly brought great shock to Temari. The Gaara matter has not yet come to fruition. Suddenly, White Yasha appeared again. White Yasha. After looking at Subai in amazement, Temari anxiously confirmed the result. Subai nodded and admitted generously. This move made Temari inexplicably flustered. I have also heard rumors about White Yasha. He usually wears a black knife around his waist. But you, to a beautiful woman in Konoha village. 357. Subai naturally knew what Temari meant, so he said it casually without paying too much attention to it. For the beauties in Konoha village. This. At first, he didn't believe it, but when he thought about Subai's mopping up behavior just now, Temari felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said. So he asked more vigilantly. Then, White Yasha, what is your purpose for coming here? Are you coming to deal with us? Hateful. Kankuro is naturally not stupid. He heard that Subai even gave the swordsman such an important saber to the people of Konoha village. To say that he has nothing to do with Konoha village, ghosts would believe it. No, I'm not that busy. Nonsense. You gave the most important saber of the Wandering Swordsman to the people in Konoha village, and you said that you are not our enemy. Subai glanced at Kankuro, who looked nervous, and shook his head helplessly. I said it just now, if Temari comes with me. You Tsunade may be able to have a few more children with my magical power in the future. It's not much better than a saber. What a load of nonsense. Kankuro couldn't listen anymore. Subai's name is indeed resounding, but few people can see him make a move. Who knows if he is strong or not? Please stop talking nonsense. Although Temari has a bold and unrestrained personality, he has never heard such despicable words since he was a child. She flushed with shame and forgot about Gaara. In a hurry, he pushed towards Subai with both hands. As a result, Subai made a dodge, and after Temari pushed short, the whole person fell from a high branch. Temari. Kankuro's heart tightened. Damn it. One thing after another. He was just about to reach out and wrap his arms around Temari with the chakra thread that operated the puppet. But Subai had already appeared below. Already holds Temari in his arms. However, at this moment, Kankuro only felt a figure fly by beside him. He slammed into the opposite tree trunk hard. Take a closer look. It was Uchiha Sasuke. ... Kankuro swallowed. A coolness rose behind him. HMPH, what's wrong? Is this the level of your existence value? Hearing Gaara's voice mocking Sasuke, he mechanically turned his head away. Seeing this, it scared me into a cold sweat. Gaara at this time, not only is the right arm a thick Shuhei arm, there is an extra tail behind him. Kankuro is too familiar with this situation. Gaara's rampage is getting worse and worse, and it won't be long before he may become the one that haunts Kankuro's heart. A terrible monster that cannot be waved away for a long time. Chapter 88. You are ugly and not sweet, there must be no girls in the village who like you. Picture. In fact, Sister Nan is the first generation's leg shadow, and Haidu should be the second generation's leg shadow. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Sasuke sat slumped on the branch, and his strength was a little weak. Gaara laughed even more crazily after seeing it. After laughing, I still don't forget to continue to mock Sasuke. Sasuke. You are really naive. Why are you so weak? It's because your hatred is too weak. The power of hatred is the power of killing intent. The power of killing intent is the power of revenge. Gaara's words inadvertently reminded Sasuke of Uchiha Itachi, and these words deeply hurt Sasuke's heart. Shut up. Sasuke lowered his head and roared loudly. Too bad Gaara ignored Sasuke's impotent rage. Continued. Your hate is weaker than mine, do you know what that means? I tell you to shut up. Sasuke raised his head and looked at Gaara angrily. That means, you are weaker than me, Sasuke. Gaara's wanton jokes made Sasuke explode with anger. After barely standing up, he squeezed out some chakra again with all his might. Chidori suddenly appeared in his hand again. The interaction between the two seems to be too focused, completely oblivious to Kankuro who was sandwiched between them. At this time, Kankuro was in a cold sweat. Because Sasuke has already left, and he can also feel the strangeness coming from behind. Presumably Gaara was on his way too. It's over. It's dead now. Thinking of this, Kankuro closed his eyes in fear. Just this momentary effort, he felt empty under his feet, and his whole body fell downward. When he felt it again, he found that he was firmly held by Subai. Chidori. When Sasuke and Gaara in the air were about to confront each other, Sasuke suddenly felt exhausted. The sudden thunder light also became weaker. Just when he was about to despair, a deadly blue light suddenly appeared on his body. Power surged up instantly. Chidori. Although it felt strange, Sasuke didn't have time to think about it. The thunder light in the palm flourished again, piercing through Gaara's entire crane's arm with one blow. Crash. After the sand attached to her arm fell off, Gaara let out a painful whine. Gaara, Temari and Kankuro were also taken aback by the strange phenomenon before them. Why did Sasuke, who was already weak, suddenly produce strength? Could it be that? Kankuro looked at Subai. Could it be that you did something wrong? Thump. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Kankuro was thrown to the ground by Subai. What do you mean by hands and feet? Your little brother really doesn't listen to what you say. Among the girls in Sunagaku, it must not be very popular. I saved you and Temari just now, it's not too much to help Sasuke, you're even. You can really open your eyes and talk nonsense. Kankuro, who was lying on the ground, decided not to get up for the time being, and looked at Subai slightly. What happened to Temari was obviously caused by you, are you ashamed to just open your mouth to save others? And when am I blind? Don't think I didn't see where your hands were when you hugged Temari. Besides, if you just fall from a tree, you won't be able to kill anyone. The B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** clenched his fist. The strength is not only restored, it is even stronger than before. What exactly is going on? He turned around slowly and stared at Gaara, but from the corner of his eyes, he found the three of Subai under the tree. White Yasha, Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback. Swish, the body moves. The next moment, he came directly to Subai's side. White Yasha, did you use some spells on me just now? After hearing Sasuke's words, Subai lightly kicked Kankuro under his feet. Listen to what Sasuke said, he is handsome and sweet. You know why so many girls like him, it's not like you. The face is painted gaudy, and the mouth is not sweet. If it weren't for your sister's face, I would be lazy to care about you. Kankuro. Hearing this, Kankuro wished he could jump up and beat Subai hard on the back of the head. But due to the fact that he couldn't fight, and Gaara's roar was too terrifying, he still chose to lie on the ground motionless, as if he had become a corpse. Well, your current strength has been temporarily improved. There are no side effects, but I'm afraid that if you fight too much, it will bring great fatigue to your body after the spell loses its effect. Just pay attention. Uchiha Sasuke nodded after hearing Subai's explanation. By the way, his eyes aimed at Temari, who was strangled by Subai's waist. Originally, I wanted to ask something, but Sasuke's brain was still bright. The subject changed, and he asked lightly, Bai Yasha, about the thing you said you wanted to guide me. When did you start? But Sasuke's words made Temari and Kankuro frown. These two were indeed a team. Let's talk about it after finishing the matter in front of us. Go, go, go. Subai pushed Sasuke and signaled him to continue fighting with Gaara. Sasuke glanced at Temari again, with a little disdain in his heart. White Yasha, this hateful guy. If he is a girl, maybe he has already started to guide himself. Dispelling the thoughts in his mind, Sasuke did not intend to argue with Subai about these meaningless things. Don't irritate him at that time, it's really bad if you don't care about anything. After all, Subai is not Hatake Kakashi, who can let himself play with his temper. Thinking of this, Sasuke didn't say anything, the figure moved and returned to the tree again. Hey, you also said that it has nothing to do with Konoha village. I heard it during the Chunin exam, and it seems that you also coached Konoha village's Hyūga Hinata, and she became so powerful. This time it's Sasuke's turn again, and that unnamed beauty from Konoha village. You, put me down. Temari kept shaking his legs and arms, expressing his dissatisfaction with Subai. Plop. Immediately, like Konkuro, she fell to the ground. Hiss. It hurts. Temari grinned, bared angrily, and stood up. Just as he was about to accuse Subai of being barbaric, Gar's more terrifying cry came from above his head. Look up. Temari's delicate body trembled even more. If this continues, Gaara will definitely turn into a monster. At this time, Gaara's whole body has been completely covered by sand, and both arms have completely turned into the arms of the crane. The big tail behind him swung non-stop, and the one tail was pulled away, and the tree as thick as 5 people was cut off in an instant. Shiroyasha, do you have a way to stop Gaara? If Gaara turns into that monster, we'll all die. In desperation, Temari asked Subaifeng for help. But unfortunately, the purpose of Subai's coming here is really to see the legendary Shuhei. I also want to see what level my strength is now. No, I can't make a move. It's not fair to Gaara. This is a battle between Sasuke and him, and I can't interfere. But don't worry, if there is a serious problem, I will take you away, there will be no danger at all. Subai sighed, pretending to be extremely fair. And tell Temari not to worry her. Konkuro, running with Temari, what about me? It's a pity that Jutai didn't have the nerve to ask such a question. But even if he asked, the answer he got would be a blessing to himself. Snort. Sasuke dodged several sand shurikens thrown by Gaara, with a hint of disdain on the corner of his mouth. Such a body is so flexible and convenient, and the strength is also much stronger than the previous self. White Yasha, sure enough, there are many secret methods that can make people stronger. Even though Sasuke knew that the current power was temporary, he was still addicted to it. Originally, he could only release 3 Chidori shots a day. He who had already used it up today, now held Chidori again without any effort. Chidori, swish. Sasuke flicked the thunder light left and right, shattered the incoming sand shuriken, and rushed towards Gaara quickly. What? Facing Sasuke whose speed increased, Gaara was also shocked. Too late to avoid, he had no choice but to make a defensive posture with both arms, allowing Chidori to directly penetrate the arms of the 2 guarding cranes. Wow, Gaara screamed in pain, but Sasuke didn't seem to want to give up the attack. Taking advantage of Gaara's injury, he turned over and kicked Gaara on the chin. Lion bombardment. Under the bonus of the Night of God, Sasuke's physical skills have also been greatly improved. Gaara, who was covered in sand, was kicked up with one kick. Bang bang. A few hard hits. Sasuke kicked Gaara directly from the sky to the ground. Boom. After a loud noise, dust and smoke rose everywhere. Gaara's whole person forcibly sank into the ground. HMPH. Vulnerable. Yujirang let out a cry. Lightning reappears in the palm of your hand. This blow will kill you. Gaara sat up reluctantly after hearing the chirping of birds from above. Impossible. Uchiha Sasuke, why did you suddenly become so powerful? Impossible, he kept muttering in his heart, and the civet cat's pupils suddenly closed. Gaara roared to herself. My existence will not disappear, it will not disappear. The one who is going to die is you. Uchiha Sasuke cast a disdainful look at Gaara. Just a lost dog, is it just powerless to roar? Just when Sasuke was about to get up and launch the last Chidori, the washing sand like a huge wave suddenly rose from the ground. Scared, Sasuke's heart trembled, and he quickly moved away. Boom. After a loud noise, the sudden powerful impact made Sasuke stagger and almost fell from the tree. What happened? Uchiha Sasuke looked suddenly serious. An ominous premonition emerged from the bottom of his heart. However, after seeing this scene, Temari sat down on the ground completely frightened. Konkuro kept digging the dust in front of him with both hands, as if he wanted to bury himself. A huge figure enveloped the entire forest. Wait until the white smoke dissipates. Uchiha Sasuke was also frightened on the spot, his eyes straightened. Hey, look, what is that? Civet cat, it's a strange Jiao Qian Jiao thing. Where have you seen a civet cat as big as a mountain? On the other side, Konoha Xiaoqiang, who finished cleaning up the ninjas of Yinyan village, is touting the magic of Subai. Yamanaka Ino was about to ask Hinata about Subai when he heard a strange movement in the distance. Look up. It was only then that a civet cat the size of a small mountain appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this, Hyūga Hinata hurriedly looked towards the place where Shuzuru was with her supercilious eyes. This kind of monster, is it the same monster as the nine-tails demon fox in Naruto that Senior Subai said? Hateful, sweat dripped from Hinata's eyebrows, anxiously looking for Subai's figure. As that, Sasuke, Hinata saw Sasuke who was stunned on the tree, and felt even more anxious, and then looked around Sasuke again. Finally, under a tree, I found Subai's figure. Senior Subai, Subai. Hearing the sound, Yamanaka Ino hurriedly came to Hinata's side. Hinata, do you mean that it was Subai who fought that monster? Unfortunately, Hinata shook her head. I don't know very well. But, those 2 ninjas with Tsunade, Sasuke, Paper, and Senior Subai, Tsunade's 2 ninjas, shouldn't it be 3? Could it be that the monster is Haruno Sakura's face was also frightened with several black lines. As soon as she finished speaking, Nara Shikamaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Little Sakura, what do you mean? Gaara, could that monster be Gaara? Chapter 89. Guarding the old silver coin of the crane, not martial arts. Jump jump jump. Every time Shuhei took a step, the ground trembled accordingly. When did Uchiha Sasuke see such a battle? I was so scared that I didn't know what to say. The swaying tail of the crane slapped the ground, and the forest below was instantly shattered. Hum, Uchiha Sasuke, I want to see how much you can enjoy me. Gaara's indifferent voice surprised Sasuke even more. He was a little unsteady on his feet. As this Gaara's full-body-tailed bestialization, Subai can naturally feel the momentum from Shuhei. It's just that he also knows that this is not Shuhei Benhei. It is still Gaara who currently controls this power. But unfortunately, the relationship between Shuzuru and Gaara does not seem to be particularly good. So Gaara still can't exert the power of Jinchuriki's complete tail beast. Shuhei is very insidious, and he especially likes to go berserk while Jinchuriki is asleep. This also led to Gaara not having enough sleep time since childhood. The two big panda eyes may be caused by this reason. Do you know this monster? When Temari heard Subai talking about full-body-tailed animalization, his expression was slightly condensed, and he looked at Subai nervously and said, since you know how terrible this power is, why didn't you stop Gaara in the first place? It's too late now. Subai didn't respond to Temari's anxious complaint, but shouted to Sasuke, Sasuke, come here quickly. Sasuke heard the sound and glanced at Subai, hurriedly ran towards Subai. How should this monster deal with it? As soon as he stood firm, Sasuke asked anxiously, what the hell is going on with Gaara, isn't he human? Subai replied, it's a special kind of human being. Well, like Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as these words came out, Sasuke was even more startled. You mean Naruto? Seeing that Subai didn't continue talking, suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke realized. He suddenly remembered the scene where Naruto fought Hinata before. That strange orange-yellow chakra. The population of the village is called 617 Ninetails Demon Fox. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Shuzuru carefully. Tanuki, Fox, steady, the two seem to have something in common. Okay, let's not talk about it. You three get out of here quickly, and leave the rest to me. After Subai finished speaking, he kicked Kankuro who was lying on the ground. If you don't want to die, get up and run away. The other side of the distance. Konoha Xiaoqiang finally understood why Subai didn't let them get close to Gaara. Gaara's voice had already reached their ears just now. It's definitely Gaara's voice. Nara Shikamaru looked flustered and continued, we should evacuate this place now. Otherwise it will be affected in a short time, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to leave if I want to go. But Hyūga Hinata didn't want to leave at all, and even had an urge to run to Subai's side. Seems to have seen through her thoughts. Haruno Sakura grabbed Hinata's hand and said, Hinata, I know what you're thinking, but now is not the time to think about such things. It is absolutely impossible for the door to be the opponent of that kind of monster. Quote, and you don't need to worry about Senior Subai, he possesses time and space ninjutsu, if he really wants to leave, no one can stop him. If you really care about it, you will be chaotic. Hyūga Hinata thought for a moment and nodded. But at this time, a sharp roar came from a distance. Hey ha, I can finally come out. Hey, what's going on here? Who is this voice? Everyone's eardrums were about to burst from Shuhei's shrill cry. Hyūga Hinata also covered her ears with difficulty, and looked at Shuhei with her white eyes. That is, Gaara appeared on top of that monster, looking like, why does Gaara seem to be asleep? Fell asleep. Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura looked at each other. How could Gaara fall into a deep sleep at this time? Are you sure it's sleeping, or dead? Of course, these people naturally don't know Gaara's sleep technique. It is to use the sleeping time to let Shuhei appear in person, which is the so-called tailed beast rampage. Feeling the pressure from Shuhei, Hyūga Hinata looked at Suppo again. Only then did they realize that Subai had already stood on the top of the tree in front of Shuhei, and the powerful chakra overflowed, emitting black and red light. And Uchiha Sasuke, Temari, and Kankuro, the three have already fled towards the distance. Hey, as soon as he appeared on the scene, he found the person he wanted to kill. Shuhei in the distance can naturally feel the chakra emanating from Subai's body. And the black-red light is particularly eye-catching. But what makes Shuhei a little bit aggrieved is that the kid Gaara actually let himself out to deal with a kid. Shuhei's character is really interesting, he is a happy-tailed beast. Subai stood at the top of the tree, feeling the noise of the cranes. But Shuhei didn't seem to want to give Subai a chance. The big hand directly patted on his bulging stomach, wind style. Practicing empty bullets, the wind ball composed entirely of chakra is hitting Subai at a speed visible to the naked eye. Subai saw this. A sword swung out. The black and red laser slashes collided with the empty ammunition. Boom. The moment the roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, a typhoon-like wind disperses in all directions. Wow. Temari, Sasuke and Kankuro who were running for their lives were still slightly affected. After a scream, the three were blown away on the spot. What a powerful force this is. Sasuke stood up leisurely, only to find that Subai was also affected by the strong wind. Jumped from the original station to other treetops. Then another sword was swung out. The powerful laser light wiped out the three training empty bombs faintly visible in the air on the spot. Rumble. After the roar sounded, the laser light also scattered around. The entire sky was dyed crimson. Ah 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 ah. Seeing this, Yamanaka Ino crouched on the ground holding his head in fright. Even if the distance is so far, she can feel her fine hairs standing up continuously as if being electrocuted. Chakra scattered in the air, making her shudder. I really don't know how the two people at the scene felt. Several consecutive rounds of empty ammunition were blocked. Shuhei let out a doubt. This kid is a bit interesting. This energy is actually composed of pure chakra. It's more like the tailed beast bomb released by our tailed beast. It's just that Subai at this time seemed a bit boring. In the face of a huge tailed beast, I really don't have that kind of punching to the flesh, the feeling of hitting with a sword. Thinking of this, Subai looked at Uchiha Sasuke in the distance. At this time, the three of Sasuke hid behind the boulder. He stuck his head out and looked in Subai's direction. Temari and Kankuro, brother and sister, have been dumbfounded for a long time. As this White Yasha, facing that monster with one person's strength. As soon as the two finished talking, Sasuke smiled disdainfully and said, HMPH. That guy hasn't contributed at all. After hearing this, Temari froze in place. Is there no BCEG contribution? Meanwhile Kankuro suddenly remembered something. Does Temari remember that eerie black-red light in the dead forest? The truth of his words reminded Temari. Hearing this, Temari's pretty face trembled slightly, and she said in horror, could it be that the person who caused such great damage in the forest of death was White Yasha? Mentioning this matter, Uchiha Sasuke had to say proudly, it is this person. And against him is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru. Temari and Kankuro looked slightly startled. Why does this name sound so familiar? It's a pity that the two of them didn't have time to think about it, and Sasuke shouted loudly, the storm is coming, pay attention to avoid it. As soon as the words came out, the three also forgot their identities as hostile to each other. They all fell to the ground. Even though they were hiding behind the boulder, the three of them could still feel the strong attack of the storm. Wait until everything is calm. The three looked up, and were even more surprised by the messy scene in front of them. The trees were cut off, and even the boulder just now was broken by 2/3 by the strong storm. No, this distance is still not safe enough. We've got to go a little further. Shuhei, what other tricks do you have? Use them quickly. I'm getting a little bored. Subai shouted loudly. This remark immediately made Shuhei feel extremely humiliated. Its wind-style training empty ammunition has absolutely no effect on Subai in front of him. Instead, the other party seemed to be playing with it. Playing its practice blanks like a baseball. Hateful. UB*********D. I'm going to blow you up right now. If you have the ability, you can cut my next move. Shuhei angrily shook its huge tail, sweeping away the forest behind his buttocks into flat ground in an instant. Hearing the sound, Subai nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Shuhei's bright civet eyes narrowed into a slit. I thought sinisterly in my heart. What a stupid and bloated guy, you can cut it. I think it is the tailed beast bomb or the sword in your hand that is more powerful. Very well, just wait for me. Shuhei let out a cry of joy. He opened his mouth suddenly. Purple, black and blue spheres of chakra kept gathering in his mouth. Is it really tailed beast bomb? A high-density pure chakra energy ball formed by continuous compression of yin-yang chakra in a ratio of 2:8. This chakra energy ball can be pushed out in one go, waiting for the moment of eruption to produce great destructive power. It can also swallow the assembled tailed beast bomb into its stomach. It is then jetted out in a laser light pattern. Wherever he went, there was no grass growing. It is definitely a hemp-level existence in ninja war. What is that monster doing? Sasuke couldn't understand Shuzuru's operation, and turned to look at Temari and Kankuro. But the two are equally confused. I have no idea what Shukaku is doing. Complete. When Gaara ran away in Sunagaku, they only knew that this monster was extremely destructive. Even a tail twitch can destroy a house. The siblings, who hid in the shelter every time, didn't know what moves Shuhei would make. I only know that every time after coming out, Sunagaku seems to be washed. Feel the chakra gathered. Shuhei's big civet cat eyes flashed a hint of cunning. Subbed, it swallowed the huge tailed beast bomb into its stomach in one gulp. The belly, which was already swollen, swelled into a huge sphere at this time. The ground under his feet also sank deeply. Why would it swallow that stuff? Uchiha Sasuke was dumbfounded for a moment. His face was full of sluggishness. That kind of thing doesn't look like a good thing no matter how you look at it. Shuhei just swallowed it into its stomach, isn't it afraid of bursting its own stomach? It's a pity that Temari and Kankuro still shook their heads, expressing their incomprehension. However, at this time, Subai frowned. Good guy, Shuhei is indeed an old yin cat. Didn't you say let him chop the tailed beast bomb? It broke its promise. However, the moment Shuhei devoured the tailed beast bomb, Subai knew exactly what it wanted to do. Without further ado, he held the handle of the sword with both hands. The Night of God is added. The light on the sword of vowed victory became rougher and brighter. Snort. Shuhei sneered in his heart. The closed mouth suddenly opened. Dazzling laser light burst out from its mouth. Where the tailed beast bomb passed, a deep pit was drawn out because of the ground. Seeing this, Subai didn't hold back. He waved the holy sword in his hand. The black and red laser light galloped towards the tailed beast bomb. Boom. The moment when two forces intertwine. The three of Sasuke only felt the ground tremble a few times under their feet. The tyrannical energy made them feel a great sense of oppression. Boom. After the two forces collided for a few breaths, a violent explosion occurred. It was as if an earthquake had occurred beneath the three of them. The ground trembled. In desperation, they could only lie on the ground again. HMPH. Brat, it's a little powerful, but Shuhei just wanted to praise that Subai's move can be evenly matched with his tailed beast bomb. But the black-red light flashed before its eyes. Immediately, a broad black and red laser beam struck Shuhei with overwhelming momentum. Shuhei. This is, what's the situation? Chapter 90. Tamari, when did you date White Yasha? Wow, the Shaoqiangs in Konoha village in the distance are crouching in a low-lying place with their heads in their arms. Frightened by the distant explosion and the vibrations, he cried loudly with his head in his arms. Hinata can raise her head to look at the scene in the distance. The red and black laser flashes across the side of Shuhei and directly penetrated the distant mountains. Boom! The flames soaring into the sky with crackling lightning and thunder blasted the distant mountain peaks flat. The powerful impact dissipated in all directions. Even Subai himself was knocked off his feet by the blow and fell from the top of the tree. Senior Subai, Hinata let out a cry. What's wrong? Hinata, could it be? Seeing Hinata's surprised look, Haruno Sakura's heart skipped a beat. If even Subai can't deal with that monster, how powerful is that monster? Unfortunately, Hinata shook her head. She saw Subai's figure pause in the process of falling, and an afterimage disappeared. Subai appeared on the top of the tree again. Hey, as expected of Senior Subai. Hinata covered her mouth and smiled. Haruno Sakura, what do you mean? Why is it suddenly hey? What does hey mean? The situation on Shukaku's side is less clear. The huge impact force produced by the explosion behind him made its huge body move forward continuously. Finally stopped. Shuhei was full of surprise. That brat, something scary. It has completely lost the confidence it had when it first came out. Wishing even now that Gaara would wake up quickly so she could be back in him. Tilting his head, Shuhei looked at his lost right arm. I was also terrified in my heart. It seems that because of the confrontation with the tailed beast bomb, the boy's attack was so thick that it deviated. Otherwise, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Otherwise, at that moment, even if he could not kill himself, Gaara would be dead. As long as Gaara is dead, it will also disappear for a while. Although it will regain its freedom after it reappears, there will still be other people from Ninja Village who will come to arrest Shen. It's better to stay in Sunagaku, which I'm used to. However, at this moment, Shuhei suddenly felt that the power in his body was gradually decreasing. It stared blankly. The big raccoon eyes slowly lost their luster. It looks like that kid Gaara was also woken up after being affected by this incident. That's good, hehe. The old Yinmao sneered a few times in his heart. But there was a whining of complaint. Damn. I just came out not long ago. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Shuhei's eyes completely lost their luster and turned dead gray. Only the huge body made of sand was left standing among the trees. This is, what happened? Gaara, who was woken up, was still a little dazed. He seemed to have forgotten that he was currently in combat. Before he could fully wake up, Shuhei's voice came from inside his body, "Little devil. Run, stay away from that little dong in black armor. He's scary." Hearing Shukaku's voice, Gaara was a little dazed. "Shuhei Crane, you actually took the initiative to talk to me. Hey, what are you still doing? Run away." Shuhei's voice sounded again, but it was too late. Seeing Shuhei's eyes lost their luster, Subai immediately set off and came to Gaara's side. It's over, I can't run away. Little devil, if you want to live, beg him for mercy." Shukaku kept urging Gaara. "Anyway, begging for mercy is what I love, and I can't blame it for staying on the crane's head. At least face is saved." "What, Shuhei?" Gaara was horrified. Shuhei's tone was so anxious. That is to say, the guy in front of him is wearing black armor and holding a black long sword. Was he the one who defeated Shukaku? Gaara couldn't believe what she was seeing. The reason why he can be used as Tsunagaku's secret weapon. It is relying on the tail beast in his body. Result, Shuhei was frightened by being beaten. "Hey, brat, it's not that I was scared of being beaten. If you didn't wake up, I would have torn him to pieces. It's a pity that you woke up at the wrong time. It's all over now. You should first think about how to save your life. When you recover, we will settle the score with him. Yes, please beg for mercy." Gaara is not an idiot either. Shuzuru's anxious tone doesn't seem to be capable of tearing the opponent apart. He glanced at Subai standing beside him and asked, "Who are you?" Subai tied the oath of victory on the head of the statue of Shohesha. Looking at Gaara, he said lightly, "Subai, you can also call me White Yasha. Of course, if you want to get close to me, you can also call me brother-in-law. After all, your sister has already been booked by me." "Nani, White Yasha, he is the rumored 800 million tales of bounty criminal Bai Yasha." Gaara's expression changes somewhat. After a moment of surprise, his face was full of surprise. Moreover, the ridicule behind Subai made Gaara feel a little confused and at a loss. When did Tamari find a boyfriend? It turned out to be a bounty offender. But the sense of oppression Subai gave him was too strong, and Gaara couldn't arouse the courage to fight. At this time, Shuhei's voice came to his mind again. "Idiot. What are you still doing? If you want to survive, get close to him. Shuhei was really worried. It is very clear that with Subai's strength, if he wants to kill Gaara in front of him, he may be able to solve it with a single blow. Moreover, Gaara is still a tough-headed young man, who developed a murderous personality due to the cruel childhood in the past. If you can't think about it, let's compete with Subai. It and Gaara are afraid that they will die together. Hey, brat, let me make it clear to you that if you are going to die, I will die with you. Of course it won't be long before I can be resurrected, but if you die, you are really dead. I am thinking of you. Don't be ignorant, Gaara. However, Shukaku's words did not shake Gaara. As a ninja, he still has his own self-esteem and bottom line. Are you going to kill me? Then let's do it. Yes, as a ninja, Gaara has long regarded life and death as insignificant. Besides, in his world, there was no happiness at all. His biological father used him as Tsunade's secret weapon. He took away his mother's life when he was born, and his mother hated him and named him Gaara, a Shira who only loved herself. Mother's younger brother, Yasha. It was a pity that Yoshimaru was the only light in his life who lied to him. He wished that he who had taken his mother's life would disappear from this world. The whole village regarded him as a monster, even his own elder brother and elder sister regarded him the same way, and they were unwilling to sit at the same table with him even for dinner. Such a life. Death may be the best relief. Besides, he could die in the hands of Bai Yasha. There is no shame in spreading it. Shuhei seemed to sense Gaara's state of mind, and shook his head anxiously. Idiot. Then you go to die. Far away, the three of Uchiha Sasuke finally came out of shock. They looked into the distance at the same time. What happened again? As Gaara awake, Temari looked at Gaara who seemed to be moving a few times, and asked quickly. I think he seems to have moved, he should have woken up. He and Shiroyasha seemed to be talking about something. Kankuro's face was pale, and he kept swallowing. Scary, I didn't expect Shirayasha to be more terrifying than the monster in Gaara's body. Especially looking at Shizuru who was not moving anymore, Kankuro trembled with fright. When did such a frightening guy suddenly appear in the ninja world? Only Uchiha Sasuke's heart was pounding with excitement at this moment. If I were to be guided by this kind of guy, that kills Uchiha Itachi is a sure thing. However, Gaara's expression was trembling at this time. Subai didn't attack him, but chatted with him. But the truth of what was told was too shocking. You mean, as what Yoshimaru said that night all false? Yes, it's all fake. Subai nodded and said, and most of your power comes from your mother, not the scare raccoon cat inside you. Ask for flowers. Shuhei, what did you say? Say it again. Believe it or not, let me come out and beat you again. Gaara couldn't believe what Subai told him. Yoshimaru's so-called mother doesn't love him is a lie, and it's also a lie that he hates him. It's just that everything is for the sake of the village, and Yoshimaru has no way to disobey the order given by his father, who is Kazekage. The purpose is to test Iluo's control of emotions and control of Rampage. However, he died at the hands of Gaara. Recall the usual Yasha one yourself, believe it or not. I'll go first. Wait for Sasuke and the others to come over later. You tell Sasuke to let him join the other people in Konoha village and go back. Looking at Gaara who was trembling all over and couldn't accept the fact for a while. Anyway, the purpose of testing Shuhei has been achieved, and Subai doesn't plan to stay here any longer. After leaving a few words, he returned to his home space. Wait until Subai leaves. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't sit still. Why did this person leave again? What about the things you promised to guide? Thinking of this, Sasuke didn't care about Temari and Kankuro, and ran in the direction of Gaara. Stop. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Temari and Kankuro hurried to catch up. At this moment, Gaara sat quietly on the ground with her head buried between her legs. 0. He closed his head when he felt someone coming. I took a closer look and it was Uchiha Sasuke. Where's the White Yasha? Sasuke just landed, looking anxiously at Gaara. Gone back. He asked me to tell you, after meeting the ninjas in Konoha village, let you go back to Konoha village. Hateful. When Uchiha Sasuke heard this, he clenched his fists irritably. What the hell is this White Yasha doing? Why did he leave as soon as he said he would? Gaara. With a shout, Temari and Kankuro also came to Gaara. The siblings also acted quickly, directly blocking the weak Gaara, for fear that Uchiha Sasuke would be unfavorable to him. Okay, Temari, Kankuro, do not fight. Gaara. Kankuro and Temari were taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly turned their heads to look at Gaara who was a little lost. Gaara, what's wrong? White Yasha. Temari asked worriedly, thinking that what Subai did to Gaara caused the current Gaara to show such a disappointed expression. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the weak Gaara, and felt that his body was also extremely tired at this time. Presumably, Subai's secret technique has long since failed. If you continue to fight, you will definitely not have an advantage. Without saying a word, Sasuke immediately set off to find Hinata and others. He is also smart. Even if Subai leaves suddenly, as long as Hinata can be found, it should be possible to find Subai's location. If it doesn't work, Sasuke will visit the house in person. See Sasuke leave in a hurry. Temari breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back at Gaara, his face was full of worry. Gaara. Temari called softly, but Gaara didn't make any statement, tremblingly ready to stand up. But it seemed that he was too tired. He looked at his brother and sister and said, I'm sorry, can you help me? Gaara's performance simply overturned the cognition of the siblings. The person in front of you. Is it really that terrible, Gaara? After the two looked at each other, they were overjoyed. No matter what happened, but for them, Gaara's transformation is a good thing. I didn't think about extra things anymore. Temari and Kankuro took Gaara's arms from left to right and helped him up slowly. Thanks. Gaara's thanks surprised the two of them even more. As Brokon's Temari, my heart is even sweeter. However, the long-term fear still made Temari smile. No, it's nothing, I love degrees. Heard. Gaara turned her head slowly, looked at Temari, and after a few seconds, asked seriously, Temari, when did you date Shiroyasha? Temari. Kankuro. Nani? Temari quietly found a boyfriend. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 91. Danzo's plan failed, Hiruzen's scheme, Tsunade's unlucky one. Picture. Forgive me for this picture, after all, everyone understands some situations, so don't talk about it. In a lonely room, Uzumaki Naruto just woke up. Naked, he sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes staring blankly at the ground. There was a mess on the ground. Total rubbish. At this time, Naruto was quite depressed, as for the reason. The war is over, he was not affected in any way in the hospital. It is Otogakure and Tsunade who wage war against Konoha village. The person who killed 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was the Orochimaru he had seen before. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed by Orochimaru in the end. But he has been lying in the hospital, doing nothing. The feeling of self-blame and the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen caused Naruto to be unable to let go of it for a while. But life goes on. He grabbed the black morning clothes beside him and walked out of the room slowly. On the streets of Konoha village, silent Uzumaki Naruto meets silent Haruno Sakura. Have to say, Fenmao is a tablet though. But Haruno Sakura, who is wearing a black top and short skirt, is easier to see, she has a pair of beautiful legs. The two just lowered their heads, silently waiting for Uchiha Sasuke's arrival. After a while, Uchiha Sasuke appeared from a distance. With his hands in his pockets, he walked towards the two with his head down. But when passing by the two, he didn't stop, as if he didn't see the two, he walked straight past the doctor. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura didn't say anything. He quickened his pace and came to Sasuke's side. The sky became more and more gloomy, accompanied by the sound of thunder. A drizzle of rain fell from the sky. The Konoha village bell rang. 8-7. The roof of the Hokage office building. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura are conducting the funeral of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is a huge mourning ceremony to commemorate the 3rd generation who died in this battle and other victims. Everyone, please observe a moment of silence. The bell was still beating. Elsewhere, below the Hokage office building, villagers also gathered. Further out there are members of Konoha village Anbu who are on guard. Have you started yet? In the end we could only stand outside and watch. Listening to the choked-up cries of his little brother Konohamaru, Uzumaki Naruto was heartbroken. Seeing this, Baruka gently took Konohamaru into his arms. I remembered the scene where I met Sarutobi Hiruzen while weeping in front of the tombstone. Jiraiya did not attend the funeral. Instead, he folded his hands and leaned on the chest that was tied to the stake because he failed to snatch the bell. Recalling the time when the master and apprentice were together, the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen has become a reality, and as a mature ninja, Jiraiya has already begun to think about the future. Relationship issues with Tsunade, and the 5th Hokage problem. In the dark cave, several shady figures got together again. Pain. Have you heard? Orochimaru and Tsunade launched a war against Konoha village, and the 3rd Hokage of Konoha village died. Uchiha Itachi, who was on a mission, was a little shocked when he heard this. Pain. Too bad they don't seem to be able to completely destroy Konoha village. Deidara. HMPH. That guy Orochimaru is a shame, I'll blow him up next time we meet. Pain. Well, but Orochimaru's whereabouts are unknown. I want to send people to Konoha village to investigate the situation now, and check the information on Jinchuriki by the way. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi quickly said, I am familiar with Konoha village, so let me do this task. Pain. Well, very good, but be careful not to act too ostentatiously, it will be bad if the organization is exposed. Uchiha Itachi took the lead, and there was no other reason for his going. Just want to go back and warn Shimura Danzo, he is still alive. Don't think that Sarutobi Hiruzen can kill Sasuke casually. Exposure must be exposed to Konoha village. Itachi even wanted to find a way to inform some reliable people in Konoha village that Akatsuki's target was the tailed beast. It would be best to meet his former Anbu captain, Hatake Kakashi. At dusk, the rain stopped long ago. Shimura Danzo came to the cemetery on crutches. A bouquet of white flowers was placed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's grave. It seems that there are thousands of words that I want to say, but I still haven't said a word. After standing quietly for a while, he turned his head and walked towards the Hokage office building. Now, all Konoha village executives are having an emergency meeting. Danzo had to rush to attend. There was a sad atmosphere in the meeting room at this time. Well, now is not the time to be sad, we have a lot of things to sort out. What do you guys think about the negotiations over there at Tsunade? Udatane Kaharu looked at the people of several big families, seeing that everyone was silent, she turned her gaze to Nara Shiju. Dear for a long time. Yes, Nara took a deep breath and said slowly, just after the war, our Konoha village suffered serious losses. Same goes for Tsunade, of course. But behind this incident, it is very likely that Orochimaru bewitched Tsunade. And according to the previous plan, 4th Kazekage Luosha will come to watch the Chunin exam. It is not known exactly what his situation is now. We can look at the situation with Tsunade before making a decision. After all, given the current situation of our two villages, if friction continues, it will be difficult to protect Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure. Nara finished talking for a long time and looked at everyone. Even if he didn't say the whole thing, everyone understood what he meant. I'm afraid that Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village will take advantage of it, and that would be a more serious blow to Konoha Village. Lu Ju is right. The rest is about the 5th Hokage election. Udatane Kaharu had just finished speaking. Boom. The door of the conference room was gently pushed open. Shimura Danzo walked in with his eyes squinted, leaning on a cane. Danzo, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were taken aback. Such an important meeting is held, so I am not allowed to attend. Shimura Danzo was clearly displeased with the actions of Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, no one can hold him down anymore. Not to mention that the current Hokage position is still vacant. I think there is absolutely nothing wrong with what Lu Ju said about Tsunagakure's incident. Danzo, I understand that you are the main combat faction, but the current situation. Before Mitokado Homura finished speaking, Danzo opened his eyes and gave him a white look. I didn't say anything about Tsunagakure, I said something about 5th Hokage. Here it comes. Naruto closed his eyes, and then regained his composure. He had already thought about this kind of thing. According to the normal trajectory, the candidate for 5th Hokage should be Hiruzen's apprentice Jiraiya. 117. As soon as this remark came out, Danzo shouted on the spot, Kaharu, are you confused? Jiraiya is equivalent to the child we watched growing up, don't you know what kind of character he is? This. Danzo's way of playing hard and soft really made it difficult for everyone to say anything. The emotional card is also played extremely loudly. Although Jiraiya is the legendary Sannin, her status is much higher than that of the family patriarchs present here. But in front of Shimura Danzo, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he grew up watched by these people. Don't talk about being lecherous. In the past few years, I have been traveling frequently, and I don't care about Konoha Village. It really doesn't make sense in terms of emotion and reason. Seeing that everyone was silent, Shimura Danzo began to laugh inwardly. Continued. It's not that I don't want to promote Jiraiya, but Konoha Village is in a very difficult time right now. Once the relationship with other villages is not good, it will inevitably lead to more troubles. I think that the selection of 5th Hokage needs to find someone with rich experience and strong body. The implication of Shimura Danzo is that Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura are out. The two of them are also gray-haired now. Compared with their own black hair, they are obviously in poor health. In terms of experience, it must be only him, Shimura Danzo, who can take on this important task. So, just when Danzo was about to recommend himself, Naruto suddenly said, Master Danzo. I remembered something important. 3rd Hokage left a scroll to the patriarch of our family long ago. He sealed it with his own hands, and only the patriarchs of our big families can untie it together. The Kaharu advisor and the Homura advisor are aware of this. What? Nara Shikaku's words shocked Shimura Danzo. There is such a thing. He looked at Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura suspiciously, but they nodded. But Danzo has a thick skin to a certain extent, not to mention this is one of the few moments when he can become Hokage. He absolutely couldn't give up, and immediately said, as the scroll's words reliable. Maybe you have tampered with it in private. Master Danzo. The faces of the family patriarchs suddenly changed when they heard the words. Such words are simply an insult to them. But Naruto seemed unusually calm and said, except for 3rd Hokage who can do this sealing technique, we can't find anyone else who can do it. And according to the chakra breath left on the seal, I think Kaharu advisor and Homura advisor should be able to identify whether it is Lord 3rd Hokage's sealing technique. This. Shimura Danzo was stunned by Nara Shikaku's words, and was speechless for a while. There were so many people present, it seemed that even if Danzo tried to play tricks, it would not work. Damn Hiruzen, are you still wary of me when you die? Cursing a few words in his heart, Danzo pretended to be calm and said, Then you open the scroll, and let's see what message Hiruzen left behind. Under the checks of Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, everyone worked together to open the scroll left by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's just that when everyone saw the contents, their faces were filled with shock, filled with disbelief. What? Bai Yasha? Oh, no, Subai is Lord 3rd Hokage's apprentice. This thing is really appalling. And it also said that the country was destroyed, it was done by the Akatsuki organization. Question mark. What does the Akatsuki organization do? Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't know what the Akatsuki organization did, and Uchiha Itachi didn't have time to give him feedback on the information. Master Danzo. Nara glanced at Danzo for a long time, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Master 3rd Generation made it very clear, and he has already informed the daimyo of Fire Nation about these things. Once there is any accident with him, please ask the Fire Nation daimyo to help Subai prove his identity. It's the ninja from Konoha village who sneaked into the black market to investigate intelligence, not the so-called bounty criminal who killed them. Besides, Third generation master left a message saying that the fifth Hokage is not for Jiraiya, but for his other apprentice, Tsunade. Recruit Subai back to the village and assist Tsunade. Everyone was stunned by the letter left by Sarutobi Hiruzen. But this is undoubtedly Sarutobi Hiruzen's own handwriting, and Sarutobi Hiruzen handed it to Nara Shirju in front of everyone. There is no need to doubt this kind of thing. If it is true, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has already started preparations. Lu Ju just finished speaking. The patriarchs of other families began to discuss. Hey, I just heard my child come back and say that he saw Subai single-handedly singled out Tsunade's Tanuki monster that day. Yamanaka said excitedly. No wonder third generation protected Subai so much at the beginning, because they didn't want more people to know his identity. My kids told me that it was Gaara, and I think it's Tsunade's tailed beast, Jinchuriki. It's amazing, Subai is so young, he can block the tail beast alone, quite like Minato back then. That's for sure. After all, Minato is Master Jiraiya's apprentice, and he was also taken care of by Master Third Generation. He still has to call Master Third Generation as a teacher. Besides, Subai is also an excellent ninja trained by Master Third Generation, so his strength is naturally amazing. The patriarchs of several big families can finally express what Ino and others said before. They didn't dare to confirm Subai's identity at first, and they ordered Ino 1.9 to shut up. Better now. It turned out to be my family. Shimura Danzo was a little annoyed. Are you kidding? Shiroyasha is the bounty offender. Hiruzen must be confused. Master Danzo. At this time, Nara didn't want to save face anymore, and immediately shouted. Subai has always been helping Konoha village since he appeared in the intersection with Konoha village. He is clearly a hero who walks in the dark. Is it inappropriate for you to evaluate him like this? And it's a message written by third Hokage himself. Although Naradir didn't know for a long time why Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly wanted Tsunade back to do Hokage. But as long as it is not Shimura Danzo, everything is easy to say. Even if Tsunade goes wrong, they can still contribute. Snort. Danzo snorted coldly. Nothing to say. It's up to you. If there is a problem at that time, don't regret it. Leaving a harsh sentence, Danzo left angrily. Seeing Danzo leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There was finally a trace of relief on his face. It's a pity they never thought of it. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted Tsunade back as fifth Hokage. The reason is that Yuhihong kept complaining that Subai wanted to take advantage of Azuki Shiin. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels very reasonable. As long as Subai has something he likes, he can say a lot. As his apprentice, Tsunade is also called Tsunadeji because of her beauty. Looks needless to say, and looking at the entire ninja world, Tsunade's figure is even more unrivaled. Subai, HMPH, you can't be manipulated to death. If Subai knows Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, he has to applaud him again. Third generation, you really bothered. Chapter 92, Terumi Mei, sorry, I'm an undercover agent. Picture. Failed to post the picture in the previous chapter. Please post it again. The speed of the Fire Country daimyo is also fast enough. Don't look at him speaking in a strange way, just like the little lady next door. But as the daimyo of the country of fire, he is not an idiot. After receiving the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's sacrifice, he immediately conveyed the matter that Sarutobi Hiruzen entrusted himself. And for this purpose, a joint meeting of the 5 major powers was held. Rain Shinobi Village, drizzling. In a slightly dark room. Space twists in a spiral. Immediately, a man wearing an orange striped mask appeared in the room. I'll tell you an interesting piece of information. Uchiha Obito looked at Pain and Konan who were sitting in the room with an extremely calm voice. You mean that Shiroyasha with a bounty of 800 million is actually a ninja from Konoha village? Or a disciple of Konoha village third Hokage? After listening to the information that Obito said, Konan's tone was a little surprised, but his face was still covered with a layer of frost, and he couldn't see any expression. Yes, the Fire Country daimyo has authorized Sarutobi Hiruzen to withdraw the 500 million tael reward for Shiroyasha. The daimyos of the water and soil countries have not expressed their views on this matter. Because of Tsunade's failure in the war against Konoha village, the daimyo of the Land of Wind expressed sincerity and seconded the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Only the daimyo from the Land of Thunder expressed dissatisfaction, denouncing White Yasha for doing too much to the ninjas of their Cloud Shinobi village. Pain was expressionless, and glanced at Obito. After all, these guys followed the meaning of the name of the Land of Fire and admitted the identity of Shiroyasha Konoha village ninja. It's a pity. I thought I wanted to introduce him into our Akatsuki organization, but I didn't expect him to be a ninja from Konoha village. Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes and looked at Pain. No, the reason why they chose to acquiesce is because Shiroyasha investigated the reason for the destruction of the 12th country, which was done by our Akatsuki organization. And besides the 3 of us and Ju, all the names of Akatsuki have been exposed. Pen. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The two were startled at the same time, and their expressions finally changed slightly. It can't be, how they know that? As I said, it was discovered by Bai Yasha's investigation, so I wondered how a bounty criminal knew about our existence. There was questioning in Uchiha Obito's voice. His eyes looked at Pain even more maliciously, as if he was complaining about his leader's dereliction of duty. Could it be that? Hearing this, Konan was puzzled and said, is it just because Hidan and Kakuzu wanted his bounty, and after the first battle, their identities were exposed? That's unlikely. As soon as Konan finished speaking, he interrupted his ignorant thoughts again. Even if Kakuzu and Hidan were exposed, what's the relationship with the other 4 people who went out on missions? Pain, who was silent, felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Not long ago, he asked Uchiha Itachi to return to Konoha village to investigate intelligence. Now that the identities of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame have been exposed, they should not be in Konoha village if they are like that. As if seeing through Pain's worries, Obito snorted coldly, HMPH. Don't worry, with the current strength of Konoha village's personnel, as long as Uchiha Itachi and Kisame are not stupid enough to make them fight to the death, they can still retreat. I just wonder who this White Yasha is. Why is the situation of our organization clear? What if Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice? Uchiha Obito felt a little disapproving. Moreover, Shao organization's actions are generally relatively covert. It can be said that the tasks received will never leave a living. The possibility of the information getting out is extremely low. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi passed it on? Uchiha Obito naturally knew in his heart that Itachi could kill his people for Konoha village. It is absolutely impossible to truly attach to their Shao organization. But Obito doesn't particularly care about this matter. After all, he just uses Itachi as a tool man to help him collect tail beasts. However, according to intelligence, the purpose of Akatsuki's organization was not mentioned at the Yinming meeting. As Sarutobi Hiruzen does not know. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Fire Nation daimyo not to mention such an important matter. Forget it, it's meaningless to think about these things now, I have my own plans. I came here just to tell you that the energy of the 5 major countries has not yet been fully focused on us. Tell them a few, and pay attention later. Kurigakure, the land of water. This ninja village has been mastered by Uchiha Obito. 2 Kurigakure ninjas half knelt in front of 4th Mizukage. One of them is a pretty female ninja. She has green eyes, long curly reddish-brown hair that covers her right eye, and pink lips. She wears a blue tube top dress, a white belt around her waist, and dark blue nail polish on her nails. If Subai was present, he would naturally recognize that this person is the future Kurigakure 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Kneeling at the same time as Terumi Mei is a teenager with glasses. She looks soft and weak, always shy. Chojuro, the 3rd user of the Kurigakure double sword and flounder. That's pretty much the mission. Terumi Mei, you sneaked into Konoha village with Changjuro, settled in Konoha on the grounds of business, and fed back all the information about Shirayasha. 4th Mizukage said lightly, yes. Terumi Mei didn't think too much, and accepted the order solemnly. For her, this is just a very ordinary undercover mission. After Terumi Mei left, Kureha turned his head and entered the room, his expression froze for an instant. And the person sitting in the room is Uchiha Obito. White Yasha, Obito murmured softly. The reason why he wants to investigate Subai is because he is afraid that Subai will affect their future plans. Can you investigate the people in our organization so carefully? This White Yasha must not be simple. Obito closed his eyes and steered the 10,000 years boat carefully. Anyway, the lives of people in Zunion village are not critical. Even if the person sent out died after being exposed, Obito didn't feel bad. But if you can get some favorable information, it is still worth a try. On the wine table in Konoha village, Azuki Shion and Yuhihong sat together again. It's just that at this time, there is an extra person beside the 2 of them who came to eat. Mitarashi Anko. Anko was eating the meatball in his hand, looking left and right with blinking eyes. I can't figure it out at all. A good ninja from Anbu and a Jonin who was in charge, what the hell is going on with these 2? Why downcast? Apart from drinking, he didn't say a word. Boom. There was a soft sound. Xi Hihong put the wine glass on the table. At this time, her complexion had already started to turn red. She was afraid that she would have to lie down again after drinking a few more glasses. Why, Shion? You said, why? Mitarashi Anko waited for Kurenai Yuhi for a long time, but only heard these few completely incoherent words. Nothing but a sigh. Hey, let me tell you what's going on with you 2. Can't stand it anymore, Mitarashi Anko asked curiously. Immediately, the 2 suddenly raised their heads and looked at Anko with their eyes slightly lowered, which surprised Anko. Why? For a moment, the 2 sighed at the same time. Mitarashi Anko, it's over. These 2 people are probably mentally ill, so stay away from them. Thinking of this, Anko smiled awkwardly. I remembered, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first, you 2 continue. When Anko left, Yuhihong's nose turned sore, and she said slightly sadly, I never thought there would be such a relationship between 3rd generation and Shiroyasha. It really gets worse the more I think about it. Kurenai Yuhi regretted arguing with Sarutobi Hiruzen about Hinata. They even said that Subai is ABCH and wanted to take advantage of Shion, but I never expected that Subai has been secretly guarding Konoha village. Oh, Hong Yuhi, what you thought earlier was indeed correct, but what you thought later was completely wrong. Now that 3rd Hokage is gone, I don't even have a chance to apologize to him. As Yuhihong was talking, her beautiful eyes began to moisten. Mao Shion also drank a glass of wine, and let out a long breath. Hong, not only you, but me too. At first I thought it was Subai who killed Hayate, but I didn't expect to be targeted by 3rd generation, the damned Sunagaku group. Hey, 11. I didn't expect them to team up with Orochimaru to start a war against Konoha village. Hey, I'm really unreliable. After self-examination, the 2 women fell into silence again. After a while, Shirayhong finally raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Azuki Shion. why don't we treat Subai to dinner and make amends when Subai comes back? Xian heard the sound, thought for a while, then nodded and said, that's the only way to go. 420. Subai, who was in the space of his home, had no idea that things had developed beyond his imagination. At this time, he was leaning against the cow, thinking about how to visualize his home. The saplings of the sacred tree that were planted have not changed at all until now. Sure enough, if you want to plant a sacred tree, you must choose a treasure land in the real world for your home. Subai said to himself. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen promised him that there is a way to help him solve the identity problem. But Subai knew in his heart that the little old man would not live for long, and it was unrealistic to say that a person who served as Konoha village Hokage had no means. Subai also doesn't think Sarutobi Hiruzen is really stupid. It is impossible to help myself so easily, but according to the original time calculation, it is too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen will die at the hands of Orochimaru, and it is very likely that his own affairs will be in vain because of this. So Subai found another way and chose Gaara's Sunagaku. Even Sunagaku's environment is extremely harsh, but Gaara is young and Sunagaku is weak. Too much help is needed. When the time comes to fool Gaara, Subai can steal a piece of land in Sunagaku even if he doesn't need a formal identity. When I'm bored, I play friendly matches with Temari. If you really can't stand the harsh environment of Sunagaku, you can go back to your home space to live there. Life is also leisurely and leisurely. As soon as he thought of this, Subai heard a hurried shout from the home space, Senior, are you there? Hearing the sound, Subai raised his head slightly. It's Hyūga Hinata at it again. Te. The voice was very anxious. It's behind. After Subai yelled, after a while, he saw a beautiful figure appearing in his line of sight. B.A. Subai was slightly taken aback, completely confused about what happened to Hinata today. When Xiaonizi saw Subai, she trembled with excitement, and her eyes sparkled with light that Subai couldn't understand. The seemingly adoring gaze seemed to want to eat him whole. Senior Subai, Hinata yelled coquettishly. Subai was startled. What are you doing? Chapter 93. Subai, can you tell the judge? I want to be a good person. In the hall of the home space, Subai sat quietly in front of the sofa watching Hyūga Hinata dancing excitedly in front of him. Senior, I really never thought that you would be Master Third Hokage's apprentice. A hero who has been protecting Konoha village in the dark. Little stars twinkled in Hinata's eyes. The adoring gaze made Subai feel a little hot. What the hell is this? Why all of a sudden, my identity has undergone such an earth-shaking change? From a bounty criminal with a bounty of 800 million taels. Became a hero to the people of Konoha village. Became a disciple secretly cultivated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Good guy. As expected of an old monkey, he wanted to take advantage of his death. Subai's expression was very calm, but he had already analyzed the matter very thoroughly in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Play well with infernal affairs. But it is hard to see the clue. Coupled with the fact that he has been in charge of Konoha village for decades, his words will inevitably be supported by the majority of villagers and ninjas in Konoha village. My father asked me to come to tell the seniors. The current senior management of Konoha village hopes that you can return to Konoha village as soon as possible. Speaking of this, Hinata's pretty face was even more admiring. I also heard from my father that the reason why I asked you to go back is to let you help the newly appointed 5th Hokage. Looks like it's called Tsunade. Tsunade's succession to 5th Hokage was expected by Subai. But what he didn't expect was, this matter was actually arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and what is even more incredible is that he was asked to assist Tsunade. In this way, Subai knows very well, once he performs well, the future 6th Hokage will fall into his hands. If you want to become a Hokage, you can't do it without a Hokage instructor. I really don't know what's going on in Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. This is really, let the wolf in. Subai beckoned to Hinata. Hinata was slightly taken aback, immediately knowingly came to Subai's side, and was hugged by Bai in his arms. Hinata didn't ask any questions, just looked up at Subai quietly. She was used to Subai's expressionless and silent state. Occasionally when thinking, Subai is like this, hugging himself and not talking. Street, it's easy to walk around with your hands. Touched Hinata's little head, glancing at Hinata in front of her, she was full of emotions. For this deformed world, I am also full of emotions. Especially for female ninjas like Hinata, the world is actually very unfair. Men chasing women, success every day. It's like being cursed. For example, Xian and Hayate, Yuhihong and Asuma in the original book. In fact, these two pairs did not specify whether it was the male initiative or the female initiative. But Yuhihong did have a good impression of Asuma first, and Asuma bought flowers for Yuhihong 2 years later at the instigation of Class 10. The two were officially together. Result, just die. What a miserable life. And many people don't know that the big names and dignitaries in this world can marry several wives. The Blood Pool clan in Cloud Shinobi village was dispatched to Jigoku Valley because of this incident, and was eventually exterminated by Oyajoyan himself. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder has recruited a well-educated, gentle and virtuous woman from the Blood Kai clan. As a result, not long after, the daimyo died of illness. Because the wife was jealous of the woman before, she was punished as an ominous person. As a result, the people who implicated the entire Blood Pond family were dispatched to Hell Valley. The reason is as simple as that, the people of Cloud Shinobi village didn't say anything. Why? Subai let out a long sigh. Sure enough, the ninja world still needs a righteous envoy like him to save it. Let the ninjas get busy with their training tasks. The future of the ninja world, only let me suffer. Hearing Subai sigh for no reason, Hinata was curious. She had never seen Subai look so worried, and with doubts, Hinata asked, "Senior Subai, what's wrong?" However, Subai pinched Hinata's face with a smile and said, "It's nothing, I'm thinking about third generation." Hearing this, Hyūga Hinata also pursed her lips sadly. Yes, third Hokage of Konoha village died protecting the village. But fortunately, his student is the senior Subai in front of him. There is no need to worry about the future of Konoha village. Senior Subai, I know you are sad. But don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, I will stand by your side. Hinata suddenly got out of Subai's arms, but Subai was slightly taken aback by the firm look in his eyes. Subai, oh, can you believe this? In Konoha village, Uchiha Sasuke comes to the Hyūga mansion. When we got to the door, we saw Hyūga Neji sparring with Hyūga Hiashi. From the Uchiha family. When Hyūga Hiashi saw Sasuke, his expression froze slightly. Uchiha Sasuke, what are you doing here? Hyūga Neji looked at Sasuke suspiciously. But Sasuke ignored Neji and asked, "Is Hinata at home? What do you want Miss Hinata to do?" Hiashi was inconvenient to speak about this kind of thing. Seeing Sasuke asking Hinata, he put down the kung fu practice with Neji and went straight to other places. The rest is all up to Neji. Let her take me to find Shirayasha. White Yasha, Neji snorted coldly, and said in dissatisfaction, "If I think right, follow the notice issued by the village before. Should we call him Senior Subai now instead of calling him by his previous black market address?" Snort. Uchiha Sasuke doesn't care about that. It doesn't really matter what you call it. Besides, in Sasuke's mind, Konoha village is nothing important. As long as he can gain the power to defeat Uchiha Itachi, will suffice. However, just as the two men were on the verge of breaking out, Hinata ran out of the room. After seeing Sasuke, she was taken aback for a moment, never expecting that Uchiha Sasuke would come to the Hyūga family's mansion. "Hinata, so you are here." After seeing Hinata appear, Uchiha Sasuke immediately threw Neji aside and ignored him. All attention is on Hyūga Hinata. "Hinata, have you seen Subai recently? He promised me to guide me before. Now that the Chunin exam is over, I want to ask when will he fulfill his promise?" Uchiha Sasuke's words made Hinata slightly stunned. She really didn't know much about this matter. Oh, that. Senior Subai has come to Konoha village now and is presenting flowers to third generation. Hiashi in the distance frowned when he heard the words. What a dead girl. After the briefing was over, he didn't know to come to himself to explain something first, but he grabbed his A and ran out. Hanabi on the side tilted his head even more, with a curious look on his face. "Father, can I meet the senior who guided my sister?" "No, you need to practice at home." Hiashi made a decisive decision, and little Hanabi shrank his head back again in fright. There was even a hint of resentment on his face. To be honest, she was really curious about what kind of person Subai was. To be able to train my sister so well, even at a young age, he can become a supporting Hokage. Okay, I'll go find him now. As soon as he heard that Subai had come to Konoha, Sasuke turned his head and left without saying a word. As soon as he stepped out of the gate of Hyūga, he ran quickly towards the cemetery. After he left, Hinata followed closely behind. After the figures of the two disappeared, two small heads protruded from behind the tree at the entrance of Hyūga's mansion. Little Sakura, what do you think Sasuke wants to do with Hinata? Naruto's face was full of displeasure, and he looked at the two people's backs as they walked away, wondering who was stronger. Sure enough, Sasuke still didn't regard himself as a real opponent. However, Haruno Sakura thinks otherwise. Look at Sasuke's furious look, it looks like he is chasing someone. Could it be that Senior Subai returned to Konoha village? Thinking of this, Haruno Sakura was also very excited. When facing Yin village's chasing troops last time, everyone was contributing their strength, except that she temporarily possessed great strength. But apart from throwing a few kunai, he can't do anything. Haruno Sakura, who was extremely inferior in her heart, suddenly remembered to accept Subai's guidance like Hinata. What an idiot, Naruto. Have you not? Haruno Sakura was about to speak, but stopped suddenly. Only then did she recall that when Subai agreed to Sasuke to guide him in practice, Naruto was still fast asleep. Just when Naruto was wondering about Haruno Sakura's strange behavior, a loud shout came into the ears of the two. Hey! What are you two doing sneaking around here? Hearing the sound, the two couldn't help shaking their bodies, and when they looked around, they saw Hyūga Neji who had walked out of the door staring at the two of them. Sorry, we want to ask, did Sasuke come to see Hinata just now, what's the matter? Haruno Sakura hurriedly stood up and kept apologizing to Neji. Went to the cemetery, Senior Subai returned to Konoha village. Sure enough, after listening to Haruno Sakura, Naruto, come on, let's go to the cemetery too. To the cemetery, what are you doing in the cemetery? Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback, completely confused about the situation. Go after Sasuke. Haruno Sakura left a word and left. Chasing Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto was chasing Sasuke, and he suddenly regained his spirits. His friendship for Sasuke is absolutely unmatched by anyone. Konoha Village Cemetery. Subai stands in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's grave, laying down the white flowers in his hand. Poker face. In fact, I almost laughed out loud. However, due to his strong expression control ability, although Subai was silent, he brought a kind of bleak sadness to the people around him. It turns out that Subai looks so handsome and energetic. Quote, Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu exchanged glances. At the same time, this thought arises. When did Hiruzen discover such a talent? He is also powerful and energetic. The young man gives people a particularly comfortable feeling. It is a few heads stronger than Minato back then. The more important thing is to respect the teacher. As soon as I return to Konoha village, I will come to worship the teacher. Having such a good apprentice really made the two of them envy Sarutobi Hiruzen and complain that he kept hiding Subai back then. Ahem. After a long silence, Udatane Kaharu coughed a few times and said, Subai, I think you should be very clear that ninjas have already put life and death aside. Now our Konoha village is at a critical moment. I hope you can cheer up immediately and do what you should do. Heard. Subai nodded slightly. Is there anything I need to do? To bring Master Tsunade back? Seeing Subai's attitude, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura nodded in satisfaction. Very good. The young man's temper is also very gentle. Hey, but Tsunade has been traveling, and his whereabouts are uncertain. This matter, Udatane Kaharu said pretendingly. Mitokado Homura on the side immediately understood. It seems that you have honed a lot in the black market, presumably you have a lot of information. But Subai shook his head. I didn't pay much attention to Master Tsunade before, but my ability to collect information should be of great use. Very good. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura are more comfortable listening, and the boys are very humble. However at this moment, but Jiraiya walked over slowly. Let Subai get familiar with the Tenuo's environment in Konoha village first. 1 inch. After all, I've been out alone for so long. Leave it to me to find Tsunade, and I need to take Naruto out. No, Jiraiya, don't you know Naruto With Sarutobi Hiruzen gone, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura temporarily took control of Konoha village. Regarding the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the two of them really didn't dare to take risks. Seeing this, Subai wanted to laugh in his heart. No matter what kind of person Sarutobi Hiruzen is, the two in front of him are really far behind the old monkey. My own Jinchuriki is still being kept in captivity in the village, and when the Jinchuriki from someone else's house comes to the door. Sure enough, Udatane Kaharu's words immediately made Jiraiya's face darken. Aunt Kaharu, the tailed beasts are not for viewing in Konoha village. And the purpose of my return is to fulfill Minato's wish, to teach Naruto to master the power of Nine Tails. Speaking of this matter, Udatane Kaharu and Suiminjong blushed. Before the fourth Hokage sacrificed, he summoned the toad Mount Myoboku and handed over the key of the seal to Jiraiya. That is to say, in today's Konoha village, the rights of these two people exist in name only. Subai watched the quarrel between the three and thought of Shimura Danzo gone. These two are really not as scheming as Danzo. People at least know how to get an arm Sharingan, and then transplant wood style. The purpose is to control Uzumaki Naruto. Alright, but just to be on the safe side. Subai, although what Jiraiya said is correct, let you familiarize yourself with the environment, but in this situation, I still hope you can follow along. Yes, Tsunade has to come back. Subai looked to the distance on the Hokage rock and went up to Pingshin. She didn't come back. How did Subai realize the home furniture on the Hokage rock? Chapter 94. Hinata, Senior, is it really okay that you always fool us? At dusk, Uchiha Sasuke finally blocked Subai. Hey, didn't you say that you will guide me after the Chunin exam? Sasuke blocked Subai's way. Hyūga Hinata gave him a blank look. What kind of attitude? But Subai is not surprised. Uchiha Sasuke is such a virtue. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly realized. No wonder Sasuke was able to stand aside for so long waiting for Subai to come over. Turn out to be, there was something tricky between the two of them, especially thinking that Hinata also became so powerful when he was mentored by Subai. Not to mention Sasuke, isn't it going to heaven? No, I want to. Uzumaki Naruto came to Subai in an instant. If you guide Sasuke, you have to guide me. Subai. Subai showed a look of embarrassment, but in fact he was very happy. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Chakra successor of Indra and Ashura. It is the so-called fairy eye and sage body. Actually from Sasuke, there may not be many things that Subai can grow, but Naruto is different. The real sage body is not someone with a special physique and a lot of chakra like the Uzumaki clan. It is a physique like Uzumaki Naruto that must be developed through hard work. As Naruto continues to practice, the ninjutsu he can perform will become particularly powerful. This is the real sage body. Don't make trouble here, will you, Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke saw Subai's embarrassment and stopped him on the spot. But Uzumaki Naruto insisted. HMPH. Why guide Sasuke, but not me? Senior, are you biased? That's how easy it is for fish to take the bait. If Subai doesn't reveal to direct Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto is definitely not in such a hurry. Pretending to meditate for a moment, Subai sighed. My guidance is actually a matter of occult arts. Able to unleash individual potential. But it might not work for everyone. And the number is very limited. Forget it, seeing you have waited for so long, it should be a gift to meet you. If it doesn't work, it can only prove that your aptitude is too bad. Subai's words made Hinata feel proud. It turns out that this is the real function of the Senior 607 secret technique. It seems that my qualifications are still very good. No, he is lying to you. It's just that Subai's voice fell to the ground, but Uzumaki Naruto was sweating nervously. Qualification. His qualifications are very poor. Everyone said that he was at the end of the crane, and compared with Sasuke in front of him, he couldn't be compared at all. Especially seeing Sasuke's confident face. Uzumaki Naruto's heart was pounding even more. Take it down. Subai took out 2 strawberries and handed them to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing this, the two froze in place. What the hell, strawberry, is this the so-called secret technique of the predecessors? Hey, senior, aren't you kidding me? Uzumaki Naruto blinked sharply. His words aroused Hinata's dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Hinata said lightly, Naruto, if you don't believe senior, just give me the strawberry in your hand. This kind of thing is very rare. Hyūga Hinata is clear. Now there are only 3 strawberries left in Subai's hands. 2 bottles of milk. New ingredients have not been produced yet. Even Hinata knows that she can't improve much if she eats any more, but she just wants it. Uzumaki Naruto in front of him has no eyesight, and if he is given his words, he will waste everything. Hearing Hinata's words, Haruno Sakura's heart skipped a beat. Hey, Naruto, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. I'll try. It's a pity that Uchiha Sasuke swallowed it with suspicion. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto ate it without saying a word. Congratulations to Uchiha Sasuke for taking the first strawberry. Congratulations to Uchiha Sasuke Chakra, who has greatly improved his upper limit, and his physical upper limit has been greatly improved. Congratulations to Uchiha Sasuke for opening 3 Tomo Sharingan. Congratulations to host for getting the reward. Congratulations to host Chakra for a small increase in the upper limit, and a small increase for the upper limit of physical skills. Congratulations to host for getting the Indra Chakra. Congratulations to Uzumaki Naruto for taking the first strawberry. Congratulations to Uzumaki Naruto, the upper limit of Chakra has been greatly increased, and the upper limit of physical BCAH skills has been greatly increased. Congratulations to Uzumaki Naruto Chakra for improving his control ability. Congratulations to host for getting the reward. Congratulations to host Chakra for a small increase in the upper limit, and a small increase for the upper limit of physical skills. Congratulations to host for getting Ashura Chakra. Ashura Chakra and Indra Chakra merge. Congratulations to host for getting the Sage of 6 Paths Chakra. Congratulations to host Bayan for his evolution. Congratulations to host for his Tensagen. Ah, hear the voice that kept ringing in my head. Subai suddenly felt that there was almost no pursuit in life. I didn't expect such good luck. They even got 2 special chakra inside them. And let the white eye turn on the Tensagen. The rest of the effort can be put on these 2 people. Hey, if this thing can be given away like a weapon, I really want to give these pair of eyeballs to Hinata. Subai smiled self-deprecatingly. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto naturally couldn't hear the sound of the system. Moreover, it is not ninjutsu for the 2 to get rewards, so there is no adaptive image presented in their minds. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto froze in place at the same time. The 2 of them really felt a surge of power in their bodies just now. Then it calmed down again. There was a feeling, a real feeling of a power boost. Sasuke squeezed his fist, feeling much stronger than before. Uzumaki Naruto, on the other hand, had a smirk on his face. Looking at that appearance, I think I also felt the improvement of strength. Phew, looks like I'm not that clumsy yet. Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sharingan. Sasuke ignored Naruto and showed his Sharingan directly. Huh, Sasuke, your Sharingan has turned into a 3-pointed jade. Hearing Naruto's surprise, Sasuke sneered proudly. But he was terrified in his heart. His Sharingan has finally been boosted once again. The strong pupil power also made Sasuke a little swollen. Pity, but Subai said, Sasuke, to be honest, with your current strength, you still can't defeat Uchiha Itachi. Subai is very clear that even if the current Sasuke becomes stronger, it is only the strengthening of pupil power, chakra in this technique. Combat experience, ninjutsu, chakra attribute changes and mastery. He is still too far away. And you, Naruto, you don't have to smirk proudly, thinking that your aptitude is just that high. Now you, love further. So the 2 of you still need to work hard on your own practice. But don't blame me for not reminding you, once you relax, you will be beaten badly by others. Being criticized by Subai, Uzumaki Naruto blushed instantly. And Uchiha Sasuke looked even more distressed. The arrogance that had just risen was gone. Can such a force not defeat Itachi? Subai, Senior Subai, is there any way you can guide us? Uchiha Sasuke's attitude changed instantly, and he asked politely. Unfortunately, Subai shook his head. Nothing, at least milk can make the 2 of them improve. But Subai didn't want to do that anymore. These 2 people are different from Hinata. The growth path is very broad, and the things you get are more amazing than anyone else. They can get it by themselves through practice. Besides, as long as they eat any of Subai's ingredients, Subai can be done once and for all. There is absolutely no need to waste energy on them anymore. After all, these 2 people didn't sleep in the same bed with Subai. No need at all. Facing Sasuke's question, Subai smiled. I'll tell you when the village is stable. Subai secretly smiled in his heart. He has absolutely nothing to guide Sasuke. And if Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke pester him every day in Konoha village, he will be very upset. By the time, he has to kick Sasuke to Orochimaru and let Orochimaru teach him a lesson. Anyway, when Orochimaru saw Sasuke, he almost knelt down and called his father. And because of Indra Chakra, Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation, it doesn't work at all. What about me? What about me? When Uzumaki Naruto heard that Subai didn't want to guide Sasuke, he immediately jumped up happily. Jiraiya teaches you that it is actually the most appropriate. Naruto, remember a word, don't forget your shinobi. If you do what you say, you must be tenacious. There is no shortcut to practice, otherwise you will not be able to be a Hokage. Subai's words immediately pierced Naruto's heart. I thought Shiroyasha was such a terrifying character, but now, Senior Subai is definitely a very good person. When Naruto left, Sasuke was still a little bit reluctant. He continued to ask, Senior, have you ever fought Itachi? Otherwise why would you say that I am not his opponent at all? Subai didn't say anything, and said flatly, I'll tell you when we get back the 5th Hokage. Relax, you will definitely have the power to defeat Itachi. Subai said so, but Uchiha Sasuke was relieved. Since Senior Subai said so, it seems that he definitely fought Uchiha Itachi. Otherwise, why would you say it so firmly? Sasuke, who has seen Subai's strength, naturally does not doubt Subai. Nodding his head, he went home and prepared to consider the issue of practice. It's time for me to go back and rest. Hinata, you. Subai glanced at Hinata, which made her blush. Haruno Sakura is still by my side. However, at this time, Haruno Sakura heard that Subai was leaving. Immediately became anxious. Senior, can you also test my qualifications? Look at the attitude of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Of course Haruno Sakura knew that both of them were definitely promoted. Haruno Sakura who never achieved anything. As a member of the 7th class, I was even more anxious. It's a pity that Subai shook his head and said, your qualifications are too poor, maybe you can't. Yeah, after hearing this, Haruno Sakura felt like a deflated ball. The inferiority complex in my heart expanded infinitely. She also fully understood in her heart that in fact, Subai must be able to see their aptitude, that's why she chose Sasuke and Naruto. Why, sure enough, he was the worst of them all. Little Sakura. Haruno Sakura lowered her head, as if choked up. Seeing this, Hinata couldn't help feeling distressed. The reality is so cruel. She knew very well that the Uchiha clan was originally a famous family in Konoha village, and they had a Sharingan that was no less than their Hyūga, and even higher than their Hyūga. Uzumaki Naruto especially made Hinata angry, because Ninetales lived in that guy's body. What's more, Naruto's physique is different from ordinary people at first glance, and he can withstand so many blows. Anyone else would have died long ago. But it's a pity, as a commoner, Shenkui. Nothing at all. No matter how clever her head is, her natural things have already restricted her. Senior, can you think of a way and try it? The kind-hearted Hinata seemed to feel a little pity for Haruno Sakura, and she didn't think about it for a while. Subai slightly questioned. This sound made Hinata wake up immediately. Hold, sorry, I said something I shouldn't have said. Hinata suddenly felt extremely guilty, and really wanted to slap herself twice. Such rare ingredients can be wasted at will. What if nothing changes after taking Haruno Sakura? Why, Subai let out a long breath. Forget it, since Hinata said so, I can only try to see if returning to the special home space can help you. But little Sakura, you have to think carefully about this matter. I have to sit with me for a while, let's say hello to my family first. Subai's words immediately made Haruno Sakura raise his head suddenly. The eyes that had lost their luster before were ignited with hope again. And Hinata beside her looked at Subai sweetly. As expected of a senior, people are really too gentle. It's a pity that the too pure Konoha village will not know the evil in Subai's heart in the future. Hokage, what is the use? Slowly, this village will become his private property. Chapter 95. Tsunade. I just want to win with peace of mind. Why so many people want to plot against me? XXB. Jiraiya took Uzumaki Naruto, plus Subai. The three rushed to find Tsunade. Uzumaki Naruto was alive and kicking ahead on the road. Subai and Jiraiya followed without haste. Last night Subai also thought about it for a long time. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame haven't come to Konoha village yet. Eventually Subai came to a conclusion. It should be that my own appearance disrupted the development of many original storylines. Never mind, since it has nothing to do with him, Subai doesn't think about these issues. Listen to Naruto, you helped him improve his strength last night. Jiraiya suddenly opened up the chatterbox. For this Subai who appeared out of nowhere and was a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen with him. Jiraiya was still quite curious. Doubt, he didn't doubt it at all, after all, that was what Sarutobi Hiruzen told himself. And it has also been recognized by the Fire Country Daimyo. In the entire Konoha village, it is impossible for anyone to question Subai's identity. But about some special abilities of Subai, Jiraiya is curious. I'm afraid that Naruto will cause some bad things or sequelae. That would be a big problem. Yes, but don't worry, there's nothing wrong with it. Subai replied lightly with a smile. This scene made Jiraiya touch her nose in embarrassment. Oh, I'm relieved then, but I'm still curious. Who did you learn this secret technique from? Facing Jiraiya's cross-examination, Subai didn't care at all. This kind of thing has long been expected to surprise the people of Konoha village at the moment he gave Hinata a boost. Then he laughed and said, when it comes to this matter, I need to make more references. Orochimaru. Hearing the name of her former best friend, Jiraiya became even more interested. As this related to Orochimaru, he looked at Subai with a questioning tone. Subai nodded slightly. Yes, Orochimaru did a lot of experiments secretly in Konoha village back then. When the third generation went to capture Orochimaru, they left a lot of information about his experimental projects. In the process of guiding me, I discovered it by accident. Third generation saw that I was interested and scolded me at first, but in the end they still couldn't hold me back and let me study secretly. But you must not do something outrageous like Orochimaru did. Only, after I researched the results, I couldn't tell him. Subai pretended to sigh, feeling very sorry. Then put all the responsibility on Sarutobi Hiruzen. There's no way to do that. The old man had to hang up the name of his own master before he died, which took a lot of advantage. Help yourself to carry a few iron pots. It shouldn't be an exaggeration. It turned out to be like this. Jiraiya suddenly realized, what Subai said was indeed without any omission. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance after seeing him interested in Orochimaru's research was very in line with Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction. Of course Jiraiya would have no doubts. I didn't expect that the old man really dotes on you. Shrugging, Jiraiya had something to eat. But Subai smiled. When you get old, you still hope to have someone by your side. The speaker has no intention of listening carefully, and of course Jiraiya knows what Subai is talking about. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unlucky enough. The 3 apprentices under him are also very famous in the ninja world. Unfortunately, none of them were able to stay in Konoha village. Orochimaru is even more rebellious, and Jiraiya is traveling around for a prophecy. Tsunade. Why? Subai doesn't want to mention her anymore, and he doesn't know what happened to the 800 million taels that he left for her back then. Nah. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto came to the two alive and kicking. Good seductive fairy, is the Tsunade you mentioned a Sannin just like you? That's natural. Hearing this, Jiraiya gave a thumbs up and said proudly. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. He has heard many people say that Tsunade is a beautiful woman, and she is Sannin. It seems that he still has the highest super medical skills in the ninja world. How powerful is this woman? She can possess such strength at such a young age. Being able to have the same title as immortal Hiashi. So young. Jiraiya frowned, and looked at Naruto seriously. Hey, Tsunade is the same as me. A disciple of 3rd Hokage. 3rd generation Grandpa's apprentice. Upon hearing that Tsunade is Hokage's apprentice, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes sparkled. Then Sister Tsunade must be about the same age as Brother Subai. Isn't Brother Subai also the apprentice of Grandpa 3rd generation? However, Subai smiled slightly. The current Uzumaki Naruto is very interesting, very simple. No. Jiraiya hurriedly shook her head and said, Tsunade and I are of the same age, we are at the same age. What I have to say is Subai's brother and sister, do you understand? But Jiraiya's words exploded in Naruto's mind like a thunderbolt. The so-called most beautiful woman turned out to be an old woman of the same age as the good seductive fairy. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto's originally excited face was suddenly covered with a layer of disgust. What? It turned out to be an old woman. Uzumaki Naruto muttered in disappointment, and walked forward again on his own. Jiraiya. Subai did not express any opinion. Judging from the rewards Tsunade received before, now she doesn't look like she is in her 50s, even if she unlocks the 100 healings mark and consumes a lot of chakra. She will only return to the appearance of more than 20 years ago. But even Tsunade himself didn't know about it at all. The Land of Fire is the closest and most prosperous village to Konoha village. Pamphlet Street. Tsunade was holding the little pink piggy, walking, and suddenly stopped. Shizune, who was following behind, had a slightly startled expression, and then raised his head to have a look. He rolled his eyes in fright. This is where the stakes are highest. Master Tsunade. Just as Shizune wanted to dissuade him, Tsunade lifted the curtain at the door and said, don't always make a fuss. Gone. Forehead. Watching Tsunade walk into the casino without hesitation, Shizune's whole body was numb. As early as a few days ago, they also received information from the Land of Fire. Subai's identity surprised the two of them for a while, and they remained silent for a while. The pure Shizune was stunned on the spot. That White Yasha, it turned out to be an existence of the same generation as Master Tsunade. Calculated like this, Shizune once viciously smacked a guy who called Shizune. When we meet again in the future, she doesn't want to say, Senior, to the other party. Senior Subai. Shizune felt a little overwhelmed thinking about it. But then he figured it out. No wonder the other party can be so generous and give Tsunade 800 million taels without hesitation. It turned out to be my family. But such a huge sum of money was about to be lost by Tsunade in a short period of time. This time, Master Tsunade still wants to play such a big one. Shizune's heart hurts just thinking about it. After all, Senior Subai's money didn't come from the wind. Master Tsunade's approach is indeed a little too much. Too bad Tsunade doesn't think so. If she knows what Shizune thinks, she will definitely despise Shizune and tell Shizune. In a certain theory, Subai and I are our own family members, and his money is naturally my money. Sorry, I have no money. Shizune followed behind Tsunade tremblingly. After opening the door, the moment the boss of the casino saw Tsunade, he was immediately in awe, and a little cold sweat broke out on his face. It turned out to be her. The younger brother beside him saw his boss's gaffe, and hurriedly approached him and asked, "Boss, who is this eldest sister?" Hearing the sound, the boss of the casino turned his head in surprise and asked, "You don't even know who she is?" "Ask for flowers. She was the guy who almost lost to a White Yasha some time ago." "What, she was able to lose 300 million taels in a short time?" The casino boy was stunned on the spot. I have never seen such an arrogant person. But what he said was met with a blank stare from the boss of the casino. The White Yasha I'm talking about is the one in Konoha village who hasn't revoked the reward order. When the casino boy heard the sound, his jaw almost dropped. "What? Boss, you mean she almost lost 800 million taels? HMPH. It seems that you really don't know, the eldest sister in front of you is a famous and legendary fat sheep." However, Tsunade didn't care about this at all, and put the pink suitcase in his hand on the floor, and when he opened it, it was filled with wads of cash. "Exchange all of these for chips." Tsunade smiled confidently. She will win this time, even if she loses, she doesn't care. Tsunade is also very clever, forbidding Shizune to mention everything about meeting Subai back then. But she conducted a private investigation on Subai. Only then did I find out. There are many businesses in the black market that are related to Subai. Subai is very rich, the amount may have exceeded Tsunade's awareness. Especially when she heard Subai's true identity, she was even more happy. In this way, there is a chance to find Subai's whereabouts. 0. If it really doesn't work, I'll ask him to borrow a little bit at that time, the kind that I don't plan to pay back anyway. Of course, there is also a little bit of hearing about the attack on Konoha village. Due to the 5th Hokage matter, no information has leaked out. Tsunade also subconsciously thought that Jiraiya would be the next Hokage. Although the other party is unreliable, it doesn't matter, Subai is very reliable. FFLX. Tsunade is still very at ease and continues to play outside. The other side. In the forest path, the two figures walked forward slowly. As Orochimaru was walking, he suddenly yelled, "Damn it, it really hurts me to death." Boom. There was a loud bang. He broke the trees beside him with one arm. Call, shortness of breath, cold sweat. Thinking of Sarutobi Hiruzen's final ghoul seal, Orochimaru yelled angrily, "Damn old guy, I'm not at ease when I'm about to die." Orochimaru was tormented by the aftereffects of the ghoul closure. Not only did the high fever persist, but the two sealed arms endured painful burning every day. "Master Orochimaru, please bear with us, we will reach Pamphlet Street soon." Yakushi Kabuto, who was following closely beside Orochimaru, was also unthinkable, but the collapse plan of Konoha village ended like this. Snort. We underestimated that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. I didn't expect him to have a master-student relationship with Bai Yasha behind his back. Hateful. Orochimaru gritted his teeth angrily, especially thinking about Uchiha Sasuke, he was even more furious. At the beginning, I suspected that if the majestic Bai Yasha was really for a pink-haired girl, why didn't he take it away on the spot, and keep that pink girl in Konoha village? Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his reflective glasses, and his analysis was clear and logical. Snort. Orochimaru snorted coldly. Being calculated, he felt very shameless. But it doesn't matter, the information left by the old man before he died, he certainly didn't expect that I had learned the Impure World reincarnation long ago. He arranged for Tsunade to be the 5th Hokage at Konoha village, and it was like he was helping me. Speaking of this, Orochimaru's smile gradually turned cold. Since Shimura Danzo lost, it doesn't matter. It's all temporary. Tsunade returned to the village to inherit the 5th Hokage, which can be regarded as the heart with Orochimaru. HMPH. Now I'm curious, what kind of expression will she have when I put my good apprentice Naoki in front of her? Tsunade yo. This time she not only wants to heal my hands, but also obediently return me to Konoha village as Hokage. By the way, obediently send Sasuke to my hands. Chapter 96. Naruto, you have to remember that women are the biggest stumbling block for ninjas. Jiraiya is interesting. On the way, I asked Subai about Uzumaki Naruto's guidance and practice. It seems that it is better to discuss with him who should teach Naruto. Subai spread his hands, expressing that he is actually just a swordsman who uses swords. Apart from secret arts, he knows nothing about other ninjutsu and spiritual practice. Jiraiya was overjoyed upon hearing this. Put on the appearance of a master at the moment. Subai thinks this phenomenon is quite normal. After all, their ninjas are very particular about inheritance. Namikaze Minato is Uzumaki Naruto's father, and Jiraiya is Namikaze Minato's teacher. Sure enough, regarding Uzumaki Naruto's teaching, he had to come. On the bustling street, Jiraiya confiscated Uzumaki Naruto's wallet, leaving only 1,000 taels for the two. And admonished Uzumaki Naruto, money, wine, women. These three things will make the ninja useless. Naruto was so scared that he didn't say anything. Subai was curious. In the original book, Jiraiya only left 300 taels to Naruto. This time, it should be because of his problem that he gave an extra 700 taels. Spiritual Immortal is really stingy. Uzumaki Naruto pouted and looked at Subai with dissatisfaction. Do you think so, brother Subai? This money is enough for the two of us to eat. It's enough to eat. Naruto, you must remember that money and wine are not enough. Women are the stumbling block on the road of ninja practice. Subai's expression was extremely serious, and Naruto was drooling as he watched. His face turned blue with fright. But don't worry, 323, I have money, what do you want to do, I'll just accompany you. Naruto has never been in such a bustling and lively place. Naturally excited. After hearing Subai's words, he was even more excited. Really? Brother Subai. Under Naruto's excited lead, Subai accompanied him to buy a lot of things. Takoyaki, creamy potatoes, chocolate bananas, fried noodles, marzipan, masks. Subai also accompanied Uzumaki Naruto to play balloons and catch fish. The two had a great time playing. What makes Subai curious is that the people in the Land of Fire now always look at him a few more times when they see him. But it's not as scary as it used to be. It is still very useful if you want to come to the country of fire. Okay, enough to eat and drink and enough to play. Naruto, it's time for us to buy the balloons that Jiraiya asked us to buy for our practice. By the way, practice. After hearing Subai's words, Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. Asked curiously. I don't know what kind of ninjutsu the immortal Hoshi is going to teach me. When he taught summoning last time, he didn't care about anything. Looking at the pouted Naruto, Subai smiled and patted his head. Don't worry, Naruto, this time, he still doesn't care about anything. Snapped. But Naruto still had a happy pair of fists. Full of expectation, he said, when I learn new ninjutsu, I will definitely scare Mr. Kakashi when I go back. And Sasuke and little Sakura. Just don't know what they are doing now. Uzumaki Naruto wondered that Subai really couldn't give him an answer. Whether Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke will be sent to the hospital by Uchiha Itachi as before, Subai is really not sure. But about Haruno Sakura, Subai does know. After all, Fenmao has been locked in the home space by Subai and is cleaning day and night. Subai took Naruto to find a stall selling balloons. Buy all the balloons. It was not until dusk that Jiraiya leisurely appeared in front of the two of them. He was wobbly and looked like he had drunk a lot. The pungent smell of rouge and gouache made Subai wrinkle his nose even more. Sure enough, definitely went to that kind of place. The sky slowly darkened, in the home space at this time. Hyūga Hinata is busy in the kitchen, but Haruno Sakura is looking at busy Hinata with humility and curiosity. After a while, the space was distorted, and Subai slowly walked out from the portal. He consulted with Jiraiya. During the day, he guarded Naruto and watched Naruto practice, and Jiraiya went to investigate Tsunade's information. Subai actually knew that, if nothing else happened, Tsunade was already in the short book street during this time. But if he rushes to fill the cup, it doesn't look very good. So Subai didn't say much, and agreed to Jiraiya's division of labor. Senior Subai is back. Hearing the abnormal movement, Hinata was startled and accelerated the work in hand. However, Haruno Sakura shivered in fear. As for the cleaning work, she naturally has no problem doing it by herself. Only one cooks. It really made her sad. Is that called rice? Proper dark food? Hinata took a bite and was almost sent away. Seniors who are busy outside eat this kind of food, what are you kidding about? Fortunately, Hyūga Hinata arrived in time to save the scene. After dinner was finally ready, Hinata hurriedly took a sip, with a slight disappointment on her face and a sigh. Hinata's sigh made Haruno Sakura flustered even more. Miss, failed. Hinata shook her head. I don't know if it suits Senior's taste, but I think it's not as delicious as Senior's cooking. Haruno Sakura was confused by her words, and couldn't understand what Hinata was saying. Hinata, you mean to say, did Seniors cook before? Haruno Sakura blinked in disbelief. But Hinata nodded and said, Senior had too much time before, so he usually cooks. But it's different now, Seniors are busier for Konoha village, and it's normal for us to cook. Okay, let's not talk about it. Senior is taking a bath, it looks like he has been tired all day. Let's serve the food quickly. Hyūga Hinata tidied up everything nervously, and carefully took the prepared meals out of the kitchen. Senior Subai taking a bath. How did Hinata know? Haruno Sakura froze on the spot, sighing in her heart, as expected of Hinata, who knows Senior Subai so well. No wonder Senior Subai dotes on her so much. Thinking of this, Haruno Sakura secretly vowed to redouble his efforts. Subai, soaking in the hot spring, stretched his waist. I didn't expect that girl Hinata to come here again. Is it really uncomfortable if you don't come for a day? After muttering to himself, Subai also began to think about the next thing. Due to the heavy loss of Konoha village, plus the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, stupid Udatain Kaharu and Mitokado Homura revived the establishment of the Shimura Danzo root organization. That is to say, now Shimura Danzo can slowly cultivate his power again. According to the current Subai, there is absolutely no reason to stop this kind of thing. It doesn't matter what happened to the Uchiha clan, or what happened to Yakushi no back then. Even Danzo's assassination of Sarutobi Hiruzen, not enough to be an excuse to kill him. After all, in the eyes of other families, what they hate is Danzo's militantism, but not these things. Danzo does these things. For most Konoha village ninjas, they are very agreeable. Subai is different from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He really wants to do something, and what he does is absolutely amazing. In Subai's eyes, Udatain Kaharu and Mitokado Homura are just two incompetent people who want to take care of everything and can't be the master of everything. These two old guys could only complain, and according to Tsunade's temper, they didn't buy the face of these two old guys at all. But Danzo is different, he's someone who can really make things happen behind his back. So for Subai to live in Konoha village later, Danzo must die. Not only Danzo must die, but the root organization he created, as long as he is his right-hand man, must die. Danzo, you'd better contribute more to your ideas. Otherwise, it's really not easy to judge you. Subai stood up, wiped it off, put on a bathrobe and went out. What he has to do now is to leave more prestige and a good impression in the hearts of everyone in Konoha village. Of course this kind of thing is too simple. After all, Konoha village is like a curse, there are always accidents. After coming to the hall, Subai found Haruno Sakura and Hyūga Hinata kneeling and sitting at the table obediently. Dinner is already set on the table. What are you two doing? Why don't you sit on the sofa and choose to kneel and sit beside the table? Haruno Sakura. Silence. Hyūga Hinata. Silence. Subai. Forget it. Let them both go. Subai didn't care, and went straight to the sofa, sat down on it. Glancing at the food on the table, he said, "This is made by Hinata." Hearing this, the two of them were shocked. Especially Haruno Sakura, who was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. The main reason is that Subai asked her to cook before leaving. Just looking at the appearance, you can tell that it was made by Hinata, if it was replaced by a small Sakura. These ingredients will inevitably be covered with a dark atmosphere. After the two heard this, their young hearts were beating with fright. Do you know all this? No, that. The main reason is that you are hungry, senior, little Sakura. Seeing Hinata's nervous appearance, Subai smiled and said nothing. After taking a sip, he nodded with satisfaction, not bad. In the future, Hinata can just wear an apron and cook here. Hearing Subai's praise, Hyūga Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was also a trace of proud rosiness on his face. After Subai had dinner, Hinata could only temporarily choose to go home due to the presence of Haruno Sakura. Although a little dissatisfied, there is no good way now, and I can only look forward to Haruno Sakura's early graduation. Pack your bags and get out and go back to Konoha. At that time, the home space will be Hinata and Subai's separate small world again. Wait until Hinata leaves, after Haruno Sakura packs everything up. She came to Subai with an uneasy mood. I'm sorry, senior. I really don't know anything about cooking. Hearing this, Subai looked up at the apologetic Haruno and said, it shouldn't be just like this. I heard that you don't even do housework at home. My own clothes are also thrown all over the floor, and I don't clean them up. He has a really big temper. Facing Subai's education, Haruno Sakura couldn't even speak a word. The main thing is that what the other party said is too correct. It's really hateful, which B**************** D is talking too much in front of seniors. Haruno Sakura thought angrily in her heart. 3.5 inches. Are you wondering how I knew about this matter now, and even scolding people? Subai glanced at Haruno Sakura. It even shocked Haruno Sakura, who broke out in a cold sweat. Senior Subai can even see through people's inner thoughts. This is too scary. Of course Subai is just guessing based on his knowledge of Haruno Sakura. Sakura in Haruno Sakura is a very interesting existence. Okay, when you can get rid of your boring pride, I think my secret technique will have a much higher chance of success for you. I have books on cooking and housekeeping tips in my study. You can read it first, and there are records on how to become a qualified housemaid. Go and read the book yourself, I'm going to rest. Subai simply left a word, ignored Haruno Sakura, and walked towards the bedroom alone. The moment he turned around, a weird smirk appeared on the corner of Subai's mouth. It has to be said that Haruno Sakura is still very eager to improve and become stronger. As soon as Subai left, she got into the study in the home space. After looking through the bookshelves for a long time, I finally found the book that Subai said could improve her housework and even put down her boredom and pride. This is. When the book was opened, Haruno Sakura was stunned on the spot. Could it be said that the soul of cooking skills? It turned out to be this kind of apron. In an instant, Haruno Sakura sat down on the ground in shock. If someone sees you dressed like this, you won't be ashamed to death. Chapter 97. As expected of you, White Yasha. Bang bang bang. The sound of several palms touching each other can be heard endlessly. Hyūga Hiashi is teaching Hyūga Neji how to learn 8 trigrams air palm. Hyūga Hanabi, who has completed her training, sits in the corridor of the courtyard. Playing with his legs is resting. Beside her, Hyūga Hinata sat quietly by the corridor with a sad face. Hey, sister, haven't you visited Master Subai recently? Because Subai's identity is to assist the existence of 5th Hokage in the future. So Hyūga Hanabi subconsciously called Subai an adult. But when the name was mentioned, Hinata's body felt like it was getting an electric shock. His complexion seemed a little unsightly. No, Hinata shook her head helplessly. It's not that she doesn't want to go, but it's because she helped Haruno Sakura make dinner last time. The passage to the home space was closed for unknown reasons. As a result, no matter how Hyūga Hinata performed the time-space ninjutsu, the portal did not appear in front of her. This can't help but make Hinata a little upset. Oh, hey, sister, what kind of person is Master Subai? Is he really strong? How fishy is it? Facing Hyūga Hanabi, who was like a curious baby, Hinata smiled gently, touched Hanabi's head and said, Senior is naturally very, very powerful. It seems that it is not clear how to describe Subai's strength. Hinata put her finger on her chin and thought for a while. Senior Subai is the strongest ninja I have ever seen. Sharp. When Hyūga Hinata heard this, a shy look of longing rose on her small face. Then is it possible for me to be guided by Mr. Subai? Hyūga Hinata asked excitedly. Maybe the sound was a bit loud, but it was clearly heard by Hyūga Hiashi not far from 12. Okay, Neji, let's take a break too. Hyūga Hiashi said lightly, his face became a little serious. Yes, seeing this, Neji could naturally see Hiyashi's displeasure, and hurriedly replied. By the way, he cast a self-seeking look at Hinata and Hanabi. Ahem. Coming in front of the two, Hyūga Hiashi coughed lightly. With a more serious face, he said, Hinata, go and prepare some tea, I want to have a rest with Neji. Yes, Hyūga Hinata heard the sound, stood up quickly, and walked into the house. Seeing this, Hanabi trembled inwardly. It's a bad thing, my father seems to be a little angry. Hyūga Hiashi is definitely not happy about this kind of thing. It is at this age for ignorant children to have some unpleasant things with their parents. As the head of the Hyūga family, Hiashi naturally still needs to save face. Look at Hinata's recent look of desolation. He gets angry. The nearest Konoha village, since Tsunade has not returned to succeed 5th Hokage. According to the above regulations, except for those ninjas guarding the border, ninjas in the village are not allowed to go out without special circumstances. Especially when Uchiha Itachi and Kisame came to Konoha village a few days ago. He also dumped Hitaki Kakashi into the hospital. Uchiha Sasuke even chased after Uchiha Itachi. Fortunately, Might Guy and Asuma arrived in time, and Uchiha Itachi didn't seem to want to stay longer, so Uchiha Sasuke was saved. Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke, both the master and the apprentice, were betrayed and sent to the hospital. It even caused panic at the top. Now even the task, when Tsunade did not come back to preside over the overall situation, he was not allowed to accept it casually. Everyone took advantage of this time to practice hard. In contrast to Hyūga Hinata. But I don't think about making progress at home all day, and I don't know what is thinking in my head. Father. After a while, Hyūga Hinata came over with a plate. There were 2 cups of tea and some pastries on it. Hiashi nodded and said hello, Neji, sit down and rest. We'll continue practicing in a while. Yes, homeowner. Quote. Hyūga Neji seemed a little embarrassed, but he obeyed the order and sat down obediently. Immediately, Hyūga Hiashi looked at Hinata. Hinata, do you feel a little bit high because of Subai's help? Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, who are right with you, are both practicing seriously. You are fine, you look devastated every day, what do you want to do? Forehead. Hyūga Hanabi heard the sound, and just wanted to sneak away, but was scolded by Hiashi. Hanabi, where are you going to go? Hinata. From today until Lord 5th Hokage Tsunade returns, you can't go anywhere. Guide Hanabi revolving heaven obediently. Understood. Hyūga Hiashi snorted coldly, and ignored Hyūga Hinata. Hinata was about to say something, but suddenly felt that Hanabi was pulling Hinata's cuff with her little hand, signaling her not to speak. Oh well, she naturally knew that what Hyūga Hiashi said was not wrong. It's a pity that I just don't put my mind on it, and I can't help it. But Hanabi is very happy. In this way, she can feel how powerful her current sister is. In the home space, Haruno Sakura clutched her long hair irritably, her spirit seemed a little crazy. Dressing in an apron has already broken her a little. In addition, every time Subai came back, the slightly squinted eyes made Haruno Sakura tremble even more. Speechless is, this meal is really hard to swallow. After a few days, Haruno was almost unbearably hungry. The worst thing is that Subai seems to have expected such an end, every time he goes home full of food. What's going on with Hinata these days, why didn't she come over to help? Haruno Sakura leaned helplessly against the wall. The sudden coolness from her back made her feel refreshed again. Looking at the burnt food in the pot, Haruno Sakura rolled his eyes and shouted, it's burnt again, damn it. In the courtyard, a cow that was grazing was suddenly frightened. What is this crazy woman doing? I have screamed several times today. Master, what kind of thing did you catch back? However, Subai at this time has followed Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto to the short book street. Due to the improvement of Naruto's control over chakra, Rasengan's practice process is much smoother than before. Today's Uzumaki Naruto is really happy and energetic, jumping and leading the way. According to intelligence, Tsunade seems to have made a fortune recently. I lost 800 million taels. Subai, if I remember correctly, the bounty offered by you before was 800 million taels, right? When Jiraiya collected this information, his jaw dropped in shock. Where did Tsunade get the 800 million taels? Although Jiraiya also has a lot of savings by selling novels. But 800 million taels. That's really not a small amount. Just let Tsunade be like this. Subai, FK. After hearing this disappearance, Subai couldn't help being a little surprised. Tsunade, a prodigal BCH, didn't pay back the money, but instead used all the money to gamble. And, still lost everything. As expected of Master Tsunade, you are really rich. Subai smiled awkwardly. Jiraiya quickly waved her hand and said, who knows where she got the money from. That guy often uses the transformation technique to make himself look like a teenager or 20s in order to avoid foreign debts. Hey, but this pamphlet street is really big. It's also unclear which casino Tsunade is hiding in at this time. Jiraiya looks left and right. But Subai didn't say anything. He had already discovered Tsunade's whereabouts at this time. But to his surprise, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto were still ahead of them. It's okay. Subai let out a long breath. Due to Uzumaki Naruto, the progress of practice is much faster than before. Before he finishes Rasengan, Subai then showed Jiraiya the membership card of certain clubs. Jiraiya was even more dumbfounded, and praised Subai as worthy of being the White Yasha of the black market. For these things on the market, Subai has dabbled in every prosperous area. Of course, it is not the kind of consumption, but a part of the source of income. The reason why Subai procrastinated for a while. The purpose is for Orochimaru to give Tsunade the opportunity to collapse, and then see the needle. And Subai is very clear that in this period of time, the difference between Jiraiya and him is easily reflected. And let's be honest, Jiraiya, Subai still needs to be a little wary. Hello. At this moment, several villagers suddenly ran over from the opposite side. Don't let it go any further. Over the short book city, a giant python appeared. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly asked, "Hey, how big is that giant python? Hey, how big is it? I was attacked by a super huge snake in the village before, hello." It's a pity that the fleeing villagers in 743 ignored Uzumaki Naruto and ran away without knowing. Python. Facing the villagers who were running for their lives and eagerly reminding them, they also frowned. An ominous premonition rose leisurely. No way, it can't be that guy. The first thought in his mind was Orochimaru. Because there are not many people who use summoning beasts such as giant pythons in the ninja world, no matter whether they are animals. With Tsunade here, Jiraiya couldn't help but think of some bad things. Stop wandering around, Naruto, let's hurry to the direction of Booklet City. Subai, I guess the hand might be there. Be careful for a while, Orochimaru is very likely to be in the Booklet Street. What, Orochimaru? Subai pretended to be surprised when he heard this. After Uzumaki Naruto heard the word Orochimaru, his body visibly trembled. The fear that Orochimaru had given him still lingered in his heart. But when he remembered that Subai was present at this time, he was relieved a lot. It's okay, good fairy, brother Subai was in the Death Forest back then. Beat Orochimaru away, here Orochimaru is no match. It's a pity that Jiraiya looked heavy and explained to Naruto seriously, that's different. That's in Konoha village, and that's on Pamphlet Street. We have no support, and Orochimaru can fight boldly with confidence. Jiraiya is actually clear. Anbu members who watched Sarutobi Hiruzen fight Orochimaru once gave him a detailed report on the battle process. To be on the safe side, Jiraiya was afraid that Subai and Naruto would be careless because Orochimaru's hands were sealed. If there is an accident at that time, it will be bad. So he didn't disclose the matter to the two of them. Go quickly, if you are late, you may not be able to catch up. Jiraiya said in a panic. But Subai was secretly happy. No, it's too late. Orochimaru just left after talking with Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade leaving with his head down, Subai knew that Orochimaru must have made a deal with Tsunade with Naoki's affairs. In this world, perhaps except for Naoki at present, nobody could make Tsunade look like that. Of course Subai didn't care about this matter at all. Some things are only interesting if they change slowly. Chapter 98. Very good, great, formed a group to bully people. Swish, Jiraiya quickly jumped off the wall. After looking at the broken wall in front of him, he was stunned and his expression was a little irritable. Looks like it's still a step late, Tsunade is no longer here. Hateful, raising her eyebrows, Jiraiya closed her eyes and said immediately, let's continue to look for Tsunade, I think she hasn't gone too far. Let's go, Subai, Naruto. According to Jiraiya's observations, apart from the shattered walls, there was no fighting going on around the venue. Follow his knowledge of Orochimaru and Tsunade. Orochimaru must have angered Tsunade somewhere, and Tsunade punched the wall in anger. But there was no other dispute between the two of them. Presumably there should be some kind of deal still under consideration. The night gradually darkened. Jiraiya took Subai and Naruto around the whole street non-stop. Subai didn't say anything, anyway, he had already positioned Tsunade's position. It's impossible for Tsunade to leave. But Uzumaki Naruto turned a little annoyed and complained. What? I can't find it anywhere. Could it be that the mother-in-law named Tsunade has left Bamboo Street? What a seductive fairy. Don't take me and brother Subai to run around. If she leaves the short book street, wouldn't we be busy here? Naruto pouted, and looked at Subai again after complaining. Really, brother Subai? Subai heard the sound, but smiled. Well, what you said seems to make sense. Senior, shall we go to that restaurant for a meal first? Take a break and check some information. Subai pointed to a restaurant not far away and asked Jiraiya. After hearing this, Jiraiya suddenly stopped, thinking for a while. He nodded and said, well, what you said is very reasonable, it seems that this is the only way to do it now. Isn't that an izakaya? Uzumaki Naruto was a little unhappy, pouted, I'm a child, I can't drink. Subai, Jiraiya rolled her eyes even more, and looked at Naruto suspiciously, are you an idiot? I didn't let you drink. The kid can just eat some food. Let's go, see. Naruto watched Jiraiya walking towards the izakaya, and looked at Subai again with dissatisfaction. Brother, it's true, I have to choose this kind of place. Don't you know the virtues of immortal Hiashi? Subai still didn't say anything, just cast a gentle smile on Naruto. It doesn't matter whether Jiraiya drinks or not, what matters is. Tsunade was sitting inside at this time, drinking a bottle of wine. Eating something other than ramen once in a while is nutritious. Let's go, Naruto. Subai greeted Naruto, and followed Jiraiya's pace. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto froze in place. Why does brother Subai know that I want to eat ramen? Even Uzumaki Naruto followed into the izakaya, but he was still a little unhappy. Hey, I really want to eat ramen. It's really troublesome to be with a grown-up like Sesshin, or else, brother Subai, you can accompany me to eat ramen and let Sesshin stay here by himself. Jiraiya lowered her eyes slightly and looked down at Naruto. Hey, you really don't understand anything. The so-called intelligence is generally collected in such places. I said Subai, when you tell Naruto about things in the future, you must be more comprehensive, otherwise his brain will not be able to figure it out. When the voice fell, Jiraiya turned her head and looked into the store, as if looking for a better location. Result, Liamu thinks right. Shizune and Tsunade were staring blankly at Jiraiya at the door. Subai behind Jiraiya was not found. And Jiraiya also froze in place. Tsunade. After half a sound, Jiraiya screamed. This sound made Uzumaki Naruto beside him open his mouth even more. Who? Tsunade. Such a coincidence. It's really easy for me to find. Jiraiya said as he walked towards Tsunade and the other two. Uzumaki Naruto, on the other hand, looked at Tsunade standing up with a dazed expression, his eyes staring straight. Hey, big brother Subai, the good seductive fairy has already misunderstood the wrong person. How could that big sister be 5 years old? It's a fraud. Naruto tugged on Subai's clothes, but Subai spread his hands and did not express any opinion. But when Jiraiya left to reveal Subai, Tsunade and Shizune were surprised at the same time. Subai, why does Jiraiya also appear here? Doubts flashed through his mind. Tsunade immediately looked at Shizune. With this stare, Shizune's delicate body trembled, and he immediately understood the message in Tsunade's eyes. That is not to tell what they have seen with Subai before. Of course, if Subai took the initiative to say something, Shizune should not speak indiscriminately, and leave everything to Tsunade. The five sat opposite each other. Shizune swallowed nervously. In less than a day, she met all the Sannin in Konoha village. Besides, White Yasha, even 5th Hokage Jiraiya-sama and Hokage assistant Subai-senpai will come out to find Tsunade-sama in person. Add to that Orochimaru's previous deal with Tsunade to let Tsunade heal his arm at the cost of resurrecting Naoki. Shizune felt something was wrong in an instant. It seems that Konoha village has obtained some definite information, so. Jiraiya, as Hokage, you don't have to stay in Hokage's office, what are you doing here? Tsunade took a sip of the wine, squinted his eyes, and looked at Jiraiya with a playful smile on his pretty face. By the way, he glanced at Subai who was eating. Hey, is this the person who ordered to help you from the 3rd generation? White Yasha, I didn't expect you to be an apprentice from the 3rd generation. It really surprised me to meet the legendary bounty criminal. Oh, no, now I think I should change my address to you, junior brother Subai. Tsunade laughed jokingly. Subai, he didn't speak. He understood what Tsunade meant. The woman in front of him didn't want to expose the dark history of being forcibly taken away by him before. So he raised his head and nodded slightly to express his goodwill. Seeing this, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, Jiraiya's words made her stunned on the spot. 5th Hokage, who, me, no, you got it wrong, country. The old man wants you to go back to Konoha village to take over as 5th Hokage, Subai is here to assist you, not me. Shizune didn't expect things to develop in such a weird direction. Surprised, he stood aside. After Tsunade heard the sound, he was also taken aback and then smiled. Sorry, I refuse. What's the point of doing something like Hokage? Only an idiot would want to do something like that. The same is true for Mr. Sarutobi, who has been Hokage for so long. Wouldn't it be better if he abdicated earlier? It's really presumptuous. Finally died at the hands of Orochimaru. Tsunade's disdainful answer was somewhat beyond Jiraiya's expectations. Uzumaki Naruto was so angry that he almost choked to death. Well, damn, what are you talking about? As soon as the words fell, he was about to step on the table to teach Tsunade a lesson, but was grabbed by Subai. Brother Subai, what are you doing? Put me down. I have to teach this hateful woman a lesson. It's a pity that Subai smiled. Naruto, don't underestimate this woman, she can smash Orochimaru. When Uzumaki Naruto heard this, his aura immediately lost more than half. This woman in front of me. So terrible. Currently Tsunade's strength is still clear to Subai. Tsunade, who takes strawberries and milk continuously, is much better than she used to be. In addition, there is no fear of blood. With Orochimaru's current state, if he doesn't run away, he might really be stabbed by Tsunade. Is she so powerful? Naruto shivered for a while, and sat down angrily. It doesn't make much sense to say that. If I'm not wrong, Tsunade-sama met Orochimaru before. Did that fellow propose something more enticing? Subai looked harmless to humans and animals, still maintaining a simple smile. But Shizune's complexion changed suddenly. Tsunade also trembled, and hurriedly looked at Shizune. Afraid that she would tell Orochimaru about resurrecting Naoki. But this is not the same thing in Jiraiya's ears. Especially Jiraiya, who observed the change of Shizune's expression, was able to guess what happened. Subai's guess is not wrong. There seems to be some agreement between Tsunade and Orochimaru. Jiraiya took a sip of wine and smiled. then said, "Today is really a special day. If I had been there earlier, I would have been able to attend Sonin's party. But, Tsunade, judging from the performance of you and Shizune just now, although I don't know what deal you have with Orochi. But it seems to be hit by Subai. It's just that everything can't be concluded so early. You'd better think about it carefully, but there's one thing I still want to make clear to you. The Hokage of all ages wanted to protect the village and those who lived in it, to calm the troubled times and make the village prosperous. They will all risk their lives for this, and I don't understand their feelings. So, if you try to betray Konoha village, I'll kill you then." Jiraiya said at the end with an unusually serious expression. When these words were spoken, Subai could feel the atmosphere suddenly drop to freezing point. Shizune and Uzumaki Naruto shuddered even more. But Subai, I was quite satisfied in my heart, but I didn't expect things to go very smoothly. Okay, Zhao. Thinking about it, Jiraiya is not a fool. He can naturally think of some things based on the reanimation jutsu performed by Orochimaru at that time. Plus his knowledge of Tsunade and Orochimaru. Jiraiya can also think of what kind of transaction agreement the two had. Just because this matter is so important, he will be very shaken in his heart, for fear that Tsunade will do something to betray Konoha village. Affection. After all, compared to Tsunade's younger brother Naoki, others are nothing, even Konoha village. Snort. Tsunade snorted coldly, didn't continue talking, but gave Subai a vicious look. It seemed to be to blame for his extra mouth just now. He even regarded Subai as a white-eyed wolf. My old lady is kind enough to help you keep the secret, but you are better off yourself. But after thinking about it, Tsunade felt a little lost. The current Subai is not a White Yasha in the black market, but an apprentice of Konoha village 3rd Hokage, who will assist 5th Hokage in the future. To put it bluntly, the top management of Konoha village should also know it well. If Subai does well, he will be the 6th Hokage of Konoha village for as long as he lives. The more I thought about it, the more angry I became, the more I felt wronged. Tsunade stood up suddenly, and sneered a few times. That's great. This is bringing a big and a small, 3 people over to bully me. Okay, you are amazing, I will not accompany you. After saying a word, Tsunade grabbed the pair beside him, turned his head and left the izakaya. Master Tsunade. Seeing this, Shizune was about to get up and chase, but Jiraiya called out, "Shizune, let her be alone for a while." Chapter 99. Great Haruno Sakura, almost starved to death. In the dead of night, Tsunade is sitting alone in a secluded place. Bury your head between your legs. Naoki's innocent smile kept echoing in his mind. And, Tsunade never thought that the current Orochi has already studied the forbidden technique that can bring people back to life. Reanimation jutsu. Extract a certain amount of body from the deceased, use the body of the living as the container for the soul of the deceased, and then summon the soul of the deceased from the pure land of the underworld to the present world. The soul of the dead is attached to the container and covers the body of the living with dust, thus transforming into the appearance of the dead. Buying the kunai engraved with a talisman into the back of the deceased's head can obliterate the consciousness of the deceased. It is entirely up to the caster to decide whether to retain the emotional will. A familiar voice suddenly sounded from my ears. Tsunade's body trembled, and he raised his head suddenly. It turned out to be Subai. HMPH. What nonsense are you talking about here? I'm talking about the resurrected Naoki. Subai calmly came to Tsunade, found a suitable place, and sat down gently. What, Naoki? Tsunade's expression trembled slightly, but the next moment, his brows frowned a little sternly. I don't understand what nonsense you're talking about. Maybe it's because of a guilty conscience. Tsunade looked angry, but his voice was a little weaker. The way Orochimaru revived Naoki was to summon Naoki's soul back from the world of purity. Attach to a living sacrifice, and use dust to cover the original appearance of the sacrifice and replace it with the appearance of Naoki. But apart from the fact that the body is not made of meat, it is really no different from Naoki. Certainly, the premise is that Orochimaru does not use the talisman to obliterate Naoki's original will. Subai's simple words caused Tsunade's heart to be greatly shocked. She really doesn't seem to know the specific principle of impure world reincarnation 833. This is the forbidden technique developed by second Hokage, don't you really know anything about it? Seeing Tsunade's bewildered look, Subai smiled slightly. In the process of killing the 3rd generation, Orochimaru used this method to summon Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. And this kind of body can't kill the opponent in any way other than using the seal technique, or the caster himself disarms the ninjutsu. The shattered body will be immediately covered with new dust and restored to its original appearance. Think about it, is this human or? Subai paused, and said with a look of indifference, or is it a monster? Cut, I don't know what you are talking nonsense here. Tsunade turned his head away. Obviously, she didn't want to give up this rare opportunity. In fact, Subai knew in his heart that there was indeed a way to completely resurrect the real Naoki. That's what you can do with Rinnegan's Rinne Tensai technique while reanimating jutsu. Too bad Subai didn't want to tell Tsunade this. Bring Naoki back to life. Not to mention it is a troublesome thing, but it is definitely a troublesome guy. Actually, it was analyzed based on the Anbu information that was watching the battle between Orochimaru and 3rd Hokage at that time. And the early performance of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama who were called up. The Pure Land world does exist, and it is more like some kind of world that is different from ours, but not bad. The current Naoki may be happily playing in the Pure Land world, and maybe in the future, he will also meet the Konoha village ninjas who have just stepped into the Pure Land world. Heard his sister fulfilling his dream in this life, becoming the 5th Hokage of Konoha village, protecting what he always wanted to protect. At that time, Naoki will definitely have a smile on his face and can't stop praising his sister's greatness. But, the originally smiling voice changed the topic. At this time, Subai's voice became a little indifferent, but if Naoki is brought out by Orochimaru through Impure World reincarnation, looking at my dilapidated body that is still under the control of others, I don't know what he will think. In addition, Naoki, who has always regarded his sister as an idol, if he knows that his sister has given up his dream for such a ridiculous thing. What do you think Naoki would have thought? After Subai finished speaking, he looked at the silent Tsunade again. It was obvious from her delicate expression that one could see her panic at this time. The two sat quietly like this for a long time. Tsunade suddenly spoke up. Are you saying that Naoki has always regarded me as an idol? No, this. Subai thought of this in his heart, but then he sighed. Hey. To be honest, I'm not very clear. But third Hokage used to remind me of the past, the people of the past. If you listen a lot, you will naturally hear something. I think those who value Hokage's dream and Konoha village so much will regard a ninja as outstanding as Tsunade-sama as an idol. After all, even people like me have such thoughts. Not to mention Naoki, not to mention you or his older sister, he must be more proud than others. Nonsense really comes out of nowhere. When Subai said these words, his face didn't blush, his heart didn't beat, and even his tone didn't change in any way. The coaxed Tsunade was both happy and sad. Subai took advantage of this moment and continued, actually, I agree with you. After all, Naoki, you miss him very much. But what Orochimaru calls Naoki, isn't really Naoki. It's just a puppet in his hand that can control you. It's Naoki who suffers. Even after death, his soul will not live in peace. Even more cruel, if the deal between Orochimaru and you is really concluded. But it completely shattered Naoki's dream so far. I think this is very unacceptable to him. It's up to you how to choose. It's just saying don't let things go to the end and become the last thing you want to see. After Subai finished speaking, he got up slowly, opened the portal, and planned to leave. It is enough to send the words, and it is not good to talk too much about other things. Snort. But at this moment, Tsunade snorted coldly. He looked up at Subai under the moon BCJ light. If I say yes to Orochimaru's request, will you kill me with Jiraiya then? And you should also know that according to the results of your secret technique, the current Jiraiya may not be my opponent. How will you choose then? Subai was slightly taken aback when he heard the words. He didn't expect Tsunade to ask such a question suddenly. This is a good sign, at least it proves that Tsunade has listened to what he said before. Tsunade is not a little girl, she is not clear about the pros and cons. Speak from your heart, although I have the same idea as Jiraiya, but the approach is very different. I really have selfish intentions. If things are as you said, if you choose to cooperate with Orochimaru, I will arrest you on the spot of the transaction. And permanently locked in my space-time ninjutsu. Cut. Tsunade's mouth twitched a few times after hearing Subai's answer. Seems to understand what Subai said inside and outside the meaning. Then he said disdainfully, your ambition is really lofty, is this the only hope? After hearing this, Subai didn't have any emotional fluctuations, but said earnestly, maybe it's because I stayed in the black market for too long. I always think of trying to maximize the interests of both parties. For me, it would be a pity if someone really killed you, it would be better to stay with me. Perhaps one day, you will think about it yourself. I want to look at the entire ninja world, until now, to be able to make the legendary Sannin, Katsuyu Princess Tsunade-ji-sama beg for mercy. It will be the next person. Tsunade. How dare the dog man in front of this kind of nonsense say it? Tsunade was so angry that he exploded, and immediately jumped up in a rage, go to hell. Tomtien feet descended from the sky. However, Subai pinched his ankle with ease. Don't get excited, the villagers of Renjabao Street were just surprised by Orochimaru today. It's late at night, don't scare them. Damn B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** stand still after Subai grabs his ankle. It was a bit uncomfortable for her to maintain the posture of raising her legs. Oh, sorry, Subai shrugged, let go of his hand, and pushed Tsunade away by the way. Hateful, pushed away. Tsunade's center of gravity was unstable, and he staggered to the ground. After getting up again, he found that Subai had already disappeared in front of him. You wait for me, D****************. When I become a 5th Hokage, I must look good on you. Naturally, Subai did not hear Tsunade's angry roar. He has already returned to his home space. But he has a bottom line in his heart. The deal between Orochimaru and Tsunade is probably going to die. Even if the two really go to trade, Subai still has a way to deal with Tsunade. Didn't Orochimaru want to resurrect Naoki with reanimation jutsu? It doesn't matter. Subai would tell Tsunade, did you see the gourd in my hand? The spilled wine would turn into a sharp sword, directly sealing Naoki's soul, even the body of the sacrifice, into the wine gourd. Then Tsunade will be really miserable. We'll lose everything. Subai, who returned to his home space, just stepped out of the portal. Something always feels wrong. Soft underfoot. Look down. Good guy, pink hair, what are you doing lying on the ground? Could it be that a new skill has been developed, the human carpet? As a ceremony dedicated to welcoming the master back. It's terrible, it's terrible. Subai was also a little horrified. Haruno Sakura's forehead is really not so big for nothing. Smart enough to draw inferences from one instance. Hey, you can get up now, you don't have to do this. Subai felt helpless. As a man, he has some small shortcomings that all men have. But not so overbearing. Haruno Sakura's enthusiasm really made him a little hard to bear. Hello, little Sakura, can't you hear me? You can get up now. After yelling a few times, Subai lightly stepped on Haruno Sakura who was lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. I go, could it be dead? Subai didn't care too much, and quickly turned him over, and after careful observation, he found that Haruno Sakura seemed to faint from hunger. Subai. Chapter 100. Witty Tsunade, White Yasha, got caught. Clap clap. Subai sat on the sofa, patting Haruno Sakura lying on his lap, lost in thought. He didn't seem to pay much attention, just like patting his thigh. According to Subai's strength at this time, I dare not say that he is number one in the ninja world, and it is almost too much. In addition to Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Otsutsuki clan who are still staring at this world. Everyone else is fine. In Subai's eyes, there is no difference between those people and gravel. Especially Ashura's chakra. This is really good stuff. Of course Subai now has chakra from Sage of Six Paths. It also inherited the so-called fairy eyes and sage body in disguise. He can clearly feel that the growth of chakra and physical skills in the body has been a little bit more than before. It's not because of how hard newcomers Sasuke and Naruto are trying. It's a sage body problem. Subai still has a few things to consider. The planting of the sacred tree must be done, and these intentions can bear the fruit of chakra. For something of this level, the income from eating it is definitely the best. There is also the need to continue to look for Shakuti to enhance his strength. All that remains is to start from Konoha village and build Subai's own ninja world. This one is difficult. It's not that you can achieve your goal no matter how strong you are, the way of suppressing with force only brings fear. People are afraid, and various problems arise. In the end it's just a hassle. Well, the groaning sound from below disturbed Subai's thoughts. Seeing Haruno Sakura who woke up quietly, Subai asked lightly, are you awake? Hearing the voice next to his ear, Haruno Sakura was shocked. She still remembered that she had a big problem with her apron. With a whoosh, Haruno Sakura quickly got up and hid in the corner of the wall. Subai lowered his eyes slightly, indicating that he was a little speechless. You. When did you come back, senior? Subai. Looking at Haruno Sakura's bewildered look, Subai was also a little helpless. Is this treating yourself as a villain in the ninja world? After so many days, he was still trembling like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This is not nonsense. You don't even think about the situation now. If Haruno Sakura knows Subai's thoughts, he would like to bite him to death. Yeah, if I don't come back, I'm afraid there will be another corpse at home. You are also good enough, and you can starve yourself to death. Speaking of this, Subai really shook his head helplessly. Forget it, I forced strawberries for you. I don't know how useful this thing is to you, but at least it can keep you fed for several days. 7 inches. Of course Subai knew that Haruno Sakura had gained a boost in strength. The upper limit of chakra and the upper limit of physical skills have been greatly improved. She did not receive ninjutsu rewards, but like Naruto, her control over chakra has been strengthened. Originally, Haruno Sakura was already very good in this respect, but this strengthening can make it exert even stronger strange power. And in terms of medical ninjutsu or sealing techniques, better breakthroughs can be achieved. Regarding Haruno Sakura's talent for illusion, Subai actually thinks it's useless if it's real. The reason is very simple, just look at Yuhihong. For illusion talent, Yuhihong is definitely top-notch. But for those who don't have the pupil technique, when faced with the illusion technique of the pupil technique, the illusion techniques they have learned seem to have completely lost their effect. And Subai also got a reward for chakra's control. In the future, whether it is performing all kinds of ninjutsu or the sword of vowed victory, when the power is the same as before, the consumption of chakra will be reduced. In a disguised form, the power of the sword of vowed victory has been strengthened. Haruno Sakura was startled when she heard Subai force-feeding herself. He quickly closed his eyes and inspected carefully. After a few breaths, she opened her eyes excitedly, and said excitedly, Senior, my strength has indeed been strengthened. It's really been strengthened. Subai could clearly feel Haruno Sakura's excitement. Maybe it's been suppressed for too long. Oh, I didn't expect your luck to be really good. Subai smiled lightly, pretending to be surprised. Looked towards Haruno Sakura. Seeing this, Haruno Sakura shuddered all over. He retracted into the corner of the wall again, blocking himself tightly. Snort. Seeing this, Subai sneered and said, there is nothing to hide. Since you chose to give in for power, do you think you have any dignity at all? What a funny guy. This. Haruno Sakura suddenly felt a little wrong, but she had considered it at the time. But when she thought of the excellence of those who were at the same time as her, especially thinking of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto's horrible upbringing, she simply couldn't have chosen better. What's more, both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto have chosen to let Subai help the occult to improve under such circumstances, if she doesn't make a choice. Then she will only be thrown farther and farther, until she can't see everyone's back. Waiting for my contemporaries to become excellent Chunin and Jōnin one by one. When working hard for Konoha village, is it possible that I will always have to form a team with the new genin to take the exam? This hit. Haruno Sakura couldn't stand it. Thinking about it, she choked up and slowly shed tears. I really didn't think wrong. Besides your temper, you also love to cry. Seeing this, Subai didn't sympathize with Haruno Sakura, and pretended to be disdainful. A further blow to Haruno Sakura. Subai also thinks very clearly, compared to Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi and others. Konoha village's new generation of Shaokyang should be more simple, to be more sure. It is still necessary to slowly cultivate some people who truly belong to us. No, that me, Haruno Sakura frantically tried to explain. She's not the type to give up her ego for power. She just felt that Subai, who is a senior in Konoha village, would not harm her. Furthermore, with the lessons learned from Hyūga Hinata, Haruno Sakura believes that Subai will not harm them. Hey, another silly boy, this guy in front of him is very bad. But Subai didn't respond at all, instead he said, but luck is also a kind of strength. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to cook anymore. What's more, you won't feel hungry these days. Put back on your own clothes, then sit in the courtyard and refine your chakra. Then concentrate chakra on the limbs, fists, legs and feet, and then burst out fiercely to try the effect. When you feel that your fist is very powerful, I can take you to find a place to try it. Subai pretended to tell Haruno Sakura how to use the strange power in taijutsu. This is to walk the path of others ahead of time, so that others have nowhere to go. Fist. Haruno Sakura wrinkled her nose and pouted her lips in a grieved manner. What the senior taught was not ninjutsu but taijutsu. This made Haruno Sakura feel very uncomfortable, but then she thought about it. For me, ninjutsu may really not be suitable. After all, as civilian ninjas, their family does not have decent ninjutsu such as family secrets. In desperation, Haruno Sakura had no choice but to try Subai's teaching method. Haruno Sakura can't stop nodding. Subai didn't say anything more, stood up, turned around and left. This act of slapping a sweet date is still very useful to them. After Haruno Sakura sees the effect of his progress, his mentality will definitely change even more. When the time comes, I will introduce him to Tsunade as an apprentice. Kill two birds with one stone. An excellent master coupled with an excellent and hard-working apprentice. Wouldn't the master and the apprentice be moved and weep bitterly? It even more reflects Subai's concern and care for the future of Konoha village. Oh, it turns out that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone. For the remaining few days, Subai just followed Uzumaki Naruto to watch him perform Rasengan's enhanced stability practice. Jiraiya has a big heart, holding Subai's membership card and having friendly and in-depth exchanges with people everywhere. He also gets drunk every night. Asked for flowers, Tsunade didn't make any statement either, and occasionally cast contemptuous glances at Subai after seeing him. For other matters, the few people never had any communication. Jiraiya didn't ask anything. Subai expressed even more calmness. After Orochimaru appeared, everything became clear. Even if Tsunade really doesn't want to go back to be Hokage, Subai decides that he has to tie her back. But just the night before the transaction, Tsunade suddenly took the initiative to find Subai and Jiraiya, and kindly invited them to have a meal. Grunt. After drinking a glass of wine, Subai pursed his lips. The taste is not bad. What does Jiraiya-senpai think? Well, the wine is very good. I didn't expect Tsunade to take the initiative to find us too. Have you already thought about it? This can be regarded as Jiraiya's first few drinks. After all, he has been nesting in the club all day long and drank a lot of wine. But as soon as the words finished, Jiraiya suddenly felt a little dizzy, and his eyes were straight. But this wine is very strong. Looking at Jiraiya's appearance, Tsunade's beautiful eyes closed slightly, and he looked at Subai in front of him. Despite Subai's delicate features, his drinking capacity is astonishingly large. The strength of alcohol seems to be quite strong. Senior Jiraiya, are you alright? Subai shook Jiraiya, who was already lying on the wine table, and asked pretending to be confused. This is not a question of whether the alcohol is strong or not, but that Tsunade has already tampered with the wine. For a medical ninja of her level, things like prescribing medicines are simply at their fingertips. This drug can not only put a person into a coma, but can even affect other people's chakra. For Subai, this kind of stuff is useless. Why did a wild horse suddenly run into this hotel? Seeing that Jiraiya was unconscious, Subai got up slowly and walked towards Tsunade. Tsunade, the nasty B****************. If you want to fall, you should quickly and honestly fall. Thinking of the previous events, Tsunade's heart trembled slightly. Nervously, he got up quickly, picked up the wine glass and put it in front of Subai. You be*****************. Why do you only drink so much? After only drinking a little, hallucinations have already appeared. While talking, Tsunade put the wine into Subai's mouth. After some tossing, Tsunade finally brought down Subai. It's so dangerous. Tsunade wiped the sweat from his forehead due to nervousness, stroked his chest and let out a long breath. Sword. Looked at Subai and Jiraiya again. She knew that both of them had good hearts, and she was afraid that she would be deceived by Orochimaru. Not to mention, what Subai said that night was absolutely correct. If I really reached an agreement with Orochimaru, then Naoki will really hate her for the rest of his life. What worries Tsunade even more is that Naoki's soul will not find peace in what Subai said. This kind of thing is completely unacceptable to her. Plus Orochimaru uses reanimation jutsu to play with the souls of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. This annoyed Tsunade even more. So, Tsunade decides to kill Orochimaru with his own hands to punish Orochimaru for humiliating his family. I'm very sorry. Tsunade took a deep look at Subai. Although you have helped me a lot, this matter must be handled by me myself. Don't worry, this drug will wake you up tomorrow morning, and the side effects will gradually disappear afterwards. There is no other harm to the body. After speaking a few words calmly, Tsunade left slowly. After realizing that Tsunade was walking away, Subai slowly opened his eyes, stood up and stretched himself. Bah, it's boring. I thought that fellow Tsunade would say something nasty. That's the result. Subai expressed some regrets. Then he glanced at Jiraiya, who was lying on the table and had fallen asleep like a dead pig. Jiraiya's words, forget it, let him put it here first. Chapter 101. If I'm not Orochimaru, this kick might die. Swish. The two figures continued to move forward from the forest, and their goal was Baoji Street. HMPH. Sure enough, it will be very troublesome if someone is obstructing this negotiation. Orochimaru spoke suddenly. Yakushi Kabuto next to him heard the words, and tilted his eyes to Orochimaru. How should we do it? That follower from Tsunade. Perhaps it would be better to kill them. Today's Orochimaru is not aware that Subai and others have had contact with Tsunade. But he still understands Shizun's personality. They will definitely try their best to prevent the negotiation between the two. If that is the case, it is possible to affect the brainwashing that Orochimaru gave to Tsunade. Yakushi Kabuto hear this. Without saying any unnecessary nonsense, he pulled out the kunai and the ninja bag, accelerated his feet, and rushed to the front on the spot. The figure of Orochimaru was severely left behind. I have to say, as a subordinate, Yakushi Kabuto is also very loyal and wonderful. After a while, he had already appeared in the short book street and found Shizun's location. But the scene in front of me. But Yakushi Kabuto looked flustered, and his heart sank immediately. Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto and Shizun, the two are gathered on the balcony of the room at this time. From a distance, Yakushi Kabuto noticed that Jiraiya seemed to be in very bad shape. His face was pale and he looked out of breath. Tsunade that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** put drugs in our wine. Now I am not only unable to condense chakra, but also paralyzed. Looking at 270, Jiraiya, who was slumped on the ground, Shizune frantically shook her white teeth, her heart pounding. It is easy to tell from the situation at hand. Tsunade drugged Jiraiya out of fear of being stopped by them. By the way, where's brother Subai? Uzumaki Naruto cast a contemptuous glance at Jiraiya, who was slumped on the ground. He always said that he was an excellent ninja, but he was drugged in the wine and didn't know it. But what made Naruto even more puzzled was that early this morning, there was no sign of Subai. As soon as he mentioned Subai, Jiraiya suddenly woke up. It's a bad thing, I remember Subai kid was called by Tsunade with me last night. He must have been tricked by Tsunade as well. Having said that, Jiraiya's face suddenly became extremely ugly. I'm worried. That guy Tsunade killed Subai and brought it to Orochimaru in order to show his favor to Orochimaru, right? Master Jiraiya, please don't say that. When Shizune heard this, even more cold sweat broke out on his tense face. Even if Master Tsunade wanted to trade with Orochimaru, why did he deal with Senior Subai? Shizune's excitement made Naruto equally startled, and his face darkened immediately. Can't it be because brother Subai beat Orochimaru in the Death Forest, and Orochimaru took revenge? Subai beat Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. Uzumaki Naruto's words made Shizune, who was originally nervous, look a little dull. She couldn't believe Naruto's words. No matter what, Orochimaru is also called the legendary Sannin together with Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama. No matter how powerful Subai is, it is impossible for him to have the ability to fight Sannin at this age. That's right, Shizune. What Naruto said is absolutely true. Orochimaru was indeed beaten up by Subai in the Death Forest before attacking Konoha village. Presumably ruined some of his plans. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a fierce look. If this is the case, things will be even more troublesome. I didn't expect Tsunade to fall so far. No, we have to rush to the scene to stop their transaction. Jiraiya felt that she had regained some strength, and immediately stood up unsteadily. Shizune's face was even uglier than before. She no longer cared about being shocked by Subai's strength. If things are really as Jiraiya said, then Tsunade-sama, who I have always followed and am proud of. Shizune didn't dare to think too much. Seeing Jiraiya stand up, she hurriedly said, Master Jiraiya, then let's go there quickly. Yakushi Kabuto, who was hiding in the corner of the wall, couldn't help but panic when he heard the information. Not only Jiraiya came to find Tsunade, but even Shirayasha came. Yakushi Kabuto quickly digested the detected information. If what these three people said is true, Yakushi Kabuto thought of this. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if laughing at the other party's stupidity. Immediately, he worshipped Orochimaru even more in his heart. As expected of Lord Orochimaru, Shirayasha has just recovered his identity. In the end, I was tricked by my fellow senior sister, HMPH. Really sad guy. Thinking of this, Yakushi Kabuto gave up the mission of killing Shizune, after all Jiraiya was beside her. Even though Jiraiya said that he was drugged by Tsunade, but at such a critical moment, Yakushi Kabuto still chose to be cautious. Intended to report back to Orochimaru with the information they probed. Book Street outside the streets of Book City. It is the place where Orochimaru and Tsunade met before, and it is also the place where the transaction takes place. Watching Tsunade in front of him lift up his shimmering hands in dismay, Orochimaru showed a smug smile. A woman is a woman. Can never break free from the shackles of emotion. I just made a small plan, so Tsunade will obediently help me heal my arm. This kind of thing that looks like coercion, as long as you compromise for the first time, you will not be able to break free in the future. Tsunade. Thinking of Tsunade who will soon become 5th Hokage, Orochimaru seemed to see Uchiha Sasuke standing in front of him. Not just Sasuke, the members of the mystic family in Konoha village will all become his test subjects. But at the moment when the two of them were about to make contact, Tenkai pierced the air. Shoot at them both. Feel the danger approaching. Orochimaru and Tsunade simultaneously pulled back and dodged the attack. Swish swish swish. Yakushi Kabuto comes up with some nice backflips on the wall. The next moment, he soared into the air and landed firmly behind Orochimaru. However, at this time, Orochimaru's face was extremely ugly. The eyes were bloodshot, the yellow snake pupils closed suddenly, and he asked viciously, "Why did you get such an answer? Tsunade, you actually want to kill me?" Faced with Orochimaru's surprise and anger, Yakushi Kabuto suddenly remembered the information he had collected before. He could clearly feel that Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was full of murderous intent just now. It seems that the other party does not want to cooperate with them. That is to say, Tsunade did not kill Subai as Jiraiya and the others thought. However, I really believe in your loyalty to me and your ability. Orochimaru said coldly, and Yakushi Kabuto instantly understood that it was Orochi asking him why. He walked slowly to Orochimaru's side and said, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Because I am also a medical ninja, I can see that Master Tsunade's chakra just now is full of murderous intent." Yakushi Kabuto didn't say anything about Jiraiya and Subai having access to Tsunade. It's not the right time yet. Master Orochimaru will probably talk to Tsunade again. Sure enough, after Yakushi Kabuto explained the reason, Orochimaru immediately looked at Tsunade and said slowly, "Tsunade. Naoki is my first apprentice, so I really want to revive him. Also, I promised you that I would never attack Konoha village again." The second sentence is indeed true. Orochimaru wants people from Konoha village, so he naturally hopes that Konoha village will be well. Unfortunately, Tsunade sneered, "Orochimaru, do you think I'm really a 3-year-old kid?" This kind of lie. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly. Regarding Naoki's matter, she certainly hoped that she could be resurrected as Orochimaru said. But this thing is really too fake. The people who come out of impure world reincarnation cannot be regarded as real human beings at all. There is absolutely no way she would allow Orochimaru to do something that hurt Naoki like this. "No, I don't think we have anything to say, Orochimaru. Today I must let you hide here." Tsunade let out a long breath, adjusted his throbbing mood, and his eyes became extremely firm. Seeing this, Orochimaru closed his eyes slightly, and grinned. It seems that the negotiation has broken down. Originally, I wanted to test Tsunade again, but Tsunade's reaction was beyond Orochimaru's imagination. Things are getting a little troublesome. Orochimaru sighed. It seems that I can take you away and force you to give me treatment. Speaking of this, there is nothing to talk about. Orochimaru gave a look, but Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback. He knew that this was an instruction to step forward and fight, but things changed. Just when Yakushi Kabuto wanted to tell Orochimaru the information about Jiraiya and Subai, Tsunade had already come in front of them. So fast, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto were taken aback. Tsunade has been flying into the air with a Tongtian kick. Boom. There was a loud bang. Orochimaru's standing position cracks on the spot. Immediately, Tsunade kicked the entire street and collapsed into it. Swish. 2 figures appeared on the wall outside the street at the same time. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru couldn't help frowning. "Tsunade, when did you have such a powerful strange power?" Orochimaru's words made Yakushi Kabuto a little confused. He remembered that Orochimaru had told him before that Tsunade's strange strength was terrifying. If he was punched, he might die. Why is Orochimaru showing a surprised expression now? Yakushi Kabuto was very puzzled, but unfortunately he didn't know that Tsunade, which Orochimaru knew, couldn't reach such a level of strange power. HMPH, it looks like something interesting happened to Tsunade when he was out and about for a few years. Just as Orochimaru sneered, a little panic appeared on his face. "Do, she's here." Yes, the master and servant looked at Tsunade who was rushing towards them again, jumped up quickly and jumped onto the nearby tree. Boom. Tsunade punches down. The original wall suddenly collapsed. "Master Orochimaru, it's a bit too crowded here to keep a distance and fight. We need a spacious place." And, Yakushi Kabuto was also a little scared by Tsunade's amazing power. Before he had time to say anything else, he hurriedly reported the previous information to Orochimaru, and Master Jiraiya is now rushing this way with the woman named Shizune. With Jiraiya, besides Uzumaki Naruto, there is also Shirayasha. What? When Yakushi Kabuto uttered the word White Yasha, Orochimaru's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Jiraiya knew that there was absolutely no way to face Tsunade, but Subai was different. Orochimaru knew too little about him. Why is it White Yasha again? Thinking of Subai, Orochimaru was full of resentment. If it wasn't for Subai last time, he would have labeled Sasuke as his own. Now 0.2 is good, this troublesome guy came to stop me from looking for Tsunade again. It was unbearable. Since Bai Yasha is here, the plan has changed. You don't want to fight Tsunade anymore, we have to capture him back now. Orochimaru said lightly. Yakushi Kabuto also had no choice but to nod in response. Before that, he wanted to compete with Tsunade, who was known as the medical golden ceiling. See how far your abilities are from it. But now, things do change. You are going to bleed now, I will capture Tsunade. Orochimaru had just finished speaking. Whoosh, Tsunade still jumped into the air and appeared in front of the two. HMPH. It's over, Tsunade. Orochimaru smiled grimly. Yakushi Kabuto's technique was crisp and neat, tearing up the prepared blood pack and spilling blood on Tsunade. Well, the pungent bloody smell couldn't help but make Tsunade wrinkle his nose. Instantly remembered the days when I was alone with Subai. Suddenly, a feeling of shame and anger welled up in my heart. When he looked at the proud Orochimaru again, Tsunade's eyes were full of anger. Give me death, because of attachment. Boom, kick it down. Orochimaru didn't even have time to react. Then I felt a burst of ups and downs in my abdominal cavity. Surd, his body was like a cannonball fired. Quickly flew to the distance. Yakushi Kabuto, Master Orochimaru. Chapter 102. Orochimaru who escaped quickly, Jiraiya is poisoned again. Wow, Orochimaru trembled and raised his body with difficulty. Unsurprisingly, he took a sip. A lot of blood spewed out of the mouth. Impossible. Orochimaru's eyes trembled in horror. Looking at Tsunade strolling towards him in the distance. It's Tsunade covered in blood. Impossible, impossible. Orochimaru panicked. Why doesn't Tsunade respond to blood? At the same time, Yakushi Kabuto also came to Orochimaru. Master Orochimaru. Glancing at Orochimaru anxiously, Yakushi Kabuto's expression froze instantly. That kick deformed Orochimaru's abdomen. Hold on, because the gods. Yakushi Kabuto broke out in a cold sweat, green chakra rising from his hands. Oh, so you really are a medical ninja. Feeling the vitality of chakra in Yakushi Kabuto's hands, Tsunade was a little surprised. Orochimaru, I didn't expect there to be such an excellent medical ninja by your side. HMPH. Following someone like you is simply blinding his talent. Tsunade's mockery inevitably made Orochimaru feel a little angry. Until now, he has no idea what happened to Tsunade in the past few years. Why her phobia was cured. Why has her power become so much more terrifying than it used to be? It's not realistic. Orochimaru stared at Tsunade not far away as if looking at a monster. Even if his hands were sealed by Sarutobi Day 12, no matter how poor his physical condition is, it is impossible to have such a big gap with Tsunade. Tsunade, what exactly happened to you? Orochimaru felt a little better physically, thanks to Yakushi Kabuto's hard work. Yakushi Kabuto supported Orochimaru, and his uncle stood up leisurely. A pair of snake pupils looked up and down at Tsunade. Orochimaru looked vigilant and somewhat greedy, as if he wanted to dissect Tsunade in front of him thoroughly, to observe where her power came from. Far away, two figures stood on the branch. Haruno Sakura stared blankly, and it was Tsunade. Powerful, really too powerful. Haruno Sakura, who seemed to be honestly refining chakra in the courtyard of his home space, actually rejected taijutsu in his heart. How can there be a girl who has nothing to do and beats and kicks people like a violent madman? Not to mention the unsightly appearance, it really makes people feel weak. And, Haruno Sakura also didn't want to be like Rock Lee, turned on the 8 gate and became that scary. It is even a move that hurts the enemy 1000 and hurts oneself 800. But when she saw the heroic Tsunade, her whole concept changed drastically. Tsunade, people are not only born beautiful, but their figure is even more shocking to Haruno Sakura. Tsunade's taijutsu also made Haruno Sakura feel an inexplicable sense of beauty. Not to mention her opponent is Orochimaru. It was Orochimaru who was paralyzed by Vice Admiral Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke in the Forest of Death. It was the horrible guy who killed 3rd Hokage. Such a powerful Orochimaru, but being kicked by Tsunade can't take care of himself. Haruno Sakura's admiration is like the surging river. Senior, Haruno Sakura kept swallowing excitedly. Is she the one you want to introduce me to guide me? She pointed at Tsunade excitedly and said tremblingly. Subai said indifferently. I originally wanted to introduce you to her, but it turns out that you are not so pure in your mind. I don't work hard in cultivation. After thinking about it, I am also worried that the other party will dislike me. I introduced a good for nothing to her, and then I will succeed. So, it's just that Subai's words haven't finished yet. Haruno Sakura immediately grabbed his arm. I know it's wrong, I know it's wrong. I won't dare in the future. I guarantee that I will listen to my seniors in everything in the future. This matter is not about begging seniors to help me. Haruno Sakura is so smart. As soon as she heard Subai's words, she knew that the other party really didn't want to care about her anymore. My heart was instantly filled with regret. And finally one thing became clear. Subai in front of him always seemed to be teasing her, but he was really thinking about her. Thinking about the previous doubts about Subai, Kuan Yin wanted to slap himself a few times. How can you misunderstand the elders' intentions? I am too insignificant. Oh, little girl, you've only got to start thinking like that, and you're ready to die. Looking at Haruno Sakura's pathetic look, plus her sincere eyes full of regret, Subai let out a long breath, showing a bit of embarrassment. You go back first, wait for us to solve the Orochimaru matter. I'll discuss it with her, but you have to remember, there must be no slack. Otherwise, Subai sighed. Haruno Sakura could not help nodding when she saw that there was still hope in the matter. Pursing his lips, he said, don't worry, senior. Even if I risk my life to cultivate, I can't embarrass you. At the same time, she secretly swore in her heart, I will definitely practice hard. After all, as a civilian, if you can really get in touch with the guidance of the kind of person who can almost kill Orochimaru with one kick. Absolutely a blessing from Shu. After throwing Haruno Sakura out of the home space, when Subai reappeared, he found that Jiraiya, Shizune, and Uzumaki Naruto had arrived on the battlefield. Tsunade, you will Subai. Jiraiya seemed to be a little worried about Subai, and asked Tsunade emotionally as soon as he landed. But when he saw the wounded Orochimaru not far away, he quickly shut his mouth. What do you mean, Jiraiya? Seeing how many people appeared on the stage, Tsunade frowned slightly. Upon hearing Jiraiya's questioning, she was immediately displeased. What she said was like what happened to Subai. HMPH. Did you kill Brother Subai just to make a deal with Orochimaru, right? Hateful. Brother Subai has not been seen until now. Uzumaki Naruto didn't seem to see the clues of the matter, and he didn't care about it because of his carefree personality. Express the dissatisfaction in my heart on the spot. What, brat? Don't talk nonsense. Why would I kill Subai for Orochimaru? Tsunade was a little confused by what Uzumaki Naruto said. For a while, she was completely clueless. Stop pretending. I know, Orochimaru promises you to resurrect your brother. But he had a grudge against Brother Subai, so you drugged him in immortal hallows by the way, and took the opportunity to kill him. Tsunade. What Uzumaki Naruto said surprised Tsunade, and she didn't know what enmity there could be between Orochi and Subai. But obviously, the little ghost Naruto in front of him misunderstood her. HMPH. You kid, open your eyes and take a good look. Who is that person across from you? Uzumaki Naruto took a closer look, feeling a little embarrassed. Orochimaru. Looking at the blood at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to understand something. The woman who was going to be 5th Hokage in front of her didn't seem to want to trade with Orochimaru. And Uzumaki Naruto also met an old acquaintance. Senior Dudu, you, how did you end up with someone like Orochimaru? Why? Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto who was bewildered, and suddenly felt dizzy. Uzumaki Naruto is really too simple. Naruto, it's obvious that the two of them are together. Jiraiya walked forward slowly, looked at Orochimaru. Huh, Orochimaru, is this what Tsunade beat up? But your evil eyes really haven't changed. Snort. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya dismissively. Jiraiya, with a hoarse voice, Orochimaru said to Jiraiya with a mocking smile, you are the same, still looking like a mediocre person. It can even hit the medicine that Tsunade gave. Now that I can't even stand still, I still come here to join in the fun. Could it be that I'm sincerely looking for death? Oh, come out with that untalented brat from Konoha village, I don't know what you're thinking. Orochimaru, on the other hand, had difficulty understanding Jiraiya's actions. I have nothing to do, but I took the 337 Jinchuriki of Konoha village for a walk, because I was afraid that Jinchuriki would live too safely, and I had to find some excitement for Naruto. What? Orochimaru's remarks clearly stung Uzumaki Naruto. He was about to argue with Orochimaru when he heard Yukushi Kabuto's mocking voice, isn't it? Naruto, you actually thought I was your senior during the Chunin exam. How unresponsive are you? That's why you're not as good as Uchiha Sasuke. To tell you the truth, I was originally Lord Orochimaru's subordinate, and Lord Orochimaru sent me to Konoha as an undercover agent. Hateful. Yukushi Kabuto's remarks even aroused Uzumaki Naruto's anger. The guy in front of him actually treats him like an idiot, which is really unforgivable. A-hole, shut up. Uzumaki Naruto is like a bunch of firecrackers, one hit. Orochimaru and Yukushi Kabuto's unstoppable taunts made his brain heat up, and he rushed towards them. Naruto. Seeing this, Jiraiya was shocked. This is obviously a deliberate provocation by the other party. It's a pity that Jiraiya's body has not fully recovered, and it is too late to stop Naruto. Seeing the rushing Uzumaki Naruto, Yukushi Kabuto showed a hint of slyness under the reflective glasses. Whizzing. Two piercing sounds sounded. Yukushi Kabuto fires 2,000 coins from his cuff. It was Uzumaki Naruto. Damn scumbag. Seeing that Naruto was attacked, Tsunade immediately set off, picked up the gravel under his feet, and threw it out, resisting the incoming Shimodo. At the same time, several people heard a bang. Suddenly, tobacco flooded everyone. Damn it, that guy Orochimaru chose to run away. Tsunade waved his white palm, never expecting Orochimaru to run so simply. But the matter didn't seem to be over yet. Tsunade was stunned and anxiously said, hurry up and shut your breath, this smokescreen is poisonous. Jiraiya, you didn't say it earlier. Chapter 103. The 5th generation project is about to return to the village, the thoughts of all parties. Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes, and when he got up, he looked around and found that Shizune and Naruto had already woken up. At this time, the two were sitting on the floor talking and laughing. Subai is among them. Subai. Jiraiya clutched her head. It was really unlucky. First he was poisoned by the medicine given by Tsunade, and before he recovered quickly, he was poisoned by the poison of the big snake. But at this time, Jiraiya felt that her body was fine. "Oh, you're awake, what a seductive fairy." Uzumaki Naruto happily came to Jiraiya's side. "Brother Subai brought us back. How is this going?" Jiraiya was still a little confused. But Subai shrugged and said, "The two of us should have been drugged by Master Tsunade. When I woke up, it was already dawn. Senior Akira found out that you didn't respond for a long time, so I went to the trading place alone, but was turned away by Orochimaru's men. When I came back, I found that you had already passed out on the ground." With a flat expression, Subai explained everything. Certainly, apart from seeing a few of them lying on the ground, there was no other truth. "Oh, I see." Jiraiya didn't doubt it either. There is nothing suspicious about this kind of thing. After all, it is normal for Subai to be distracted, and Orochimaru certainly does not want anyone to interfere with his negotiation with Tsunade. "Where's Tsunade?" But looking around, Jiraiya didn't find Tsunade. Immediately a little anxious, "Tsunade is going back to Konoha village as Hokage, but there must be no accidents." Miss Tsunade went to the toilet. "We plan to go back to Konoha village when she comes out." Shizune smiled. She was also worried these days, really afraid that Tsunade would cooperate with Orochimaru. The results were good and Tsunade was ready to return to Konoha village as 5th Hokage. The relaxed Shizune also had to have a kind of admiration for Subai. If he hadn't appeared in time, maybe what would have happened? Moreover, the opponent's medical ninjutsu is also very good, and he quickly detoxified everyone. It seems that during those days, Senior Subai and Master Tsunade really practiced quite a lot. Thinking of this, Shizune sighed even more in his heart. As expected of 3rd Hokage's apprentice, he was quite talented, and it only took half a month to master medical ninjutsu. Several people waited for a while, and finally waited until Tsunade returned to the room. After packing up and saluting, the four finally decided to return to Konoha village. Tsunade took a chance, put his arm on Subai's shoulder, and asked with a twitching smile, "Hey. You be **************, what bad things did you do while we were unconscious?" Subai looked unusually calm and said, "You were asked to pay back the 800 million taels, but you gambled all of it. It's really unreliable." Tsunade, a-hole, don't answer the question. Hateful. Now that Subai has done too much to him, Tsunade originally wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail him. But I didn't expect Subai to take the lead. In the face of Subai's nonsense, although Tsunade was speechless, but when she mentioned that she lost 800 million taels, she felt a little bit guilty in her heart. In addition, she didn't want her dark history to be discovered by the 3 people walking in front, so she could only swallow her anger. But with her hot temper, how could she just let it go, and immediately? I saw Tsunade pinching Subai's face with a smile and said, "When I finish the Hokage inauguration ceremony, you just wait, my good assistant." Subai didn't respond. It was obviously a joke. Besides, Subai's temper is originally the kind of person who is relatively calm and easygoing, neither happy nor surprised, let alone facing people who belong to him. And regarding the current situation of Konoha village, Subai has long known that even if Tsunade doesn't say such things, he will still be busy at that time. And even if he has nothing to do, Subai still has to find something to improve his reputation. In the dark underground laboratory, there were bursts of screams. Orochimaru's sealed arms had begun to ooze a little blood. The pain was unbearable. Master Orochimaru. Seeing this, Yakushi Kabuto felt anxious. The body rejection problem due to living corpse reincarnation has reached its limit. Coupled with the arms that were completely sealed by the ghoul, Orochimaru's current body has reached the verge of collapse, and if he does not reincarnate into a new body, Orochimaru will face great danger. In serious cases, it may be completely finished. Master Orochimaru, I have already prepared a lot for you regarding the body. In the current situation, I think you should ensure your status first, and we can make plans later. Yakushi Kabuto had already prepared everything. When Orochimaru heard the words, his face was covered with sweat from the pain, and he could only slightly nod his head. Regarding Uchiha Sasuke, we can only discuss it later. Shimura Danzo didn't count, and Tsunade has changed dramatically in recent years. There is no one to rely on to live. Orochimaru also made a final decision in his mind. Since no one is reliable, it can only rely on himself. At that time, he will have a showdown with Uchiha Sasuke, and let Sasuke see his own weakness again. Want to deal with Uchiha Itachi? With your trash brother? Don't even think about it. If you really want revenge, come to me, Orochimaru. It will give you the absolute power to defeat Itachi. In Konoha village, Azuki Shion has been at ease recently. With the entire village under lockdown, she has nothing else to do except practice with Hyūga Ya. As an Anbu ninja exclusively for Hokage, she has to wait until the new Hokage takes office. In the newly opened barbecue restaurant, Azuki Shion and Yuhihong got together again. "Shion, do you have any news from there?" Yuhihong picked up a piece of barbecue and put it in her mouth. After savoring it carefully, the joy of enjoyment appeared on his face. Azuki Shion looked beaming, and said with a smile, "According to the news from above, Master Tsunade and his party are on their way back to the village at this time. I think Konoha village will be back to normal soon." This kind of news that is very encouraging to Konoha village, the upper echelons did not deliberately conceal it. Although they did not announce it, Azuki Shion knew very well that it was not a bad thing to convey this kind of news. After hearing the words, Yuhihong finally showed a little relaxation, and her tense emotions were released. Call. After so many days, there is finally a piece of good news. Speaking of which, once Subai came back to Konoha village, he made a great contribution to the village. Thinking of this, Xi Hihong felt even more guilty. Azuki Shion didn't care too much, and continued to eat the delicious food in front of her. There is nothing wrong with saying that. Contributions are due, but that doesn't hide the fact that he likes to get rich. But I think after 5th Hokage takes over, he will definitely restrain himself a lot. Tsunade. Azuki Shion had heard of it. That is the woman who has the title of the most beautiful woman in the ninja world. But his temper is very hot. If Subai does something excessive again, my daughter-in-law, Lord 5th Hokage, will definitely not let him go. At that time, he will feel better. But when I think of his shriveled appearance, I don't know why, but I always feel like laughing. Even now, I'm still looking forward to how he will be taught by 5th Hokage. Shion's imagination was running wild. Although Subai is very powerful, as an apprentice of 3rd Hokage, he even defeated Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. Naturally, he will not lose to other Sannin in terms of strength. But since he's a Konoha village ninja, surely he won't do too much to Hokage. No matter how powerful he is, he can only submit obediently to Hokage's reprimand. I'll tell you when Tsunade-sama bleeds the shit out of him, Hong. Shiyan has already begun to fantasize about the arrival of that day. I happily ate a few more slices of barbecue. After hearing this, Yuhihong had a smirk on her face. That's right, he doesn't dare to attack Master Hokage. However, when the time comes, the unlucky ones will be some of the immediate staff who have been guarding Hokage's side. Well, hearing the sound, Mao Yushian's pretty face flushed with embarrassment, and said quickly, what nonsense are you talking about? With Lord Tsunade present, he wouldn't dare to do anything out of the ordinary even if he was given 3 guts. Hey, but I really didn't expect that at such a young age, Subai could become the existence to assist Master Tsunade. To be honest, except for that little problem, he is very good. The leader's spirit is handsome, generous, experienced and obedient. If he can be more correct, I think he will be the future 6th Hokage. It's a pity that Shion still underestimated Subai's guts. If you give him 3 guts, who knows what the ninja world will look like. After hearing this, Xi Hihong was taken aback. She doesn't have much intersection with Subai. The only time we met was when Hinata was tied up. As for Subai, she just felt slightly sorry for some previous misunderstandings. But seeing Shion's deep look, red sunset feeling, the woman in front of her seemed to have some messy thoughts in her heart, so she coughed lightly and joked, ahem. We Anbu's delicate flower, don't you want to be picked by others? Hong, don't talk nonsense, this kind of thing can't be said nonsense, I. Shiyan was panicked on the spot, and explained repeatedly, even if I choose, it is impossible to choose this kind of guy who likes to take advantage of it. Sunset read, then you are still here to keep praising the general. Where do I have it? Just when the two were arguing endlessly, a pretty face with a smile appeared in front of the two of them. Excuse me, both of you. This is the dish you ordered, how do you two feel about eating it? At this time, the owner of the barbecue shop put the newly served ingredients on the table with a smile. Shion and Yuhihong nodded politely at the same time. Well, the taste is very good. Yeah, that would be wonderful. By the way, this is a coupon from our store, you two can use it when you come next time. The store owner is still smiling. Concerned, he gently stuffed the coupon into the hands of the two of them. This, Azuki Shion and Yuhihong looked at each other, a little embarrassed. Well, is a new store opening? There must always be some activities, right? Great Zhao, I just hope that the two of you will come here often in the future, and it would be nice to bring more friends along the way. The store owner said very naturally. Well, yes, then thank you boss. Shi Raihong and Shi Yan didn't think too much. After thanking the boss for his kindness, they boasted casually. I didn't expect you, boss, not to mention your good looks, and your cooking is delicious. We will come again next time. The always smiling Terumi really left a good impression on Shion and Yuhihong. Just in time for Konoha village to suffer from the baptism of war and suffer heavy losses. During this period, she came to Konoha to do business. However, there has not been a very harsh investigation. It was just ordinary questioning and investigation, and he agreed. After all, who can imagine a duo who was so beautiful and gentle, with a younger brother who was so shy that he would blush when talking to strangers? Will be undercover. Terumi Mei, who just passed the gate of Shiyan and Yuhihong, heard the information about Subai. I stopped and listened for a while. After hearing this, she discovered the baby. It seems that this girl named Azuki Shion is unusual, and she seems to be able to obtain a lot of information about the upper class of Konoha village. And she even heard very important information about Subai. The guy seems to be. In this way, Terumi Mei is even more confident. Just have someone bring Subai to the store. By the time, exclamation mark. So what if Subai is strong? Could he still escape my hot lava style kisses? Terumi Mei thought about it for a while, and then showed a soft smile on her face again. Then it's settled, we must bring more friends to support our family's business. Yo I, quote.